Introduction. She was resurrected, only to become her twin sister. And to make matters more perplexing, she also became the wife of that man. Brother-in-law, there's something I must clarify. I am not your sister. And then, you might as well sleep in this bed yourself. I'll manage with the floor. Qiao Junrong maintained a calm demeanor, yet his gaze burned intensely as he looked at her. Yin, I've bathed, undressed, and called you my wife for quite some time. Do you truly believe I would allow you to sleep on the ground? She had never realized that from the very beginning, what he desired was her. Chapter 1. Transformation into Sister 1. A sliver of light shone through the crack of the study door. Darling, tonight the old man is away. I will cherish you until dawn. How annoying. Yin stared at them in disbelief. A year ago, her father unexpectedly brought home a 28-year-old woman, declaring his intention to marry her. The moment she laid eyes on this woman, something felt amiss. She possessed an extraordinarily beautiful face, a curvaceous figure, and was both intelligent and charming. A woman of her caliber could easily attract any man, yet she had set her sights on a 53-year-old, portly man. What could she possibly see in her father? Wealth? The ensuing dialogue not only confirmed her suspicions, but left her utterly astounded. Darling, look. The man's large hand reached into his pocket, retrieving a pure, white vial. The stepmother inquired, what is this? Now that the old man trusts you, when he returns, you should slip this medication into his food, 1 pill a day. In half a month, he will suffer stroke. I've already arranged everything at the hospital he won't last 6 months. Then we can be together without hindrance. Smart. The man affectionately kissed her red lips, saying, Darling, let's celebrate our beautiful future in advance. Yin covered her mouth in shock. Had they planned this all along? No, she had to inform her father. Just as she turned to leave, a hand forcefully shoved her from behind. Her body lurched forward, crashing through the study door, and she fell heavily to the floor, producing a dull thud. The couple, engrossed in their illicit affair, turned in surprise at the sound. Yin looked up, meeting the man's gaze. It's you? Feeling a surge of danger, Yin scrambled to her feet, desperate to escape, but her arm was seized. She screamed for help, only to have her mouth covered. She struggled with all her might, yet was no match for the man's overwhelming strength. The stepmother appeared anxious. What should we do? Did she overhear our conversation? Regardless of whether she heard, she has seen my face. I cannot allow her to live. Are you going to kill her? I wouldn't do something so foolish. I have a clever idea that will make her death appear as a suicide. The man's lips curled into a wicked smile as he gazed into Yin Mo's terrified eyes. Yin Mo was engulfed by an overwhelming fear, her heart racing frantically. She struggled in vain, unable to break free, forced to watch helplessly as he seized her head and forcefully slammed it against the floor. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, as if her entire skull had shattered, followed by a dizzying whirl of sensation. Vivid crimson blood streamed from her forehead into her eyes, plunging her world into a sea of red, before everything faded into darkness. Yin could not discern how long she had been unconscious. She could only feel the suffocating embrace of darkness surrounding her. Had she truly perished? She felt a profound resentment boiling within her, hatred for her stepmother, for that man, and for whoever had pushed her into this abyss. She could not accept such an ambiguous demise, a fierce loathing igniting a searing heat within her chest, burning and suffocating her. Suddenly, she gasped for breath, her eyes snapping open. Before her lay an unfamiliar ceiling adorned with an alien chandelier. Was she not dead after all? Where was she? As Yin sat up, she had no time to survey the room when the bathroom door across from her swung open, revealing a tall, damp man, completely unclothed. Her eyes widened in shock, catching sight of something she ought not to have seen. Ah! She shrieked, hastily covering her eyes. Qiao Jun cast her not even a glance, calmly walking to the bedside to retrieve a robe that lay there. Amid her astonishment, Yin found the man somewhat familiar. Peeking through her fingers, she saw him donning the robe, his well-defined physique on display, particularly the taut muscles of his abdomen and the alluring line of his torso. Then, she beheld his strikingly handsome face and exclaimed, Brother-in-law? Upon hearing her address him thus, Qiao Jun's deep-set eyes finally turned towards her. What did you call me? Brother-in-law, where am I? Why am I here? Where's my sister? What is happening? Qiao Jun, unhurriedly fastening the robe's ties, replied coldly, Domin, don't think that simply because you've taken your sister's heart, you can feign madness before me. I'm not fooled by such tricks. Domin, heart? Yin was bewildered, Yet she recognized Do Min as her twin sister's name. Their parents had divorced, leaving them with different surnames and separated from a young age with minimal contact. When they were 8, her sister was diagnosed with dilated cardiomyopathy, and her condition had recently worsened. The doctors had advised that only a heart transplant could offer her a glimmer of hope. Could it be that after her death, her heart had been transplanted into her sister? But why did she still possess her own consciousness? In a flurry, Yin Mo sprang from the bed, instinctively grasping his sleeve. "Do not touch me." Qiao Jun's voice dripped with disdain, causing Yin Mo to recoil sharply. She braced against his formidable presence and implored once more, "Brother-in-law, just treat me as a mad woman. Please tell me what is truly happening." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yin Mo's grip on his sleeve was severed, sending her stumbling backward, nearly losing her balance. With a profound gaze and furrowed brows, Qiao Jun strode purposefully to the wardrobe, discarding the nightgown she had touched onto the floor before retrieving another garment from within. At that moment, Yin Mo comprehended the depth of his self-loathing. No, it was her sister he despised. Though their connection was sparse, her sister had once claimed to be utterly content. Is this what she referred to as happiness? Yin Mo had relinquished all hope regarding Qiao Jun, her thoughts drifting to someone who could illuminate the truth for her. Her gaze swiftly shifted to the mobile resting on the bedside table. "May I borrow this?" Qiao Jun offered no response. "Since you remain silent, I shall assume your consent." With that, Yin Mo swiftly seized the phone and hurried into the bathroom from which he had just emerged, locking the door behind her. Qiao Jun's eyes were fixed on the bathroom door, a flicker of something elusive in his gaze. Inside the bathroom, Yin Mo exhaled deeply and frantically unlocked the phone, only to be met with the date displayed as July 21st. She recalled that night vividly. It had been June 15th. A full month had elapsed. What about her father? She dared not dwell on it, dialing a series of numbers and pressing the phone to her ear. "Hello." A familiar voice resonated within her ears, bringing tears to Yin Mo's eyes. "Chunshi," she choked out, calling upon her fiancé's name. "I am Lu Chunshi. May I inquire who is speaking?" Yin Mo longed to reveal her name, yet impulse must be tempered. Clarity of the situation was paramount. "I am Do Min." "Miss Do, at this late hour, is there something you require?" "I wish to inquire about my sister." "Xiao Mo." "Indeed. You're already aware of her situation." Listening to the sorrow-laden timbre of his voice, Yin Mo fought to maintain her composure. "I wish to understand more clearly. Please, share everything you know." Lu Chunshi remained silent for an extended period, his stillness making it seem as if the call had been disconnected. Then, his voice emerged, heavy with anguish. "What I know is likely akin to your understanding, as I did not witness Xiao Mo's suicide. The police informed me it was a car accident, a severe head injury resulting in immediate death. When she passed, she clutched an organ donation registration form, indicating her desire to donate her heart to you." Yin Mo's eyes brimmed with bitterness. "So my sister is truly gone? She is really dead? Though I hesitate to affirm it, I am a cardiac surgeon. I was the one who took her heart from her chest and placed it within yours, connecting it to your vessels. She has indeed perished, sacrificing herself to save you." Yin Mo yearned to disclose that she was not so noble, that she had been wronged. Yet, she could not voice that truth. More pressing was her concern. "Well, my father, how is he faring? After suffering a stroke, Uncle's condition has remained precarious. If you have the opportunity, please visit him more often." Yin Mo's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the floor. She was still unable to save her father in time. After a full month, everything had become irrevocably settled. Why did she have to be resurrected in her sister's body a month later? Why not sooner? Why not awaken immediately after the surgery, even if only for an hour or just a few minutes, to warn her father to be wary of her stepmother and that man? Tears teetered on the brink of collapse, yet she bit down hard on her lower lip, drawing blood, refusing to let the tears escape her eyes. She loathed that despicable pair and the one who had pushed her. She would not let them go unpunished. Having not heard Yin Mo's voice for a long time, Lu Chunshi expressed his concern. "Miss Do, are you all right?" Yin Mo came back to her senses. "I'm fine. Chunshi, no. Dr. Lu, may I see you?" "See me?" "Ah, what I mean is," Yin Mo hurriedly thought of an excuse. "My father must be at your hospital now. I'd like to see him and, while I'm at it, meet you to inquire about his condition and my heart. But you needn't worry, I won't disturb your shift." "How do you know I'm on duty tonight?" "I heard from my sister. She used to complain to me that you had to work every Sunday and that you should spend more time with her. Indeed, I always thought we would have plenty of time together in the future, but it turned out to be so brief. I regret not cherishing her enough. Lu Chenxi took a deep breath. However, it's too late now. Your father is already rested. You should wait until tomorrow. No, I want to see you now. I need to see my father right away. Yin Mo was resolute. Very well, I will wait for you at the hospital entrance. Okay. Yin Mo hung up the phone and promptly exited the bathroom. In the bedroom, Qiao Jun lay in bed, eyes closed in slumber. Yin Mo quietly approached the bedside, placing her phone back on the nightstand, then glanced at his sleeping face. Though his personality was irksome, his visage was undeniably handsome, distinctive features, a jawline as sharp as if chiseled, long, alluring eyes that seemed to invite admiration, and perfectly shaped lips that inexplicably suggested he was an expert in the art of kissing, tempting one to explore further. It seemed her sister had been captivated by his looks when she married him. She smirked slightly. Turning, she found her clothes, hastily changed, and stealthily exited the bedroom. Creak. As the door closed, Qiao Jun opened his eyes. He sat up, turned, and fixed his gaze on the phone on the nightstand, extending his long arm to retrieve it. He unlocked the device, accessed the call history, and stared at the top number, his thumb gliding over it, dialing his assistant's phone. Yin Mo urged the driver to hasten to the hospital. Before she even alighted from the car, she caught sight of Lu Chenxi standing tall in a pristine white coat at the entrance of the hospital through the window. Overcome with excitement, she exited the vehicle and ran to him, her eyes red as she gazed at his gentle face, her fists tightly clenched, controlling herself from embracing him. Lu Chenxi gazed at her and suddenly extended his hand. "Miss Doe, your lip," he said, his fingers brushing against her mouth. Tears nearly escaped Yin Mo's eyes. She smiled softly and replied, "I'm fine, it was just a minor accident." Realizing his indiscretion, Lu Chenxi quickly withdrew his hand. "I apologize. As a physician, I instinctively react upon seeing an injury. It's all right." She secretly wished for more of his touch. "Let's attend to your wound first, and then I will take you to see your uncle." "All right." Yin Mo followed him into the hospital. A black sedan gradually entered through the hospital gates, and a man emerged, holding a phone displaying the recent intimate photos of them. Yin Mo sat in Lu Chenxi's office. He donned his glasses, retrieved a medicine box, and delicately picked up a piece of alcohol swab with tweezers, looking at her gently. "This may sting a bit, please bear with it." Yin Mo nodded. Lu Chenxi leaned closer, meticulously cleansing the wound on her lip. Yin Mo felt no pain at all. She was captivated by his face, her gaze fixed on the earnestness reflected in his glasses. Unconsciously, she asked, "Dr. Lu, as a cardiac surgeon who has studied abroad, have you ever encountered a case where someone underwent heart transplantation and suddenly became another person, or inexplicably possessed the memories of another?" From a medical standpoint, the hippocampus in the brain is crucial for memory storage, not the heart. Therefore, even after a heart transplant, one cannot transform into another person, nor can they acquire another's memories. However, it is true that some individuals exhibit personality changes post-surgery. In my opinion, this is primarily because they become overly fixated on the heart that does not originally belong to them, magnifying certain subtle changes that could occur in anyone, thus leading to a noticeable difference from their former selves. Chapter 3. Resurrection. Do you believe in resurrection? Lu Chenxi set down his tweezers, his gaze profound. "My family has been in the medical profession for generations, and I grew up in a hospital. While I cannot say I witness death every day, I do observe it every few days. There is indeed a chance to revive a person if the heart has just stopped, but I have yet to see anyone truly come back to life after being confirmed dead. Therefore, I do not believe in resurrection. I only believe in seizing every precious moment to increase the chances of keeping the living among us." Yin Mo's hands were clasped tightly together. If resurrection were impossible, then what was her situation? She needed someone to explain it to her. And in this world, aside from her father, the only person she trusted was Lu Chenxi. She did not wish to conceal her truth any longer. She must confide in him. "Chenxi, there is something that might make you think I am mad. But you must believe me, I am actually—" The ringing of the telephone on the desk interrupted her words. Lu Chenxi picked up the receiver and placed it to his ear. "It's me." "All right, I'll be right there." He hung up the phone, and while walking towards the office door, he said, "I apologize, Miss Doe, but I have an emergency surgery and cannot accompany you to see your father." "Wait, is there anything else?" Yin Mo's words caught in her throat. He was about to perform surgery. She could not distract him. "It's nothing. I just wanted to wish you a successful surgery." "Thank you." After Lu Chenxi left, Yin Mo dejectedly traced her fingers over her lips, where he had just wiped away a trace of blood. His tenderness lingered. She would find another opportunity to tell him. Upon leaving Lu Chenxi's office, she inquired about her father's hospital room and then approached his bedside, quietly observing his significantly gaunt cheeks, his rigid features, and the complete whiteness of his temples. Father, she called softly, fearful of waking him. She could not reveal the truth to him yet. She could not jeopardize his health. Perhaps by leveraging her identity as her sister, she could better uncover evidence to expose her stepmother's plots and protect him. In the early morning, Yin Mo returned to the Qiao residence, where the family was gathered in the dining hall for breakfast. She glanced at the 4 people at the table. The elegantly beautiful woman must surely be Qiao Jun's mother, Lu Hongzhuang. Seated across from Qiao Jun was his debauched brother, Qiao Yi. And beside the brother sat a graceful and composed woman. Who was she? She had not heard her sister mention her. Feeling a tad anxious, she walked over and greeted them with a smile. Good morning. At the table of 4, not a single person responded, and Qiao Jun continued to treat her as if she were invisible. Yin Mo awkwardly maintained her smile. I won't disturb your meal any longer. I'll head upstairs. As she turned to leave, Lu Hongzhuang's sharp voice called out, Stop. Yin Mo turned back. Lu Hongzhuang questioned, Where did you go last night? I want to see my father. Your father? After all these years, you have not contacted him, and you did not care for him even once during his hospitalization. What has prompted this sudden display of filial piety? Is it because you're going to see another man? Lu Hongzhuang interjected, producing a stack of photographs. Each image depicted her and Lu Chenxi, captured from angles that suggested intimacy, their heads overlapping, almost as if they were kissing. Yin Mo gazed at the pictures, her smile turning sardonic. I have indeed met Dr. Lu, but our interactions were entirely innocent. Aside from our meetings and conversations, no inappropriate actions transpired. If you doubt my word, you may consult the hospital surveillance footage, which will undoubtedly provide clearer and more convincing evidence than these photographs. Such eloquence. Lu Hongzhuang had come prepared. Even if your encounter last night was innocent, the fact that you clandestinely visited a man in the dead of night indicates the impurity of your relationship. Allow me to clarify, dear mother-in-law, I did not sneak around. I walked openly through the front gate of the Qiao family villa, step by step. However, I concede that visiting a man at such an hour was indeed thoughtless on my part. I promise to be more judicious in selecting meeting times in the future. Nevertheless, the innocent remain unblemished, and I do not wish to elaborate further. Please, state your intentions plainly. What is this attitude? How do you intend to handle your wife's indiscretions when she behaves so arrogantly? All eyes turned to Qiao Jun, including Yin Mos. Qiao Jun remained unfazed, gracefully placing his chopsticks down, wiping his mouth with a napkin, and then using a damp towel to clean his hands. After drying them with a dry towel, he stood up, his gaze fixed ahead, still ignoring Yin Mo and everyone else in the hall. With an air of finality, he stated coldly, I am going to work. Jun, how can you indulge her like this? Jun, Lu Hongzhuang watched him with dissatisfaction as he strode away. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Mo smugly remarked, Since my husband has said nothing, does that mean I am free of any wrongdoing? I shall not disturb your meal any longer. I will go rest for a while. I hardly slept last night, and my back aches. I truly need to catch up on sleep. She deliberately provoked them. Lu Hongzhuang's face turned almost green with anger. However, as Qiao Jun reached the door, he couldn't help but let a subtle smile flicker at the corners of his mouth. The former Domin would never have been so bold, but today, it was rather intriguing. At Qiao Group, Assistant Su Bin approached the desk with a stack of documents. Mr. Qiao, here is the information you asked me to investigate last night. Qiao Jun did not take the papers, but simply commanded, Speak. Su Bin opened the documents. The mobile number you asked me to investigate last night belongs to a gentleman named Lu Chenxi, who is 27 years old. He is the second son of Director Lu of Lu Medical and a cardiac surgeon. The surgery performed on your wife was conducted by him, and his fiancée, he happens to be the twin sister of your wife. They met abroad and have been in a relationship for 4 years, with wedding preparations currently underway. However, the tragic suicide of your wife's sister has abruptly halted their wedding plans. Furthermore, your wife's sister is named Yin Mo, age 24, who moved abroad at the age of 5 and was raised there, returning to the country 2 years ago. Do we have her photograph? Yes. Su Bin turned 2 pages of the file and then placed it in front of Qiao Jun. Qiao Jun lowered his gaze to the photograph on the document, fixating on Yin Mo's face. So strikingly similar. Miss Yin and your wife are twins, having identical features since birth, yet their personalities are entirely different. Your wife is gentle and serene, while Miss Yin. Chapter 4. Let us divorce. 1. What is wrong with her? Qiao Jun inquired with curiosity. Su Bin refrained from making a definitive statement. Instead, he delicately conveyed, in the information I've gathered, Miss Yin faced vehement opposition from Chairman Yin during her romance with Dr. Liu. To counter this, Chairman Yin arranged for another suitor for Miss Yin, compelling her to marry that man. Initially, Miss Yin feigned an inability to withstand Chairman Yin's pressure and acquiesced to the marriage. However, she secretly arranged a meeting with that man at a hotel, where she administered a drug and inflicted injury upon him. While the injury was not life-threatening, it was indeed intolerable for any man, leading to the dissolution of their union. Left with no other choice, Chairman Yin consented to her relationship with Dr. Liu. What part of him did she injure? Qiao Junrong. Su Bin hesitated below the waist. What was once a pair is now reduced to one. Upon hearing this, a smile unexpectedly graced Qiao Jun's lips. This audacious spirit reminded him of her conversation with her mother earlier that morning. Bin. Yes. When does a person suddenly transform into someone entirely different? One's character is cultivated from a young age. It is rather challenging to alter abruptly unless one has been masquerading or deliberately mimicking. Masquerading, mimicking, Qiao Jun murmured softly, his eyes deepening with contemplation. In her dreams, Yin Mo found herself once again in the harrowing scene of her own murder. With a forceful impact, her head collided with the floor. The ensuing pain and dizziness, coupled with a vision clouded in crimson, startled her awake. She gasped for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably, while the room resonated with the melodic tones of a piano ringtone. She steadied her emotions and descended from the bed in search of the source. In a narrow space between her vanity and the wall, she discovered a limited edition Hermes handbag. Retrieving the ringing phone from within, she hesitated to answer, as the name displayed was unfamiliar to her. Unsure of how to respond, she was relieved when the call ended automatically without further disturbance. Setting the phone down, she glanced into the bag, intrigued by its contents. A thin document, a bottle containing a few remaining sleeping pills, and a photograph that had been torn and hastily repaired. Lifting the photograph, she gazed at the figure captured within. It depicted a youthful Qiao Jun, quite different from the man he had become, adorable, with a pair of remarkably clear eyes, their pupils glimmering with a hint of azure in the reflected light. She studied it intently for a moment before placing it aside to examine the document. As she unfolded it, the words divorce agreement leapt out at her, and upon fully extracting it, she noted her sister's signature in the lower right corner. Is my sister divorcing my brother-in-law? Yin Mo was taken aback for a brief moment, then blinked, a smile gradually forming on her lips. This was splendid news. She had been at a loss regarding how to deal with that man. But now the dilemma was resolved. 9 o'clock in the evening. Qiao Jun entered the bedroom, shedding his suit and loosening his tie, his gaze briefly sweeping over Yin Mo, who lay upon the bed. Yin Mo sat up and regarded his handsome face. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Qiao Jun paid her no heed, unfastening the buttons of his shirt as he made his way toward the bathroom. Yin Mo continued, let us get a divorce. Qiao Jun halted at the threshold of the bathroom, slowly turning to face her, his deep-set eyes piercing into hers, lips slightly parting as he spoke coldly. You wish to divorce me? Yes, I have already prepared the divorce agreement. You merely need to sign it. A chilling air emanated from Qiao Jun's intense gaze. Under his scrutiny, Yin Mo felt an invisible pressure that rendered her breathless and immobile, unable to meet his gaze, yet paradoxically reluctant to look away. This time, however, Qiao Jun took a step forward, inching closer to her, standing at the bedside with an air of condescension, and then he extended his hand. What are you doing? Yin Mo thought he was about to strike. Aren't you supposed to sign? He opened his palm wide. Yin Mo was taken aback. You agree? All along, it was he who did not wish for the divorce, not her. Huh. Her mouth fell slightly agape. Qiao Jun observed her reaction intently. Yin Mo quickly composed her scattered emotions. Regardless of the turmoil between them, she needed to sign the papers swiftly. Once signed, she would be free to meet Shun, without reservations. She hastily retrieved the agreement and a pen. Qiao Jun hesitated not at all, signing his name with a flourish. As Yin Mo beheld his signature, a wave of sentiment washed over her. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, but it seems that even the most beautiful eyes may conceal a heart that is far from lovely. Qiao Jun caught her murmured words, a sudden spark of agitation igniting within him. What did you just say? Nothing, merely talking to myself. Repeat it. Yin Mo had learned to regard him as if he were air, gathering her prepared belongings and striding toward the door. Qiao Jun swiftly positioned himself in her path. Yin Mo, exuding arrogance, declared a good dog should not obstruct the way. Step aside. Qiao Jun disregarded her words, snatching the divorce agreement from her grasp. What are you doing? Give it back. Answer me one question. Return it to me. If your answer satisfies me, I shall return it. Yin Mo glared at him furiously. Qiao Jun, unable to contain his eagerness, began to inquire. A young boy, blinded by an illness at the age of 14, lay in his hospital bed when one day a strange little girl accidentally stumbled into his room. Upon seeing his eyes covered in bandages, the girl said something to him. Can you guess what the girl said? As Yin Mo listened to his narrative, memories began to stir within her. It seemed she had encountered a similar scenario before. If I answer correctly, will you truly return it to me? Indeed. Very well. Yin Mo, brimming with confidence, replied. The little girl said to him, Your eyes are truly beautiful. Qiao Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why praise my eyes when they're covered? He posed a second question, his determination palpable. Yin Mo, with her stubborn disposition, not only refrained from answering, but also attempted to snatch the document back. Get back to me. Qiao Jun raised his hand high, out of her reach despite her furious attempts to jump for it. You don't keep your word, she exclaimed. Indeed, I do not, he replied, extending his other hand and tearing the agreement before her eyes. I will not dissolve this marriage. Chapter 5. I'm not your sister, one what? You scoundrel, you're not a man. Whether I am a man or not, you can ascertain for yourself. Qiao Jun stepped closer. Yin Mo's feet trembled in fear as she retreated. Do not come any closer. Qiao Yun seized Hiao. It has been ages since we bathed together as husband and wife. Tonight, allow me to cleanse you thoroughly, so I may examine whether you truly are Domin. Release me. Jan Montag struggelt in panic. Qiao Jun possessed remarkable strength, effortlessly dragging her towards the bathroom. However, just as he was about to thrust her into the bathtub, Yin Mo suddenly lifted her foot and kicked forcefully towards his groin. Fortunately, having heard of her earlier exploits, Qiao Jun was prepared and deftly sidestepped, seizing her slender leg and leaning back, causing her to tumble gracefully into the tub. Yin Mo found herself utterly defenseless. Qiao Jun, if you dare to touch me, I will kill you. In the past, you would tempt me nightly, employing every means to make me want you. Now, I shall fulfill your wish. The past is the past. The present is the present. I no longer love you. Then who do you love? It is none of your concern. Lu Chenxi? Jan Montag, ever audacious, replied without hesitation, Yes, I love him. He is the man I cherish most in this world. I warn you, we have just signed the divorce agreement. If you lay a hand on me, it would be a crime, and I will certainly sue you, ensuring you find yourself in prison. Qiao Jun had never been threatened by anyone in his life, nor had he ever allowed anyone to manipulate his emotions. Yet, the moment Yin Mo uttered her first word, a fire ignited within him, causing his blood to boil. The angrier he became, the deeper the azure of his pupils grew. With a swift motion, he grasped her garment and tore it forcefully. Do not! Yin Mo cried out, her fair skin and delicate form instantly exposed to his gaze. Simultaneously, the long, unsightly scar on her chest became visible, yet he did not focus on her body or the wound. Instead, his attention fixated on the most embarrassing spot on her left breast, a small, dark mole. She was indeed Domin. However, her demeanor stood in stark contrast to Domin's. and the question he had previously posed to Do Min had elicited no response from her. Who exactly are you? He demanded. Jag måntak was utterly flustat. Clutching her body, she implored, stay away from me. I'm not your sister. I'm not your wife. Prove it. Qiao Jun's voice was sharp. Yin Mo gazed into his fervent eyes, her mind racing with anxiety. Perhaps it was due to her recent illness, or perhaps her sister's frail body was to blame. Her breaths became increasingly labored, and her heart felt as if it could no longer beat. I feel so unwell. Do not feign with me. Truly I. Her hands, which had been cradling her form, now clenched into fists, striking against her heart. But she could not catch her breath, and darkness enveloped her vision. Qiao Jun watched as she succumbed to unconsciousness within the bathtub. He furrowed his brows deeply. Do Min, I have seen enough of your tricks over the years. Hurry and explain yourself. Do Min? Qiao Jun reached out to touch her cheek, then checked her breath and finally placed his palm over her heart. Her body temperature was dropping, her breath was weakening, and her heartbeat was slowing. He hastily grabbed a bath towel to cover her exposed body, then panically lifted her and strode towards the door. As soon as he opened it, he was startled to find Qiao eavesdropping at the threshold. Qiao wore a mischievous grin. Brother, you and sister-in-law are quite intense. I was just curious, so. Go drive. Huh? Qiao caught off guard, looked down at the unconscious Yin Mo in Qiao Jun's arms and quickly nodded. Oh. Qiao Jun sat in the back seat with Yin Mo cradled in his arms. He gazed at her pale face, once more pulling aside the bath towel to confirm the dark mole hidden in a secret place. She was undoubtedly Do Min, yet she referred to him as sister. What on earth was happening? Qiao glanced at the rearview mirror. Brother, since sister-in-law has just recovered from a serious illness, even if you have been patient for a long time, there's no need to go to such extremes. Shut up. However, it's the first time I've seen you so flustered. You used to be indifferent towards sister-in-law. I said shut up. All right, I'll be quiet. Qiao Jun's brows knitted in irritation. It was indeed the first time he felt such anxiety for her, the first time his heart raced. Previously, regardless of whether she was alive or dead or involved with another man, he never felt a shred of emotion. But now, he feared that even a gentle embrace might worsen her condition. The car sped towards the hospital. After emergency treatment, Yin Mo lay quietly on the bed, her heartbeat and breathing gradually stabilizing. Miss Do had fainted because she had just undergone surgery and was still in a recovery phase, rendering her quite fragile. Moreover, the examination report indicated that she had not taken her medication for at least 2 days. For someone who had undergone a heart transplant, lifelong anti-rejection medication was essential. This was something that must be monitored closely in the future. Additionally, the shock she experienced contributed to her physical collapse. Fortunately, your timely arrival stabilized her condition, and after a night's rest, she should be fine. Lu Chenxi, facing Qiao Jun, explained Yin Mo's condition, but Qiao Jun only gazed down at her. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Chenxi contemplated leaving them undisturbed. However, Yin Mo began to murmur deliriously. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Chenxi. Save me. Qiao Jun's expression turned icy in an instant. Lu Chenxi was taken aback. Yin Mo continued to call out, Chenxi. Come save me. It's me. Dr. Lu, Qiao Jun interjected, using his voice to drown out Yin Mo's cries, and said solemnly, you may leave. Oh, all right. Lu Chenxi stepped out of the ward, casting one last glance at Yin Mo, who lay upon the bed, her words becoming increasingly indistinct to him. However, Qiao Jun attentively absorbed every syllable she uttered. Chenxi, iam montak. Iam xiao montak. Do you believe me? Ituli iam xiao montak. Do not come near. Do not touch me. Get away. Qiao Jun. Do not touch me. No. Please. Do not harm my father. Do not kill me. Help. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. As Yin Mo's agitation mounted, her hand, which was connected to N4, gripped the sheets with increasing force, causing the needle to puncture her vein and blood to seep forth. Her hand quickly began to swell. Qiao Jun immediately pressed the call button at the head of the bed, then seized her arms, restraining her frantic struggles. speaking to her with a blend of urgency and tenderness. It's all right. I am here. No one will harm you. It's all right. It's all right. Chapter 6. The Theft of My Possession. 1. Yin Mo gradually composed herself and slowly opened her eyes. Qiao Jun's face loomed before her, so close that his lips hovered just inches from her own, each breath brushing against her lips with a fervent warmth akin to a kiss. Yin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What are you doing? Each word she uttered sent a tingling sensation through her lips, soft and inviting, tantalizing Qiao Jun in a most pleasurable manner. If you don't get up, you should leave. Qiao Jun feigned immobility, intensifying the contact of their lips with every struggle she made, his touch lingering upon her mouth. Had it not been for the nurse's abrupt entrance into the room, he would have succumbed to the impulse to kiss her. He released her, standing upright. The nurse promptly approached to tend to the 4 on the back of her hand. An inexplicable heat crept across Yin Mo's face as her flustered gaze met his. He no longer regarded her as air, but rather, his intense stare scrutinized her, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. What was wrong with this person? Was he insane? Qiao Jun silently contemplated her recent murmurs within her dreams. He suddenly turned and exited the ward. In the corridor, Qiao had swiftly engaged with a young nurse, his hand already resting on her waist. Qiao Jun cast a fleeting glance before retrieving his phone and dialing his assistant. Mr. Qiao, please investigate Yin Mo's cause of death and her complete entry and exit records. Understood. Also, gather all her information from childhood to the present. Understood. Deliver it to the hospital by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? The hospital? Qiao Jun was known for issuing commands without providing explanations. He hung up the phone and returned to the ward. Just as he opened the door, he overheard Yin Mo asking the nurse, "Where's Dr. Liu?" "Dr. Liu is in the duty room. Could you summon him?" "That is not permissible." Qiao Jun strode in, his voice sharp and commanding. Yin Mo furrowed her brow, but ignored him, continuing to address the nurse. "I am experiencing some discomfort with my heart. He is my attending physician. Please ask him to come and examine me." The nurse glanced nervously at Qiao Jun. Now standing by the bed, Qiao Jun's voice turned icy. "You should leave." The nurse hurriedly exited. At last, Yin Mo lifted her gaze to meet his penetrating eyes. "Qiao Jun, did you not despise me? Did you not find me so repulsive that even a mere touch would sicken you? What on earth is going on? What do you want?" "Quite simply, I wish to ascertain your true identity. I'm Domin very well. Then tell me, what did you gift me on my birthday this year?" Jan Montag was momentarily rendered speechless. Frustration bubbled within her. "Even if I am not Domin, it is none of your concern. I do not know you at all." "You are mistaken." Qiao Jun settled beside her, delicately tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear, his touch ambiguous. "The question I posed earlier. You answered with impeccable accuracy. This matter has never been disclosed to anyone but her and me. Thus it is highly likely that you are indeed her. Years ago, she trespassed into my ward and, upon leaving, pilfered something of mine. Impossible. I have taken nothing. Do you admit it?" Yin Mo felt a wave of despair wash over her. "I have not taken anything from you. Do not attempt to accuse me falsely. All thieves deny their misdeeds." In response, Qiao Jun, with an air of delight, tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. He then grasped the back of her neck firmly and leaned in, his lips near her ear, whispering slowly, "Before you return what is mine, let us play the role of a devoted couple, my dear wife." A chill coursed through Yin Mo's body as she forcefully pushed him away. "I will definitely divorce you." Qiao Yun smiled. "My dear, you've already spoken enough in your sleep. Perhaps you should rest more. Once you regain your strength, we have many pressing matters to attend to." To her astonishment, Qiao Jun kept vigil by Yin Mo's bedside throughout the night. As dawn broke, Su Bin arrived at the hospital punctually. Qiao Jun glanced at the sleeping Yin Mo before stepping out of the ward, his tone icy as he said, "Speak." "My investigation reveals that Miss Yin went abroad at the age of 5 and secretly returned once at 6, when her father was on a business trip and unaware. She arranged the return with the aid of a servant and stayed only 2 days. Is there a specific date?" July 1st. Qiao Jun would never forget. The day she returned was indeed July 2nd. What was the cause of death? The police reported it as a car accident deemed a suicide. How could a woman on the brink of marriage take her life over a sister she scarcely contacted? According to the coroner's report, Miss Yin succumbed to being assaulted and, unable to face the reality, chose to end her life, coincidentally donating her heart to her husband. A murderous glint flashed in Qiao Jun's eyes. Has the perpetrator been located? Investigations are ongoing. I need you to find those men at once and bring them to me. Understood. What about the documents? Subin handed him a hefty file. This is part of the information I compiled last night. I still need to contact friends abroad for the rest. Qiao Jun took the documents and returned to the ward, only to find it eerily empty. His eyes narrowed. Yin Mo, you may feign sleep, but should you dare seek out Lu Chenxi, I will ensure you regret it. Finally seizing a moment to slip away and seek Lu Chenxi, Yin Mo encountered her stepmother, swaying gracefully with a flamboyant appearance, beaming as she approached her father's hospital room. Her fists clenched in anger. All paths of vengeance should be tread with patience. However, she could no longer contain herself. Striding forward, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across her stepmother's heavily made-up face. The sound echoed. Her stepmother stood shocked, clutching her face, eyes wide in horror. Why you? Yan Montak? She stammered, retreating in fear. No, you're Domin. Why did you strike me? Why? Yan Montak zitit. Because you betrayed my father. Because you're responsible for my suffering and for his stroke. She had struggled to hold back these words and declared with a haughty demeanor. It is simply because I find you detestable. What? The fearful expression on her face swiftly transformed into one of fury. Domin, I am your father's wife, your stepmother, and your elder. How dare you treat me with such disrespect? It appears I must take it upon myself to educate you properly, she declared, raising her hand with the intention of delivering a slap. Yin Mo, unfazed by her threat, interjected, What are you doing? Chapter 7. It is your duty to warm the bed. 1. Yin Mo and her stepmother turned to look at the approaching Qiao Jun. The stepmother, taking the initiative, wore a look of grievance. Your wife has gone mad. She inexplicably hit me. She hit you? Indeed, everyone around witnessed it. Oh. Qiao Jun turned his gaze to Yin Mo unfazed. Yin Mo replied, So what? A charming smile curled at the corners of Qiao Jun's mouth, exuding both handsomeness and a hint of mischief. He suddenly took her hand, gazed at her palm, and tenderly remarked, Your hand is all red. In the future, if such matters arise, do not act on your own. Simply tell me, and I shall have someone assist you. Yin Mo was engulfed by goosebumps. Ignoring his stepmother, Qiao Jun affectionately wrapped his arm around Yin Mo and continued gently, I shall take you to see a doctor. In a daze, Yin Mo followed his lead. The stepmother, witnessing their affectionate display, angrily pursued them, pointing her finger, Are you two conspiring against me? Yin Mo impulsively opened her mouth, but Qiao Jun preempted her, To borrow a phrase from my wife. So what? You are too much. Furthermore, to echo my wife's words from last night, good dogs don't block the way. Step aside. The stepmother's face darkened, once again disregarding her. Qiao Jun forcefully brushed past her and continued striding away. The stepmother longed to chase after them. Yet Qiao Jun held the position of chief executive officer of the Qiaoyu Group and was one of the oligarchs of the global financial realm. In the capital, his power, wealth, and status ranked among the top 3, and he was the youngest entrepreneur. It was clear that no one dared to provoke him. Even though she was now the wife of Yin Lao, possessing a fortune of over 100 million, in comparison to him, she was worlds apart. Yin Mo gazed up at Qiao Jun's striking and imposing visage. Why are you helping me? She inquired. Because you are my wife. But last night you called me a thief. That is not contradictory. Qiao Jun lowered his gaze to her. You are indeed a thief, and also my wife. I will employ every means to ensure you return what you have taken. However, during this time, I shall not permit anyone, save for myself, to bully you. What kind of reasoning is that? My reasoning. Yin Mo was left speechless. This man was exceedingly domineering, and he carried his arrogance with such naturalness. It was utterly infuriating. The two returned to the hospital room together. Yin Mo sat on the bed, preparing to lie down, when Qiao Jun discarded his suit and squeezed onto the narrow single bed beside her. Yin Mo panicked. What are you doing? Sleeping. What's sleeping? It's early morning. Why would you sleep now? I didn't tease sleep a wink last night, and I still need to go to work later, so I must rest a bit first. Besides, having just encountered that woman, even though I was in a suit, I still need to sanitize myself. If you need to rest, you can go home. There's a caretaking bed there as well. Qiao Jun had already closed his eyes. Frustrated, Yin Mo was about to get off the bed when Qiao Jun suddenly reached out, grasping her arm firmly and pulling her into his embrace. Holding her tightly and trapping her within his arms, Yin Mo immediately struggled. Let go of me. You're my wife, and it is your duty to keep the bed warm. I am not your wife. Today, Qiao Jun has already spoken too much and wishes to remain silent. Yin Mo continues to struggle, the entire hospital bed creaking with an ambiguous sound. However, the most awkward moment arises when someone knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yin Mo immediately lowers her voice. Qiao Jun, if you do not release me, I shall not be gentle. Qiao Jun remains still, seemingly asleep. Knock, knock, knock. The door is knocked upon once more. Yin Mo strains to twist her body, finally managing to extend a hand. Knock, knock, knock. After the third knock, the door is finally pushed open. Lu Chenxi steps into the room, and upon seeing the two entangled on the bed, his expression shifts to one of surprise. Upon noticing Lu Chenxi, Yin Mo does not wish for him to misunderstand. She can no longer care about the consequences. Using her outstretched hand, she pinches the flesh beneath Qiao Jun's left rib and twists it vigorously, nearly turning the flesh a full circle. Qiao Jun initially frowns slightly, but her grip is truly strong. His arm only relaxes a little. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Mo pushes herself away with force, regaining her freedom, only to find that the bed is too small. She rolls off and lands on the floor with a thud. The dull sound is painful to hear. Lu Chenxi, who is momentarily stunned at the door, instinctively steps forward, wanting to assist her, but Qiao Jun is quicker. Are you all right? He inquires softly. Yin Mo shakes off his hand, her eyes solely on Lu Chenxi. Chenxi, no, Dr. Lu, please do not misunderstand. We did not do anything, truly nothing at all. He insisted on holding me, and I struggled. I struggled with all my might. You must believe me. You have to trust me. Lu Chenxi is somewhat perplexed. They are husband and wife, so why must she explain herself to him? Feeling a bit awkward, he shifts the topic. I came to check on you. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Did you hurt yourself when you fell? Should I call an orthopedic doctor to examine you? No need, I'm fine. No. Yin Mo suddenly retracts her statement. I have an issue. My heart sometimes hurts, and sometimes it doesn't, and the rhythm is erratic. Could you take a look for me? All right, let me listen. Lu Chenxi approaches, removing the stethoscope hanging around his neck. Although there is a cacophony of sounds through her clothing, in Qiao Jun's presence, he can only listen carefully from the outside, using his expertise. At this moment, Yin Mo appears entirely different, embodying the demeanor of a shy young woman. The instant the stethoscope touches her heart, her face flushes, and her expression becomes flustered, her heart racing wildly. Lu Chenxi glances at her. Do not be nervous. Oh, Yin Mo takes a deep breath. Qiao Jun, seated elegantly on the chair beside the bed with his left leg crossed over his right, observes them with a cold gaze, his right hand slowly rotating the ring on his left ring finger. This is his small habit, particularly when he is utterly exasperated. Lu Chenxi removed the stethoscope and remarked, Your heart sounds perfectly normal. If you truly feel unwell, I shall call the nurse to conduct an electrocardiogram shortly. Do I still need to be hospitalized? Can I stay a few more days? A few more days? What I mean is, I am deeply concerned that I might faint again. After all, this heart does not belong to me, and I fear there may be further complications. Therefore, I wish to undergo a comprehensive cardiac examination to ensure that everything is indeed in order before I am discharged. Chapter 8. An Erroneous Approach. 1. Yin Mo's selfishness was undeniably blatant, a fact that Lu Chenxi had long since perceived. Yet, he found himself perplexed by her motives. As a physician, he felt it inappropriate to refuse a patient's request. Thus he smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall make the arrangements for you. Thank you. As long as I do not leave the hospital or return to the Qiao family, I am content, she thought. Yan Montag vechet Lu Chenxi depart, her gaze lingering on the door where he had vanished. As a chill crept in from behind her, She turned to glare at Qiao Jun. Your working hours have commenced. Take your leave. I shan't see you off. Qiao Jun remained unmoved, his intense gaze fixed upon her. Suddenly, he declared, I believe you are not Domin. Yenmo's eyes sparkled with surprise. So, does that mean you are willing to divorce me? No. Qiao Jun raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. I intend to make you obediently mine. Yenmo's expression darkened immediately. Qiao Jun, what exactly do you mean? One moment you accuse me of theft, the next you prevent others from bullying me, then you take advantage of me, and now you acknowledge that I am not your sister. Why then? Do you wish for me to be your woman? Have you developed feelings for me? Last night, when I answered that question, you became unexpectedly animated, entirely different from before. Is it because I once accidentally wandered into your ward as a child and offered you a few comforting words that you found yourself drawn to me? And when I hastily returned to America, your sister coincidentally fell ill, bearing an uncanny resemblance to me, both in appearance and voice, leading you to mistake her for me and marry her. Yet, upon discovering she was not me, you grew to despise her. Now that you know the truth, that it is I, do you wish to confine me and make me your woman? Were you implying with your accusation of theft? Ha ha ha! Yan Montauk scoffed. Are you really suggesting that I have stolen your heart? Qiao Jun listened patiently to her incessant chatter, remaining silent, neither confirming nor denying her words. Faced with his indifference, Yan Mo suddenly felt as though she had stumbled upon a faulty mechanism. Hey, could you at least respond? Regret washed over her. Could it be that he had indeed spoken the truth? What was she to do next? How could she bring this to a close? Qiao Jun's deep-set eyes remained locked on her, the cerulean depths growing increasingly profound, instilling a sense of anxiety and fear within her. Yan Mo silently pleaded, praying, please, deny it, deny it. At last, Qiao Jun stirred, abruptly rising to his feet. Yan Mo instinctively held her breath. He advanced slowly toward her. Yet he did not halt before her. Instead, he cast a burning glance in her direction, brushed past her shoulder, and exited the ward. With a soft click, the door closed behind him, leaving Yan Mo alone within the room. She stood in a daze for what felt like an eternity, nearly a minute passing before she regained her senses, turning to face the now closed door. What did he mean? Was he truly leaving just like that? Alas, it appears that the situation has reached a critical juncture. Yan Mo possesses a peculiar ability to evoke the essence of a wild wolf, and before her, a vivid image materializes, one of herself being devoured alive. At the Qiaoya group, Qiao Jun stands beneath the showerhead, cleansing her body while reflecting on Yan Mo's expression upon encountering Lu Chenxi. Some truths are inescapable. She genuinely loves that man, yet harbors a profound disdain for herself. She is not Domin. She is unequivocally Yan Mo, the little girl who, in his moments of blindness and darkness, was the sole source of light. 18 years ago, he misidentified her, and now, 18 years later, she astonishingly finds a semblance of resurrection within his wife. This must be fate. She belongs to him, without a doubt. Knock. Knock, knock. The bathroom door is rapped thrice, followed by Su Bin's voice. President Qiao. The call is connected. Qiao Jun turns off the shower and strides out of the bathroom. Su Bin retrieves the bathrobe hanging on his forearm and drapes it over Qiao Jun's shoulders. Clad in the robe, she approaches her desk, settles into the executive chair, and, phone in hand, leans back, her voice cold. Director Lu. President Qiao, I apologize. I was in the midst of a surgery and didn't realize you were calling. It's quite all right. Saving lives is your vocation. Is there something urgent that prompted your call? I wish to inquire how Yin Chongqing suffered his stroke. You mean Chairman Yin? He experienced a cerebral hemorrhage triggered by the shock of learning about his daughter's demise. Yet, as far as I know, Yin Chongqing has always enjoyed robust health. That is indeed the case, but strokes can be unpredictable, often striking without warning. A glint of frigid intensity flashes in Qiao Jun's eyes. Director Lu, I've heard that you are seeking to expand the hospital and have approached Yin Chongqing, your future father-in-law, for investment, only to be met with a rather blunt refusal, which must have left you rather embarrassed. What exactly are you implying, President Qiao? Qiao Jun smirks. What I am suggesting is that I can invest in your hospital. What? However, Regarding the future treatment of Yin Chongqing, you must heed my counsel, that is not feasible. Why not? I had presumed you to be a man of intelligence, sparing us both the need for extensive discourse, yet I find your mind regrettably sluggish. If I had not uncovered certain insights into the cause of Yin Chongqing's stroke, why I have taken the trouble to discuss this matter with you? If you aspire for Lu-S Medical to become the preeminent hospital in the capital, you must acquiesce to my terms. Otherwise, I assure you, within a year, I shall render your establishment utterly non-existent in this city. It is evident that Director Lu gasps in shock over the phone, then replies in a subdued tone, "Very well, I accept your terms." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jun remains silent and promptly disconnects the call. Subin has prepared a brand new suit. While assisting her in dressing, he remarks, "President Xiao, Miss Wang just called, expressing a desire to dine with you this evening. I have no time. You have already declined her invitation 13 times. Qiao Jun fixes him with a cold gaze. Subin immediately lowered his head, acknowledging, "I spoke out of turn. I shall inform Miss Wang that you are unavailable." Qiao Jun averted his gaze, adjusted his cufflinks, and then picked up the documents regarding Yin Mo abroad, studying them intently. At the hospital, ever since Qiao Jun's departure, Yin Mo's mind was consumed with thoughts of him. His indifference, his domineering nature, his relentless pursuit, along with his handsome visage and his silent exit lingered in her memory. If he truly harbored feelings for her, he would not have chosen divorce. Had he remained married, she would forever hold the title of the eldest young master's wife of the Qiao family. Given his status and position, winning her over would have been an effortless endeavor. Chapter 9. You have something unclean on your lips, 1. No. She must hasten to reveal the truth to Lu Chenxi. Not solely for her own sake, but for the safety of her father, she needs to enlist his help. Hastily departing the hospital room, she caught hold of a nurse and inquired, "Where's Dr. Lu now?" The nurse informed her that Dr. Lu had been on duty the previous night, and, if he hadn't returned home to rest, he should be in the break room. "Thank you." Yin Mo was quite familiar with this hospital and swiftly located the break room. However, she did not knock on the door nor barge in recklessly. She considered that he might be sleeping, recalling that he had also been on duty the night before. Although he had often been absorbed in his work, he had never subjected himself to such exhaustion. It was evident that he was struggling to cope with her supposed death, using work as a means to numb his feelings. That was just the kind of person he was. Gently, she opened the door and quietly stepped inside. Indeed, Lu Chenxi lay on the bed. Yin Mo stood at the bedside, gazing at his sleeping face. He was as he had always been, frowning slightly in his sleep, as if he were still diligently performing surgery in his dreams. She reached out her hand, her fingers not making contact, but instead tracing the contours of his face, as though caressing him, gliding from his forehead down the bridge of his nose, finally resting upon his lips. She recalled similar moments from the past, watching him sleep and becoming entranced by his lips, slowly leaning in closer. Suddenly, she found her lips pressed against his. Lu Chenxi's fingers stirred slightly. In truth, he had awakened the moment she entered, but he was utterly fatigued, his eyelids heavy and unyielding, so he feigned sleep. Yet, he never anticipated that she would kiss him. Yin Mo blushed and straightened up, shyly touching her lips, her face aglow with happiness as she regarded him. "Chenxi, when you awaken, I have something of utmost importance to tell you. You must believe me, you must." "What is it?" Lu Chenxi was curious, yet he could not immediately rouse himself. Yin Mo remained seated at his bedside, her gaze fixed upon his gentle face. As time passed, Lu Chenxi succumbed to an overwhelming drowsiness, slipping back into slumber. In the hospital, there was typically only one way for him to awaken. "Doctor, the patient in bed 2 has suddenly deteriorated. You must come at once." The nurse spoke through a crack in the door, unaware of Yin Mo's presence. Lu Chenxi's eyes flew open, and he instinctively replied, "I'll be there right away." He hurriedly rose, nearly colliding with Yin Mo Misto. Yin Mo smiled. "Dr. Lu, you're awake. What are you doing here? I came to find you about something." "What is it?" Yan Montak hesitated. "My matter can wait. You should attend to the patient first." Lu Chenxi nodded. "All right, once I stabilize the patient's condition, I will come to find you." Lu Chenxi left in haste. Yan Montak sighed in disappointment. Each time she wished to confide in him, an interruption would occur. Could this be an omen of some sort? Feeling despondent, Yin Mo returned to the hospital room, only to find Qiao Jun already seated in a chair, facing the door. His eyes, cold and unyielding like ancient ice, regarded her with a chilling intensity. A wave of unease washed over Yin Mo. "What are you doing here?" she inquired. Qiao Jun offered no response, his gaze fixating ominously on her lips, his expression darkening perilously. Taking a deep breath, Yin Mo urged Qiao Jun, "I believe we should have a mature conversation to resolve the issues between us." Suddenly, Qiao Jun's brows knitted together, and his lips moved slightly. "You have something dirty on your mouth." "What?" Yin Mo instinctively wiped her lips. "There's more," he added. She wiped again, more vigorously this time. Without warning, Qiao Jun rose and strode toward her, cradling her head in his hands, his voice cold. "Let me help you." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yin Mo attempted to push him away, but his weight pinned her down. One of his hands gripped the back of her head, rendering her immobile. In a desperate bid, she tried to bite him. The metallic taste of blood filled the air as Qiao Jun deepened the kiss, as if he were trying to consume her. Yin Mo felt herself suffocating, her strength waning as her body began to slide down. Qiao Jun steadied her with one arm around her waist. Dizzy and disoriented, Yin Mo was on the brink of losing consciousness when he finally released her lips. Gasping for air, she exclaimed, "You were spying on me?" Qiao Jun licked the blood from his lips, replying, "What can I say? My wife has been quite indiscreet. You are the one being indiscreet. I have told you countless times that I am not your wife." "Not your wife?" Qiao Jun's penetrating gaze seemed to see through her, as he murmured from head to toe, "Aside from this heart, where else are you not mine?" Yin Mo retorted, "You clearly stated you believed I was not my sister. So what? Regardless of who you are, you belong to me." Having regained some strength, Yin Mo pushed against him, but Qiao Jun tightened his grip, his voice low and menacing. "Do you still wish to save your father?" Shocked, she stared at him. "How do you know my father is in danger? You mentioned it in your dreams. Are you trying to use my father to threaten me?" Qiao Jun's lips curled slightly. "You are far more intelligent than your sister, yet you lack a restraint. I must remind you, should you defy me, not only will your father be at risk, but also Lu Chenxi, Lu Medical, and your entire Yin family will not be spared. You are despicable and shameless." Leaning closer, Qiao Jun spoke softly. Such words are best reserved for the bedroom. "Do not misbehave in public." Enraged, Yin Mo retorted, "I misspoke this morning. You do not like me at all. You merely view me as an object to possess. Indeed, I have never faltered in my pursuits. You scoundrel! Enough of this banter. Let us speak of serious matters." Suddenly, Qiao Jun released her and gracefully returned to his chair, then calmly uttered his domineering decree. "From this moment forth, you are prohibited from disclosing your association with Yin Mo to Lu Chenxi, nor are you to provide him with any hints in his presence, much less allow him to discern it. Although I am quite eager for you to be discharged immediately, a comprehensive cardiac examination would be prudent. I cannot bear to witness you fainting once more. However, you shall not remain here for more than 3 days. After that, you must return home, and that is my utmost concession." Chapter 10. A gift for you, one. Yin Mo felt an overwhelming reluctance. Yet she could not gamble with her father's life. "Will you truly save my father?" she inquired with certainty. "I have already discussed with Dean Liu. Starting today, all doctors and nurses treating your father must be personally designated by me. No one else is permitted to approach him. And my stepmother? Do not worry about that. As long as you behave, I will enlist the best lawyer to reclaim your rightful guardianship." "Can you really accomplish that?" "As I mentioned, everything depends on your performance." Yin Mo furrowed her brows in distress, internally wrestling with her thoughts. "All right," she resolved. "I promise not to disclose my identity as Yin Mo to Chunxi." Chunxi? Qiao Jun expressed dissatisfaction with that title. Yin Mo quickly corrected herself. "I meant Dr. Liu." The azure in Qiao Jun's eyes softened somewhat. He lowered his voice and commanded, "Come here." Yin Mo stood her ground defiantly. Qiao Jun reiterated his command, "Come here." Clenching her fists, she reluctantly took a step forward, slowly kneeling beside him. Qiao Jun patted his thigh with his right hand, instructing, sit here. Yin Mo could no longer contain herself. Qiao Jun, do not go too far. There are worse things. He replied, you, disobedient so soon? Yin Mo glared at him fiercely, gritting her teeth. With determination, she stepped forward and gradually settled on his lap. Qiao Jun regarded her anger with appreciation, his lips curling into a slow smile as he commanded, kiss me. Yin Mo's eyes blazed with fury. He was doing this on purpose. Having someone watch her, making such outrageous demands. He was demonstrating his power over her, warning her. He was not only a complete jerk, but also a loathsome creature. Why wouldn't he just disappear? 100 deaths would be too good for him. Yet, she found herself unable to resist. For the first time in her life, she compromised and actively approached a man other than Lu Chenxi. Then, under his triumphant gaze, she gently pressed her lips against his. Qiao Jun's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. He wrapped his large hand around her waist and softly pecked her lips again, praising her good girl. Yin Mo swallowed her indignation with great effort. Can I stand up now? She asked. No. What more do you want? I want to give you a gift. A gift? Qiao Jun loosened his tie. Yin Mo suddenly felt anxious. What do you intend to do? Qiao Yun Mitz. I dislike the way you look at Lu Chenxi. So, for the next 3 days, you must keep your eyes covered. You cannot remove the blindfold. Not even when you sleep. Yin Mo, irritated, retorted, what about washing my face? Should I wear it while doing that? You reminded me. From now on, I will come and help you untie it every morning and evening. Morning and evening? It would be dangerous to shower without sight. Unless you wish for me to let you assist me with that? No, thank you. Yin Mo immediately refused. Qiao Jun revels in this flirtatious dynamic. I am your husband. It is only natural. Qiao Jun, do not overstep your bounds. I am a person of principles, and I have faced death once. If you push me too far, I shall certainly retaliate with all my might. Many have sought to challenge me, yet I persist in living my life unscathed. Qiao Jun appears to have had his fill of the game, as he picks up a black cloth. Allow me to blindfold you. Yin Mo takes a deep breath, and then closes her eyes. Qiao Jun gently covers her eyes, as if in an embrace, tying a knot at the back of her head that only he can undo, then takes her hand. You may rise now. Yin Mo, almost fleeing, quickly stands up. Qiao Jun leads her to the bedside, urging her to sit, then leans in closely and whispers, do you remember what you once told me? Do not be afraid. Consider it a game of hide and seek. Once the procedure is over, you shall emerge victorious. Yin Mo recalls that moment. I never said not to be afraid. You truly are her. Is it amusing for you to test me repeatedly? Indeed, it is amusing, but I have matters to attend to. Be cautious. Do not wander carelessly and injure yourself. Yin Mo disregards him. Though she cannot see his expression, she hears his footsteps gradually receding, followed by the door opening and then closing. Has he truly left? Surely he is not toying with her once more? She extends her hands, feeling the air, and rises from the bed. Regardless of his departure, she longs to visit the restroom and brush her teeth multiple times. Qiao Jun exits the ward, striding purposefully down the corridor. Lu Chenxi happens to approach from the opposite direction. Qiao Jun does not glance his way, continuing to walk briskly past him as though they were strangers. Lu Chenxi turns to look at him, then remains silent for a few moments before resuming his pace toward Yin Mo's room, knocking on the door. Top, top, top. This time as before. There is no response from within. Lu Chenxi knocks twice more and then opens the door. The room is empty, yet sounds of splashing water emanate from the restroom. He immediately heads in that direction. Yin Mo, blindfolded, has inadvertently stepped on a mop and fallen, colliding with an object on the floor, leaving her in a flurry as she tries to regain her footing. Lu Chenxi rushes over to his sister. Yin Mo, sensing the touch, immediately inquires, who is it? It is I, Chenxi? No, that will not do. She cannot address him in that manner. Who knows where Qiao Jun's spies might be lurking? In a panic, she quickly corrects herself and pushes his hand away. Dr. Lu, I am fine. Lu Chenxi's hand halts in midair. He glances at his hand and then back at her covered eyes. What is wrong with your eyes? Nothing much, Yin Mo replies coldly, feeling her way along the sink to support herself. Lu Chenxi continues. If your eyes are uncomfortable, I can take you to see an ophthalmologist. No need. I truly have no issues. I am merely. Yin Mo hesitated, reluctantly uttering the forthcoming title. I was playing a game with my husband, as you have observed. This is his tie. He occasionally harbors peculiar little quirks that ordinary people do not possess. Lu Chenxi awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and extended his hand towards her once more. Allow me to escort you to the hospital bed. Do not touch me, Yin Mo exclaimed, taking a step back in agitation and then feeling along the wall. I can walk by myself. Lu Chenxi observed her cautiously navigating her way out of the restroom, carefully making her way to the hospital bed. He increasingly sensed that something was amiss. She was markedly different from her usual self. After she settled down, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired. You mentioned you had something to discuss with me in the lounge. What is it? Chapter 11, Brother Jun. Save me. Yin Mo's lips quivered with emotion as she struggled to voice her thoughts. She yearned to convey her feelings, yet found herself unable to articulate them. Clenching her fists and sealing her lips, she eventually spoke again. I merely wish to inquire about my father's condition. However, it seems unnecessary now. I apologize for having troubled you with this visit. I would like to rest. May I ask you to leave? Lu Chenxi was taken aback by her abrupt dismissal. He paused momentarily before responding. Of course, I shall not disturb your rest. I will take my leave. He rose and made his way to the door, but his steps faltered suddenly. Memories of her secret kiss in the lounge flooded his mind, and he longed to ask her the reason behind her actions. Ultimately, he opened the door and departed. Upon hearing the door close, Yin Mo, filled with frustration, seized the pillow beside her and hurled it to the ground. Qiao Yun, just you wait. One day, I shall make you pay. In the Bentley parked outside the hospital, Qiao Jun observed Yin Mo through the surveillance monitor, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he listened to her words. Su Bin, glancing at the rearview mirror, noted his improved mood and ventured to speak. Mr. Qiao, Miss Wang just called again, expressing concern about your mother's health and hoping you would return to see her. Qiao Jun's expression instantly turned frigid. Su Bin, Zumoning courage, inquirit. Will you be returning then? After a brief silence, Qiao Jun coldly uttered 2 words, drive. In the master bedroom of the Qiao residence on the 2nd floor, Qiao Jun stood by the bed, gazing at the ailing LV Hongzhuang, who feigned illness with soft moans. Ah, Juner, you've returned, she said. Qiao Jun remained silent, merely observing her. LV Hongzhuang continued, you need not worry about mother. This is merely a feigned illness, nothing serious. Man is being overly dramatic. Huang Man, seated beside the bed, affectionately called out, and Qiao Jun continued to stand in silence. LV Hongzhuang gently patted Huang Man's hand. Man is a good child. Although not my biological niece, she has been by my side, caring for me throughout these years. It is unfortunate that in her prime, she must tend to this old woman. Juner, you should not be so consumed by work. Take her out to enjoy life when you can. Mo, Qiao Yun interjected coldly. If you are fine, I shall return to my room. You child. Before LV Hongzhuang could finish her sentence, Qiao Jun turned and strode away. Huang Man watched his retreating figure, anxious. Aunt, do you think Juner has realized you are pretending to be ill? Whether he realizes it or not. As long as he returns, that is what matters. Even upon his return, he does not acknowledge me. He didn't spare me a glance just now. Don't be upset, dear. I have it all figured out. With that girl absent these days, as long as you and Juner achieve a good outcome and have a child, I will ensure he marries you. At that time, you need not worry about him not keeping an eye on you. Child? Huang Man blushed suddenly. Aunt, what are you saying? There is no need for embarrassment. Do you not wish to bear Juner's child? Huang Man lowered her head, murmuring, I do. Then that settles it. Hurry to the kitchen and serve the soup to Juner. Huang Man furrowed her brows once more. Brother Jun has never touched anything I've given him. If he refuses to drink, you shall consume it instead. Me drink? She replied. Her aunt had already orchestrated everything. Once you step into Jun's room, the door will be locked from the outside. Men, after all, will never turn down a beautiful woman who comes to them unbidden. In that moment, with the influence of the medicine, you should take the initiative. Brother Jun is bound to lose control. Huang Man, feeling nervous, pondered for a moment before shyly replying, I will listen to my aunt. Exactly, go on. A few minutes later, knock, knock, knock. Guomin. Huang Man entered Qiao Jun's bedroom, carrying the soup she had prepared. Qiao Jun was seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone call, stating, Director Liu, no need to be polite. Let be as such. He hung up and picked up some documents. Huang Man stood before him. Brother Jun, this is the soup my aunt asked me to bring you. You're always so busy. Drink a bowl to nourish yourself. Qiao Jun offered no response, not even lifting his gaze. Huang Man set the soup down and poured a bowl. Brother Jun here. Qiao Jun still did not accept it. Huang Man cast her eyes down at the soup, taking a quiet breath. The soup my aunt made smells delightful. If you won't drink, I shall. With that, she took a large sip and looked back at Qiao Jun. Brother Jun, it truly tastes wonderful. You should give it a try. Once again, Qiao Jun did not look up, but he responded with a single word, get lost. Disheartened, Huang Man placed the bowl down. She feigned compliance as she walked towards the door, then pretended to panic. Brother Jun, why can't I open this door? Irritated, Qiao Jun finally set his documents aside and strode over. Indeed, the door was locked from the inside. Seizing the moment as the effects of the drug coursed through her, Huang Man collapsed into his arms, murmuring softly, Brother Jun, I feel so hot, hot. As she spoke, she tugged at her clothing, then grasped his lapel, her arms encircling his neck. Brother Jun, what is happening to me? I cannot control myself. Please help me. Save me. She leaned in, attempting to kiss him. Qiao Jun's tranquil demeanor remained undisturbed, even growing colder. Suddenly, he seized her wrist and led her to the floor-to-ceiling window. He reached to open it, but it too was locked. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick, shattering the 2-meter-high glass. The sound of crashing glass startled Huang Man. Qiao Jun continued to pull her towards the outdoor balcony, standing at its edge. Huang Man gasped, Brother Jun, what are you doing? Didn't you ask me to save you? As you wish, Qiao Jun declared, and with one forceful push, he sent her tumbling off the balcony. Ah! Huang Man screamed in terror. Beneath the balcony lay the fish pond once tended by Qiao Jun's father. With a sudden splash, Huang Man fell into the water, sending ripples through the pond and startling the precious koi, which scattered in haste. Unable to swim, she flailed desperately, calling out, Help, help, Brother Jun. Save me. Yet, in the very moment he had pushed her, Qiao Jun had already turned away, striding back into the house, heading straight for the bathroom. Next door, Qiao Yi, drawn by the commotion, opened the window to gaze at the pond. Huang Man was struggling weakly, gradually sinking beneath the surface. Liu Hongzhuang rushed over with others to rescue her, pulling her from the depths of the pond. Qiao Yi stifled a laugh, thinking, My brother is truly astonishingly cool on this bright and sunny morning. However, Yin Mo opened his eyes only to find himself enveloped in darkness. Chapter 12. As long as I can have you, one awake? Yin Mo jolted up in surprise. When did you arrive? Half an hour ago. What time is it? 7:30. You came to untie this, right? Could you do it a bit faster? I've worn it all night. My eyes are quite uncomfortable. Just wait a moment. First, have some breakfast. Breakfast? Indeed. Open your mouth. Rather than complying, Yin Mo instinctively recoiled. I just got up, and I have no appetite. I can eat by myself. There's no need to trouble you. Please untie this, so I can freshen up. Qiao Jun did not acquiesce. Instead, he reiterated, Open your mouth. Yin Mo felt a surge of frustration swelling within her. Reluctantly, she slightly parted her lips. Qiao Jun brought the breakfast to his mouth before slowly leaning closer, allowing the food to brush against her lips. Feeling the warm, soft substance along with a delightful aroma, she harbored no suspicion and took a bite, inadvertently grazing Qiao Jun's lips. Initially oblivious, she found the texture peculiar and, curiously, took another bite, fully kissing Qiao Jun. As she felt the contact, realization dawned upon her, and she immediately recoiled, exclaiming with half a mouthful. Qiao Jun preemptively interjected, Is it delicious? How could it possibly be delicious? She retorted, feeling nauseous. Qiao Jun continued, If you dare to vomit, I will ensure you consume an entire basket this way. Yin Mo was utterly exasperated. Internally cursing, she defiantly spat out the remnants in her mouth and declared, Come on, Who's afraid of whom? If you have the guts, keep feeding me like this. I guarantee that if I don't bite you to death, I will at least take a chunk out of your lips. And then we'll see how you kiss anyone afterward. Qiao Jun found her outrage amusing rather than infuriating, chuckling heartily. What is so funny? Yin Mo snapped, her frustration palpable. She did not expect to catch him, but she aimed to scratch him just to vent some of her ire. Qiao Jun pressed his lips together. Having practiced taekwondo and judo since childhood, he easily secured her hands with one of his and, with the other, untied the blindfold that obscured her vision. Finally, she was greeted by light. Yin Mo squinted as she adjusted to the brightness, and Qiao Jun's face immediately came into focus. He gazed at her, the corners of his mouth forming an enticing smile, his lips parting gently as he softly uttered, "Good morning, my dear." Yin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. She had long acknowledged his striking handsomeness, recognizing him as the most attractive man she had ever encountered. Yet, suddenly seeing his face adorned with a tender smile, coupled with his deep voice and those eyes that seemed to hold only her, left her utterly captivated. Qiao Jun raised the corners of his mouth once more. "Are you satisfied?" he inquired softly. "What?" Yin Montag responded, "That's it. Are you satisfied with your husband's visage?" Yin Mo abruptly regained her senses. She swiftly averted her gaze, wishing fervently to blind herself. How could she have been so entranced? I need to wash my face." Flustered, she leaped from the bed and dashed into the bathroom. Qiao Jun observed her demeanor, a subtle smile of amusement gracing the corners of his eyes. Yin Mo lingered in the bathroom for over half an hour, reluctant to emerge. Qiao Jun patiently awaited her, fully anticipating this behavior, and then he turned his attention to the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." The door to the hospital room swung open, and Lu Chenxi arrived as he had anticipated to conduct his rounds. He regarded Qiao Jun's indifferent expression, then glanced at the empty bed, softly inquiring, "Where's Miss Doe?" Qiao Jun offered no reply, though the sound of running water from the bathroom had already provided an answer. Lu Chenxi gradually acclimated to Qiao Jun's cold demeanor. He routinely retrieved the round sheet and Yin Mo's examination report from yesterday, muttering to himself, "Mr. Qiao, Miss Doe's cardiac examination from yesterday has yielded no abnormalities. As per her request, there will be a 24-hour ECG today. The nurse will bring the equipment shortly to assist her, and she will inform her of the necessary precautions. If the results remain clear the day after tomorrow, she will be discharged." Qiao Jun remained oblivious to him, his gaze fixed on the bathroom door. The instant it opened, he called out coldly, "Dr. Lu." Inside the bathroom, Yin Mo halted abruptly upon hearing Qiao Jun's voice, instinctively glancing at Lu Chenxi. But Qiao Jun expertly positioned himself at the door, obscuring her view, and continued, "I heard you have a blind date tonight?" Yin Mo was taken aback, and Lu Chenxi appeared equally surprised. "How did you know?" "During a phone call with Director Lu last night, he mentioned it." "Oh yes, that is indeed the case." Qiao Jun advanced a step. New romances can mend old wounds. Since the past is gone, what must be let go should be released, and what must be forgotten should be cast aside. Do not yearn for that which can never belong to you. His words were laden with implication, concluding with, "I wish you success on your blind date tonight." Lu Chenxi discerned the underlying message. It became clear that Qiao Jun's aloofness stemmed from a fear of him developing feelings for his wife, considering how strikingly similar they were. A sardonic smile crept onto his lips. "Thank you, Mr. Qiao. I shall take my leave." Lu Chenxi turned to depart, and the bathroom door swung open. Yin Mo, filled with agitation, demanded, "What blind date? What phone call? You pressured Uncle Lu to go on a blind date, didn't you?" Qiao Jun regarded her with a placid expression. He reached out to gently caress her furious face, reminding her, "Yin Mo, do not forget that you are my wife now. And do not forget that your father's life is in my hands." Yin Mo gritted her teeth, seething, "Qiao Jun, one day you will meet a most unfortunate end." Qiao Jun remained unfazed. "It matters not, as long as I can possess you." In a moment of rage, Yin Mo suddenly found herself calm. She averted her gaze from Qiao Jun and approached the bedside, where she retrieved her breakfast and consumed it bite by bite, satisfying her hunger. Without needing Qiao Jun's prompting, she gently closed her eyes. Qiao Jun found himself intrigued by her reaction. He was curious to see what she would do next. adjusting his tie once more. He softly remarked, "I'm off to work. I shall see you tonight." Yin Mo offered no response. Qiao Jun turned and departed. Chapter 13. This is impossible. 1. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening and then closing, Yin Mo began to think rapidly. She could no longer remain a passive victim. She must not allow herself to be led by him uncontested. However, in her current state, she was blind and powerless. She needed someone to assist her, someone whom she not only trusted, but who also possessed the requisite capability and social standing. One person came to mind. But how to make contact? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chinsi changed out of his white coat and arrived at the designated restaurant clad in a silver suit. At table number 3, a poised woman with flowing hair sat elegantly, her clear and beautiful eyes fixed on the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Chinsi, she nervously rose, placing her hands delicately on her abdomen, and greeted him with a smile. "Good evening, Mr. Lu." "Hello," Lu Chinsi replied succinctly. The woman continued, "My name is Rui, and that is not a nickname. I am indeed surnamed Rui, with as my given name. One can easily surmise from my name that my father longed for a son. Yet I have 2 younger sisters. I understand, your father told me. Your name is quite distinctive and memorable." "Thank you. You're welcome. Shall we sit down and converse?" "Of course." As they took their seats, dinner began to be served. Rui gazed intently at Lu Chinsi, hesitating for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Mr. Lu, although this is our first meeting, I have known of you for a while. I'm also a medical student, having just completed an internship in the United States. Next week, I will be transferring to your hospital. I have heard much about you, particularly your surgical prowess. And I am aware that you have a girlfriend with whom you share a strong bond. Unfortunately, I heard that she did not continue. Skipping ahead, I realize that you may find it difficult to accept a new romantic relationship at this time. My purpose in meeting you is not to pursue a romantic involvement. Rather, I hold great admiration and respect for you, and I wish to be your friend. Would that be acceptable?" Lu Chinsi regarded her earnest demeanor and suddenly inquired, "You mentioned transferring to our hospital. Which department?" "Cardiothoracic surgery. So we will be colleagues?" "Yes. If you are willing, let us begin as colleagues." "I am willing," Rui responded without hesitation. Lu Chinsi smiled faintly, his warmth akin to that of a piece of white jade. Rui felt her heart flutter. In the hospital room, Yin Mo was restless. She was deeply concerned about what would happen if the woman meeting Lu Chinsi tonight turned out to be his type. What if she were more accomplished than herself? What if Lu Chinsi fell for her? No, she had to find a way to intervene. With a soft click, the door to the hospital room opened, and Yin Mo turned to face Qiao Jun, who entered. She was under surveillance, rendering her unable to contact that person openly. However, Qiao Jun possessed something that could facilitate communication. She had to obtain it tonight. Qiao Jun stood before Yin Mo. Although his eyes were obscured, he sensed that she seemed somewhat different this evening. Yin Mo listened to the approaching footsteps and coldly remarked, "I am wearing a box today, making it impossible for me to bathe. There is no need for you to untie it. You may leave." At this moment, Lu Chinsi must have already encountered that woman. "Are you not curious about their current situation?" "Of course I am," Yin Mo boldly admitted. Qiao Jun stepped closer, his expression somber, yet he generously offered, "I can reveal to you who that woman is." "Who?" Yin Mo remained audacious. "Her name is She is 22 years old and also a cardiovascular surgeon, having just returned from an internship in the United States. She will be transferring to this hospital next week. She is an exceptionally pure, beautiful, lovely, and kind-hearted woman. Her father owns a pharmaceutical factory, and she shares a compatible family background and interests with Lu Chinsi. More importantly, she is very fond of him, and I believe it won't be long before they become a happy couple." As Yin Mo listened to his ceaseless praises for this woman, she suddenly laughed. "Since she is so wonderful, why don't you keep her for yourself?" "You don't know?" Qiao Jun retorted sharply. Yin Mo turned away in silence. "I'm tired. You should go back." As she spoke, she groped her way to the bedside. Over the past few days, she had completely familiarized herself with the room. She knew that taking 3 steps forward would lead her to the bed. Today, she had intentionally dropped her medicine bottle, which landed by the bedside. Counting in her mind, 1 step, 2 steps, she stepped down according to her memory, landing precisely on the bottle causing her to slip and lean backward. Qiao Jun, noticing her impending fall, swiftly rushed to support her. Mo knew he would do this. "Let go of me," she protested, still unsteady as she began to struggle. Qiao Jun held her firmly to prevent another fall. Mo deliberately continued to struggle, making her balance even more precarious, causing both her and Qiao Jun to tumble onto the adjacent hospital bed, allowing him to ambiguously press against her. As she shouted, "Get off! Don't touch me!" she pushed against him with her hands, exploring his body, and amidst the chaos, reached into his suit pocket to retrieve his phone, pressing it beneath her back. Qiao Jun furrowed his brow, capturing her hands and pinning them atop her head in a gesture of surrender. "Stop fooling around. I merely wish to assist you, and I will not touch you tonight." "Tonight?" Qiao Jun freed one hand to loosen the tie covering her eyes, gazing deeply into her eyes as he solemnly stated, "There is something you may not know. Although I have been married to your sister for 3 years, I have never laid a hand on her. Therefore, you must prepare yourself psychologically from this moment forward. I will make every effort not to hurt you." Mo's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Impossible. How could you not have? With my sister? What I truly desired was you. On the night of our marriage, I posed the same question to your sister. Yet she spent 3 whole years without answering it." Mo still could not believe it. "This is impossible. This is impossible. Perhaps I should prove it to you," Qiao Jun declared, his hands suddenly reaching beneath her. Mo immediately twisted her body, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" "I wish to have you personally experience whether that substance still resides within you." Mo was utterly flustered. I believe. There is no need for proof. I trust you. I will believe whatever you say." Qiao Jun halted his hand, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his lips. "You should have been this obedient from the very beginning. Ya monta composite herself. You may rise now, correct? Your weight is quite uncomfortable for me." Chapter 14. Encountering the Unseen. 1. There's no rush. "I feel rather comfortable." He deliberately pressed his entire body against hers. Mo dared not move. "You just mentioned that you wouldn't touch me tonight, yet you have been touching me since earlier. Are you attempting to engage in a game of semantics?" "I merely believe that a true man should honor his word. Otherwise, even if you possess me, I could never hold you in esteem." Provoked by her words, Qiao Jun found himself, for the first time in his life, forced to concede defeat. "What an intriguing woman." "Very well," he replied, rising to his feet. Mo also sat up, discreetly tucking her phone into the waistband at her back, then announced, "I'm going to the restroom." With that, she strode away. Watching her, Qiao Jun felt a slight reaction from their recent intimacy. To suppress the surge of desire, he approached the window, took out a cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a long plume of smoke. He then returned the lighter to his pocket, but suddenly sensed something amiss and checked his pocket again, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. His phone was missing. So that was it. In the restroom, Mo retrieved her phone but did not dial a number, as she had memorized only Lu Chenxi's and her father's numbers. However, in this era of WeChat, she quickly logged into her account, found someone named Duan Jia, and sent her a message. "Duan Mu, come out." 3 seconds later, a reply came. "Is this a scam? It's Mo, impossible. My Mo passed away a month ago. You're the one who's dead. Stop joking. Is it really okay to say such things? I know what you want. I'll send you a red envelope." The next moment, a red envelope indeed arrived. Mo instinctively tapped it. "Damn, 1 cent. Then Duan Jia sent 3 more messages in quick succession. "Is that enough? I have more. I want to let you off easily." Frustrated, Mo felt like throwing her phone. Her fingers furiously tapped the screen. "You little brat. Have you forgotten how in college you hated doing laundry and constantly wore my underwear? Have you forgotten that time you and your first boyfriend went to a hotel and he couldn't find the entrance for half an hour because he was inexperienced? And there's that secret only you and I know. You once told me. Mo, I want to die. I truly want to die. Living is such a torment." After sending that message, Mo waited as Duan Jia remained silent for a full minute before responding. Mo, is it really you? Am I seeing things?" Mo was about to type "You're the one who has seeing things," but reconsidered, knowing she needed to explain more, so she deleted it and retyped. "Indeed. I am a ghost. I am so angry. Tonight, Chenzi went on a blind date with a woman named Rayer. I am heartbroken. It has been less than a year since I passed, and he seeks solace elsewhere. You must tell him personally, face to face, that for at least a year, he is not to take an interest in any other woman. Absolutely not. If he dares to associate with any woman, especially that one named Rayer, I shall haunt him and you, even in death. What does that have to do with me? Don't involve me in this. I entrust this matter to you. I will seek you out again. Don't mention it, wait. Please, do not seek me out. I fear ghosts. Yin Mo logged off, quickly stowing her phone away before opening the door, only to find Qiao Jun smoking by the window. She despised men who smoked and loathed the acrid scent of tobacco. Yet, there he stood, tall and composed, his posture impeccably straight with languid eyes. His slender fingers casually held a half-burnt cigarette, his lips gently clasping it as he inhaled deeply, exhaling wisps of white smoke that curled gracefully in the air. Every movement of his bore the finesse of a meticulously crafted painting, exuding an elegance that was truly captivating. Upon hearing the door open, Qiao Jun turned his head. The moment he laid eyes on her, he extinguished the cigarette and apologized. The craving struck me. Just a couple of puffs, but I shall quit soon. Why quit? Yen Montak in Kviot. Because you detest smokers, he replied. Yen Mo, taken aback, asked, how do you know? I took the time to peruse your profile over the past few days. Not only do I know you dislike smokers, but I also discovered your fondness for white. Your love for dogs, which you have refrained from keeping due to their shorter lifespans compared to humans. You abhor the feeling of parting with them. Furthermore, you always pick out the scallions from your meal, not because you cannot abide their flavor, but because you dislike the sensation of chewing them. However, the most amusing revelation is your utter lack of musical talent. I watched several videos that your friends shared. Your singing is truly Qiao Junrong. As the phrase a cacophony of wails would have been a generous description. Yin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. What does my lack of musical ability have to do with you? I have no intentions of becoming a singer, and don't you find such scrutiny rather disrespectful? I merely wish to understand you better. There is no need for such invasive understanding. Yin Mo's tone was always blunt, yet Qiao Jun never exhibited a hint of anger. Instead, he stepped closer, gazing at her tenderly, with a hint of indulgence in his voice. Since you disapprove, I shall adopt a different approach. Yin Mo abhorred his gaze and words. She averted her eyes, but couldn't help but notice the faint dark circles under his eyes. Not wanting to dwell on him, she promptly closed her eyes. I am tired. Please finish up and return quickly. This time, Qiao Jun refrained from further conversation, gently readying the blindfold over her eyes. As Yin Mo took a tentative step forward, unsteadily swaying, Qiao Jun readily offered his support. Seizing the moment, she slipped her phone back into his pocket. This time, he noticed clearly but chose not to expose her. As always, he guided her to the bedside, softly stating, I shall take my leave now. See you in the morning. The sound of the door creaking open reached Yin Mo's ears, and she found herself inexplicably compelled to call out. Wait a moment. Qiao Jun paused, turning back with an expression of mild surprise. What is it? He inquired. Yin Mo hesitated. There's no need to quit smoking. A smile blossomed at the corners of Qiao Jun's mouth. He did not inquire further, obediently replying, as you wish. Upon departing from the hospital, Qiao Jun settled into the car, savoring Yin Mo's final words. Mr. Qiao, will you be returning to the company or heading back to the Qiao residence? Subin's voice interrupted his pleasant reverie. He furrowed his brow slightly before coldly commanding, bring me the computer. Chapter 15. I wish to meet someone. 1. Subin handed over the laptop to him. Qiao Jun connected his phone and swiftly typed on the keyboard, cracking Yin Mo's WeChat password in mere seconds. He logged into WeChat and began reviewing the chat history. Duen Mujie. Subin heard Qiao Jun softly utter this name and promptly interjected. During my investigation into Miss Yin, I discovered that she and Miss Duan Mu were university classmates. Though they often quarreled, their bond was exceptionally strong. Moreover, Miss Duan Mu hails from a notably unique family background. Her mother tragically passed away during childbirth. Yet she was born into the care of 3 fathers, her biological father, a stepfather, and a godfather. These 3 men are the titans of the San Yuan Consortium, and since they have no other daughters, Many esteemed young men aspire to marry her. However, it is rumored that her 3 fathers seem to favor only 3 potential sons-in-law. The second young master of the Qin Group, the chief executive of Dream Building Entertainment, and the last one. He paused, casting a glance at Qiao Jun in the rearview mirror. Is you. There is no flicker of emotion on Qiao Jun's face. 3 years ago, before his marriage, he had collaborated with San Yuan, during which Duan Muji, his stepfather, had indeed hinted at such intentions. But he had chosen to ignore them. Yan Mo seeking her assistance was, therefore, within his expectations. He had never feared San Yuan 3 years ago. How could he now? Closing the laptop, Qiao Jun suddenly leaned back and closed his eyes. Subin turned to look at him. His earlier inquiries had now found answers. He would neither return to the company nor go home. He intended to remain here, in front of the Liu family residence. As Liu Chenxi's car was about to enter the grand gate, Duan Mujia unexpectedly dashed out to stop his vehicle. Liu Chenxi exited the car, puzzled. Duan Mujia hurriedly approached him. Chenxi, there's a ghost. Mo has contacted me as a ghost. What are you saying? There are no ghosts in this world. It's true. Look. Duan Mujia produced her phone, showing him the chat history, deliberately pointing out the time. Liu Chenxi appeared somewhat skeptical. Could it be that someone hacked Xiao Mo's WeChat account to play a trick on you? Impossible. There are certain things only she and I know. Perhaps she confided in someone before her passing. Do you believe she was that kind of person? Liu Chenxi fell silent. He did not believe it. Yet, if that were not the case, could it be that Yin Mo had truly transformed into a ghost? Or had she returned from the dead? Returned from the dead? The phrase suddenly struck Liu Chenxi, reminding him of what Do Min had said that night, asking if he believed in such a thing. Following that, her behavior, her gaze, her kiss, each was inexplicably baffling. Could it be? Impossible. He shook his head. Duan Mujia regarded him. What's wrong? What's impossible? Nothing. I will get to the bottom of this matter. Besides this, there's another issue. Did you truly go on a blind date with someone named Rue Air? I must inform you that Mo has unequivocally instructed me not to develop feelings for anyone within this year. She loved you profoundly in her lifetime, and one could consider this as a tribute to her memory. You ought to honor her final wish. I acknowledge that I indeed went on a blind date, yet I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with anyone. This is quite acceptable. As the night deepens, allow me to escort you home. And perhaps we might make a brief visit to the hospital. Must you work at such a late hour? I wish to see someone. Who might that be? Liu Chenxi did not respond, but instead circled the front of the car and opened the door to the passenger seat. Please get in. After safely delivering Duan Mujia home, Liu Chenxi hastened to the hospital with all due urgency. Upon arriving at the hospital in his Bentley, Subin immediately reported upon seeing Liu Chenxi. Mr. Qiao, doctor. Liu has arrived. Qiao Jun opened his eyes. His profound gaze followed Liu Chenxi's hurried steps, and he reopened the laptop that had rested on his lap, activating the ward surveillance system to observe Yin Mo, who was already reclined on the bed. Liu Chenxi's feet halted before the ward's door. This cannot be. It simply cannot be. It must not be. He incessantly murmured to himself, then hesitated before extending his hand to knock on the door. Talp, talp, tap. Yin Mo, not deeply asleep, instantly opened her eyes. She groped to sit up and inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I, Dr. Liu." "Chenxi?" Yin Mo, filled with excitement, nearly leaped from her bed to rush over, but the darkness before her reminded her of Qiao Jun's threat. She could not reveal her feelings, nor could she disclose anything to him. After adjusting her emotions, she responded coldly, "Please come in." Click. The door opened, and Liu Chenxi stepped inside, casting a heavy gaze upon her. As Yin Mo listened to his approaching footsteps, she curiously asked, "Dr. Liu, is there something of great importance that brings you to see me at such a late hour? During my last examination, I overlooked certain procedures, and I would like to conduct another checkup. I have a box with me today, and I feel perfectly fine. It is still prudent to confirm once more. However, it is rather late." "Miss Do," Liu Chenxi interrupted her insistently. "Please, allow me to examine you again." Yin Mo was perplexed by his demeanor. Yet because it was he, she acquiesced. Very well. Liu Chenxi's gaze remained fixed upon her face. Duan Mujiao once stated that some matters are known only to the two of them. "Miss Do, could you please stand up?" Stand up. This will yield a more accurate examination. He spoke untruthfully. Yan Mo harbored no doubts about him. She pulled back the covers, groped her way to the edge of the bed, and stood there. Lu Chenxi continued. Could you lend me one of your hands? Yan Mo complied, raising her left hand. Lu Chenxi's eyes were drawn to her left hand. Xiao Mo is a left-handed individual. However, I have not heard that Domin shares this trait. Yet, this alone does not serve as conclusive evidence. He extended his hand, pressing down on her left hand, then took hold of her right hand, gently placing it within his left palm. With his right arm, he affectionately encircled her waist. Tinged with a hint of reproach, he remarked, How many times must I tell you? It is the right hand, not the left. How is it that you remain so disoriented? Yan Mo was utterly taken aback. She comprehended the situation. He was not there to assist her in an examination, but rather to probe her, having already discerned that she was indeed Yan Mo. She parted her lips, yearning to disclose her identity, but she could not at that moment. She resolutely suppressed the urge to push him away. Dr. Lu, please maintain your composure. Lu Chenxi observed her reaction, shaking his head slightly. It is not her. It cannot be her. Chapter 16. Indeed, I'm Madman 1. I apologize, Miss Doe. He merely uttered an apology before turning away. At the hospital entrance, Qiao Jun remained fixated on the images on the screen, his azure pupils deepening with a furious crimson hue. Subin noticed Lu Chenxi exiting the hospital and entering his car. Mr. Qiao, Dr. Lu is leaving, he promptly announced. Qiao Jun abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing his stare on Lu Chenxi's vehicle. Crash into it, he commanded coldly. What? Subin thought he misheard, but Qiao Jun reiterated his icy command. Crash into it. Subin's expression darkened. His boss was always so willful. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he pressed the accelerator, aligning the car with the rear of Lu Chenxi's vehicle, carefully gauging the speed and force before colliding with it. With a loud bang, Lu Chenxi's car jolted violently, the rear crumpling upon impact, yet Qiao Jun's vehicle remained unscathed. Lu Chenxi emerged from the car, a gash on his forehead bleeding profusely. Subin hurriedly exited, but instead of checking on Lu Chenxi, he opened the back door. Qiao Jun stepped out, entirely unharmed. Lu Chenxi glared at him, striding forward. Mr. Qiao, the road is wide, and there are no others around. Why did you intentionally crash into me? Qiao Jun offered no response. Subin interjected with a smile. Dr. Lu, I was the one driving. My skills were lacking. It has nothing to do with our Mr. Qiao. Without his orders, how would you dare to act so recklessly? I already explained, my driving skills are at fault. It seems someone is in a foul mood. Lu Chenxi pointedly remarked at Qiao Jun. Qiao Jun's piercing gaze finally shifted, locking onto Lu Chenxi's eyes. His lips curled into a disdainful smirk. You are correct. I crashed into you because I am in a bad mood. You should consider yourself fortunate that it wasn't me driving. Otherwise, you would not be so lucky to stand here and converse with me. You are utterly unreasonable. This is my final warning. She is my woman. If you dare to lay a finger on her again, I shall demand your life in return. Madman. Qiao Jun took a sudden step towards him. Lu Chenxi struggled to maintain his ground. Qiao Jun's lips curled into a mocking smile. Indeed, I am the madman. With that, he turned disdainfully and walked away. Subin promptly opened the rear door. Qiao Jun entered the car, and Subin returned to the driver's seat. They drove off, leaving Lu Chenxi standing there, reeling not only from the blow to his head, but also from the pain in his chest. He was uncertain whether it was physical pain or anger that left him breathless. Damn it! He cursed at the empty street, kicking the now inoperable car in frustration. The following day, Yan Mo felt a twinge of anxiety about how to face Lu Chenxi. However, the morning rounds were conducted by other doctors, and Qiao Jun was absent, replaced by his assistant, Subin. Madam, Mr. Qiao was in a car accident last night. He asked me to inform you to bear with it today. He will come and take you home tomorrow. A quel accident? Yan Mo's lips moved instinctively. Is he all right? In response to her concern, Subin pursed his lips and lowered his head, then cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Jun, who had entered with him. Noticing the faint smile curling at the corners of Qiao Jun's mouth, he finally replied, Madam, there is no need to worry. President Qiao is fine. Realizing her excessive concern, Yin Mo immediately adopted a more aloof demeanor and responded, "Oh, madam, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go." Subin turned and departed. Inside the room, only the couple remained, while Yin Mo, her eyes covered, believed herself to be alone. "Oomph," she scoffed, muttering to herself. "A quel accident. Why didn't he perish? That would save me the trouble of a divorce, allow me to leave the Qiao family, reunite with Chen Shi, and even marry." Just as she uttered that last word, something struck her head. "Who?" she immediately questioned, yet received no reply. "Who is it?" Yin Mo, feeling anxious, began to search the air with her hands, speculating, "Qiao Jun, is it you?" But Qiao Jun remained silent. An idea sparked within her. "When you put this thing on me, you merely instructed me not to remove it, but did not mention that I couldn't lift it to take a look, so." She suddenly pulled off the blindfold, squinting to survey the empty hospital room. Was she mistaken? She checked the restroom again, finding no one. It was midsummer. Could have been an insect that bumped into her. Yin Mo's skepticism lingered, yet she recovered her eyes. Qiao Jun stepped out from behind her. His lips pressed together as he silently thought, "Fool." Much like the past few days, Yin Mo spent most of her time lying in bed, occasionally getting up to stretch. When boredom struck, she would flail about on the bed, continuously cursing Qiao Jun. Qiao Jun observed her, studying her every move, every frown and smile. However, she suddenly fell silent, sitting up and groping her way to the spot where she had stood face to face with Lu Chenxi the previous night. Mimicking her actions from last night, she extended her hand and stepped forward with her right foot, followed by her left. Qiao Jun instantly recognized that she was attempting to waltz. Many were aware of her lack of musicality and coordination, but only she and Lu Chenxi knew that on the day of her accident, she had unexpectedly requested to waltz with him at their wedding, astonishing everyone. Lu Chenxi had shown her a few times, yet she consistently extended the wrong hand and danced poorly, much like now, as her feet failed to cooperate, causing her to trip over herself. She exclaimed, tensing her body in preparation for an intimate encounter with the floor, but someone caught her. "Who?" she inquired, bewildered, yet Qiao Jun remained unresponsive. She reached out to feel. Qiao Jun grasped her reflexively extended left hand, mimicking Lu Chenxi's earlier actions, gently pressing it down, then lifting her right hand to rest in his palm before touching her waist. "Chenxi?" Yin Mo instinctively called out. A flicker of emotion passed between Qiao Jun's brows as he recalled her recent steps, gently guiding her body. Yin Mo's form swayed gracefully with his lead, and he maneuvered with such finesse that for the first time, she felt her body transform into a vessel of softness and lightness, as if her feet had been liberated from the burden of gravity. It seemed that by surrendering herself to him, he could elevate her into the realm of dance. This moment felt like an extension of that fateful day, and to her astonishment, she successfully completed the dance. Overwhelmed with joy, she embraced him tightly and exclaimed, "Chen Shi, I can dance now. I have learned it, and we can perform this dance at our wedding." Chapter 17. If I must see him, disappointment washed over her as Qiao Jun suddenly spoke. Yin Mo's body stiffened in an instant. Why was it him? Qiao Jun released her grip and untied the blindfold from her eyes. Yin Mo gazed at him in terror. His piercing, profound blue eyes resembled icy flames, scorching her pupils. Her body, her heart. "You, what are you doing here?" "I have always been here. What do you intend to do?" Qiao Jun's fingers brushed lightly across her cheek before he grasped her chin, applying a slow yet firm pressure. "You have violated our agreement, and I intend to discipline you appropriately." "Discipline?" "Indeed. Last night, it was Lu Chenxi. Today, it's your father. Jan Montag was bewildert." "What are you talking about?" "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Qiao Jun released her, stepping back to address her from a distance. "I will come to pick you up from the hospital tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed, still holding the untied blindfold. Yin Mo stood in a daze, pondering his words. Last night was Lu Chenxi? What had he done to Chenxi? She had initially thought his absence this morning was due to the embarrassment from last night, but perhaps something had indeed happened, preventing him from coming. And then there was that last remark. "Father?" Her eyes widened in alarm as she dashed out of the room towards her father's hospital ward. Upon flinging the door open, she beheld doctors and nurses surrounding her father's bed, administering CPR. The heart monitor beside the bed displayed a flat line, the other numbers fluctuating erratically. "Father," she cried, rushing forward, only to be intercepted by her stepmother. "What are you doing here? What has happened to my father? What is going on? It has nothing to do with you." Yin Mo seized her stepmother's collar, roaring, "What is wrong with my father?" Though startled, her stepmother rolled her eyes dismissively. "What are you pretending for? Your father has been ill for so long, and you never once cared for him. Now that he is on the brink of death, you appear, feigning the role of a devoted daughter. Are you not simply after his inheritance? Do not harbor such delusions. I assure you, you will receive nothing." Enraged, Yin Mo retorted, "Even now, you're thinking about money? What should I think about? I am his legal wife. I am the rightful heir to his estate. You wretched woman." In a frenzy, Yin Mo clawed at her, raising her hand to strike her fiercely. But her uplifted hand was seized by someone. After being bullied by Yin Mo and Qiao Jun, her stepmother had hired bodyguards upon returning home. As her stepmother adjusted her disheveled clothing, she arrogantly commanded, "Remove her from this room. She is not to approach this ward or even this floor." "Understood." The bodyguards promptly complied. Yin Mo was forcefully shoved towards the door, her eyes reddening as she cried out, "Let me go. Release me. Father, you cannot die. I beg you, please do not leave me, Dad." Yin Mo was thrown into the stairwell, yet her determination compelled her to seek the hospital room once more, only to be pushed down repeatedly by the bodyguards. She was utterly powerless to resist. Tears brimmed in her eyes. She desperately longed to cry out loud. But why should she weep? Her father was not dead. He could not be. Qiao Jun would not allow it. If he perished, Qiao Jun would lose the leverage he held over her. Yes, that was it. Resolving herself, she ceased her futile attempts to break in and swiftly descended the stairs. She needed to find Qiao Jun. However, upon bursting through the hospital doors, Su Bin stood in her path, blocking her way. "Madam, President Qiao has instructed that you are not to leave the hospital at this time." "Where is he?" Yan Montauk demanded. "President Qiao has returned to the company. Take me to see him." "I'm sorry, madam, but President Qiao stated he would not meet with you again today. However, he will come to escort you home tomorrow morning." "And if I insist on seeing him?" Su Bin hesitated, then replied, "Madam, President Qiao left you with 4 words, behave and obey." At that moment, Yin Mo felt an overwhelming urge to end Qiao Jun's life. Training? This was his version of training? Treating lives as mere playthings? He was no human. He was a devil. "Assistant Su," Yin Mo seethed, "please convey a message to Qiao Jun for me. If my father dies, or if Dr. Liu comes to harm, I will not remain alive in this world." Su Bin bowed his head slightly. "I will certainly relay your message." With an air of defiance, Yin Mo turned and strode back to her hospital room. Yet once inside, she curled up on the bed, tightly hugging her legs and burying her face deep in her knees. She was truly terrified. Her father was her closest kin. He could not be harmed, under any circumstances. The entire night, Yin Mo remained in that position, motionless. When the door swung open, she shot her head up, her eyes locking onto Qiao Jun's handsome face. She hastily swung her legs off the bed, only to clumsily tumble to the floor, landing heavily on her ankle. Ignoring her discomfort, she stood up despite the pain and rushed to confront him, her voice laced with urgency. "What has happened to my father? Is he all right?" Qiao Jun cast a glance at her legs before studying her haggard face. He did not respond directly, but instead spoke softly, "Go wash your face. We are going home." "First, tell me, how's my father? Just wash your face. You must tell me." Yan Montauk shouted in frustration. Qiao Jun's expression remained calm, devoid of anger. His voice remained gentle, yet his words were chilling. It seems yesterday's training was insufficient. A cold sweat broke out on Yin Mo's brow. "I understand. I will go wash my face." Gritting her teeth, she entered the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face to quell her rising fury. When she reappeared before him, she attempted to soften her tone and lower her posture, pleading earnestly, "Please, tell me what has happened to my father." His eyes fixed on a damp strand of hair by her cheek. He reached out, gently caressing the delicate filament. It felt cool and soothing to his touch. With a gentle motion, he twirled it between his fingers, and with a heart lifted by joy, he finally provided her with an answer. He has been rescued. Yan Mo exhaled a profound sigh of relief. In truth, she longed to inquire about Lu Chenxi, yet fear held her back. She dreaded provoking his ire and inciting further turmoil. Qiao Jun tucked the strand of hair behind her ear, then extended his palm toward her. Chapter 18. This was all part of your plan. 1. Yan Mo understood his meaning, yet she refrained from responding and instead grew bolder. May I see my father? Qiao Yun fell silent. Yan Mo, feeling anxious, added, just for a moment. Qiao Jun remained silent for another 2 seconds. Suddenly, he placed his hands down and strode out of the hospital room. Yan Mo watched his departing figure with a mix of panic and resentment. She truly loathed him, wished for him to vanish from her world, to be expelled from her life. However, after yesterday's events, she found herself powerless. Trailing behind him as they exited the hospital and entered the car, returning to the Qiao residence together. In front of the Qiao home, the Bentley came to a gradual stop. Subin exited the vehicle and opened the rear door, while Qiao Jun stepped out with purpose. Despite her multitude of unwilling sentiments, Yan Mo followed suit, attempting to step out as well. Yet, before her foot could touch the ground, Qiao Jun suddenly extended his arms, one encircling her waist, the other slipping beneath her knee, lifting her effortlessly from the car. Let me go, Yan Mo struggled. Don't move, your foot is swollen. Unbeknownst to her, as she sat in the car, her mind was consumed with how to deal with him, how to escape him, how to rescue her father, how to return to Lu Chenxi, while he remained fixated on her foot. What did he truly desire? One moment cruel, the next tender. She had endured enough. I can walk on my own, so there's no need for you to waste your strength, brother-in-law. She deliberately used the term to irk him. Qiao Jun's strides came to an abrupt halt, his gaze darkening. What did you call me? He inquired. Yan Mo hesitated, her courage wavering, yet she retorted softly. You are indeed my brother-in-law. A flicker of surprise crossed Qiao Jun's pupils. He suddenly released his grip behind her, causing her upper body to lurch forward. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp his neck for support. With a smirk, Qiao Jun remarked, Weren't you eager to get down? I've let go. Why are you holding on so tightly? You. Yan Mo was nearly exasperated. Qiao Jun watched her flushed face with amusement, continuing his ascent and reminding her, Hold on tight. If you fall, it won't matter to you, but if you hurt my wife, I will ensure you pay double in bed. Little sister-in-law. He intentionally used that term, finding it amusing and rather provocative. Yan Mo seethed with rage, wishing to sink her teeth into him, to obliterate him entirely. Qiao Jun ascended the stairs with large strides. In the lobby, Huang Man emerged from around the corner, glancing at the staircase leading to the second floor. What just transpired between them? Brother-in-law? Little sister-in-law? Wasn't she Do Min? Could it be that she was Do Min's twin sister, Yan Mo? Hadn't she died? In the bedroom, Qiao Jun carefully laid Yan Mo on the bed, then slowly knelt down on one knee, gently lifting her swollen foot to inspect it. No bone damage. Just apply some medication and rest for a day or two, and you'll be fine. He spoke as he opened the drawer of the bedside table, retrieving a spray for reducing swelling and alleviating pain. He applied it to her injured area and then secured her ankle with a bandage. Yan Mo observed his tenderness, her emotions in disarray. Seeking to divert her attention, she asked, Aren't you going to work today? Yes. Then you should go. I will obediently stay at home, not venturing anywhere or doing anything. Qiao Jun lifted his gaze to her. Why the sudden compliance? I cannot contend with you, nor can I resist you. Besides, you have leverage over me. Disobedience would only lead to my own suffering, wouldn't it? Qiao Jun chuckled softly. It seems my training has been effective. Yan Mo silently cursed him in her heart. Qiao Jun rose. Since you are so obedient, I shall give you something. He handed her a document. What is this? Yan Mo inquired, puzzled. A lawsuit. A lawsuit? Yan Mo's curiosity prompted her to open it, her eyes widening in astonishment. Qiao Jun admired her expression and spoke softly. Your father fell gravely ill after consuming the porridge your stepmother brought. She had added some chopped sea cucumbers, to which your father has a severe allergic reaction, causing him to struggle for breath and briefly lose consciousness, nearly costing him his life. I have already consulted with a lawyer. If we present this reason to the court, regardless of whether your stepmother was aware of your father's allergy, she will undoubtedly lose the case. Consequently, your father's guardianship will transfer to you. Yin Mo felt a surge of excitement, yet also a dawning realization. She looked at Qiao Jun, questioning, was all of this part of your plan? Yes. His response was direct and unflinching. Yin Mo tightened her grip on the document. You knew full well about my father's allergy to sea cucumbers, yet deliberately prompted my stepmother to feed him that porridge. Did you ever consider what would happen if my father truly faced a crisis? He won't. On what grounds are you so certain? I have confirmed with Dean Liu that the amount of sea cucumber used is not lethal. Yin Mo was astounded. She realized she had been manipulated throughout the entire ordeal. Suddenly, in her fury, she laughed, a bitter, ironic laugh. Indeed, the esteemed president of Qiao Junrong Group lives up to his reputation. Such cunning and strategy, all executed with a mere bowl of porridge, effortlessly achieving two objectives: instilling fear in me while compelling my gratitude towards you. It's infuriating enough to want to see you suffer. Qiao Jun, unfazed, replied graciously, "Thank you for your praise. I do not flatter you. However, your previous remarks entirely validate my capabilities. An individual like me, capable, influential, wealthy, powerful, intelligent, and undeniably handsome, is precisely what you need. I have no need for that. Handsome indeed. Are you truly not interested? Do you not wish to avenge those who have wronged you? Do you not seek retribution against your stepmother? Do you not wish to safeguard your father's company?" In an instant, Yin Mo found herself speechless. Qiao Jun continued, "If you wish, I can assist you." Assist me? Yin Mo was not naive. She understood that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, why desire should be quite clear to you. Impossible, Jan Montag promptly declined. Qiao Jun extended his hand, the pale tips gently brushing against the documents in her grasp. His voice laced with malevolence. "Do not be so hasty in your response. You must understand that litigation can be quite troublesome. A slight misstep could lead to delays of a year or more. By then, your father may very well." He trailed off, pressing his lips together as he leaned closer, whispering near her ear, lightly grazing the shell of it. "Perhaps you should ponder this thoroughly. Offer me your response only after you have truly considered it." Chapter 19, Herbal Medicine 1. Having spoken, he gently pecked her cheek and turned to head to work. Yin Mo sat there in a daze, his recent words echoing in her ears. She cast her gaze down to the lawsuit in her hands. He was right. As long as he leveraged his connections, this lawsuit might never reach the judge, and her father had scarcely 6 months left. However, an idea suddenly struck Yin Mo regarding Duanmu Jia's godfather. He seemed to have a good rapport with the court. Hastily, she retrieved her phone and logged back into WeChat. "Duanmu, let us meet. Ghost lady, why are you here again? I've already taken care of what you asked last time. Lu Chinsi has promised not to fall for anyone within a year, and he has paid the price for his flirtations. He was in a car accident last night." "A car accident? He was in an accident too? Could it be the work of Qiao Jun?" Yin Mo's concern prompted her to inquire immediately. "Is he okay?" "He's fine. Just minor injuries." Yin Mo let out a sigh of relief, her fingers swiftly tapping on the screen. "Duanmu, let us meet." "Huh? Meet? Is that appropriate?" "It's rather inconvenient, given our different worlds." Yin Mo was not one to dilly-dally. She decisively stated, "Tomorrow at noon, same place." Huang Man felt burdened throughout the day, barely touching her dinner. Man, what's wrong?" Lu Hongzhuang asked with concern. Huang Man set down her chopsticks, her brow furrowed in a pitiable manner. "Aunt, this morning I saw Junge holding Do Min and returning home. They were chatting and laughing, particularly close. Yet, Junge treats me so harshly. I think it's best if I don't disrupt their marriage and just return home. It's just. I'll miss you, Aunt." "Foolish child. Do you no longer have feelings for Junair? Have you stopped loving him?" Tears instantly shimmered in Huang Man's eyes. She lowered her head, her voice trembling. "But Junge despises me. When did Junair ever say he disliked you? Don't let your imagination run wild. He has that temperament with everyone. I didn't rise this morning due to a headache, so I missed what you described as chatting and laughing and particularly close. However, I've clearly observed their marriage over the past 3 years. June Air is not only indifferent towards her, but also quite disdainful. Then why doesn't T. June go divorce her? That stubborn girl refuses to leave, threatening June Air with her life numerous times. Really? Do you not trust your aunt? As Lu Hongzhuang stood beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder, she gently urged, Man, I only recognize you as my daughter-in-law. Only you are worthy of being June Air's wife. Therefore, you must not give up. If you put your heart into it, June Air will eventually see your worth. Huang Man listened to her counsel, yet her expression remained one of innocent bewilderment. Aunt, I have always heeded your advice, but this time, if Brother June and Do Min truly share the affectionate bond one have witnessed, I have resolved to release my hold and not disrupt their relationship by becoming a third party. Furthermore, I shall depart on the day they welcome a child, thus allowing you to enjoy the company of a grandchild while I gracefully withdraw. She aspires to conceive. Dream on. Huang Man's face immediately reflected her bewilderment. Aunt, what do you mean by that? I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a nourishing soup for her. Nourishing soup? Huang Man remained puzzled. Such a naive child. Though it is termed nourishing soup, the contents may not be as benign. Aunt, how can you act in such a manner? Why not? If one does not act for oneself, they are doomed. You mustn't always be so foolish. Come, let us observe her drinking the soup. Aunt, come along. Hongzhuang firmly pulled Huang Man upstairs. Although Huang Man's feet resisted, a triumphant smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. In the bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open. Yan Mo gazed at Hongzhuang and Huang Man entering and stood up with a smile. Mother-in-law, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Hongzhuang, with an air of superiority, did not respond, merely lifting her chin slightly. The servant behind her promptly presented the soup to Yan Mo. Observing the dark concoction, inquired, Mother-in-law, what is this? It is to restore your health. You have been married to our Qiao family for 3 years and have yet to bear a child, so I specially sought out this recipe. Drink it quickly. It is very effective. Why did Yan Mo seem so skeptical of her words? Nevertheless, she maintained her smile, taking the bowl of soup and expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Mother-in-law. She deliberately raised the bowl to her lips, taking a large sip while secretly aiming for Hongzhuang's face. With a sudden spray, she splattered the contents all over her. Then, fanning her mouth with her hand, she feigned innocence. So hot, so hot. It burns me alive. Burning? Hongzhuang felt no such heat from the soup splattered on her face. This wretched girl was being deliberate. Aunt, are you all right? Huang Man quickly produced a handkerchief to wipe her face. Yan Mo also pretended to be flustered. Mother-in-law, I apologize. It was not my intention. It was truly too hot for me to endure. Are you all right? Should I call a doctor to examine you? You. She gestured toward the servant who had just brought the soup. Why are you standing there? Quickly assist the lady back to her room to rest and fetch a physician. Yes. The servant, flustered, hurried to support Hongzhuang, but she vehemently shrugged off the help. I'm fine. She glared at Yan Mo. I knew you would not drink the medicine obediently. You wretched girl. Dare you play tricks on me? Very well. You claimed the previous bowl of medicine was too hot? Then I shall have someone fetch a bowl that is not hot for you. Go get the medicine. Yes. Yan Mo realized the situation was dire. She needed to devise a plan. Mother-in-law, you are aware that I have just been discharged from the hospital, and my recovery period has not yet concluded. The doctor advised me against taking any medication indiscriminately. Do not worry. I have consulted the doctor, and this medicine is safe to consume. However, mother-in-law, silence. Hongzhuang was genuinely furious. The scalding medicinal soup was brought forth again after 3 minutes, and Hongzhuang impatiently commanded, let me drink it. Yan Mo could hardly comply without hesitation. I apologize, though I am your daughter-in-law. I am under no legal obligation to obey your commands. Do not wield the law against me. This is the Qiao family, not a courtroom. You. Force her to drink. Understood. The 2 male servants who had been trailing Hongzhuang approached, one seizing Yan Mo while the other held the steaming medicinal soup. Release me. Let me go. Chapter 20. 2 choices. Huang Man anxiously exclaimed, Aunt, please don't do this. It could truly hurt someone. Lu Hongzhuang, paid her no heed. In a moment of desperation, Huang Man rushed to Yin Mo, grasping her arm, and implored, "Quickly apologize to Aunt." "Apologize? Cousin?" Yin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Man leaned closer, whispering, "Cousin, your elder brother will return soon. You must feign fainting." Feigning fainting? Was she truly assisting her? Although Yin Mo was still uncertain about the unfolding situation, it indeed seemed a clever ruse. She immediately began to act, panting dramatically. "My heart. It hurts. So painful." With a sharp intake of breath, she collapsed limply. Lu Hongzhuang was not swayed by such theatrics. "Spare me your performance. Even if you truly faint, you must drink the medicine. You will be force-fed, all of it." A male servant approached with a bowl of soup, bringing it close to Yin Mo's lips. As her mouth nearly met the scorching rim of the bowl, a sudden voice pierced the tension. "What are you doing?" Qiao Jun stood at the door, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Yin Mo. Lu Hongzhuang turned, her composure unwavering and fabricated. "I was merely trying to kindly bring nourishing soup to your wife. But she not only refused to drink it, but also splashed it all over me in a fit of madness." Qiao Jun stepped into the room, his voice cold as ice. "What kind of nourishing soup?" "The kind that would help her bear children for the Qiao family." He stood before the fainted Yin Mo, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the servant's hands that were about to touch her, and added in a low tone, "Such matters I shall attend to myself when the evening arrives. You need not concern yourself with them. Juner, get out, all of you." Qiao Jun's voice brimmed with fury. The servants, startled, hurriedly exited, while Huang Man, having achieved her aim, took Lu Hongzhuang by the arm and left the room. Yin Mo, feigning unconsciousness, silently breathed a sigh of relief, but did not awaken immediately. "Stop pretending. I know you are awake," Qiao Jun remarked, having discerned her charade at first glance. Yin Mo stubbornly continued her act. Qiao Jun scrutinized her face, observing the slight tremor of her lashes, a bewitching glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he strode past her, entering the bathroom and turning on the shower. Listening to the gentle sound of flowing water, Yin Mo dared to crack her eyelids slightly, catching sight of his tall silhouette swaying behind the glass door. What was he implying? Was he simply leaving her there? Yet, sleeping on the floor was preferable to sharing a bed with him. Determined to confront him, she resolved to persist, but upon his emergence from the bathroom, he was transformed. He tenderly lifted her from the floor, gently placing her on the bed, and then lay beside her. Yin Mo felt her resolve falter, her eyes suddenly wide open as she sat up, hands pressed against her chest. "You." Qiao Jun remained unperturbed, stating plainly, "You are my wife. It is only natural for me to desire you." Yin Montauk was incensed. This matter must be clarified tonight. "Sister-in-law." She called out those two words with great intensity, solemnly stating, "There is something I wish to clarify with you. I am not your sister, and our agreement has yet to be finalized. I have not given it much thought. And then, you should sleep on this bed by yourself. I will make do with the floor." Yin Mo intended to rise from the bed. Qiao Junrong's complexion was pale, yet his gaze bore an intensity as he fixed his eyes upon her. "Yin Montauk." For the first time, he uttered her name. "I have bathed, removed my clothing, and have called you wife for quite a while. Do you truly believe I would allow you to sleep on the ground?" Yin Mo felt an impending sense of doom. Qiao Junrong, with his domineering demeanor, patted the mattress. "Come here." Yin Mo remained motionless. Qiao Junrong added, "Do not compel me to take action. If I do, the nourishing soup sent by my mother will indeed go untouched." Yin Mo found herself without an escape. She shifted her body, settling into the position he had indicated. Qiao Junrong commanded once more, "Look at me." Yin Mo obediently directed her gaze towards his face, yet her peripheral vision caught sight of his unclothed form unabashedly exposed. Qiao Junrong observed her gradually reddening cheeks, feeling a surge of delight. "I now present you with two choices. 1. Undress yourself. 2. I shall assist you in removing your clothing." "Undress?" Yin Mo could no longer contain herself, retorting angrily, "Qiao Junrong, that is enough." Qiao Junrong suddenly rose and extended his hands. "It seems you have chosen for me to assist you." Yin Mo quickly panicked. "I will do it myself. Do not touch me. No need to be so courteous." I'm not being courteous with you. Qiao Junrong retracted his hands. Very well, then you may proceed. But I must inform you that starting today, you are not permitted to wear any clothing to bed. Not a single piece. Should you dare to wear anything, it would imply that you wish for me to. Qiao Junrong, you. Why have you halted? Qiao Junrong interrupted her, reminding, continue undressing. Yan Mo glared at him, her eyes aflame with indignation. Yet, Qiao Junrong gazed upon her with a delight that seemed to appreciate her form, his eyes sweeping over her. Yan Mo resolved to abandon her reservations. If undressing is what it is, then so be it. After all, it is her sister's body, not her own. Let him behold it. Let him appreciate it fully. However, as she removed each article of clothing in his presence, her emotions began to shift in an unexpected direction. His gaze was unavoidably piercing, fervent, and profound, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. The air against her skin, which should have felt cool, instead ignited a feverish warmth within her, rendering her breathless. At long last, this torturous process came to an end. She pressed her legs together, wrapping her arms around herself in an attempt to shield her form. Qiao Junrong's eyes remained fixed upon her exquisite figure. As he gazed, his once fervent eyes darkened, his eyelids slightly narrowing, and his brows furrowing in contemplation. Then he extended his hand, gently tracing the long, unsightly scar on her chest, reminiscent of a centipede's stitching. If only I had found you sooner then. I would never allow anyone to harm you, never. His resolve was unwavering, his voice laced with regret, profound sorrow, and an unexpected tenderness. It seemed as though his fingers caressed, not her skin, nor the scar that marred it, but rather the heart that had been transplanted into this body. This gesture warmed Yin Mo's heart, stirring feelings of emotion within her, even igniting a flicker of infatuation. Consequently, she felt a tumultuous rise and fall in her chest. Observing her reaction, Qiao Jun suddenly lost his composure and implored, I had no intention of doing this, but tonight, would you simply keep me company? What? Accompany you? Yin Mo sensed a foreboding unease. Fear not, I shall not carry this to its conclusion. Chapter 21. Is there really an end? In the final moments, Yin Mo found herself utterly powerless against Qiao Jun, who had her pinned beneath him. His strength was overwhelming, leaving her with no means of resistance. As dawn broke, Qiao Jun had already opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips since waking. One arm enveloped Yin Mo, while the other playfully twirled her long strands of hair, occasionally teasing her cheek with the delicate ends. Yin Mo furrowed her brow and murmured, feeling a tickle on her face. She instinctively scratched her cheek and shifted in Qiao Jun's embrace, seeking a more comfortable position, intending to drift back into slumber. However, in her half-asleep state, she sensed something amiss and gradually recalled the events of the previous night, where Qiao Jun had expressed his desires in a manner that left her bewildered. She suddenly opened her eyes, only to meet his gaze. Awake? Qiao Jun's voice was low and alluring. Yin Mo paused, momentarily taken aback, before she quickly pushed against him in an attempt to escape. Yet, he merely tightened his hold, drawing her closer. Do not move. You might provoke me further, he cautioned, his tone dripping with intimacy. With both of them devoid of clothing, Yin Mo could distinctly feel his warmth and the undeniable evidence of his desire. Qiao Jun deliberately lingered, gently asking, Did you sleep well last night? Not at all, she replied, still reeling from the shock. Shall we sleep a little longer? No, I wish to take a shower. A shower, you say? Very well. Qiao Jun unusually acquiesced, but added, as was his custom, together. Together? I'd rather not. Yin Mo promptly reconsidered, but Qiao Jun had already risen, cradling her as he made his way to the bathroom. After the events of the previous night, Yin Mo fully grasped that any struggle against this strong man would be futile, only serving to intensify his desire to dominate her. Thus, she ceased her resistance, allowing him to carry her into the bathroom. They settled into the bathtub together, the warm water enveloping their bodies as Qiao Jun embraced her from behind. Seeing her compliance, Qiao Jun rewarded her with a kiss on her shoulder. Your obedience is quite unexpected. Do say something. There is nothing to say. Then I shall speak, and you will respond. Qiao Jun's lips traced her neck as he peppered her with questions. Have you been intimate with Lu Chenxi? Of course, she replied. But in an instant, Qiao Jun's lips pressed firmly against her slender neck, leaving a vivid mark. Yan Mo winced at the sudden pain. Qiao Jun shifted his kisses to her ear, whispering, as far as I know, you and Lu Chenxi dated for 3 years without ever spending a night alone together. Such things can be done anywhere. Indeed, Qiao Jun's hands began to roam with a newfound boldness. Such activities can indeed take place anywhere. For instance, in the bathtub, Yan Mo felt the intensity of his desire as a shiver coursed through her in the warm water. Although I was raised abroad, my father, coming from a single-parent household, was always overly protective and prioritized work above all else. He disapproved of my relationships, constantly obstructing us and forbidding any premarital intimacy. Are you satisfied with this answer? What about other men? Qiao Yun inquired. He was my first love. So are you still? Yan Montauk, though reluctant to admit it, responded affirmatively. Qiao Jun's mood lightened somewhat. He ceased his restless hands yet did not stop kissing her. Probing deeper, what else have you done with Lu Chenxi besides kissing? Have you used your hands? Your mouth? Or, like I did last night, he wasn't as indecent as you. Yan Montauk taught it angrily. Yet Qiao Jun was quite pleased. So I am your first man. You are not. You will be eventually. Yan Mo, wishing to regain control, countered, what about you? How many women have you been with? Do you truly wish to know? If you don't want to say, then don't. He chuckled lightly. If I said none, would you believe me? How could that be? She certainly did not believe him. From her understanding, he was 32 years old, and although rumors about him were scarce, they certainly existed. A normal man from puberty to 32 would hardly remain unscathed for nearly 20 years, especially considering how adept he was last night. Thus, it was utterly impossible. Yan Mo waited confidently for his admission, but Qiao Jun was too engrossed in kissing her. You still haven't answered my question, she said, deliberately turning to face him, interrupting his kisses and evading his lips. However, upon seeing her face, Qiao Jun closed the distance, kissing her lips again and resting his forehead against hers, wickedly stating, I have never taken such matters lightly. Yet I am indeed a normal man. Ever since I met you at 14, I have felt nothing for other women. There was a time I believed I would never find you again, feeling despondent. So, have I been with other women? He teased, finally declaring, perhaps I shall tell you when you fall in love with me. Yan Mo, already exasperated by his teasing, declared, you needn't tell me. I will never love you in this lifetime. You will. I will not. You certainly will. Qiao Jun was resolute. Yan Mo gazed into his serious eyes, her heart inexplicably racing. Flustered, she averted her gaze. I can't be bothered with you. I'm done washing up. May I leave now? Qiao Jun studied her intently for a long moment before gently brushing his lips against hers. You have been quite obedient today, not only remaining still, but also learning to report back. Yan Montauk zitite internally. She held back her anger. Yet Qiao Jun pressed on. I have not finished washing. Stay with me a little longer. As he spoke, he turned her body around to face him directly. Yan Mo's face flushed suddenly, and her hands instinctively moved to shield her bosom. However, they were captured by Qiao Jun's large hand. He then leaned down, slowly bringing his lips closer to her chest, bestowing a tender kiss upon the unsightly scar. Yan Mo inhaled sharply. Qiao Jun, please, don't. This time, Qiao Jun refrained from proceeding. For this moment was unlike the last. He truly desired to take her. She might view the scar as repulsive and unsightly, yet to him, it was a thing of beauty. It was this very wound that had brought her to him, constantly reminding him that she was Yan Mo, the little girl he had long wished to possess. Kissing her scar felt akin to kissing her true self, igniting an exhilarating fervor within him, stirring his wildest desires. Chapter 22. Confronting reality. 1. Leave, he uttered abruptly, his tone icy. Yan Mo immediately rose to her feet. This was not a situation that could be resolved as it had been the previous night. She felt as though she would be devoured whole, leaving no trace behind. Without a second thought, she hurriedly fled. As the bathroom door was pulled shut, Qiao Jun furrowed his brow deeply, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Merely kissing her wound had stirred such fervor within him. He could scarcely believe he was capable of losing control. Yin Mo stood in the bedroom, gasping for air. She was not fatigued, yet her breath came in uncontrollable gasps, as if she were starved of oxygen. The memory of Qiao Jun's kiss lingered in her mind, her hand instinctively clutching the scar on her chest, the area he had touched now burning with an intense heat. The kisses that had graced her shoulders and neck also began to warm her, as though her entire body was ablaze. She longed to take another shower, but hesitated to enter. Yet, he could have claimed her at that moment. He had the power to coerce her at any time. Yet he refrained. This feeling was undeniably vexing. Threatened, toyed with, yet cherished and treasured. What did he truly desire? 20 minutes later, Qiao Jun emerged from the bathroom, his demeanor returning to its usual calm detachment, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Upon noticing that Yin Mo had dressed, he appraised her from head to toe before approaching the wardrobe. He retrieved a pristine white dress and tossed it onto the bed, stating, "Change into this. It is more suitable for meeting friends." At first, Yin Mo did not grasp the significance of his words. After a moment, she exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know I was meeting friends?" Qiao Jun, now dressed, replied while fastening his clothing, "I minored in computer science at university. Hacking passwords and installing viruses are my specialties. I have installed a type of virus on your phone. Whatever you do on it, I will be informed immediately. As for the incident in the hospital where you stole my phone, I shall overlook it this time, considering your compliance today." Jan Montag was momentarily stunned. He was aware of everything. She had thought that, even under threat, at least she had Duan Mu Jia as a safety net, but now Qiao Jun approached her. Having completed his attire, "I know Duan Mu Jia is your closest friend, but when you meet her, do not disclose that you have returned from the dead. If she were to let that slip, you might find yourself perpetually lying on an operating table, subjected to the scrutiny of researchers. Tell her that Domin has died, and by a twist of fate, you have swapped identities with her. You intend to use her identity to uncover who wishes to harm you. Do you understand?" Yin Mo struggled to recover from her shock. "If you know everything, why do you still want to meet Duan Mu? One does not cease to strive until one strikes a wall. I want you to confront reality. This is not reality. It is your scheme. Whatever the case may be." Qiao Jun gently caressed her cheek, then placed a kiss on her forehead, smiling as he said, "I'm off to work. Remember to change your clothes." Yin Mo stood still, momentarily frozen in place. Qiao Jun turned and exited the bedroom. Yin Mo felt utterly powerless, so powerless that she could hardly control her own breathing. At noon, in the Blue Note Western restaurant, despite being toyed with by Qiao Jun, she still arrived and, following his instructions, explained the situation to Duan Mu Jia. However, she defiantly chose not to wear the white dress. "Mo, is that truly you?" Duan Mu Jia exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yin Mo smirked. "If you don't believe me, I could share some secrets only you and I know, like the fact that your first time was actually with." "That's enough." Duan Mu Jia interjected immediately. "I completely believe you are Mo. You little rascal. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were alive? Do you have any idea how many tears I shed at your funeral? And you haunting me like this, it's utterly heartless. I have a special status now, so I must be cautious. By the way, please don't mention this to Qin Shi." "Why? I'll explain that to you later." "All right, I'll keep your secret. But you didn't come to me just to say that, did you? I need your assistance with something." "I knew it. Go ahead." Although Yin Mo understood that merely voicing her request might be futile, she clung to a glimmer of hope. "I have a lawsuit that I wish to expedite. I know your godfather has connections at the court, so I was hoping you could ask him for me. I can't help you with that." Duan Mu Jia promptly rejected. "You know that my godfather has always operated on a single line of communication, and he went missing 2 days ago. No one can reach him. However, I just saw Uncle Yang at this restaurant. He is a prosecutor. How about I introduce you to him?" With a twist of fate, Yin Mo found a ray of hope. "All right." On the second floor of the restaurant, Duan Mu Jia led Yin Mo to the door of room 01 and gently knocked 3 times. "Knock, knock, knock." Yin Mo raised the corners of her mouth, attempting to relax, while her mind raced with thoughts on how to greet the prosecutor, make a favorable impression, and persuade him to assist her. However, when the door swung open, she was taken aback by the sight of the man before her, her smile faltering. "Assistant Su? What is he doing here?" "Hello. Duan Mu Jia. I have some business with Uncle Yang. May we enter?" Duan Mujia spoke confidently. Subin inclined his head slightly to them and stepped aside, saying, "Please come in." Duan Mujia entered the private room. Yin Mo closed her eyes and stepped forward, incessantly praying within her heart, "Please do not, please do not, please do not." However, when she finally opened her eyes, the striking figure of Qiao Jun entered her gaze, captivating yet devilishly overwhelming. Yet, he did not acknowledge her. Instead, he averted his gaze, his eyes cast down, seated by the window with his legs casually crossed, fingers gracefully holding a cigarette as he exhaled smoke with elegance. "Uncle Yang, I apologize for interrupting your meal." "Not at all. Come and join us." Yang Yinjin beckoned to Duan Mujia, casting a curious glance at Yin Mo beside her. Duan Mujia promptly introduced, "This is my dearest friend. Her name is Yin." Almost revealing the truth, she quickly corrected herself. "Her name is Domin." Chapter 23. Your sister's demise was utterly tragic. 1. "Miss Do, please come and join us." Yin Mo had considered leaving, yet she could not dismiss Duan Mujia's kind invitation without reason, so she reluctantly expressed her gratitude and sat down. Duan Mujia cast a glance at the handsome man across the table, unable to suppress her infatuation. What a striking gentleman. "Uncle Yang, who is this? Weren't you just saying you needed to discuss something with me? What is it?" Yang Yinjun clearly preferred not to make an introduction, as Qiao Jun was known for his discretion, disliking disturbances and complications. Duan Mujia felt a twinge of disappointment, but the matter at hand was of utmost importance. "Actually, my friend has some legal issues she wishes to seek your assistance with." "Legal matters? Then it must be a professional affair. Since it is business, let's discuss in my office tomorrow." "Uncle Yang, this case is quite urgent, so—" "Xiaojia." Yang Yinjun interrupted her, his demeanor serious. "Legal matters must adhere to proper procedures." "But—" Duan Mujia attempted to persuade him, but Yin Mo gently tugged at her. She did not wish to appear so humble before Qiao Jun, nor did she want her friend to appear so pitiful in his eyes. Thus, she adorned her face with a beautiful smile and said graciously, "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize. It was my anxiety that led me to hastily ask for your help. You are correct. Legal matters should indeed follow the proper procedures." "Xiao Montak." Duan Mujia called her softly, puzzled. Yang Yinjun smiled and nodded at Yin Mo. "It is good that Miss Do understands. We shall not trouble you any further. Mr. Yang, we will take our leave." Yin Mo stood up, casting a glance at the still smoking Qiao Jun before turning toward the door. She felt an overwhelming sense of despair, an utter hopelessness. Yet, just as her feet reached the threshold, Qiao Jun's deep voice resonated behind her. "Why are you not wearing the dress I chose for you?" Yin Mo's feet came to an abrupt halt. Duan Mujia and Yang Yinjun were bewildered, unsure of what Qiao Jun meant, but Yin Mo understood. He was subtly urging her to concede, to plead with him. Yet she resisted, resolutely unwilling to do so, even if it meant her own demise. But what of her father? He lay in the hospital, at risk of being harmed by his stepmother at any moment. She was utterly cornered. With heavy steps, she slowly turned around to face him. Perhaps as a final act of pride, she raised a sweet smile and replied, "That was the dress you helped me choose. Of course, I must wear it for you first." Qiao Jun's indifferent gaze finally settled on her. Duan Mujia and Yang Yinjun remained perplexed by the unfolding situation. Su Bin, who had been standing behind Qiao Jun, finally spoke to clarify, "I failed to introduce her earlier. This is our CEO, Qiao's wife." "Wife?" Duan Mujia's jaw dropped in astonishment. Yang Yinjun's expression shifted instantly, his demeanor warm and welcoming. "So you are the CEO's wife. I must sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please, come and sit with us a while longer. We happen to be discussing a legal matter, which I believe pertains to what you just mentioned." Yin Mo regarded him, a sardonic smile lingering in her heart. She returned to her seat at the table. Qiao Jun still smoked, but unlike before, his deep-set eyes were fixed intently upon her. Yang Yinjun continued with fervor, "Madame Jiao, prior to your arrival, I had already heard from Assistant Su about this lawsuit, and I comprehend the intentions of both you and President Jiao. Naturally, we must adhere to the legal process and cannot transgress its boundaries. However, I can assist in adjusting the timeline for you, expediting the hearing and trial. Moreover, during this interval before the court session, I will apply for personal safety protection for Chairman Yin. After all, this incident nearly resulted in a loss of life. Regardless of whether the defendant acted with intent, we must ensure Chairman Yin's safety before the trial. Would that be acceptable to you? Yin Mo was confronted with the starkness of reality for the first time. This was the reality that Qiao Jun had meticulously crafted, compelling her to acknowledge its existence. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qiao Junrong. Yinjin also looked to him. President Qiao, do you have any further requests? Qiao Jun almost regarded him as inconsequential. Subin responded on his behalf. Everything will proceed according to Mr. Yang's wishes. Very well, Yang Yinjin declared, lifting his glass. Today is indeed a joyous occasion. Not only do I dine with President Qiao, but I also have the pleasure of meeting Madame Qiao. To express my honor and to apologize for earlier, I toast you both. Yin Mo raised her glass as well. Qiao Jun extinguished his cigarette and coldly stated, you have just been discharged from the hospital. I shall drink this on your behalf. Afterward, he downed 2 glasses in quick succession. Yin Mo set down her glass, a discomfort settling in her chest. Duan Mu Jia leaned in closer, whispering, Mo, your husband, no, I should say your brother-in-law, is exceptionally handsome, utterly striking. He hasn't exchanged a single word with Uncle Yang, completely ignoring him. Yet Uncle Yang has arranged everything like a devoted lapdog. Moreover, he has been watching you since earlier. In his eyes, the world seems to fade away, leaving only you. Such a man is a rarity. You are truly fortunate. No, your sister is truly fortunate. It is a pity, however, that your sister met such a tragic end. Tragic? Yin Mo found herself puzzled by this term. Just as she was about to inquire further, Duan Mu Jia lamented. If he were to learn that his wife committed suicide after being assaulted, it would surely break his heart. Assaulted? Yin Mo's voice involuntarily rose in agitation. Everyone in the room turned to look at her. Madame Jiao, what is the matter? Yang Yunzin asked, perplexed. Yin Mo regained her composure. It's nothing, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. I apologize, but I would like to return to rest. No worries, your health is paramount. Jia, please escort Madame Jiao. Certainly. Duan Mu Jia supported Yin Mo as they stood up and exited the private room. Qiao Jun continued to watch her intently. When Duan Mu Jia whispered to her, her complexion suddenly paled, her expression one of shock. What had Duan Mu Jia said to evoke such panic? He slightly narrowed his eyes, and Su Bin, sensing the tension, promptly followed them out to ascertain the situation. In the corridor, Yin Mo grasped Duan Mu Jia's hand, her urgency palpable as she pressed. What did you mean by assault? Who was assaulted? Your sister, Duan Mu Jia replied. My sister? Indeed. Are you not aware? Your sister succumbed to despair due to the actions of another, which led to her tragic end. What? Yin Mo was completely oblivious. Lu Chenxi merely informed her that her sister had perished in an accident, never disclosing the true reason behind her demise. She herself remained unaware of the violation she had endured. No, wait. A sudden, excruciating pain pierced her head, as if some vague, obscured memories were awakening and struggling to surface, and instinctively, she sought to suppress and forget them, refusing to allow herself to dwell on such thoughts. Chapter 24. One wave subsides, another rises. As Duanmu Jia observed her increasingly pallid complexion, she anxiously inquired, Mo, are you all right? Yin Mo shook her head, engaging in a self-soothing mantra. I'm fine, I am fine. I am fine. Mo, please do not frighten me. Yin Mo released her grip. I truly am fine. You need not concern yourself with me. Montak. I wish to be alone for a moment. With unsteady steps, Yin Mo descended the stairs, her mind in a haze as she vacated the Western restaurant. Su Bin, having overheard their conversation, promptly returned to the private room and leaned in towards Qiao Jun. Madam has discovered the reason behind Miss Yan's suicidal tendencies. Qiao Jun's gaze turned icy. He seized a glass from the table, downing its contents in one gulp before commanding in a cold tone, Follow her. Notify me immediately if anything occurs. Understood. After leaving the restaurant, Yin Mo did not hail a cab to return to the Qiao residence. Instead, She wandered the streets for nearly 2 hours until she arrived at the entrance of the Yin family home. Standing at the roadside, she gazed distantly at the villa within, fixating on the study on the second floor. Subin had been covertly tailing her, his eyes never leaving her figure. As night descended, Subin glanced at the starless sky, unable to resist calling Qiao Jun Mr. Qiao. What is it? Madam has been standing at the Yin family entrance, and as rain approaches, I fear her health may be jeopardized, especially since she has just been discharged from the hospital. Give her the phone. Yes. Complying with the command, Subin approached Yin Mo's side. Madam, Mr. Qiao's call. Yin Mo remained oblivious to his presence, lost in thought. Madam. Subin raised his voice. Yin Mo jolted slightly, her dazed eyes finally shifting to Subin. Assistant Su? Subin raised his hand, reiterating Mr. Qiao's call. Yin Mo, somewhat dazed, stared at the phone, picked it up, and placed it against her ear. Hello? Come home. Qiao Jun uttered just 2 words before disconnecting the call. As the sound of the call ending reached her ears, Yin Mo gradually grasped the situation. Qiao Jun must have been aware that she had discovered the truth behind the suicide, which is why he had been shadowing her. He was worried for her safety, seeking to protect her. He always acted in this manner, simultaneously plunging her into despair while offering warmth. Indeed, Qiao Jun, you are the most despicable man in this world. Casting one last glance at the Yin family's villa, she silently vowed within her heart, one day, I shall return. Upon entering the Qiao residence, Yin Mo's first sight was not of Qiao Jun, but rather his mother, who was evidently waiting for her at the door. Why have you returned so late? Who are you meeting with? Yin Mo had lost all desire to engage in a verbal spar with her. Hongzhuang, witnessing her compliance, immediately took the opportunity to assert her authority. I cannot fathom why Juner would choose to marry a woman as shameless and reckless as you. However, now that you have entered the Qiao household and become one of us, you must fulfill your obligations to the family and help continue our lineage. Although Juner mentioned last night that it was unnecessary, as the matriarch of the Qiao family, I cannot allow you to undermine our traditions. Bring her the medicine. Another dose of medicine? Yin Mo gazed at the dark, unappealing concoction, tempted to upend it in defiance. Yet, her exhaustion was overwhelming, rendering her disinclined to engage further. Thus, she lifted the bowl and swallowed the bitter brew in large gulps before returning the empty vessel to the servant and ascending the stairs. You wretched girl, I have not finished speaking. Come back. Though Hongzhuang felt a flicker of irritation, she acknowledged that Yin Mo had obediently consumed the medicine. Moreover, June was likely to return shortly, so she shot a fierce glare at Yin Mo's retreating figure and let it pass. As Yin Mo approached the bedroom door, poised to enter, she was interrupted. Cousin's sister, Huang Man, rushed over, her demeanor frantic, as if harboring a secret of great consequence. She glanced cautiously at the staircase before seizing Yin Mo's hand and pulling her into the room, speaking in a hushed tone. Cousin's sister, you must not drink the medicine Aunt gave you. You need to vomit it out immediately. Why not? Yin Mo inquired, perplexed. It is not a tonic. It contains contraceptive pills, Huang Man revealed, astonishment evident in her expression. Oh, I see. Yin Mo responded. Cousin's sister, do you not wish to bear Jun Gij's child? Certainly not. Yin Mo hastened to justify. My health has yet to fully recover, and the doctor advised waiting before trying for a child. However, consuming such substances regularly can be harmful, Huang Man cautioned. Thank you for your concern. I will be more cautious in the future. All right, by the way, cousin sister, do you remember that matter I mentioned to you some time ago? That matter? To this day, Yin Mo remained unaware of its specific nature, but she could not betray her ignorance. Instead, she offered a conciliatory tone. I apologize. I am truly exhausted today. Can we discuss another time? Huang Man's expression fell. Then I shall not disturb you. My apologies. It's quite all right. I shall take my leave, Huang Man said, turning to open the door. As she exited, a triumphant smirk crept onto her lips. What matter? It was all mere fabrication. It seems this woman is not Do Min, but rather her sister, Yin Mo. Finally, Yin Mo could enjoy some quietude. She wearily approached the bed, collapsing onto it without changing her clothes or removing her shoes, and closed her eyes. An hour later, Qiao Jun entered the bedroom. He paused at the bedside, his gaze lowered to Yin Mo's pale visage and furrowed brow. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes drifted downward, scanning her delicate form until they settled on her petite feet. It was the first time. He delicately assisted the woman in removing her shoes, lifting her leg and adjusting her body to ensure she lay comfortably on the bed, tucking her in with a blanket. A soft, involuntary moan escaped Yin Mo's lips, her brows knitting together more tightly as tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Qiao Jun gently wiped them away with his fingers. Suddenly, a clap of thunder jolted Yin Mo awake. Although her eyes were open, her consciousness seemed ensnared in a dream, not a mere figment of her imagination, but rather a collection of obscured memories she had chosen to forget. That day, she had not perished, she had merely fainted, as she struggled to regain her senses. She was once again subjected to a drug, more than just a sedative. She felt an overwhelming heat, a disorienting lightness. And then she heard the repugnant laughter of several men. Desperately, she tried to open her eyes wider, but all she could discern were the blurred outlines of those figures as they approached her, brutally tearing at her clothes and roughly groping her body. She yearned to fight back, yet she lacked the strength to move, left helplessly watching as they. Chapter 25. Wait until I've had my fill. 1. What began as a mere glimmer of moisture at the corners of her eyes had now transformed into a relentless cascade of tears. Qiao Jun gazed at her sorrowful countenance. He extended his hand once more, softly calling out, Yin Mo. Upon hearing his voice, Yin Mo shifted her gaze and caught sight of his outstretched hand, a scene that echoed a distant memory. Don't touch me, she exclaimed, springing to her feet, her hands flailing wildly as if to ward off an unseen threat. Get away from me. All of you, stay away. You must not touch me. I will kill you. I will kill you. Kill you. Qiao Jun furrowed his brow deeply. He swiftly grasped her flailing hands, gently reminding her, I'm not one of them. Please, I beg you. See clearly? His voice rose with urgency. Yin Mo froze, startled by his sudden intensity. He released her hands, tenderly cradling her tear-streaked face, speaking softly. Yin Mo, look closely and tell me, who am I? Gradually, clarity returned to her gaze. She looked at him, at his striking features, her lips trembling as she whispered, Qiao Jun. Indeed, it is I. I shall not allow anyone to harm you. I will protect you, and none shall dare to touch you again. In that instant, the dam of tears in Yin Mo's eyes shattered. She seemed to have discovered a steadfast oak to lean upon, plunging into his embrace, holding him tightly, her heart breaking as she lamented, I remember how I died. I'm not. I was they. Do not speak, Qiao Jun commanded gently, pressing her head into the comforting expanse of his chest. The azure depths of his eyes blazed with fervor as he vowed, I will make them pay. It was the first time Yin Mo had wept with such profound sorrow. Though raised in a single-parent household, her father's affection had never cast a shadow of sadness upon her, and even when calamity struck, she had stifled her tears, resolutely refusing to cry. Yet now, she could no longer contain it. She unleashed the torrent of emotions that had built up over time, weeping uncontrollably, clinging tightly to Qiao Jun, nestled in his embrace. Qiao Jun sat at the edge of the bed, allowing her tears to soak his garments, permitting her to cry freely. He gently stroked her long hair and back, offering silent comfort. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber. When Yin Mo awoke, her eyes felt gritty and swollen. Her vision narrowed significantly. Yet, the first sight that met her gaze was still the handsome face of Qiao Jun, with his profound eyes. You're awake? His voice resembled the gentle warmth of March sunlight, tender yet not overly fervent. Yin Mo blinked in confusion for a moment. Oh, Qiao Jun chuckled softly at her disheveled appearance, so endearingly awkward, yet undeniably charming. I am delighted that you can lie so obediently in my arms. But you must move a little. My hand has gone numb. Huh? Yin Mo only then realized, in a somewhat dazed manner, that she was resting her head on his arm, her hands tightly embracing him. Flustered, she sat up. Sorry. Qiao Jun, unfazed, slowly moved his arm. Yin Mo awkwardly added, thank you for last night. Qiao Jun dismissed her gratitude, saying, "I do not accept casual thanks." Yin Mo understood his implication all too well. She feigned ignorance. "Then shall I give your arm a massage?" As she extended her hand, Qiao Jun swiftly grasped her, flipping her over and pinning her beneath him, his body pressed against hers. Yin Mo's heart raced wildly. "Qiao Jun, I have something to tell you. Let me kiss you enough first." "Enough? Indeed. Open your mouth." Yin Mo instinctively pressed her lips together. Qiao Jun pinched her cheeks, forcing her to part her lips, warning, "Don't move, or else. I cannot guarantee what I might do." MMM. Qiao Jun eagerly captured her lips, his tongue swirling and exploring every corner of her mouth. Although this was not her first experience with his fervent kisses, this one was particularly intense and prolonged, to the point where her lips felt numb. Were it not for his intermittent pauses every 30 seconds to allow her to breathe, she might have suffocated. She had no idea when he would deem it enough. In her heart, she began to pray for a savior. Suddenly a knock, knock, knock echoed. Yin Mo, thrilled, patted Qiao Jun's back to alert him, but he remained completely oblivious. Outside, Huang Man, having risen at 7 a.m. without seeing Qiao Jun descend from upstairs, grew concerned as it was now past 9 a.m. He was never late for work. Could he be with Yin Mo? The thought of them intertwined ignited her jealousy, prompting her to approach their door and knock. "Brother Jun, cousin, are you awake? Anne asked me to call you for breakfast." Silence ensued from within. Huang Man, anxious, pushed open the door, only to be met with the sight of the two locked in a passionate embrace. Yin Mo, noticing Huang Man at the doorway, began to pat Qiao Jun urgently, struggling against him, and in a hurried breath, exclaimed, "Someone is here, stop." Qiao Jun had warned her from the start not to move, and her sudden movement only intensified his desire. Yin Mo, desperate, fought against him even more fiercely. Qiao Jun paid no mind to who had entered before Huang Man. He unabashedly revealed his yearning. Huang Man watched in shock, her gaze fixed on him. She had never seen this side of Brother Jun. He was always so aloof, his eyes impervious to any other woman. Yet now, he kissed Yin Mo with fervor, his hands eagerly caressing her, his body pressing against hers, as if he were roaring to claim her entirely, something she had always yearned for. Her hands clenched tightly. Controlling herself, she bashfully said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were, and sent me to call you." No one responded to her. She felt utterly superfluous. "Jun, my uncle," she said. "Get lost." This was the second time Qiao Jun had dismissed her in such a manner. Huang Man's heart ached profoundly. She had harbored feelings for him since childhood, and her love for him had only deepened over the years. Even after his marriage, even after he had pushed her down from the second floor, her affections remained steadfast. Yet, how could he treat her this way? He was never like this before. Chapter 26. No Coercion. 1. Her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as she stared at Yin Mo. It was her. All because of her. A surge of hatred coursed through her, and she turned on her heel, exiting the room. With determined resolve, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Secretary Chun. Miss, there are a few matters I wish to entrust you with. Please go ahead. My aunt has been experiencing heart issues lately. I have heard of a man named Lu Chenxi, a skilled cardiac surgeon. I would like him to come and examine my aunt, but I prefer that no one knows I was the one who sought his assistance." "I understand. I will make the arrangements. Additionally, I need to conduct an investigation on a woman named Yin Mo." "Certainly. One last thing is of utmost importance. You must not disclose this to anyone, especially my parents. Rest assured, Miss, I will remain tight-lipped." "Good. I require a particular medication, one that, after a single dose, will render a woman incapable of conceiving for the rest of her life. May I inquire as to why you need such a thing?" "Do not ask so many questions. I want to see both the person and the medication before nightfall." "Understood." Huang Man hung up the phone, her grip on the device tightening with intensity. Was she truly indifferent to the notion of her aunt's contraceptive potion? She resolved to ensure her aunt would be forever unable to bear children. A woman who cannot produce offspring would inevitably be cast out of the Qiao family. However, her brother Jun was a nuisance. He must be distracted. Huang Man furrowed her brow, contemplating, before making another call, her demeanor drastically altered. Father, she cooed sweetly. Man, what brings you to call me today? I missed you. Of course. You spend every day with your cousin and still find time to miss this old man? Look at what you're saying. I am your daughter. All right. I know you well enough. Speak, what is it? Van Man giggled foolishly. I want to surprise June, but I don't want him to know. So please keep him occupied tonight and prevent him from returning home. Understood. In the bedroom, Qiao Jun showed no sign of halting his passionate kisses. He was teetering on the brink of losing control, his hand straying to her waist, tugging at her skirt. Jan Montag was engelfit in terror. Qiao Yun, please. Don't. You promised you would protect me. How could you act like those men? Qiao Jun abruptly froze, his gaze fixed on Yin Mo's frightened expression. He recalled the tears she had shed endlessly the previous night. With great effort, he restrained himself, every muscle in his body taut with tension. The veins in his neck and forehead bulging grotesquely, his body trembling uncontrollably. It seemed as though he was on the verge of unleashing a lifetime of pent-up restraint. His breath coming in chaotic gasps. Yin Mo observed him in his tortured state. She could sense his overwhelming excitement, and she understood the agony a man experiences when unable to release his desires. Yet inexplicably, she felt confident he would not proceed. Qiao Jun, just as she believed, suddenly pushed himself up, growling, "Damn woman, I told you not to move." Heaven knows how tempting it is for a man to endure such struggles. Yin Mo offered no rebuttal. She gazed at him earnestly, observing the furrowed lines of his brow, the depth of his eyes, and the beads of perspiration that emerged on his forehead due to his restraint. In that moment, an unexpected calm enveloped her. She felt neither anxiety nor fear. Instead, she leisurely counted the droplets forming on his forehead. 1, 2, 3, 5. Oh, so many she could hardly keep track. Qiao Jun truly felt a burning desire to consume her whole. He inhaled sharply, rose from the bed, and strode into the bathroom. Yin Mo listened to the sound of running water, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her lips. Perhaps she had discovered his vulnerability. Though he frequently took advantage of her, kissed her at every opportunity, and uttered terrifying words, he was unlike those other men. He did not wish to force her or harm her. Yet, the haunting memories of her past encounters with those men darkened her thoughts, causing her smile to fade instantly. Despite having assumed a clean body, those memories were indelibly etched in her mind. She felt so dirty, so very dirty. Slowly, she shifted her body, curling into herself like an unborn infant, clutching tightly. Unbidden, a name slipped from her lips, Chun-Shi. Qiao Jun took a long, cold shower to calm his agitated body. He irritably turned off the shower head, grabbed a towel, and hastily dried his damp hair before instinctively exiting the bathroom. Upon entering the bedroom, he found Yin Mo curled up. He assumed he had startled her. Approaching the bedside, he sat beside her, reached for a cigarette from the bedside table, lit it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling in lazy puffs. After a few moments, he quietly said, "When I tell you not to move, do not move. As long as you obey me, I will not force you." He mentally added the words, "probably." Yin Mo slowly sat up. "I understand." Qiao Jun took 2 more puffs of smoke and suddenly said, "Speak." "Speak about what?" Yin Mo asked, bewildered. "Weren't you about to tell me something?" Oh, she had completely forgotten, yet he remembered. Yin Mo lightly licked her still, slightly swollen lips, reluctantly beginning. "I would like to ask you for a favor." A sly smirk crept onto Qiao Jun's lips. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, deliberately exhaling towards her, and murmured, "I am a businessman. I never engage in unprofitable ventures." Coughing, Yin Mo regretted stopping him from quitting smoking that day. She contemplated her bargaining chip. The only thing of value she had. "I promise not to bring up the matter of divorce again." Qiao Jun was evidently dissatisfied. He leisurely took 2 more puffs, flicked the ash from his cigarette, inhaled again, and while exhaling the white mist, remarked, "It seems you have misunderstood something. For other couples, divorce is a mutual affair. But between us, as long as I do not consent, you will forever remain my wife, Qiao Jun. Then, I promise never to reveal that I am Yin Mo to Lu Chenxi. I have already exchanged this matter for your father's life. What do you wish to do?" Qiao Jun took another drag of his cigarette and exhaled the smoke towards her, asking provocatively, "Do you really want me to say it?" Yin Mo waved her hand to disperse the choking smoke, furrowing her brow as she prepared a precautionary statement. Aside from that, you may do as you please. That? Qiao Jun leaned in with a playful curiosity, inquiring, which one is that? Chapter 27. Very well, I shall assist you. You feign ignorance with deliberate intent. Unlike you, I do not indulge in verbal games. I am a man of science and engineering, rather straightforward. You straightforward? Yin Mo truly finds that laughable. If you were simple, then it would imply the entire world lacks intellect. Are you attempting to flatter me? Yin Mo is thoroughly ensnared by his words. In the presence of others, he is as cold as ice, his lips seldom parting to utter a sound. Yet before her, he not only spares no words, but every utterance ignites her ire. Each syllable stirs her indignation. He possesses the remarkable ability to vex one to the core. With a quiet sigh, she devised a means of explanation. What I just mentioned is precisely what you intended to do, but failed to accomplish. Oh, Qiao Jun feigned understanding and candidly stated, you mean? Yin Mo felt a wave of embarrassment. Yes. Qiao Jun extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray, then procured another, lighting it anew, his gaze sweeping over her form. However, aside from that, there is nothing about you that I desire. The conversation could not continue. He perpetually obstructs others, leaving no avenue for choice. Very well. Yin Mo, possessing a temper of her own, parted her lips, poised to conclude their dialogue, but Qiao Jun, panting slightly, interjected once more. However, I am willing to first hear what assistance you require from me. Thus, I may adjust my efforts according to the difficulty presented. Yin Mo harbored a suspicion that he was laying a trap. Nonetheless, there was little harm in articulating her thoughts. I wish for you to help me gain entry into the Yin Corporation. You wish to enter your father's company? Indeed. You aim to safeguard your father's legacy? Not merely that. Yin Mo's eyes brimmed with deep-seated hatred. The one who sought my life resides within Yin Corporation. I must return to confront him. I want him to behold my face daily. I want him to eternally remember that he is a murderer. I desire to disturb his peace day and night. And I shall exact my revenge. Ensuring his demise is more harrowing than my own. Qiao Jun's fingers, holding the cigarette, tightened slightly as he inquired, who is he? Gradually, the visage of that man surfaced in Yin Mo's mind. She enunciated his name through gritted teeth. Chung Tian Zhe. Qiao Jun searched his memory for this individual. He is the vice president of Yin Corporation. Indeed, he holds that position. When my father established Yin Corporation, his father was always my father's assistant. However, he passed away from cancer at the age of 40, leaving him an orphan, much like myself. Out of respect for his father's long-standing friendship, my father took him into our home, nurturing him as his own son, promoting him to vice president of Yin Corporation, placing complete trust in him. Yet, he repaid kindness with malice, colluding with my stepmother to orchestrate my demise, leading to my father's stroke. I cannot allow them to live freely. I must reclaim Yin Corporation and restore the Yin family to its rightful place. Listening to her vehement words and observing the fury in her eyes, Qiao Jun took one last drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it once more, stating, very well, I shall assist you. Really? Yin Mo was taken aback, yet it was of course conditional. She was well aware of the old saying, apart from that, you may do as you wish. This was your own assertion. A sense of foreboding washed over Yin Mo. No, she immediately declined. Qiao Jun smiled with ill intent. I haven't even stated what it is, and you've already conjured fantasies? I haven't. It seemed that you were even more eager than I had anticipated. However, I can understand your curiosity, as although you have had a boyfriend, you lack experience in this regard. Fear not, for I am your husband, and I shall meticulously fulfill my duties, teaching you all about this and that, along with various techniques and positions bit by bit. Yin Mo found herself at a loss for words. Seeing your delight has rendered you tongue-tied. I understand. Qiao Jun interjected, nodding, we have reached an agreeable decision. Yin Mo was on the verge of collapse. Qiao Jun gently kissed her fingertips and proceeded to dress. Of course, Yin Mo could not concede to such tyrannical terms. She intended to refuse, but suddenly, Qiao Jun's phone rang. He answered it, placing it to his ear. Mr. Qiao, speak. Director Huang just called, stating that there are issues with the collaborative project in Bincheng and requires your immediate attention. Director Huang? Yes. Understood. Qiao Jun hung up and quickly finished dressing. Yin Mo was still unwilling to relent. Qiao Jun, I did not agree to what just transpired. I believe we should discuss it further. I have no time for discussion. I have matters to attend to. However, I can offer you 3 choices. 1. Hand 2. Mouth 3. His gaze drifted to her lower abdomen. Continuing without wasting a moment, I shall only accept these 3, and you have merely 3 seconds to decide. Should you fail to respond within 3 seconds, I shall consider it a tacit agreement to choose 3. What? 3 seconds? 1. Qiao Jun began the countdown. You are despicable. 2. You are shameless. 3. Yin Mo felt as though she were losing her mind. This man always delighted in presenting her with dilemmas, meticulously orchestrating her every move, threatening and coercing her, rendering her as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board at his mercy. Time's up. Qiao Jun's voice resonated with the authority of a judge. In a moment of panic, Yin Mo's mouth reacted before her mind could intervene, blurting out, I choose 1. Qiao Jun's lips curled into a satisfied smile, his large hand affectionately stroking the top of her head. This is not something to fear. In time, you shall come to know the joys it entails. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. I shall return with good news. After speaking, he gently lifted her chin with his fingers, planting a soft kiss on her lips before striding away. Yin Mo stood there, still in a daze. How did she choose? In that moment, her mouth seemed to act independently, as if bewitched. This is disastrous. Evening fell. Lu Chenxi sat in his office, his gaze lost in thought. He found himself perplexed by Duanmu Jia's words and puzzled by Dou Min's unusual behavior. However, after some probing, he had confirmed that she was not Yin Mo. So, who could be in contact with Duanmu Jia? Could it truly be the spirit of Yin Mo? How could such an absurdity even be conceivable? Dr. Lu. Lu Chenxi was suddenly jolted from his reverie, turning his attention to the woman seated at his desk. Chapter 28. Even pigs are smarter than you are. 1. Nurse Shang? Dr. Lu, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. It's already after hours. You should head home and get some rest. Here is the blood routine report for bed 16. I've reviewed it, and there are no issues. Also, your phone has been ringing continuously. Phone? It was only then that Lu Chenxi noticed the ringing sound. He sheepishly smiled at Nurse Zhang, who returned the gesture before turning to leave. Glancing at the name on his phone, he brought it to his ear. Hello, Mrs. Zhao. Dr. Lu. I apologize for disturbing you. Not at all. I was just about to clock out. That's wonderful. The reason I called is that I would like you to accompany me to the Qiao residence. The Qiao residence? Lu Chenxi immediately thought of Dou Min. Why do you want me to go to the Qiao residence? Has something happened there? It's nothing serious. A few days ago, I encountered Mrs. Qiao, and she mentioned she's been feeling discomfort in her chest lately. Coincidentally, I have some business to attend to this evening and will be passing by your hospital, so I thought of you. Since you performed surgery on me previously, I have great confidence in your medical expertise and would appreciate it if you could join me to check if her heart is also ailing. Oh, I see. So it's not about Dou Min, but Mrs. Qiao. Dr. Lu, do you have time to accompany me? Of course. Lu Chenxi readily agreed. In truth, he had a personal inclination to see Dou Min again, to confirm his feelings once more. At the Qiao residence, Huang Man had already confirmed with Secretary Chen that Qiao Jun was currently in Bincheng and could not return. Lu Chenxi had also agreed to visit the Qiao residence, and everything was proceeding as planned. Now all that was left was for her to drink the nourishing soup. Holding the soup, she stood before Yin Mo's door. Knock, knock. Knock. Who is it? It's me, man. Click. The door swung open, and Yin Mo smiled at her, noticing the nourishing soup in her hands. Huang Man appeared somewhat troubled. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Anne asked me to bring this for you. It's all right, come in. In the adjacent room, he was idly playing games on his computer when he vaguely heard knocking at the door. He immediately stood up and opened the door, just in time to see Huang Man entering Yin Mo's bedroom. Brother truly has foresight. When Qiao Jun left, he visited Qiao Yi's room and struck a deal with him involving a $12 million Maybach, instructing him to stay put and keep an eye on Yin Mo. Although he had long coveted the Maybach, He was more intrigued by the relationship between his brother and sister-in-law. It was utterly fascinating. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Qiao Jun. Hello, brother. Speak. As you predicted, cousin just entered sister-in-law's room, and she was holding a bowl. A bowl? Yes. A bowl. My too. Zero Vision saw it clearly, and I even noticed a black liquid inside. Go over immediately. Don't knock, just walk in. Isn't that inappropriate? It seems rather impolite. Do as I say. Oh. Qiao, he walked over with great enthusiasm. In the room. Cousin, I'm truly sorry. My aunt insisted that I bring this to you and insisted that I watch you drink it. It's fine, just give it to me. Yan Montak, without a hint of suspicion, reached for the medicine bowl, but to instill greater trust in her, Huang Man deliberately did not let go. Cousin, since my aunt cannot see us, let us pour it out. This is something that truly should not be consumed. Even if my aunt finds out, she will only scold me a little. I'll be fine, truly fine. She uttered reassurances, yet her face betrayed a realistic expression of fear. Yan Mo observed her and took the medicine bowl once more. After all, she had already consumed some last night. One more bowl wouldn't matter. Cousin, Huang Man called out to her, watching as she brought the bowl to her lips, her mouth poised to curl into a triumphant smile. But suddenly, crack! The door swung open without warning. Qiao, he strode in, still on the phone, and reported, Brother, I have entered. Sister-in-law is right in front of me. Both Yan Mo and Huang Man displayed expressions of astonishment. Qiao Jun inquired over the phone. Whose hand is the bowl in? In sister-in-law's hand. Has she drunk it? Not yet. Bring it over. Oh. Qiao, he snatched the bowl, apologizing. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. It's my brother who instructed me to do this. Your brother? Yan Mo was slightly bewildered. Qiao Jun continued to command. Hand the bowl to Huang Man. Qiao, he complied. Huang Man's gaze fixed on the bowl. Tension immediately enveloping her. Qiao Jun continued to relay his words verbatim through the phone. My brother said, as long as you drink this and do not vomit it out. When he returns, he will surely grant your wish and make you his woman. Yan Mo's heart sank at these words, casting a shocked glance at Huang Man. The pitiful expression on Huang Man's face faltered. She stared at the bowl in terror before raising her eyes to meet Yan Mo's. Yan Mo seemed to grasp the situation. Huang Man could no longer maintain her facade. She couldn't drink this and could only turn and flee from the room. Qiao, he shook his head at her retreating figure. Brother, she has run away. Hand the phone to your sister-in-law. Oh. Qiao, he passed the phone to Yan Mo, sister-in-law. My brother wants you to answer the call. Yan Mo was still a bit dazed. She took the phone and held it to her ear, but before she could speak, Qiao Jun launched into a tirade. Even pigs are smarter than you in dying. Pigs? Yan Mo was seething with indignation. I didn't know what feeling she harbored for you, and her acting was too good. Do not make excuses for your foolishness. Even a kindergarten child knows not to converse with strangers or consume items from them. Are you not afraid that what she handed you is poison? Poison? Surely not. You're someone who has already died once. Do I need to explain to you what the human heart is inscrutable means? Yan Mo was left utterly speechless. Indeed, it was her own carelessness. She bowed her head like a chastised child, yet suddenly recalled something else. Well, she said anxiously, I drank yesterday too. What? Qiao Jun's fury was palpable. When did you drink? Last night. As soon as I returned, I encountered your mother. I truly did not wish to engage with her. So I drank. Was Huang Man present? No. Qiao Yun fell silent. It would have been manageable if it had merely been his mother. Yet one could not afford to be careless. Do you feel unwell in any way now? Chapter 29. This song, one no. I am currently in Bin City and cannot return. I will take you to the hospital for a checkup as soon as I fly back tomorrow morning. Oh. Yan Mo responded obediently this time. Qiao Jun let out a deep sigh through his phone, clearly seething with anger, yet striving to maintain his composure. Yan Montak braced herself, anticipating a verbal onslaught, but to her surprise, he abruptly ended the call. She let out a slight breath of relief and returned the phone to Qiao Yi, who had been observing her intently. Suddenly, he remarked, Sister-in-law, why do I feel that you are not quite the same as before? What? How so? You used to be very reserved, but now. Yan Mo immediately feigned her demure side, gently explaining, Perhaps it is due to my heart transplant. The doctor mentioned that individuals who undergo such surgery might exhibit unusual behavior because they're overly concerned with a heart that does not originally belong to them. Oh, Qiao, he nodded, though he remained somewhat skeptical and did not press further. Sister-in-law, I won't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave. All right. Yin Mo escorted him to the door, then closed it with a heavy heart. Although she was a twin with her sister, their connection over the past 20 years had been minimal, leaving her feeling utterly unfamiliar with her sister. How could she possibly play her role convincingly? She was certain that the Qiao family had already taken note of the discrepancies. No, wait. Yin Mo suddenly felt a surge of anxiety as she grasped her head. If Huang Man was a pure white lotus, then the question she previously posed must have been a test, right? Oh no, if Qiao Jun were to discover this, she could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. At the Qiao family's entrance, Mrs. Zhang's car glided through the gates and came to a gentle stop in front of the villa. Lu Hongzhuang emerged to greet Mrs. Zhang warmly, but her gaze fell curiously upon the figure of Lu Chenxi stepping out of the vehicle. There was something vaguely familiar about him. She felt as though she had seen him somewhere before. Mrs. Zhang, he is Dr. Lu. You mentioned feeling discomfort in your chest last time, so I brought Dr. Lu along to examine you. Dr. Lu? Lu Hongzhuang scrutinized him once more. Ah, she suddenly recalled. He was indeed the man in the photograph engaging intimately with that troublesome girl. A sly smile crept across her lips. This was fortuitous. She had been pondering how to deal with that insufferable girl, and now she had a means to do so. Lu Chenxi sat on the sofa, meticulously examining Lu Hongzhuang. After removing his stethoscope, he spoke softly. Mrs. Qiao's heart shows no issues. The discomfort in her chest may be attributed to respiratory or gastric acid problems. I recommend that Mrs. Qiao undergo a thorough examination at the hospital for a precise diagnosis before proceeding with treatment. However, there is no need for excessive concern. It should not be a serious ailment. With Dr. Lu's assurance, I feel much relieved. I will certainly make time to visit the hospital for a thorough checkup. By the way, Lu Hongzhuang suddenly fixated on his face. Dr. Lu, you are our little Min's attending physician, correct? Yes. I thought you looked familiar. What a coincidence. Madame Zhang chimed in. Dr. Lu has returned from his studies in the United States. Though young, he is indeed an expert in this field. He was the one who performed my heart surgery. A true prodigy. If my son possessed even half of your talents, my chest would not ache so. But you still have your son Jun, she added. Upon hearing the mention of Qiao Jun, LV Hongzhuang straightened her back. However, noticing Dr. Lu tidying up, she quickly interjected. Dr. Lu, please do not rush off. Have a drink. I have something I wish to inquire of you. What is it? He replied. First, have a drink, and we shall speak leisurely. Very well. Unbeknownst to him, LV Hongzhuang had dissolved some leftover medication in the water. Once he took a sip, she began. I actually wanted to ask about our little Min's condition. She fainted unexpectedly last time, which truly frightened me. Since returning from the hospital, her complexion has not improved at all. Is she truly all right? Will there be no further issues? Miss Do does not appear unwell, he inquired. Indeed, particularly yesterday. Her little face was so pale, it pained my heart. Has she mentioned any discomfort with her heart? She is quite stubborn and never admits to feeling unwell. Since you are here tonight, would you mind checking on her upstairs? Dr. Lu pondered for a moment, harboring his own ulterior motives for being there. All right, he acquiesced. LV Hongzhuang immediately smiled and instructed the servant, take Dr. Lu to Xiaomin's room. Yes, madam. With Qiao Jun absent, Yin Mo was in high spirits, humming a tune as she entered the bathroom, hoping to enjoy a good bath and a restful sleep, to reflect on recent events and plan her future endeavors. Just as she turned on the tap, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The servant knocked twice without reply, growing concerned. Could something have happened to madam? Dr. Lu furrowed his brow deeply. How many times had it been? Each time he sought her out, her door remained silent, as if fate itself conspired to keep them apart. Yet, he could not quell his worries about her. Was she fainting again? Was she being coerced into some twisted game by a Qiao Jun? Let's check inside, he urged. Agreed. The servant opened the door, and they both stepped into the bedroom. The sound of running water indicated Yin Mo was in the bathroom, and the discordant melody affirmed her safety. Yet, Dr. Lu's expression shifted to one of shock. This song. Was it not one that Xiao Mo often sang? That song, sometimes in a rush, socks might. Sometimes one wishes to postpone until tomorrow. Perhaps I am too, and a bit of, you always. The servant, overhearing the lyrics, which were completely out of tune and context, could not help but stifle a laugh. However, she soon realized something was amiss and muttered to herself, "Isn't Madame quite the singer? What could be the matter today?" Lu Chenxi immediately turned to her. "Miss Do is quite the singer?" Indeed, the lady's mother was a minor star in her youth, having released several albums and enjoyed a period of fame. While attending university, the lady also studied vocal performance. However, since she married into the Qiao family, she has refrained from singing, as her husband disapproves. Even so, it seems unusual that after such a long hiatus, she will be so out of practice. Has the lady been acting rather peculiarly of late? Peculiar? In what way? Chapter 30. Dr. Lu, please leave. Many aspects felt peculiar, as though he had encountered a different person entirely. A different person? Lu Chenxi began to waver intensely. Yin Mo had once mentioned to him that, despite being identical twins with the same DNA, her sister could sing and dance, while she was entirely the opposite. This was utterly unscientific. Who exactly was she? Domin? Or Yin Mo? He gazed at the translucent glass door, lost in thought. The servant, believing he was preoccupied with some contemplation, discreetly withdrew and closed the door behind her. Yin Mo was completely unaware of the unfolding situation. After finishing her bath, she rose from the warm water, wrapped a towel around her long hair, and secured a bathrobe around her body. Barefoot, she exited the bathroom, oblivious to the fact that, at the very moment she opened the door, she would come face to face with Lu Chenxi. She was taken aback. "Dr. Lu, what are you doing here?" Lu Chenxi's eyes fell upon the slight scar peeking from beneath her robe, a scar he had inflicted with his own surgical knife. The very scar that marked the heart he had expertly transplanted into her body, stitching it back together himself, and even performing the suture removal. He was certain that this body belonged to Domin, yet the song he had just heard, the servant's words, and the message received by Duan Mujia all led him to question her identity. "Who are you?" he found himself asking involuntarily. Yin Mo's expression reflected her astonishment. Lu Chenxi took a step closer, repeating his inquiry. "Who exactly are you?" Her lips trembled. The words were on the tip of her tongue. She could easily reveal that she was Yin Mo, his fiancée, but she clenched her fists. "I am Domin? Yes, I am Domin, the wife of the Qiao family, the spouse of Qiao Jun. Dr. Lu, may I boldly inquire why you are in my room? What does this question imply? What are your intentions?" Lu Chenxi felt a chill of indifference wash over him. He struggled to maintain his composure. "I came to check on Mrs. Qiao's heart at the request of Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Qiao mentioned that you had not been looking well lately, so I was asked to come and see you." "Mrs. Qiao? My mother-in-law? Is she genuinely so considerate?" Yin Mo sensed something amiss. "Dr. Lu, as you can see, I am in good health and have no issues with my complexion. I do not require your assistance. Please leave." Faced with her aloofness, Lu Chenxi could no longer contain himself. "Very well, I shall depart. But I need you to tell me why you kissed me that day. You were awake?" Yin Mo blurted out. "You have already acknowledged it. Now, share the reason." Yin Mo struggled to find a reasonable explanation. Lu Chenxi moved closer once more. "That day while I was asleep, not only did you steal a kiss, but you also claimed to have something crucial to tell me, urging me to trust you. Although you later excused it as merely wanting to inquire about your father's illness. Why would your father's condition necessitate my trust? It is utterly illogical. Therefore, I implore you to disclose what you truly intended to convey that day. What is it that you wish to reveal? What exactly do you want me to believe? Why do you insist on kissing me?" Yin Mo felt flustered by his relentless questioning, and his advancing figure made her legs weak, causing her to retreat in panic, her balance faltering. Lu Chenxi noticed her impending fall and swiftly extended his arms to embrace her. Yin Mo stared wide-eyed at him, the proximity of his touch electrifying her senses. With her body wrapped only in a bath towel, her fair skin, delicate neck, and exquisite collarbone were all laid bare before his gaze. Suddenly, his breathing grew rapid, his body heated, tension coiling in his abdomen, a stirring below. He believed himself to be perfectly normal, unaware that a portion of his reaction was influenced by the effects of medication. It had been such a long time since Yin Mo had been held in his arms. Memories of the past swirled in her mind. She yearned to embrace him, to nestle in his embrace and confide all her thoughts. Yet, the image of Qiao Jun's handsome face abruptly intruded upon her mind, sending a chill through her entire being. Regaining her composure, she forcefully pushed Lu Chenxi away. "Dr. Lu, please leave at once. You still haven't answered me. I'm not comfortable right now. I need a change. I must know now," Lu Chenxi asserted resolutely. Unable to confront the unwavering expression on his face, Yin Mo felt an overwhelming urge to divulge everything. She averted her gaze, anxiously attempting to dress. But as soon as she moved her feet, Lu Chenxi mistook her intentions for flight and reached out urgently. In a reflexive motion, Yin Mo raised her hand to evade him. Though he missed her arm, he seized the towel instead. The towel slipped from her body. Yin Mo hastily retrieved it, attempting to cover herself once more, but Lu Chenxi had already seen everything. The remnants of his rationality shattered. His mind became increasingly chaotic, and his gaze was no longer filled with the image of Domin, but with the entirety of Yin Mo, Xiao Mo. He softly called her, his emotions surging as he embraced her tightly. Yan Mo's feelings oscillated wildly. Her hands, though weak, pushed against him as she joyfully yet painfully protested. "I am not Yin Mo. I am Domin. I am Qiao Jun's wife. Let me go. You need to be more aware. Xiao Montak. Xiao Montak. You're not dead. Xiao Mo." Lu Chenxi had completely lost control. Yin Mo began to struggle, but she could not escape his grasp. As he pinned her down onto the bed, "Xiao Mo, I love you," he declared, leaning in to kiss her. Yin Mo cried out in distress. "No?" The next room. Meanwhile, Qiao, he was leisurely sipping red wine, lost in thoughts of which beautiful woman he would take for a drive in his Maybach the next day, when he suddenly heard Yin Mo's cry from the adjacent room. "What now?" He promptly set down his glass and dashed out the door. Qiao Jun had instructed him to keep an eye on Yin Mo, but as he stepped outside, he collided with LV Hongzhuang. "Mom, this is none of your business. Go back inside." Hearing the commotion next door, Qiao Yi's previously nonchalant expression turned serious. "Mom, she is my brother's wife, your daughter-in-law. How can you behave this way? I have never regarded her as a daughter-in-law. Yet you are a woman, and you are acutely aware of the profound shame this brings upon a woman. She deserves it. Fetch someone. Escort the second young master back to his room. Confiscate his phone and computer, and ensure he is monitored, prohibited from contacting anyone." "Understood." The two male bodyguards behind El Hongzhuang promptly seized Qiao Yi and dragged him back to his room. Qiao Yi found himself utterly unable to break free. He glared at El Hongzhuang and declared, "My brother is no fool. Upon his return, he will not let you off easily." Chapter 31. You will regret this one. Will you not let me go? Lu Hongzhuang held her head high, exuding an air of arrogance. "I am his mother. What can he possibly do to me? You will regret this." The door closed. "Yes." The bodyguard shut the door, one standing inside and the other outside. Lu Hongzhuang turned and walked towards her bedroom, while Huang Man discreetly observed from a corner. She fixated on Yin Mo's door, a smug smile gracing her lips, as Yin Mo's voice echoed from within. Don't, Chun Shi, don't." In Bin's city, as the waiter served the dishes, she accidentally spilled soup on Qiao Jun's suit. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Forgive me, please." The waitress, a woman, apologized profusely while using a napkin to wipe Qiao Jun's suit. Qiao Jun's brow furrowed. He detested being touched by others. Su Bin, standing nearby, quickly pulled the waitress aside. Qiao Jun removed his suit and tossed it to Su Bin, coldly commanding, "Dispose of it." "Understood." The lobby manager hurried over upon witnessing the scene, but Su Bin ushered him away to converse privately in a corner. The man seated across from Qiao Jun chuckled softly. "Mr. Qiao, since you entered this restaurant, the female waitstaff has been fixated on you. That last one was clearly trying to catch your attention, though her approach was rather foolish. Thankfully, she is quite attractive. Perhaps Mr. Qiao might consider her tonight." Qiao Jun was in no mood for such distractions. Although he had been summoned to Bin City by Director Huang, he suspected Huang Man schemed the moment he received the call. Yet, He had hastened there not for Director Huang or the project in Bin City, but for the man named Sun before him. Sun Tao was one of the shareholders of the Yin family. Noticing Qiao Jun's silence, Sun Tao took a sip of his drink, feeling slightly awkward before broaching the subject. Mr. Qiao, you sought me out personally. Was there something of great importance? Qiao Jun remained silent. Just then, Su Bin returned and spoke on his behalf, Mr. Sun. I've heard you're considering investing in the high-tech industry. Assistant Su is quite well informed. Our Qiaoya has its roots in this sector. Naturally, we keep a close eye on various developments. So, you are suggesting that you called me out for this reason? You wish for me to abandon this idea? Not at all. In fact, our Mr. Qiao is interested in collaborating with you. Collaborate? Sun Tao was taken aback. The Qiaoya Group was a formidable entity, a leader in the domestic high-tech industry, proud, domineering, and rarely engaged in partnerships. That they would seek collaboration with someone as inexperienced as himself was indeed a delightful surprise, more astonishing than a pie falling from the sky. Years of experience told him that matters were seldom as straightforward as they appeared. Sun Tao glanced at Qiao Jun. Mr. Qiao, do you genuinely wish to collaborate with me? Qiao Jun remained unresponsive, prompting Su Bin to continue. Yes. May I inquire as to why? Why seek me out? If you, Qiaoya, are seeking partners, there must be countless individuals willing to invest their time and resources. Surely, it cannot be my turn, can it? Qiao Jun leisurely lifted the goblet from the table and took a delicate sip of the red wine within. Su Bin handed him a document that had been resting aside, stating, This is our company's forthcoming product, set to officially launch in early August. The collaboration we just discussed pertains to selling the agency rights for this new product to Mr. Sunday. After all, Mr. Sun is new to this industry. Lacking both technical expertise and connections, acquiring some experience is paramount. Of course, should our partnership prove fruitful, there may be potential for contract renewal in the future. Sun Tao immediately seized the document, scrutinizing the information it contained. The more he read, the more his excitement grew. Securing the agency rights from Qiao Yu was bound to yield significant profits, and it would also enable him to take his first step into the industry with Qiao Yu's support. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why he had been chosen for this opportunity. Setting the document down, he cautiously remarked, You have yet to answer my previous question. Su Bin presented another document to him, saying, Since Mr. Sun will be representing our new product from Qiao Yu, he will undoubtedly be too occupied to manage the Yin family's business. He will need an agent, and coincidentally, our general manager has an exceptionally suitable candidate to recommend. As Sun Tao opened the document and beheld the name Do Min, realization dawned upon him. It appeared that the general manager also held an interest in the Yin family. However, given Miss Do's status, gaining entry into the Yin family should be relatively straightforward. You see, our madam, although the daughter of Chairman Yin, has lived with her mother since childhood due to her parents' divorce, and Chairman Yin has publicly severed ties with her. Thus, for her to enter the Yin family, she would require Mr. Sun's assistance. Closing the document, Sun Tao slowly pushed it back towards Qiao Jun. I apologize, General Manager, but I fear I cannot assist with this. Although the allure of the agency rights was substantial, facilitating Do Min's entry into the Yin family would effectively allow Qiao Jun to infiltrate it as well. Such a formidable force concealed within the Yin family would inevitably lead to its downfall. Su Bin opened his mouth to speak, but Qiao Jun interjected suddenly, Mr. Sun, with so many shareholders in the Yin family, do you know why I specifically chose you? Sun Tao felt a wave of anxiety. Why? Because I am aware that during Chairman Yan's illness, you clandestinely misappropriated a substantial amount of public funds. Sun Tao's expression shifted dramatically. Qiao Jun leaned back slightly, and Su Bin promptly placed two documents before Sun Tao, positioning a pen in between them. Qiao Jun's piercing gaze bore into him, his voice a chilling whisper akin to a devil from the depths of hell. Mr. Sun, before you lies a court summons and a contract for signing. Choose wisely. At that moment, Sun Tao truly grasped the gravity of the situation. The chief president of Qiao Yu Group, when silent, was formidable, but once he spoke, defeat was inevitable. There was no choice to be made. He picked up the pen, opened the contract, and inscribed his name upon it. At the very moment the pen lifted from the paper, Qiao Jun abruptly stood up and strode out of the dining hall. Subin folded the contract and, with a smile, addressed Sun Tao, Mr. Sun. I wish us a pleasant collaboration. In the hotel suite, Qiao Jun inhaled a cigarette, his gaze fixed upon the signed agreement. Yin Mo would undoubtedly feel elated upon seeing this contract, yet she would likely wear a frown when it came time to fulfill the obligations. He relished the sight of her laughter as much as he appreciated her moments of ire. Setting the contract aside, he reached for his phone and dialed her number. But after a prolonged silence, the call was automatically disconnected. He promptly attempted to reach Qiao Yi, but this time, not only did the call fail to connect, he was met with the notification that the phone was powered off. Chapter 32. Something must have happened, no. Something must have gone awry. Bin. Yes, Mr. Qiao. How may I assist you? Book a plane ticket immediately. However, it is already past 11 o'clock. The earliest flight is at 7 tomorrow morning. Qiao Jun quickly calculated the time in his mind. The flight would take approximately 10 hours, and driving back would normally take 7 to 8 hours. But at an expedited pace, he could arrive in 5 to 6 hours. Prepare the car, he commanded sternly. Understood. In the early morning, before the sun officially rose, the sky had begun to brighten faintly. Huang Man, filled with anticipation, had spent the night awake, standing by the window awaiting Qiao Jun's return. Likewise, Qiao, he found himself unable to sleep, gazing out at the entrance of the Qiao residence. In the distance, a beam of light gradually approached the Qiao home. Huang Man's lips curled into a slight smile as her hands excitedly gripped the curtains. Upon seeing Qiao Jun's car enter the premises, Qiao immediately turned to leave, only to be intercepted by the bodyguard stationed inside the house. Get out of my way, he barked. You have achieved your objective. Do not obstruct me further. With that, he dashed out of the room, the bodyguards trailing closely behind. At the front door of the Qiao residence, before the car had even come to a complete stop, Qiao Jun flung open the door, stepping out with purpose as he strode into the house. As he ascended the stairs to the second floor, he was met head-on by Qiao Yi, whose expression was one of deep remorse. His head bowed, he uttered gravely, "Brother, I am sorry." The already cold countenance of Qiao Jun was suddenly enveloped in a chilling frost, his azure eyes reflecting a terrifying depth. He continued striding forward, reaching the bedroom door, which he kicked open with force. Inside, clothing was strewn haphazardly across the floor. On the 2-meter-wide mattress, Yin Mo lay nestled in Lu Chenxi's embrace, their intimacy palpable. At that moment, Yin Mo seemed to sense something amiss. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her lips moved softly, the first 2 words unclear, but the last 2 were unmistakably clear. No. Chenxi. Qiao Jun's eyes blazed with crimson rage, blood vessels bursting forth in fury. He stormed over, seizing Yin Mo's arm with a powerful grip, forcefully pulling her from Lu Chenxi's embrace. However, the blanket that had barely concealed her slipped away, revealing an alarming splash of red that pierced his vision. Why was there blood beneath her? Had they? Qiao Jun's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had endured and controlled himself, no matter how overwhelming the pain or how uncontrollable his emotions. He had wished to cherish her, to refrain from claiming her forcefully. Yet, she had bestowed herself upon another man, and worse still, lay in his bed, cradled in this man's arms, uttering his name. Damn it! Damn woman! His grip tightened, almost wishing to crush her arm. Yin Mo slowly furrowed her brow, awakening from her slumber. Before her eyes had fully opened, she felt a sharp pain in her arm and an overwhelming surge of anger. As she opened her eyes, her vision was still hazy, but she immediately recognized Qiao Jun. She suddenly awoke, glancing at the naked Lu Chenxi beside her, then at her own bare form, before turning her gaze back to Qiao Jun, locking onto his blood-red eyes. This is not how it is. She pulled the covers over herself, desperately explaining, "It's not like that, we didn't tiwi. Xiao Montak." Lu Chenxi was slowly regaining consciousness, softly calling her name, much like Yin Mo. Her words faltered abruptly, not due to Lu Chenxi's voice, but because of the murderous expression on Qiao Jun's face and the lethal intent in his eyes. No. Just as she was about to intervene, Qiao Jun released her arm and seized Lu Chenxi by the throat. Lu Chenxi gasped awake, staring wide-eyed at Qiao Jun's face, his hands instinctively grasping the hand that was choking him. However, Being a man himself, Qiao Jun's strength was overwhelming, and Lu Qinzi could not break free. Nor could he struggle. He could even hear the ominous sound of his neck bones threatening to shatter. Soon, his vision blurred. Despite his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets, he could see nothing clearly. Yan Mo watched in horror as Lu Qinzi's entire face turned crimson from the choking, his wide eyes appearing as if he were on the brink of death. She immediately grasped Qiao Jun's arms. "Let him go. You're going to kill him. Please let him go." Qiao Jun gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, nearly severing Lu Qinzi's neck. No, he was about to do just that, while Lu Qinzi, now utterly powerless, began to roll his eyes back. Qiao Jun was serious. He truly intended to kill him. Yan Mo was frantic, feeling utterly helpless. She could not allow Lu Qinzi to die. "Qiao Yun," she shouted his name, frantically declaring, "If you dare to kill him, I won't live either. If he dies, I will die with him. If he lives, I will live with him. Killing him means killing me." Qiao Jun's hand abruptly halted, though he did not ease his grip. What a detestable pair they were. Did she truly love him so much? Was she willing to sacrifice her own life for him? But what about him? What was he to her? Qiao Yun certainly mocked himself internally. How foolish to even question his worth. He was nothing at all, merely a man she despised, for she was not Do Min, not his wife. She was Lu Qinzi's girlfriend, his fiancée. They were the ones truly in love. But no, he would not allow her to love another, nor would he permit her to belong to anyone else. She was his. She belonged to Qiao Jun. Did she wish to die with another man? Impossible. He would ensure she remained alive, even if it meant a fate worse than death. With renewed resolve, he tightened his grip, determined to kill this man. Yan Montauk, witnessing his indifference, felt a surge of panic, shock, and fear. This man was truly a devil. He was nothing short of a demon. She exerted all her strength to grasp his hand, disregarding any semblance of pride as she implored him. "I beg you, let me do anything you wish. Do with me as you please, but do not take his life. Release him, please, release him at once. Qiao Jun, I beseech you, I implore you. I plead with you to let him go, to spare him. Someone please help. Hurry, someone please help." At that moment, Qiao, and Su Bin, who had been waiting outside, rushed in together. Upon witnessing Qiao Jun's grasp tightening around Lu Qinzi's throat and seeing Lu Qinzi devoid of any struggle, seemingly lifeless, Qiao immediately shouted as he dashed forward, "Quick, pull my brother away." Chapter 33. Do you believe me? 1. Su Bin remained motionless. Yet the bodyguard accompanying Qiao immediately rushed to assist. Together with Yan Mo, the three of them struggled to pry open one of Qiao Jun's hands. But their efforts proved futile. Qiao Jun had previously trained and was an avid fitness enthusiast. His strength was indeed formidable and particularly intimidating when fueled by rage. Qiao anxiously glanced at Su Bin, hoping for his assistance, but Su Bin remained unyielding. He would only heed Qiao Jun's commands, and rather than assist, he was preoccupied with contemplating how to absolve Qiao Jun should Lu Qinzi truly meet his demise. Fortunately, at that moment another bodyguard arrived, and with their combined efforts, they finally managed to free Qiao Jun's grip. Yan Mo hurriedly checked Lu Qinzi's condition. He was devoid of breath and heartbeat. In a panic, she began administering CPR. Qiao understood that if Yan Mo were to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Lu Qinzi in front of Qiao Jun, it would incite even more chaos. He immediately pushed her aside, declaring, "Let me do it." Yan Mo trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with fear and already reddened, on the brink of tears. She watched as Qiao pressed down repeatedly on Lu Qinzi's chest, silently praying, "Qinzi, you must not die. You cannot die. Please come back to life. I would trade my own lifespan. I would give anything." Qiao Jun glared at her with a menacing intensity, his fists clenched, driven by an impulse to eliminate her, to gouge out her eyes. What was happening? Lu Hongzhuang, having heard the commotion, rose to investigate. Although she had anticipated a dramatic scene, she had not expected it to escalate to such peril. Qiao continued performing CPR on Lu Qinzi, who lay in a state of uncertainty between life and death. Yin Mo's face was devoid of color, pale and filled with dread. And what surprised her most was that Qiao Jun, who had remained utterly indifferent to his wife for 3 long years, would react so passionately. Why? Why did he suddenly care so much for this girl on the verge of death? Steeling herself against her astonishment, Lu Hongzhuang approached Qiao Jun and inquired, "Juner, when did you return? What is happening here?" "Let go," Qiao Jun coldly uttered, not to Lu Hongzhuang, but to the bodyguards holding him. The bodyguards hesitated, glancing at Lu Hongzhuang. Qiao Jun, however, had lost his patience. With a powerful motion, he broke free from their grasp, retaliating with a punch and a kick that struck the bodyguards' vital points, sending them crashing to the ground. Lu Hongzhuang's face turned pale in shock. Qiao Jun disregarded everyone else, his focus solely on Yin Mo. He strode towards her, grasping her wrist and pulling her off the bed. Yin Mo desperately fought against him, unwilling to leave. She wanted to witness Lu Chenxi awaken, to ascertain that he was still alive. Yet, she was utterly powerless against Qiao Jun's strength as he forcibly dragged her into the bathroom. Bang! Qiao Jun slammed the bathroom door shut. Lu Hongzhuang, startled once more, nervously approached the bed and gazed at Lu Chenxi, who appeared lifeless, asking, "Is he all right? He isn't truly dead, is he?" Qiao, he had no time to spare for her. He was still relentlessly performing CPR and artificial respiration on Lu Chenxi. Finally, Lu Chenxi gasped for breath, and Qiao, utterly drained, allowed himself to relax. Yet, his gaze turned fiercely accusatory toward his mother. "Are you happy now? Almost took a life. Are you satisfied?" I had no idea June would go this far. Far. You're mistaken. This is only the beginning. Soon, it will be your turn. Me, impossible. I'm his mother. No matter how furious he is, he wouldn't dare, wouldn't he? His cold retort sent a ripple of fear through her. Exhausted, Qiao strode out of the room, instructing the servants waiting outside, "Take Dr. Lu to the hospital." "Yes, sir." The servants hurried in to carry Lu Chenxi. Though revived, remained unconscious. Lu Hongzhuang had truly never anticipated things escalating to this extent. She couldn't comprehend. What exactly was Jun's obsession with that wretched girl? In the bathroom, Qiao Jun showed no trace of tenderness as he flung Yin Mo into the bathtub, violently tearing away the blanket wrapped around her. Seizing the shower head, he drenched her body in a merciless torrent of water. Yin Mo, still frantic over Lu Chenxi, attempted to rise, only to be shoved back down by Qiao Jun. She crashed against the edge of the tub, pain lancing through her spine as she winced. But the man who once cherished her now regarded her with icy detachment. "Move again," he warned, voice lethally soft, "and I'll return to finish him off for good." She froze, obedient. Tonight, he was terrifying, utterly, inhumanly terrifying. Killing held no hesitation for him. Even now, murderous intent blazed in his eyes. This wasn't impulse. It was indifference. He didn't fear blood on his hands, nor the title of murderer. To him, the law was inconsequential, effortlessly manipulated. For the first time, she truly saw him for what he was, a monster. Qiao Jun continued hosing her down, his focus zeroing in on the love bites marring her neck. Snatching a towel, he soaked it and scrubbed, over and over, as if those marks were stains to be purged. Yet the harder he rubbed, the more livid they became. The more livid, the fiercer his strokes, until her delicate skin tore, blood welling in crimson beads. "It hurts," Yin Mo whispered, but he didn't hear. She clenched her teeth, enduring the agony, flesh scraped raw, pain searing to the bone. Only when the wound gaped, blood dripping in rivulets, did Qiao Jun finally halt, staring at the mangled skin. He abruptly discarded the towel and shower head. Gripping her shoulders, he pressed his lips to the wounds, sucking, kissing, branding her with his own marks. Jan Montag and Ulet in Zilengse. After Zhou Jun was satisfied with his kiss, he suddenly regarded her with indifference and commanded, "Open your legs." Yin Mo was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" "Examine." Yin Mo exclaimed, "I haven't. I didn't do anything with Chun Shi. I can explain." "Chun Shi?" Zhou Jun's demeanor grew, even colder. "No need." Yin Mo, in a panic, insisted, "I could truly haven tea. I swear, believe me." I'm not unfaithful to you. Qiao Jun's cruel declaration cut through her defenses. I wish to humiliate you, just as you lay in another man's embrace, calling out his name, thus humiliating me. Perhaps his earlier desire to kill stemmed from anger. But what enraged and pained him further was that she continued to call out Lu Chun's name even in her dreams. The thought that she still held him in her subconscious was unbearable for him. Yet Yin Mo remained oblivious, unable to comprehend why he would not listen to her explanation or why he treated her so harshly. Hurry, you Yun Bulks. Yin Mo realized she could not resist. Should she refuse, he would resort to even more brutal means to inspect her body. She had no escape, never had. Gritting her teeth, trembling, she gradually opened her legs. Qiao Jun's hand reached directly towards her. After Qiao Jun's inspection, her purity remained intact. The blood was not hers. Yet he did not inquire about what had transpired. Instead, he remained quietly beside the bathtub, washing her until dawn broke, until the sky darkened again, until nightfall arrived. Finally, after immersing her until she felt swollen, dizzy, and utterly exhausted, Yin Mo fainted in the tub. Only then did Qiao Jun turn off the shower, lift her from the water, and exit the bathroom. In the room, everyone had already departed, and the sheets on the bed had been changed. Qiao Jun gently placed Yin Mo on the bed, his gaze fixed upon her face. At that moment, he longed to retract a statement. Her body did indeed possess what he desired. He craved her heart, the one that truly belonged to Yin Mo. He wished for her to love him deeply, to the point of being unable to live without him. His fingers softly traced her cheek, then glided down her neck, brushing against the wounds he had roughly wiped with a wet towel. Murmuring in her sleep, Yin Mo winced in pain. Qiao Jun withdrew his hand, opened a drawer, and retrieved some medicine. He carefully cleaned her wounds with a disinfectant cotton swab, easing his touch whenever she groaned, becoming gentler and more tender as he continued. After tending to her injuries and dressing her in a nightgown, he pulled the blanket over her and gazed at her for a long time before rising to leave the bedroom. Click! As the door closed behind him, the slumbering Yin Mo slowly furrowed her brows, her lips murmuring, Qiao Jun. You no. I didn't tea. Believe me, I didn't tea. In the guest room on the second floor of the Zhou residence, a strange sound echoed through Huang Man's dreams. Thud, 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 hud, hud, hud. She was gradually roused from her slumber by the incessant noise. However, as it was the dead of night, darkness enveloped her surroundings, rendering her vision utterly obscured. Yet, that peculiar sound persisted, reverberating in a chilling rhythm. Thud, thud, hud, 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 hud. A sense of trepidation began to creep into Huang Man's heart. Following the sound, she cast her gaze toward a shadowy corner of the room. The moonlight, intermittently veiled by drifting clouds, slowly re-emerged, casting a silvery glow that illuminated a figure seated within. Though his face remained shrouded in shadow, she could discern that it was a man, elegantly perched upon a chair, his right hand resting on the armrest, his index finger rising and falling as it rhythmically struck the wooden surface. "Who are you?" she inquired, her voice trembling with fear. Thud, thud, thud. The sound continued to echo, growing more eerie in the stillness of the night. "Who are you, truly?" Huang Man pressed again. Suddenly, the noise ceased. The man lowered his hand, placing both hands upon his crossed thighs, then began to caress the ring on his left ring finger with the very finger that had just been knocking, his voice cold as he questioned, "Did Lu Chenxi send you?" Huang Man recognized his voice. "Brother Jun, is it you?" "No," she quickly denied. "It has nothing to do with me." "Really? Truly, Brother Jun, you must believe me. I had no part in this. I was unaware of her intentions. Had I known she would act this way, I would have stopped her. I would never have allowed such a thing to transpire. In that bowl of medicine, it was my aunt who insisted I deliver it to my cousin. I warned her that it was dangerous, but she insisted on consuming it. Brother Jun, you must trust me. I never intended to harm my cousin. I did not. Is that so? Then why does he tell a different story? He? Which he? Huang Man's heart quivered. Her vision blurred, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight, revealing only Qiao Jun's form, with no sight of anyone else. Yet, with a sudden crack, The room was flooded with light. Beside Qiao Jun stood Su Bin, while at Su Bin's feet knelt Secretary Chun, his body drenched in blood, with crimson droplets steadily falling to the floor. Vang Manguspit, her expression one of sheer horror. Qiao Jun tilted his head slightly. Su Bin spoke on his behalf. Miss Biao, regarding the previous inquiry, we also questioned Secretary Chun. But his account contradicts yours. He claims it was you who instructed him to seek out Lu Chenxi. Huang Man, suppressing her rising fear, adamantly refuted, he lies. It was not me. Qiao Jun cast his gaze downward towards the kneeling Secretary Chun, whose body trembled, his eyes swollen to the point of nearly obscuring Qiao Jun's face. Originally, as he was on his way home, he was abruptly intercepted by a car. For robust, men shattered the windows and dragged him out without any reason, mercilessly beating him on the street until he bore the current bruised visage. They then abducted him, much like a kidnapping, bringing him before Qiao Jun, where he was subjected to a thorough interrogation. He could no longer endure the pressure. If he did not speak the truth, he would die, truly die. I have evidence. What evidence? Su Bin inquired. My phone is set to automatically record. Huang Man was struck as if by lightning, her body beginning to tremble slightly. Qiao Jun raised a hand, and Su Bin produced Secretary Chen's phone, locating the audio file and opening one of them. The conversation from that day replayed instantly. Hello, Secretary Chen. Miss, there are a few matters I would like to entrust to you. Please go ahead. Recently, my aunt has been suffering from heart issues. I have heard of a man named Lu Chenxi, a cardiothoracic surgeon with commendable skills. I would like him to come and examine my aunt, but I do not wish for anyone to know that I sought him out. As Huang Man listened to her own voice, she clutched the blanket beneath her tightly, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she continued to deny it. Brother Jun, it is false. This recording is fabricated. I never uttered such words. He is deceiving you. He has always been dissatisfied with how my father treated him. Thus he seeks to frame me. He intends to harm me. Qiao Jun suddenly found himself somewhat persuaded by Yin Mo's words. Her acting was indeed superb. Meanwhile, Secretary Chun grew anxious. This recording is authentic. You may have it authenticated by an expert. That will not be necessary. Qiao Yun, growing impatience, suddenly spoke, lowering his voice to issue a command. Come in. The door swung open, and two servants entered, one carrying the bowl of medicinal soup that Huang Man had previously handled. Su Bin glanced at them and said, Proceed. Huang Man watched in terror as the servant approached with the bowl of medicine, retreating further into the bed. What do you intend to do? Do not come near me. I refuse to drink it. I would rather die than drink it. Without hesitation, the servant reached the bedside, seized Huang Man, who struggled desperately, trying to push them away with her hands and feet. Yet, she was captured, her cheeks pinched, and the contents of the bowl were forced into her mouth. Once the servants had poured the entire dose down her throat and released her grip, she immediately thrust her fingers deep into her throat, inducing herself to vomit the medicine she had just swallowed. She could not drink it. There was a potion within that would render her unable to conceive for a lifetime. She could not allow herself to become a barren woman. By any means necessary. She must become Brother Jun's woman, and she must bear his child. She must. Her fingers pressed repeatedly against the root of her tongue, brushing against her tonsils. She vomited until bile emerged, finally feeling a semblance of relief, yet tears of grievance filled her eyes. Why? She suddenly challenged Qiao Jun. Why you treat me this way? You were once so gentle with me. You clearly stated that you liked me. Have you truly forgotten? I have been your fiancé, since the day I was born, yearning to be your wife even before I could comprehend the meaning of love. My heart has always been set on spending my life by your side. Yet, you chose to abandon me, unilaterally dissolving our engagement to marry another woman. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am? On the day of your wedding, I wish for nothing more than to cease existing. Qiao Jun remained unmoved by her words, offering no explanation. Huang Man was in tears, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Jungu, please look at me. Truly look at me. I love you so deeply, so unconditionally. Without you, I cannot live. My existence holds no meaning. Please do not treat me this way. Qiao Jun observed the tears streaming down her face in silence for a protracted moment before finally uttering, albeit sparingly, I once mentioned that I liked you. But that was because you are as endearing as a sister, innocent and kind. Yet, I have never claimed to love you. Huang Man felt as though the sky had fallen. Impossible. You cannot have never loved me. You treated me so well. It cannot have been mere affection. No, I refuse to believe it. Qiao Jun averted his gaze, unwilling to look at her any longer. Suddenly, he stood up, walking towards the door while coldly commanding, "Have Miss Biao's belongings packed and send her home." Home? Huang Man gasped in shock. In a frantic rush, she dashed to Qiao Jun's side and clung to him tightly. "Jungo, I won't go home. Please don't send me away. I promise I'll do nothing. I'll stay in the room. I won't go anywhere. I beg you, let me remain here by your side. Yun, I implore you." Qiao Jun furrowed his brow deeply. With a forceful motion, he pried her hands away and stepped forward. Huang Man stumbled back, falling to the ground. As she watched him walk away, she crawled after him, grasping his left leg. Weeping, "Jungo, please don't send me away. I beg you, I beg you." Her cries were loud and heart-wrenching, yet they seemed deliberately designed to attract attention. And indeed, El Hongzhuang hurried over, her eyes wide with shock at the scene before her. "What is happening? Man, what's wrong?" She rushed to assist Huang Man, but Huang Man refused to let go of Qiao Jun's leg, continuing to cry, "Aunt, Jungo wants to send me away. I don't want to go. Please help me plead with him not to send me away." "What nonsense are you spouting? While I am here, who dares to send you away?" Qiao Jun's voice dripped with sarcasm. "You seem to have forgotten who is the head of the Qiao family. How dare you?" "El Leong Zhuang," exclaimed the Nanji. "I am your mother. Is this how you speak to your mother? Mother? Do you even embody the essence of a mother?" Although El Hongzhuang shared the same intention as Huang Man to expel Yan Mo from the Qiao family, her approach was markedly different. Upon the exposure of their scheme, she boldly confessed, "I acknowledge that my actions may have been somewhat excessive this time, yet I did it all for you, for our Qiao family. From the very beginning, I opposed allowing that wretched girl to enter our home, but you insisted on marrying her. Did you not later come to regret that decision? Did you not contemplate divorce on several occasions? Had it not been for her relentless refusal to part ways, I would not have resorted to such drastic measures. However, now that she has strayed with another man, engaging in such disgraceful conduct, we possess undeniable evidence. If we present this to the court, you can finally divorce her." "Divorce? You are correct. I too wish to discuss the matter of divorce with you." Upon hearing his words, both El Hongzhuang and Huang Man were taken aback. What did he truly mean? After 3 years of indifferent treatment towards Domin, he now seemed to shower her with attention, even causing a scene last night because of her, yet he now agreed to divorce. They were utterly perplexed by his capricious nature. Their confusion, however, was short-lived. "Bin. Yes. Shubina poished, facing El Hongzhuang. Madam, I have consulted with a lawyer. You are implicated in the purchase of illegal substances and have conspired to harm your own daughter-in-law. Fortunately, your attempts were unsuccessful, but you still face a prison sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years. 3 years? 10 years? El Hongzhuang's face was a portrait of shock. You. She pointed at Qiao Jun. "You intend to sue me?" Qiao Jun replied with chilling indifference, "Considering you are my mother, I will assist you in finding a competent lawyer." "You ungrateful child." Huang Man finally grasped the gravity of the situation. After losing his sight at the age of 14, Qiao Jun had transformed into a different person. Following his father's death and his ascension to leadership of the Qiao family, he had become cold, ruthless, and devoid of humanity. He was unwaveringly resolute, showing no mercy, even to his own kin. This cannot stand. She needed to find a way to salvage the situation. "You ungrateful child, you are driving me to the brink." As El Hongzhuang's breath became erratic, Huang Man, quick-witted, leaned closer and whispered heart. El Hongzhuang immediately understood her implication. She continued to gasp for breath, clutching her chest. Her mouth agape, as if struggling for air, her expression contorted in a grimace. Huang Man swiftly released her grip on Qiao Jun and embraced her. "Aunt, what is wrong? What has suddenly come over you?" Observing her grasping her heart, she asked, "Is your chest bothering you again?" Please, do not agitate yourself. Breathe slowly, slowly. Yun-ge. She raised her gaze to Qiao Jun, panic-stricken, and has been feeling unwell lately. Dr. Liu examined her and diagnosed her with heart disease. He said she must not be provoked. Junge, please call a doctor quickly. A glacial chill spread through Qiao Jun's eyes. These two women were exceptionally skilled at their charade, yet he was not one to be easily deceived. Bin. Yes. Mrs. Yin has fallen gravely ill. Prepare the vehicle immediately to transport her to the hospital for proper treatment. Subin acknowledged the command and set off at once. Woman hastily into Schichtel, Polyun. Aunt suffered a sudden heart attack. We cannot move her recklessly. It's best to call a doctor first. Qiao Jun paid her no heed and finally replied. Since you are so concerned about your aunt, accompany her to the hospital. You are not permitted to return without my consent. With that, he departed. Huang Man gazed at his unfeeling silhouette, tears cascading down her cheeks. As Qiao Jun exited Huang Man's room, he strode purposefully towards his own quarters. However, upon reaching the threshold, he abruptly halted, staring blankly at the door for an extended period. Long enough for Su Bin to have escorted LV Hongzhuang and Huang Man to the hospital and return. Long enough for the sun to rise anew in the east, and long enough for it to be time to resume work. Su Bin glanced at his watch, hesitating to speak. Suddenly, Qiao Jun's voice resonated, heavy and deep. Su Bin. Yes, Su Bin replied, lowering his gaze slightly. Hand me the car keys. Of course. Su Bin presented the keys, but Qiao Jun did not immediately accept them. Instead, he continued to stare at the door, as if his gaze could penetrate through to see Yin Mo lying in bed. Eventually, he let his eyes drift downwards, turned, and took the keys from Su Bin's hand, stating, You stay here, I shall go to work. This time, Su Bin did not comply immediately, instead casting a worried look at his face. Mr. Qiao, you have not closed your eyes for 2 days and nights. Perhaps you should rest a little. No need. I must ensure the matters I entrusted to you are handled. Understood. Qiao Jun strode away. Su Bin watched him descend the stairs, then turned his gaze to the door, letting out a heavy sigh. At noon, Yin Mo slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the high ceiling, her mind gradually recalling the events of the past 2 nights, and suddenly she sat up. Knock, knock, knock. Su Bin, who had been waiting outside, quickly heard the commotion and rapped on the door. Yin Mo responded immediately, Come in. As Su Bin opened the door and stepped inside, she anxiously inquired, How is Dr. Liu? Did he survive? Su Bin did not answer right away. Instead, he approached the bedside slowly before responding, Dr. Liu is out of danger. Yin Mo sighed in relief. Following Qiao Jun's instructions, Su Bin brought the signed contract from Bin City to Yin Mo. Madam, this is what Mr. Qiao asked me to deliver to you. Yin Mo accepted it, opened it, and examined the document. Su Bin, though aware he should remain silent, could not help but add, Madam, Mr. Qiao went to Bin City specifically for this contract, but he had already anticipated your intentions beforehand. So he commenced an investigation and prepared this for you in advance. He once again handed her the laptop, continuing, Within it lies a comprehensive dossier of nearly 2 decades concerning the Yin family, meticulously compiled by Mr. Qiao himself. Perusing this information will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you. Mr. Qiao has also arranged for personnel to be placed within the Yin family to ensure that you encounter no difficulties during your tenure there. He paused for a breath before adding, Furthermore, Mr. Qiao wishes for me to inform you that your father's lawsuit has commenced proceedings, and he is currently under the protection of law enforcement. No one can harm him henceforth. Should you wish to visit him, feel free to let me know, and I shall facilitate the arrangements. Additionally, Su Bin took a breath. Mr. Qiao mentioned that he lacks the time to accompany you for a medical examination. Hence, he has summoned a doctor to the Qiao residence. However, I must remind you to refrain from consuming anything prior to the blood draw, as it may skew the results. Nevertheless, he has instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes, which you may indulge in after the procedure. Regarding your injuries, he has requested that the doctor apply the finest ointment, ensuring you are left without any scars. Moreover, Yin Mo could not help but interject. Yet Su Bin continued unabated. This is the final note. Mr. Qiao has conveyed that he will be exceedingly busy in the coming days and will not be returning. He urges you to take good care of yourself. Not returning? After hearing so many more and additionally, the abrupt declaration of his absence left Yen Mo with an inexplicable sense of loss. Su Bin, perhaps intentionally, added, "However, Mr. Qiao stated that should you require anything, you can contact me directly. Here's my card." He handed her his business card. Yen Mo took it, staring blankly at the card. Seeking assistance, Su? Wasn't she supposed to be seeking him? Why had he suddenly become so indifferent? He had been so cruel to her, inflicting pain and humiliation. She had asserted her innocence and was ready to explain, yet he had refused to listen. Now, he was nowhere to be found, leaving behind a string of more and additionally. What was his intention? Was he angry? Pouting? Yet, she should be the one to feel anger. She should be the one in a sulk, shouldn't she? Su Bin had deliberately said so much, observing her expression, and upon achieving his goal, he maintained his stoic demeanor. "Madam, the doctor is nearly here. I shall go check." "Allericht," Jan Montag replied quietly. Su Bin turned to leave, and, just as he opened the door, he delivered the final stroke, his voice deep and resonant. "Madam, in my 10 years of service to Mr. Qiao, this is the first time I have encountered such a side of him." With that, he exited with an air of cool detachment, emulating Qiao Jun. Yen Mo dwelled on Su Bin's final words. Such a side of him? What side was that? Was it the gentle side he showed her? The one who gazed only at her? The one who would ramble only to her? The one who restrained himself from forcefully claiming her, no matter the circumstance? Chapter 34. Madam, yield to him. Upon this realization, Yen Mo suddenly discovered that she had long been aware of the unique treatment bestowed upon her by this man. Yet she had chosen to disregard these distinctions and had inflicted upon him the most brutal of wounds. In truth, he had not aspired to become a devil. It was she who had driven him to madness, transforming him into that which he was, though at times he indeed provoked a visceral hatred within her. At this very moment, her heart was besieged by an uncomfortable sensation, deeply, profoundly uncomfortable. Restlessly clutching her laptop, she succumbed to curiosity and powered it on. The desktop revealed nothing but a solitary folder, intriguingly titled, "Even Pigs Can Understand." A surge of anger welled up within Yen Mo. She was tempted to hurl the device against the wall, yet she clicked to open it nonetheless. The contents were exceptionally clear and straightforward, evidently compiled with considerable effort and thought. Why does he always behave in such a manner? Why does he incessantly disrupt her peace of mind? At the hospital, after awakening, Lu Chenxi was consumed by memories of that night. Do Min's body, her skin, her lips, the embrace, the touch, the kiss. He had nearly taken her. These images replayed in his mind, leaving his emotions in disarray, blurring the lines between Do Min and Yen Mo, and clouding his feelings towards them both. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his hospital room was rapped upon. Flustered, Lu Chenxi responded, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Duan Mu Jia, carrying a basket of fruit. "Dr. Lu, I never imagined you would find yourself hospitalized." Lu Chenxi regarded her with confusion. "How did you know I was admitted?" "You are Xiao Mo's fiancé. Until she finds the culprit, I must keep a close watch on you, lest you stray." "Culprit?" Lu Chenxi was perplexed by her words. Duan Mu Jia silently chastised herself and then clarified, "What I mean is, before she took her own life, she was with that man. She visited me in a dream and sent me a message, expressing her unrest and urging the police to swiftly apprehend those scoundrels, so she could leave this world in peace and be reincarnated in the afterlife." Lu Chenxi found her ramblings unfortunate. He could tell she was concealing something. "Duan Mu, can you still contact Xiao Mo? Occasionnally. Can you convey a message for me?" "Sure. What would you like to say?" "I want to see her." Duan Mu Jia's face darkened. "That may not be appropriate. How could a dead person meet with a living one? If the dead can reach out to you, why can't they meet with me?" "That could be a case of hacking. Perhaps someone is playing a trick on me." "You are a doctor. You believe in science. Please do not take such matters seriously." Suddenly, Lu Chenxi extended his hand. "Give me your phone. What are you going to do?" "Hand it over." Lu Chenxi rarely lost his temper, and even more seldom raised his voice. Duan Mu Jia, somewhat startled, was taken aback. She clumsily took out her phone, hesitatingly handing it to him. Lu Chenxi accepted the device, swiping the screen and fixating on the contact list before opening WeChat. If Do Min were indeed Yen Mo, and she had contacted Duan Mu Jia, Then Duanmu Jia must have been informed of her current phone number, which could potentially belong to Do Min. Perhaps it was merely a gamble, or perhaps he sought confirmation. His finger moved downward, navigating to the contact list, swiftly gliding to the section labeled it, where he immediately spotted the name Do Min. His pupils dilated in an instant, devoid of any hesitation. He pressed the call button and brought the phone to his ear. Duanmu Jia did not anticipate that he would peruse the contact list and make a call. She panicked, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. "Hello, Duanmu?" The call connected, and Yenmo's voice reached Lu Chenxi's ears. "Duanmu?" The only person who referred to Duanmu Jia in such a manner was Yenmo. Since Duanmu Jia had no prior acquaintance with Do Min, it was improbable that she would address her in such a way if their relationship was recent. "Duanmu?" Yenmo called again, puzzled. "Why aren't you speaking?" As Lu Chenxi listened to her voice, he felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. His mind was once again flooded with memories of that night, every detail of her. He had to ascertain her identity and unravel the situation. He raised his gaze to the flustered Duanmu Jia, activated the speakerphone, and leaned closer to her, urging her to respond. Duanmu Jia wished fervently to be mute. Lu Chenxi stared at her intently, his gaze piercing. "Duanmu?" "Ah." Reluctantly, Duanmu Jia replied, "I'm here. Why didn't you speak just now?" "I was in the elevator. The signal was poor." "Did you need something?" Duanmu Jia glanced at Lu Chenxi. He covered the microphone with his hand, whispering, "Tell her you are at the hospital." Her lips seemed glued together, struggling to part as she repeated, "I'm at the hospital." "The hospital? Are you visiting Chenxi? How is he? Is his injury serious?" Lu Chenxi shook his head. Duanmu Jia answered, "Yes, fine." Yenmo exhaled deeply on the line. Lu Chenxi pressed the microphone again, instructing Duanmu Jia, "Ask her, what about you? Are you okay?" Duanmu Jia repeated, "What about you? Are you okay? Did you find out? Did Chenxi tell you?" Lu Chenxi nodded. "Yes." Yenmo fell silent for a moment, then spoke solemnly, "I'm fine. I was just a bit frightened. When Chenxi had no breath and no heartbeat, I truly thought he was dead. I was so scared. I wished I could trade my life for his. I would rather die alongside him." "Duanmu, am I being too selfish? I am currently the wife of Qiao Jun. I should not seek him out, nor should I entangle him in my troubles. It is utterly wrong for me to occupy his life even in death, preventing him from dating, from loving, or from cherishing other women. I have caused him immense suffering, to the brink of death right before my eyes." Duanmu Jia listened to her words, hearing the sorrow in her voice, and involuntarily exclaimed, "Mo." The moment those two syllables escaped her lips, she turned in shock to look at Lu Chenxi. His expression revealed no surprise. He appeared to be lost in the reverberation of Yenmo's words. In truth, he had long since deduced that Do Min was indeed Yenmo, merely lacking a compelling piece of evidence. Yenmo remained oblivious to Lu Chenxi's attentive ear and continued, "Duanmu, do me a favor." This time, Duanmu Jia did not glance at Lu Chenxi, directly responding, "Speak. Investigate that woman named Rue Air. If she is kind, beautiful, and well-suited for Chenxi, then help me bring them together." "What are you saying? Chenxi is your fiancé." "Not anymore." "What do you mean, not anymore?" "Once you find the murderer and reclaim your identity, you can." "It is already impossible." Yenmo interrupted her, repeating in despair, "It is already impossible." After this ordeal, she fully comprehended that Qiao Jun would never let her go, nor would he tolerate her entanglements with other men. She must sever ties with Lu Chenxi, distancing herself to ensure his safety. Moreover, this was not the time for romance. She still harbored a blood feud that demanded retribution. She must make Cheng Tianzi pay and uncover the one who had pushed her from behind. Mo, what is wrong with you today?" "Nothing. Just do as I say." "I'm tired. I wish to rest." Mo. "Goodbye." Mo ended the call, and Duanmu Jia turned to Lu Chenxi. His expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes surged with intensity. He clenched his phone tightly, insisting, "Tell me everything you know." The matter had already come to light. Duanmu Jia had no choice but to relay all she knew in detail. For an entire week, Qiao Jun did not return home. Mo lay on her bed, sleepless, staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Tomorrow marked her first day at Yin Corporation. Although she had thoroughly reviewed the materials Qiao Jun had prepared, committing them to memory. A sense of unease lingered. If only Qiao Jun were by her side, his capabilities and experience would undoubtedly bolster her confidence. Alas, he was not present. No, how could she be so reliant on him? What was happening to her? She ought not to dwell on him. She needed rest, to muster the energy, to confront the adversaries of tomorrow. She promptly closed her eyes, but knock, knock, knock. Frustrated, Yinemo opened her eyes again and said irritably, "Come in." A maid entered, cradling a large gift box. "Madam, this has been sent to you by the young master." "The young master?" "Qiao Yun." "Yes. What is it?" "You'll understand once you take a look." The maid placed the gift box by the bedside. Yinemo untied the satin ribbon and opened the box, revealing a pristine white women's suit, exquisitely crafted and impeccably tailored. Upon the garment lay a card. She picked up the card and unfolded it, which bore the simple words, "Good night." Staring at those two words, it was as if she beheld Qiao Jun's face, and her unease evaporated in an instant. "Madam, the person who sent the gift asked me to inform you that someone will come to take you to work tomorrow morning." "Who is it?" "Yan Montak in Kvilat Agali." "I do not know." That individual did not specify. However what? "You could call the young master and ask him." "Ask him?" "Indeed, the young master sent you such a beautiful outfit. It is only proper that you give him a call." Yin Mo's gaze fell upon the phone resting on the nightstand. This maid was new, to be precise, ever since that incident. Qiao Jun had instructed the housekeeper to replace all the servants with new ones, all of whom were his people, entirely obedient to his commands, serving as his eyes and ears. This particular maid was assigned to attend to her, and was quite astute. After speaking, she hurriedly added, "I shall not disturb you while you converse with the young master. I will take my leave now." Once she departed, Yinemo glanced at the suit in the gift box, then at the words on the card, and before she knew it, her hand reached for the phone on the nightstand. She scrolled through to find Qiao Jun's number, her thumb hovering over the call button. Should she call? After all, he had given her a gift and helped her organize those documents. A simple thank you seemed in order. Yet, they had not been in contact for an entire week. Making such a proactive call felt as though she would be conceding something. However, as a well-bred young lady, raised with a solid foundation in etiquette, neglecting to express gratitude seemed rather impolite. Moreover, it had been so long since she had heard his voice, she felt a longing in her ears, an unfamiliar sensation. Yet that rascal's words were always so infuriating. She wasn't particularly eager to listen. But, oh, how frustrating. Enough of this. Yin Mo's finger pressed down firmly, dialing the number. Instantly, she regretted her decision. "Hello." Qiao Jun's deep voice resonated through the phone, sending her heart racing to her throat. She found herself at a loss for words. "Hello." Qiao Yun prompted again. Still, she could not respond. It seemed Qiao Jun was losing patience, as he bluntly stated, "If you do not speak, I will hang up." In her urgency, Yinemo finally managed to utter a sound, then foolishly said, "It's me." "I know." She chuckled awkwardly. "Of course, mobile phones have caller ID now. Is there something you need?" Qiao Yun inquired. "I wanted to thank you for the documents and the suit. Is there anything else?" "No." "Then I shall hang up." "Wait." Yinemo swore that the words she had just uttered had not passed through her mind. They had been a spontaneous vocalization from her throat. She had not intended to call out to him, truly not, genuinely. Qiao Jun waited for her to continue on the phone for nearly a minute. "If you have something to say, make it quick. I'm rather busy." Yinmo's excitement instantly dissipated. She recalled the last time he had treated her with such indifference, which was shortly after her miraculous return to life. At that time, he had looked through her as if she were mere air, an extraneous presence whose existence mattered not at all. After experiencing his special attention during this period, she once again felt the sting of his coldness, leaving her unexpectedly despondent. Such is human nature, selfish and capricious, yearning for his unique tenderness while simultaneously resisting any form of constraint. While Yinemo was lost in her musings, Qiao Jun had already lost his patience. He hung up. "Wait." Yinemo called out to him once more. Acknowledging her own selfishness and obstinacy, she could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of anger. She held the phone away from her ear and shouted into the microphone with fury, "You are the one acting like a pig." With that, she ended the call. At Qiao Group's top floor, Qiao Jun's ears rang from the sudden outburst, yet a pleasant smile graced his lips. Su Bin, seated across from him, observed the smile. It had been a week of palpable tension. His cold, austere demeanor had instilled fear throughout the company. Everyone worked frantically, hesitant to lift their heads, terrified of inadvertently meeting his gaze, lest they be struck down in an instant. On several occasions before meetings, Su Bin had noticed the older vice presidents and managers secretly consuming calming pills, fearing they might not escape the conference room unscathed. Naturally, the one suffering the most was Su Bin, his devoted assistant who accompanied him daily. Fortunately, the phone call from a lady had finally signaled an end to their torment. Gradually relaxing his shoulders after a week of tension, Su Bin inquired, "Mr. Qiao, should we postpone tomorrow's meeting by half an hour?" Qiao Jun set down his phone and responded, "Why? It's your wife's first day at work tomorrow. Won't you go see her off?" "I won't be going." "You should." "Me? What's going on?" Su Bin, perplexed, watched as Qiao Jun pushed a document toward him. "Take this with you." Su Bin picked up the document and opened it. It was clear now. Mr. Qiao was indeed a master of strategy. "Dear lady, you might as well surrender." After hanging up, Yan Imo threw her phone onto the bed with force. What nonsense! She had lowered her guard and reached out to him, even expressing her gratitude. Yet what was his attitude? In truth, she had done nothing wrong. She had been ensnared in a scheme, nearly harmed again, and she was the true victim. Bastard! Yan Imo cursed as she burrowed under the covers. Whatever happens, happens. She was resolute in her decision not to call him again. Whether he returned or not was of no concern to her. If he had the ability, he could remain at the company for life. She would revel in her freedom. Bastard, bastard. She lay in her bed, unable to suppress her curses, fiercely kicking the covers. Yet, after making that phone call, it turned out to be the most restful night she had experienced in an entire week. The next day, Yin Imo donned the attire prepared for her by Qiao Jun and descended the stairs with an air of elegance. A Bentley glided to a halt in front of the villa. Yin Imo recognized it as Qiao Jun's vehicle, and her heart raced involuntarily. However, as the car came to a stop, Su Bin emerged from the driver's seat and stood by the rear door, which he opened to reveal an empty back seat. He had not arrived. Yin Imo stared blankly at the vacant seats, inhaling deeply. She held her head high and strode forward, taking a seat inside the car, forcing a smile to maintain her composure for the impending challenges ahead, though her hands remained clenched tightly together, betraying her inner anxiety. She cast a glance at the adjacent seat, faintly envisioning Qiao Jun occupying it. Her nervousness slightly eased. At Yin Group, the Bentley came to a gradual stop. Su Bin opened the rear door, and Yin Imo stepped out gracefully, her slender legs emerging from the vehicle. Upon her descent, she was met with startled gazes and an ensuing commotion. "Miss Yin? Isn't she dead? Could it be a ghost?" There are no ghosts in broad daylight. She is not Miss Yin, but her identical twin sister. They look remarkably alike, as if cast from the same mold. Twins. Naturally, they resemble each other. What is she doing here at our company? I recall the chairman severed ties with her. With the chairman gravely ill, everyone is eager for his inheritance. Yet another one driven by greed. Nevertheless, she is undeniably beautiful. Listening to their whispers, Yin Imo strode confidently through the glass doors of Yin Group, heading directly to the elevator that led to the top floor's grand conference room. As she pushed open the door to the conference room, the first sight that met her eyes was Chung Tianzi seated in the chairman's position, a face she would never forget. It had finally begun. "Chung Tianzi, your demise is imminent." The individuals at the conference table turned their astonished gazes towards the intruding Yin Imo, their eyes widening in disbelief. Yet only Chung Tianzi regarded her with an air of calm, speaking steadily. "Miss Do, what brings you here?" Yin Imo approached the table, smiling. "I am here for a meeting." "A meeting?" "Indeed. Vice President Chung, did you not receive the notice? I am Mr. Sun's representative. Effective today, I will be assuming Mr. Sun Tao's role at Yin Group. Here is Mr. Sun's contract." Yin Imo extended the document to one of the attendees, who began to pass it around for review. Chung Tianzi recalled the matter, realizing there was indeed such an arrangement, though he had not anticipated that Sun Tao would appoint her as his proxy. He sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared, This woman's intentions extended beyond merely being a proxy. The only plausible motive he could conceive was her desire for her father's inheritance and the chairman's share beneath him. Yin Mo scanned the conference table, locating the seat vacated by Sun Tao. She approached and was about to take a seat when Mr. Chang Tianzi suddenly called out to her. Yin Mo straightened her slightly bent legs and cast a frosty gaze in his direction. "Is there something else you wish to discuss, Vice President Cheng?" she inquired. "Today's meeting concerns our company's most confidential matters. Although you, Miss Doe, have signed a contract with Mr. Sun and have become his representative, you are still new to our company. There are certain things you need to comprehend gradually. Thus, I believe it would be inappropriate for you to attend today's meeting." Yin Mo maintained a smile in response to his words. "Vice President Cheng, I have been following Yin Corporation for many years and have thoroughly reviewed its information, including the details of today's meeting. Our company specializes in the cosmetics industry, with 90 of our products being skincare items for women. The cream that made us renowned is particularly beloved by our clients. However, since Chairman Yin fell ill, the formula for this cream has encountered some issues. Therefore, the purpose of your meeting is to discuss how to remedy this problem or to abandon this cream entirely and create a brand new line to serve as our flagship product." Chang Tianzi was not surprised by her eloquence. After all, those who dared to come here were undoubtedly well prepared. However, he was taken aback by her next statement. "In fact, I did not come empty-handed today. I have prepared a proposal that I would like everyone to review." She distributed the materials and continued, "I know some highly professional chemists abroad, as well as experts who specialize in skincare products. I have already contacted them, and should Yin Corporation wish to develop new products, I can promptly assemble a team to present the new offerings to you in the shortest possible time. Of course, it goes without saying that my relationship with Chairman Yin is quite significant. I can assist you in adjusting the problematic formulas back to their original state." Chapter 35. Fulfilling our agreement. 1. The occupants of the conference room were once again taken aback. They were unaware that she was Yin Mo, who had been in close proximity to Yin Chongqing since childhood, immersed in the world of cosmetics and skincare. She was well-versed in all the formulas held by Yin Chongqing, having majored in chemistry and graduated from Harvard University, where she had encountered numerous individuals in this field. Although her emotional intelligence was somewhat lacking, she was undeniably an academic prodigy. The atmosphere in the conference room began to waver. Cheng Tianzi's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained an air of composure. "Miss Doe, you have indeed come well prepared. With an employee like you, our Yin Corporation is bound to achieve great success in the future. However, it seems you have overlooked one crucial matter." "What matter?" "Funding." The smile on Yin Mo's lips abruptly froze. Cheng Tianzi continued, "Ever since the chairman was hospitalized, various issues have arisen within the Yin Corporation, the most pressing of which is cash flow. Indeed, your presentation was impressive and the planning was commendable, but I fear our company lacks the substantial funds necessary to support a new team in researching a product that lacks guaranteed success. Moreover, Miss Doe, you appear to be rather impatient. Although you have signed a contract with Mr. Sun, gaining entry into our corporation and becoming a member of our board requires a vote from the board itself." Yin Mo's gaze darkened with an unmistakable intensity. Cheng Tianzi, meeting her eyes, proclaimed loudly, "Let us commence the voting now. Those in favor of admitting Miss Doe into our corporation, please raise your hands." There were 25 individuals at the conference table, most of whom glanced at Cheng Tianzi's face before raising their hands, resulting in a mere 3 votes in favor. Cheng Tianzi finally revealed a smug smile. "Miss Doe, your performance was truly admirable, but I regret to inform you that our corporation is unlikely to—" "Knock, knock, knock." The sound of knocking perfectly interrupted Cheng Tianzi's words. Everyone turned their attention to the door of the conference room. Subin stood at the entrance, politely nodding to them before apologizing. "I apologize for interrupting your meeting, but I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with Miss Doe." Yin Mo was taken aback. "He hasn't left? What is he doing here?" Subin paid no heed to the individuals in the conference room and walked directly to Yin Mo, presenting her with the document that Qiao Jun had given him the previous night. He deliberately raised his voice, stating, "Miss Doe, Our general manager Qiao is aware that today is your first day of work and your initial foray into the professional world. To help you take your first step towards success in your career, he has prepared this gift for you, which is also a gift for the Yin Corporation. This is an investment contract valued at 1 billion. Yin Mo's eyes nearly widened in disbelief. 1 billion? Subin continued. General Manager Qiao also mentioned that he will fully support you in whatever you wish to pursue. If this is insufficient, simply inform him when you return home tonight. The atmosphere in the conference room was now enveloped in stunned silence. 3 years ago, the chief president of the Joya Group unexpectedly announced his marriage, and the wedding was grand. However, not a single reporter was allowed into the hall. As a result, few were aware that Do Min was the wife of Qiao Jun, and even fewer had seen her face. In the vast conference room, aside from Cheng Tianze and a few major shareholders, many were still trying to comprehend the situation, including Yin Mo, who had yet to fully grasp what was unfolding. Nevertheless, everything had been meticulously planned. Following Qiao Jun's instructions, Subin glanced at a particular individual at the conference table. That person understood the cue and immediately spoke up. Miss Do has brought us an unprecedented business opportunity on our very first day at work. It is truly astonishing. With this capital, we can not only establish a new team to develop innovative skincare products, but also resolve our internal liquidity issues. I believe Miss Do has rendered a tremendous service to our Yin enterprise. The previous vote should be revisited. I would like to express my wholehearted support for Miss Do's integration into our company. Upon finishing, he raised his hand. The surrounding individuals were not only taken aback by the staggering sum of 1 billion, but also by the mention of President Qiao, prompting them to raise their hands in agreement. I also welcome Miss Do. So do I, me too. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Of the 25 individuals present, only 3 refrained from raising their hands, including Cheng Tianze. Subin looked at Yin Mo, clapping his hands, and declared, "Congratulations, Miss Do." The conference room erupted in applause, and Cheng Tianze's expression turned grim, though he made an effort to maintain his composure. From another perspective, this was indeed a fortuitous development. With 1 billion in funding entering the Yin enterprise, it could be considered a gift to him. The company would soon be his, and he had numerous strategies to eventually oust Do Min. Therefore, he adjusted his mindset and joined in the applause. Since everyone is welcoming Miss Do into the Yin enterprise starting tomorrow, she will serve as the manager of the R&D department, primarily responsible for assembling the new team and developing new products. What do you think, Miss Do? Good. Yin Mo replied confidently, and the room echoed with applause once more. Subin had successfully accomplished his task. Miss Do, Vice President Cheng, and esteemed colleagues, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I'll see you out. Yin Mo volunteered, escorting Subin from the conference room. As they approached the elevator, Yin Mo sharply inquired, "Was that statement just now truly conveyed by Qiao Jun?" "Madam," Subin promptly adjusted his address. "Which statement are you referring to?" "The one about his full support. If that's not sufficient, I should simply mention it to him at home tonight." "Oh, that was certainly President Qiao's intention. Don't play word games with me. That's my specialty. Answer my question directly. Did he indeed instruct you to say that?" Suddenly, Subin fell silent. Yin Mo understood that it was unlikely for Qiao Jun to utter such words over the phone last night, given his cold demeanor. With a sudden realization, she fixed a piercing gaze on Subin and inquired, "Those words you spoke a week ago were not instigated by President Qiao, were they? Was it also your orchestration that the maid reminded me to call Qiao Jun last night?" "No," Subin immediately refuted. "I truly had no knowledge of the phone call." "What about beyond the phone call?" After a brief silence, Subin pondered briefly before responding. "Madam, as I have stated, I have served President Qiao for a decade. Throughout these 10 years, my greatest skill has not been in assisting him with professional matters, but rather in discerning his thoughts. Although President Qiao has not articulated every word to me, his intentions are unmistakably clear. Moreover, given President Qiao's intelligence, how could he possibly be unaware of my actions and words? Therefore, madam, if you insist on a definitive answer from me, I can only say yes." Chapter 36. Fulfilling Our Agreement. 2. Yin Mo felt a surge of admiration. Assistant Su truly possessed a silver tongue, a rare gem in a decade. She intentionally emphasized the phrase a decade. Subin offered a modest smile in response. Thank you for your kind words, madam. There is no need for such formality, since Assistant Su is so confident and adept at discerning Qiao Jun's thoughts. May I interpret your earlier statement about returning home this evening as an indication that Qiao Jun will indeed be coming back tonight? Yin Mo extended her words playfully, her tone laced with cunning. Subin's face instantly turned pale. Yin Mo, reveling in her triumph, gently patted his tense shoulder. Assistant Su, while possessing a silver tongue is indeed a virtue, one must not forget the proverb disaster springs from a mouth. The elevator has arrived. I shall escort you to this point. I hope to hear the good news you mentioned as soon as I return home this evening. Farewell. With that, she turned on her heel, brimming with joy. Subin closed his eyes, wearing a mask of despair. Truly, one must adapt to their circumstances. The couple's subtle rivalry was merely an excuse to meet. Why complicate matters? It only brought him trouble. Now, how would he explain this upon his return? At the hospital, Lu Hongzhuang was growing increasingly impatient in her VIP ward. Despite the lavish accommodations, the pervasive scent of disinfectant was inescapable, and she had no attendant by her side except for Huangman Aunt. How much longer must we endure this? She asked, her brow furrowed in annoyance. How would I know? Brother Jun cannot seriously expect us to remain here indefinitely. Can he? Lu Hongzhuang's frown deepened, leaving her with a permanent crease between her brows. Huang Man sat beside her, nervously clasping her hand, and whispered, Aunt, shall we go apologize to Brother Jun and cousin? Perhaps they will forgive us. You want me to apologize to that insufferable girl? Absolutely not. That would merely be a delaying tactic. What delaying tactic? If I were to apologize to that insufferable girl, even if we returned to the Qiao family, she would undoubtedly lord it over me and treat me with disdain. I might as well stay here. What then? It has been a week. Brother Jun has not visited even once, nor has he Ge. Lu Hongzhuang suddenly had an epiphany. Huang Man, feigning innocence, inquired, Aunt, what is it? Have you thought of a solution? Lu Hongzhuang's lips curled into a vibrant smile. You just reminded me. Though he is frivolous and lacks ambition, he shares a good rapport with Jun. Perhaps if we ask Yi to plead on our behalf, we might be able to return home. You are right, Aunt. Brother Jun will surely assist us. I shall call him immediately. Duri. Certainly. Huang Man, with her phone in hand, exited the ward with a light heart. After making the call, she spotted Dr. Lu Chenxi approaching in his white coat from a distance. Suddenly, her expression shifted. She rushed over, calling out, Dr. Lu. Hearing her voice, Lu Chenxi halted and turned. Miss Lu? Doctor, do you have a moment? I would like to discuss a few matters with you. Of course. Please go ahead. Huang Man gazed at his neck. Is your injury all right now? Lu Chenxi replied calmly. It's fine. I'm sorry. I know what my aunt did this time is unforgivable, but I still want to apologize on her behalf. I'm truly sorry, genuinely. Miss Huang. Lu Chenxi interrupted her, his tone remaining even. You need not apologize for your aunt. That matter is in the past. I prefer not to revisit it. Besides, I've already discovered what I needed to know. So even if I was injured, nearly losing my life, it was worth it. Huang Man could not quite discern his attitude or thoughts, but there was one thing she was certain he would find intriguing. Since Dr. Lu has said so, I shall not bring it up again. However, there is another matter I wish to inquire about. What is it? I would like to ask. After a person undergoes a heart transplant, does their personality change as well? Lu Chenxi's expression shifted to one of caution. He scrutinized Huang Man before him. She had approached him deliberately, using Mrs. Qiao's matter to broach Domin's. Was it intentional or accidental? Regardless, he could not allow her to succeed. There is a possibility. He replied, Really? So such things can indeed happen. I suspected as much, as my cousin's recent behavior has been quite peculiar, entirely unlike her former self. As if she were another person. On several occasions, I almost mistook her for her twin sister. But hearing you say this reassures me. Such identity swaps could only occur in novels and dramas. How could they happen in reality? I am quite foolish. Lu Chenxi remained unmoved by her words, his demeanor still placid, but his tone carried a hint of coldness. Does Miss Huang have any further matters? None. Then I shall take my leave. All right. Sorry to disturb you. As Lu Chenxi turned to depart, his expression was notably heavy. This woman evidently knew that Do Min was Yin Mo, and she was deliberately trying to attract his attention. Her intentions were surely not benign. It was worth noting that on the very day he was admitted to the hospital, Secretary Chun was also hospitalized. Wasn't that too coincidental? It seemed that the events of that night were inextricably linked to this woman. However, both she and Duan Mu Jia appear to be mistaken. They believed Do Min and Yin Mo had swapped identities. But he could ascertain that the deceased body belonged to Yin Mo, while the living one belonged to Do Min, albeit their memories were reversed. Could it be that resurrection truly existed? Because of a heart, she was alive? In the evening, Su Bin's eyes frequently darted toward the clock. It was nearly time to finish work. Should he speak up? They say honesty brings leniency, while resistance brings severity. After 10 years of service to Qiao Jun, would he truly be dismissed? Never mind, whether early or late. Death is still death. Why suffer needlessly? With a firm resolve, he nervously spoke. Mr. Qiao, I made a mistake today. Qiao Jun lifted his gaze from the documents and looked at him, remaining silent. Su Bin candidly confessed, when I visited the Yin family today, I inadvertently uttered a remark. Qiao Jun remained silent. Su Bin continued, I mentioned that you would fully support your wife, and if the funds are insufficient, upon returning home tonight, all she needs to do is speak a word to you. Qiao Jun perceived no issue with this. Indeed, he harbored that sentiment. However, Su Bin wore an expression of despair, exclaiming, Your wife seized upon the flaw in my statement, interpreting it to mean that you would indeed return home tonight. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jun's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She wishes for me to return home? Such was likely her train of thought. Yet her words implied that it was your own desire to return. Qiao Jun's smile widened slightly. In just a week, she had become quite astute. Noticing his uplifted spirits, Su Bin hastily pressed further, Mr. Qiao, will you be returning home tonight? No, Qiao Jun replied with remarkable candor. Su Bin's heart plummeted instantly. He had lost face in front of the lady. Yet, in a stroke of fortune, Mr. Qiao was not angered, thus preserving his position. Nevertheless, it seemed this occurrence was anticipated by Qiao Jun. After all, throughout the week, and following her call last night, she had begun to grow anxious. And what transpired next was also within his foresight. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door swung open, revealing Qiao Yi, who entered with a playful grin and seated himself opposite Qiao Jun brother. It's been a while. Qiao Jun offered no response, his gaze returning to the documents in his hands. Qiao Yi persisted with his joviality. Brother, I come to seek your assistance regarding a matter. No. Qiao Jun rejected him outright. But I haven't even stated it yet. No. It concerns sister-in-law. This time, Qiao Jun did not refuse, though he was not surprised. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. After such an extensive period, the two at the hospital must be nearing their limits. And the only one capable of aiding them was the dashing young man before him, who, with his carefree demeanor, would undoubtedly presume that Yin Mo was his Achilles heel. Indeed, she was. What has happened to your sister-in-law? He inquired. Qiao Yi immediately beamed with pride. Haven't you not seen sister-in-law for an entire week? I know you have been intentionally avoiding home, yet you must miss her dearly. However, due to that incident, you find it difficult to return home and see her. Thus, I propose to facilitate a reunion. Qiao Jun interjected, his tone laced with displeasure. Qiao Yi swiftly amended his words. I misspoke. Not a reunion, but a reconciliation. To ensure you and sister-in-law mend your relationship, I can arrange for her to come seek you out. Qiao Jun finally showed interest, and then I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive mother. After all, she is your mother, the one who gave you life. Without her, you would not exist in this world. Moreover, she has learned her lesson this time. At the very least, she will certainly refrain from causing any further trouble in the near future. Of course, I will keep a watchful eye on her as well. Qiao Jun offered no response to his demands. Qiao Yi anxiously gazed at him. Brother, he wished to persuade him further. But Qiao Jun suddenly cast a glance at the clock on the wall and coldly stated, You have 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Qiao Yi processed this information. It was now 5:40. 6 o'clock marked the end of the workday for Jiao Ye and the Yin family. Did this imply his consent? Elated, Jiao Yi sprang to his feet. In 20 minutes, I will ensure my sister-in-law appears before you." With that, he dashed away. Qiao Jun set down the documents in his hands, reclined in his grand chair, and a look of pure delight graced his face. Subin stood beside the desk. Realizing that the earlier outright refusal had been a prelude to a well-crafted scheme, whether the lady wished to come or not, she would inevitably seek him out. Brilliant! At Yin Shi, Yin Mo was engrossed in reviewing a document when her phone rang unexpectedly. She picked it up and placed it to her ear. "Sister-in-law, it's urgent." "What is so urgent?" "Hurry downstairs. I'll be at Yin Shi shortly." "What is it?" "We'll discuss it upon meeting." He hurriedly concluded the call, leaving Yin Mo puzzled. Nonetheless, as the workday was nearing its conclusion, she saved her files, shut down her computer, and took her bag before exiting her office. Just as her feet crossed the threshold of Yin Shi, Jiao Yi's newly purchased Maybach screeched to a halt at the curb. The door swung open eagerly. "Quick, sister-in-law, get in." Jiao Yi urged, his urgency infectious, prompting Yin Mo to unconsciously jog over and take a seat in the passenger seat. Jiao Yi made a sharp turn and pressed the accelerator. Yin Mo, bewildered, asked, "What is going on? What happened?" As he drove, Jiao Yi explained, "Sister-in-law, do you know a Huang man made you drink that day? It was certainly not a benign concoction. It contained a substance that could render you incapable of bearing children for life." Yin Mo was taken aback. How could she be so malicious? "For life?" "Sister-in-law, while I may not be saving your life, I am undoubtedly saving the future of our nephew. Doesn't that mean you owe me a favor?" Yin Mo detected the undercurrents of a plot. "What do you want me to do?" "It's quite simple. I wish for you to seek out my brother." "Seek him out? I beseech you. Just meet him, say some kind words, and do not incite his anger. If he becomes enraged, the entire Jiao family, Jiao Ye, and indeed all of the capital shall face dire consequences." "Is it truly that exaggerated?" "Not in the slightest. I assure you, I am not indulging in hyperbole. The Jiao Ye group holds sway over much of the capital-less business landscape. If he so desires, he could create considerable upheaval. Truly, sister-in-law, I implore you, assist me this once, and cease the quarrels with my brother." "Who is quarreling with him?" Yin Mo rolled her eyes. "It's he who refuses to return home. Do not hold grudges against those of lesser stature. It is unwise to stoop to their level." Yin Mo seemed to grasp the situation somewhat. This must surely be Qiao Jun's scheme, designed to compel her to seek him out. Absolutely not. She would not fall into his trap. "Stop the car," she suddenly commanded. Qiao Yi obediently pressed the accelerator, then remarked with a smile, "We've arrived." "Arrived?" Yin Mo turned her gaze towards the window, where the imposing 33rd floor of the Qiao Ye group loomed before her, its grandeur reminiscent of Qiao Jun himself, exuding an arrogance that was infuriating. He was just a step away from achieving his goal. "Sister-in-law, the Qiao family, Qiao Ye, and the entire capital city depend on you. Moreover, we are all adults. Issues must be addressed face to face. Prolonging this Cold War is not a solution. Besides, if you do not enter today, I shall ensure that I bring you before my brother, even if it costs me my life." With that, he suddenly exited the vehicle, personally opened the door for Yin Mo, and extended his left hand toward the entrance of Qiao Ye, saying, "Sister-in-law, after you." Chapter 37. The relationship between Cheng Tianze and his sister. 1. Yin Mo sat in the passenger seat, torn by conflicting emotions. She gazed into Qiao Yi's steadfast eyes, reflecting on his earlier words. He was right in one respect. As adults, it is imperative to confront issues directly. Given the circumstances, she decided to grant him this favor. With one foot stepping out of the car, a smile broke across Qiao Yi's face. Yin Mo exited the vehicle, her gaze lifting to the towering building before her. She took a deep, silent breath, straightened her posture, summoned her pride, and strode boldly inside. In the office on the top floor, Qiao Jun glanced at the clock, which read exactly 6 o'clock. Knocking softly, he smiled and responded, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Yin Mo clad in the pristine white suit he had chosen for her. She approached him step by step, locking her gaze onto his face and into his eyes. "Mr. Qiao," she addressed him somewhat awkwardly. Qiao Jun, equally hesitant, replied, "Manager Do." With an air of pride, Yin Mo stated, "I have 3 matters to discuss with you today." "Proceed," Qiao Jun responded with his usual indifference. Yin Mo maintained her elevated demeanor. First, thank you for your investment in the Yin Corporation. Second, I recall you mentioned you do not engage in unprofitable ventures. Why then? Are you willing to invest 10 billion to assist me? Are you not afraid of incurring losses? Third, I must clarify the events of that night. Listening to her inquiries, Qiao Jun recognized that the first did not require a response, and the third would not necessitate his input either. Thus, he directly addressed the second. As I have previously stated, I have reviewed your credentials. I am aware of your field of study in the United States, your capabilities, and your plans to develop new skincare products for Yin Corporation since your return. You have been diligently researching for over 6 months, and the results are promising. Soon, success will be yours. This is why I have chosen to invest 10 billion in your company. I am confident you will generate substantial profits for me. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yin Mo's mouth. Mr. Qiao, you truly excel at calculating others. As a businessman, such acumen is essential, he replied. Now, it is my turn. Actually, that night, I made it clear that I do not require your explanation. Qiao Jun interrupted her. Yin Mo insisted, I must explain, but not for you, for myself, to prove that I did nothing wrong. She continued, recounting her experience. That night, upon emerging from the bathroom, I found Lu Chenxi in the room. He claimed your mother had sent him to check on me. I had already declined, not just once, but multiple times. However, he was under the influence of drugs administered by your mother, and in a moment of weakness, the incident occurred. Yet at the critical moment, my struggle brought him back to his senses. He swiftly took a pair of scissors from the medical kit and inflicted a wound on his thigh, using the pain to counteract the drug's effects. However, just as I was tending to his injury, your mother barged in, rendering us both unconscious. When I regained consciousness, you were right before me. Listening intently to her account, Qiao Jun responded softly, so you truly were innocent. Having said all she wished to express, Yin Mo turned to leave. Wait, Qiao Jun called out to her. He gazed at her retreating figure and suddenly remarked, now that you have successfully entered the Yin family, shouldn't you fulfill the promise we made? Yin Mo's previously upright posture quivered noticeably. Her mind was consumed with the desire to clarify the events of that day, to showcase her pride, but she had completely forgotten their agreement. Before this, she had even contemplated using Su Bin's words to lure him home. She felt utterly foolish, akin to a naive creature, ensnared in his scheme without awareness, willingly throwing herself into his embrace. Qiao Jun's eyes were fixed on her back, capturing every subtle shift in her demeanor. Surely you haven't forgotten? Are you reconsidering? At that moment, Yin Mo's face betrayed her inclination to retract. Qiao Jun would not let her escape so easily. Come here, he commanded coldly. Yin Mo's hands clenched tightly as she slowly turned to face him once more. His handsome visage remained impassive. His deep-set eyes still bore a certain desire lurking within their depths. Noticing her hesitation, Qiao Jun reiterated, come here. With heavy feet, she stepped forward, inching closer until she was about to halt at the desk. Come to my side, he instructed. She hesitated, then redirected her steps, circling the desk to stand beside him. Qiao Jun lifted his gaze to meet hers, observing her restless eyes with deliberate scrutiny, heightening her anxiety and disarray before softly commanding. Sit down. Sit? Where? Yin Mo questioned, perplexed. As Qiao Jun uncrossed his legs, she quickly interjected, Qiao Jun, I am not seeking to retract, but I am not mentally prepared at this moment. Please grant me a few more days. Once I am ready, I will fulfill the agreement. However, Qiao Jun was not inclined to be understanding. Ignoring her plea, he continued, straddling would be more convenient, allowing me a clearer view. View? What do you wish to see? Yin Mo asked, bewildered. Your expression, of course. You creep, she retorted. That is quite normal, he replied. But we are not married. Qiao Yun suddenly fell silent, his face growing cold and intimidating. His gaze slowly descended from her face, his fingers brushing the ring on his fourth finger as he coldly remarked, Is it your desire to provoke my anger? Do you wish to see me lose control once more? Yan Montak. He called her name again. Do you truly believe I would not compel you? Shall I correct your naive assumption right now? Yin Mo felt a chill run through her. He was not jesting, nor was he merely trying to frighten her. He would indeed act, and this time, he truly would. Qiao Jun withdrew his finger from the ring and looked at her once more, finally exercising his patience to command, "Sit down." Yin Mo felt entirely frozen. She lifted her foot, crossing over his legs, and settled herself upon his knee. Qiao Jun gazed at her anxious face, extending his hand to gently caress her cheek, as if to offer solace. His fingers lingered momentarily before gliding down her jawline, traversing her neck, brushing over her shoulder, and finally taking her hand, placing it upon the leather belt encircling his waist, whispering softly, "Let us begin." Yin Mo's hand trembled slightly. She immediately shut her eyes, unwilling to look further. Yet her fingers involuntarily brushed against the cold buckle of his belt as she slowly undid it. Half an hour later, Yin Mo vigorously scrubbed her hands in the office washroom, her worldview shattered. Did married couples in the real world truly engage in such acts? Although she had once contemplated the intimate moments she might share with Lu Chenxi after marriage, she had never imagined herself assisting him in such a manner. Yet, she had just, oh dear, the memory and sensation flooded back into her mind and hands. She squeezed the hand soap thrice, scrubbing vigorously, wishing to peel away a layer of skin from her hands. A sudden wave of regret washed over her. Perhaps choosing option 3 would have been better. At least she would have had to do nothing, but option 2 was absolutely out of the question. Yin Mo continued to wash her hands until they burned with pain before finally exiting the washroom, only to be greeted by Qiao Jun's refreshed visage and that wicked smile gracing his lips. "Let us go," he said, rising from the large armchair. "Where to?" she queried, perplexed as he had previously declared he would not return home. "First, we shall dine, then we shall return home." "I'm not hungry," Yin Mo declined, her mind still preoccupied with his. That image made it impossible for her to eat. "However, I am hungry," he countered. "Then you may dine alone. I shall return first." Yin Mo yearned to leave this place swiftly, but Qiao Jun seized her arm, commanding, "Accompany me." In a master bedroom on the second floor of the Yin residence, Cheng Tianze, drenched in sweat, rolled away from Yao Xinlan and lay back on the bed. Yao Xinlan's cheeks flushed crimson, her chest heaving violently, her body still trembling slightly. "Tianze," she called out to him, weak and tender, asking, "What is wrong with you today?" "It is nothing," he replied. "It cannot be nothing. You were so vigorous just now. It was clearly an outpouring of emotion. I thought you might have played me to death." Cheng Tianze furrowed his brow deeply. Yao Xinlan, her body nearly falling apart, nestled closely against his sturdy chest. "Tianze, although my old man is still alive, and I am not yet divorced from him, we share this kind of relationship now. Is there anything you cannot tell me?" Cheng Tianze's arm enveloped her, his hand resting upon her chest. "Today, Domin has joined the Yin family." "Domin? Joined the Yin family?" She was taken aback. "She is now the manager of the Yin family's R&D department." "What?" Yao Xinlan exclaimed in surprise. "How did she become the manager? Why did you not stop her?" "She has Qiao Jun backing her, and he invested 10 billion into the Yin family. I could not prevent it." 10 billion? Yao Xinlan was equally shocked by that figure. She had never encountered such a sum in her life. From the very beginning, Cheng Tianze's thoughts diverged from those of everyone else. He initially believed that Domin coveted the old man's inheritance, scheming to control him and then infiltrate the Yin family from within. However, when Qiao Jun presented 1 billion, he began to suspect that the situation was not as it seemed. Perhaps it was not Domin who desired the old man's legacy, but rather Qiao Jun, who intended to use Domin to usurp the Yin family for himself. Yet, would this be too overt? Surely, he must possess more subtle and sophisticated methods. What could be the true objective behind Domin's relentless pursuit of the Yin family? Furthermore, her gaze towards him always seemed tinged with a certain animosity and lethal intent. Yao Xinlan noticed that he was becoming lost in thought, his brows knitting tighter. Suddenly, she climbed onto him, straddling his waist, and playfully remarked, "Tianze, stop overthinking. You're so capable. What can one woman do to you? Just find a way to get rid of her." Cheng Tianze gazed at her alluring face, a smile gracing his lips, but it was a smile that mocked her naivety. Yao Xinlan was utterly oblivious to the deeper meaning behind his smile. Shyly lowering her head, she timidly confessed, "Tianze, I want a child." "A child?" Yao Xinlan nuzzled against him. "I want to bear your child." Cheng Tianze chuckled, this time with a scoff. A woman like her, who had once been toyed with by an old man, dared to aspire to bear his offspring? It seemed imperative for him to find a way to eliminate the old man swiftly, seize control of the Yin family, and then make her confront reality. However, before that, he must first satisfy her desires. Darling, he affectionately called her, teasingly adding, I'm a bit tired from what we just did, so if you truly want my child, it's up to you now. You're insufferable. Aren't you the one who likes me this way? Yao Xinlan, unlike Yin Mo, was entirely at ease with such matters, feeling no shame and reveling in the experience. After dining with Qiao Jun, Yin Mo returned home. Unable to find sleep, all night long, her eyes were wide open, her mind inundated with vivid, unshakable images. Beside her, Qiao Jun slept soundly, particularly in the latter half of the night, when his arms encircled her as if she were a mere pillow, holding her comfortably. She struggled several times, but he tightened his grip, leaving her with no choice but to surrender. It was only after she relinquished her resistance that she unexpectedly fell asleep in his embrace. Falling asleep was not entirely unwelcome. However, for the first time in her life, she experienced the sensation of waking from suffocation. In her dreams, she felt as though she had plunged into water, her body feeling extraordinarily heavy, rendering her unable to swim. Sinking deeper and deeper until the sensation of asphyxiation compelled her to abruptly open her eyes, only to find Qiao Jun's gaze fixed upon her. His profound eyes, framed by long lashes, were so close that his lips were almost touching hers, kissing her deeply. Yin Mo instinctively began to struggle. Qiao Jun seized her hands, refusing to release her lips. Yin Mo struggled with all her might, inadvertently brushing against him with her thigh. Suddenly, memories from yesterday and the past flooded her mind, rendering her silent. She obediently lay there, yielding to his prolonged kisses. As she quieted, Qiao Jun's kisses transformed from fervent to tender, each one savored delicately, until he finally propped himself up, gazing at her exquisite face with a satisfied smile. Good morning, my love. Yin Mo, captivated by his stunning visage that left her breathless, inwardly scolded, You insufferable fool, get away from me. Qiao Jun discerned her discontent and explained, The fault was not mine. I saw you were nearly late, so I kindly tried to wake you. However, after several attempts to rouse you, I resorted to this method, which seemed effective. What? Late? Yin Mo immediately glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 8:50. She swiftly shoved Qiao Jun aside, leaping out of bed and rushing into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Qiao Jun had already completed his morning routine, donned his suit, and leisurely sat at the edge of the bed, observing her frantic movements. With no time to ponder, Yin Mo stood before the wardrobe, changing from her nightgown into a formal dress under his watchful gaze. She hastily arranged her long hair, forgetting her bag entirely, and dashed out of the room. Qiao Jun, amused, smiled as he stood and retrieved her bag, following her outside at a leisurely pace. On the first floor, Yin Mo dashed down the stairs, spotting Lu Hongzhuang and Huang Man about to ascend. Unable to halt her momentum, she collided with them. Lu Hongzhuang stumbled backward, nearly falling had it not been for Qiao's timely support. Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Lu Hongzhuang exclaimed. It was unintentional, Yin Mo replied, uninterested in explanations. She was already late, and she still had scores to settle with them regarding their previous antics. Navigating past Lu Hongzhuang, she headed toward the villa's main entrance. Stop right there, Lu Hongzhuang shouted in anger. Yin Mo continued onward, unfazed. Fuming, Lu Hongzhuang began, You insolent girl. Her words faltered as Qiao Jun descended the stairs. Step by step, Lu Hongzhuang promptly sealed her lips. Huang Man timidly lowered her head beside her. Qiao Jun approached them, with only Qiao casually greeting him brother. Qiao Jun remained silent, his gaze icy as he regarded Lu Hongzhuang. His lips moved slightly. Is your heart all right now? Ah, yes, it's fine now. The doctor said I just need to rest at home. Since rest is required, do refrain from further anger. Also, she is your daughter-in-law with a name. I do not wish to hear you refer to her in such a manner again. Understood. Please take care of yourself. I must go to work now. All right. The identities of L. Hongzhuang and Qiao Jun seemed to have been exchanged. Qiao Jun exuded an imposing presence while Hongzhuang appeared timid and submissive. Huang Man, standing nearby, dared not utter a word, nor even glance at Qiao Jun, yet she couldn't help but notice the bag belonging to Yin Mo in his hand, stirring a wave of jealousy within her. Among the four, only Qiao maintained a cheerful smile, finding the situation thoroughly amusing. With purposeful strides, Qiao Jun exited the villa, just as Yin Mo hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the bag in his possession, she felt a mixture of surprise and gratitude. "Thank you," she expressed sincerely. Qiao Jun handed her the bag and said, "Get in, I'll give you a ride." "Oh, thank you." Yin Mo did not refuse. Yet she was taken aback when Qiao Jun took the driver's seat himself. It was her first time witnessing him drive. His large hands gripped the steering wheel. His arms casually bent, and his foot pressed the accelerator. His movements, though similar to others, possessed an inexplicable elegance, charm, and a sense of mature composure. Yin Mo found herself perplexed. Was it his demeanor, his physique, or perhaps something amiss with her own perception? Qiao Jun relished the way she gazed at him, enjoying the fact that her thoughts were consumed by him. He was determined that one day she would love him to the point of obsession, and that day was drawing near. 5 minutes later, the car halted in front of the Yin Corporation. As Yin Mo hurried to exit, Qiao Jun, initially intent on being discreet, suddenly fixed her with a sharp gaze and commanded, "Don't move." It was as if her body instinctively obeyed. Freezing in place while she was poised to open the door, Qiao Jun stepped out first, rounded the front of the car, and opened the passenger door for her. Witnessing his gentlemanly demeanor sent a flutter through her heart, but as she alighted and noticed the gathering crowd, her heart sank. Qiao Jun was simply too conspicuous. Even though he usually preferred to remain low profile and seldom appeared in magazines or news, his striking features drew attention wherever he went. Who is he? So handsome. Is he a celebrity? I feel like I've seen him before. It dawned on her. He was Qiao Jun, the esteemed CEO of Qiao Group. Heavens! Qiao Group? He was the extraordinarily wealthy, immensely capable, and seemingly perfect young master of the Qiao family. How could he be so striking? Was he even human? He was stunning beyond belief. Someone hurriedly snapped a photo. Listening to the surrounding chatter and gazing at Qiao Jun's face, Yin Mo conceded that he was indeed handsome. Yet she had no desire to admire his features any longer. She yearned to rush into the Yin Corporation and evade the onlookers, but Qiao Jun deliberately took his time, adjusting her hastily donned dress in full view of the crowd, before enveloping her in a gentle embrace and planting a kiss on her lips, affectionately stating, "I'll pick you up after work tonight." "Oh," Yin Mo replied, somewhat stiffly. Qiao Jun, reluctant to part, kissed her once more. "You should hurry to work. You're already late." "All right." Regaining her composure, Yin Mo paid no heed to the crowd and dashed through the glass doors of the Yin Corporation. Qiao Jun gazed at her retreating figure, his gaze gradually shifting to a white sedan parked by the roadside. He recognized that car, as well as its license plate. It belonged to Lu Chenxi. What brought him here? Was he specifically waiting for Yin Mo? Had he uncovered something after that fateful night? Inside the white sedan, Lu Chenxi's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixated on Qiao Jun, their gazes locked in a silent confrontation. Qiao Jun had long been aware of his presence, and his earlier affectionate gestures were deliberately performed for Lu's benefit. She was his girlfriend, his fiancée, yet Qiao Jun had the audacity to touch, embrace, and kiss her so casually in front of everyone. Infuriating. He recalled the moment he had collided with Lu, impulsively pressing the accelerator to drive towards him. But reason compelled him to steer his car away, ultimately speeding past Lu's vehicle. He would not allow Lu to bask in such triumph. She was his woman, and he was determined to reclaim her. Yin Mo hurriedly entered the elevator, only to find herself sharing the space with Cheng Tianze. Upon seeing his face, her expression instantly hardened. "Good morning, Vice President Cheng," she greeted, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Cheng Tianze sensed the animosity and malice in her eyes, coupled with her demeanor. It increasingly seemed that her intentions for joining Yin Shi were far from ordinary, almost as if they were directed at him. Manager Dou reported to work late the following day, evidently still struggling to adapt to the demands of his new role. Chapter 38. One of the sisters is the culprit, 1. Vice President Chung has also arrived late. I reached the company 20 minutes ago, but just recently remembered that I left some documents in the car and went down to retrieve them. Yan Mo felt a deep sense of embarrassment, but more than that, she was engulfed in anger. Being alone with him, sharing the same air, uncontrollably reminded her of that night when he had forcefully slammed her head against the floor, the excruciating pain, the dizziness, the despair, and the haunting memories of being violated. She longed to end his life right then and there, to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. Yet, she knew she had to endure. She must exercise restraint. Chang Tianze observed her from the side. Her face bore an expression of profound forbearance. Her jaw muscles tensed as she clenched her teeth, and her hands were tightly balled into fists. Her every movement struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Perhaps it was time to test her resolve. "Manager Doe," he suddenly called out to her, leaning closer, his voice chillingly low. "You've already obtained what you desired. Why do you still come to Yan's? What exactly do you intend to achieve?" As Yan Mo listened to his words, confusion clouded her mind. What did he mean by her having obtained what she wanted? What was it? Did it seem as though she had made some sort of deal with her sister? Chang Tianze continued to scrutinize her reaction, but at that moment, the elevator chimed and came to a halt, the doors sliding open just in time for Yan Mo to regain her composure. She forced a smile and replied naturally, "What ulterior motive could I have? I merely wish to fulfill my responsibilities." She then added, "As for you, Vice President Chung, are you so anxious about my presence at Yan's that you fear I might disrupt your grand plans?" Chang Tianze's gaze deepened. "Since Miss Doe only wishes to perform her duties diligently, I trust you will not be late again tomorrow." "Rest assured, I certainly won tea," Yan Mo retorted, stepping out of the elevator and striding confidently into the RD department. Inside the elevator, Chang Tianze stood as the doors gradually closed, his hand tightening into a fist. Once in her office, Yan Mo set her bag down, her mind racing with thoughts about Chang Tianze's earlier remarks. What could he possibly mean? What was this thing he referred to? What connection did her sister have with him? Afternoon at Qiao Group. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." The office door swung open, and Subin approached the desk, his expression serious. "President Qiao, we have located the individuals." Qiao Jun lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp. "All of them?" "Yes, all 3 have been found." "Where are they?" "On the 11th floor." Qiao Jun immediately rose, striding out of the office. The police had yet to find the men who had assaulted Yan Mo, yet he had located them in a mere fortnight. However, this was still too slow for Qiao Jun. Upon learning of the incident, he had been eager to meet the 3 men and engage with them directly. On the 11th floor, the only vacant level in Qiao Group, Subin opened the door to her room, and Qiao Jun stepped inside, his cold gaze fixed upon the 3 men bound tightly with ropes. He regarded them with a chilling tone and commanded, "Untie them." "Yes." Subin approached and methodically untied the ropes binding the 3 men. Qiao Jun issued another command, "Leave." "Yes." Subin exited the room and closed the door behind him. The 3 captives, bewildered and ignorant of their predicament, wore expressions of utter confusion. "Who are you? Why have you brought us here?" One of them inquired. "Stop your prattling. We are leaving," another asserted. The trio advanced toward the door, but Qiao Jun stepped in front of them, towering with an air of disdain in his eyes. Without further ado, he declared, "If you wish to leave, you must defeat me." The 3 exchanged derisive glances before charging at Qiao Jun. In an instant, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a brutal assault, intent on rendering them lifeless. Subin stood outside the door, listening to the commotion within. It seemed he would be occupied for a while. He raised his hand to check the watch on his wrist, calculating the duration of Qiao Jun's venting based on past data. With this estimation, he ascended to the top floor, where he selected a pristine black suit and a pair of polished black shoes from the lounge, along with sanitized wet and dry towels, before returning to the doorway of the 11th floor room. Just then, silence enveloped the interior. "Ah Bin," came Qiao Jun's icy voice from within. Subin turned and opened the door. The 3 men lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bloodied, their features unrecognizable, 2 of them coughing up blood, clearly suffering from internal injuries, while the last writhed in agony on the brink of death. Qiao Jun, his hands, shoes, and clothes stained with their blood. retained a disturbingly clean face, though his expression was particularly menacing. Subin approached and first handed him the wet towel. Qiao Jun wiped his hands and discarded the towel onto the floor. Subin then offered dry one. After drying his hands, Qiao Jun similarly tossed it aside. Subin extended his hands to assist him in shedding the soiled suit for a clean one, placing the shoes beside him, and once he was dressed, he retrieved a chair from the corner of the room, wiped off the dust with the discarded clothes, and positioned it behind Qiao Jun. Qiao Jun settled into the chair, crossing his left leg over his right. Subin observed the three men, who were gradually regaining their composure on the floor. I have questions for you. The one who answers the fastest and most truthfully will be considered for medical assistance. All three looked at him, fear evident in their eyes, eager to respond without hesitation. On the night of June 15th, did you assault a woman? Yes. Yes, they clamored to answer in unison. Qiao Jun's cold gaze bore into them, reminiscent of a predator ready to devour its prey. The three men averted their eyes in fear. Subin pressed on, who instructed you to do this? No one. One man interjected hastily. No one. Subin repeated with a hint of skepticism, prompting another to eagerly respond. That day, after we had finished our drinks and returned to the factory, we found the woman lying on the ground. We were all intoxicated, having not encountered a woman for a considerable time. The factory was idle, and there was no one around. We thought to indulge ourselves for a moment, and then we... Silence. Qiao Jun admonished sternly. The three of us trembled in fear. The room fell into an oppressive silence, the atmosphere so heavy that it stifled our breaths, leaving us to hold our inhalations. In that moment, Subin's phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly answered it. Chapter 39. One of the sisters is the culprit, too. Hello? All right, please send it over. Subin spoke briefly, and the phone chimed again. He opened a message containing a video. As he watched its content, shock washed over his face. He quickly bent down and whispered in Qiao Jun's ear, Mr. Qiao, there's something you need to see. Qiao Jun's cold gaze shifted slightly. Subin held the phone before him. Qiao Jun focused on the video displayed on the screen. It was surveillance footage from a crossroads, capturing a vehicle passing through, the very car that Yin Mo had driven during her accident. The road was near the location of her suicide. Upon magnifying the image, he confirmed it was indeed Yin Mo's face. Yet something felt off. Qiao Jun's eyes turned back to the three men. Tell me, how did that woman appear when you last saw her? Unlike before, the three fell into a hesitant silence. Speak. Qiao Jun's low growl echoed through the empty room, reverberating with anger. One of them trembled and stammered, well, it seemed like she was dead. She wasn't dead. Another quickly refuted, his voice shaking. Qiao Jun fixed an icy glare upon him. The man quaked. After we were done, she indeed lay motionless, almost as if she had died, but there was still breath, albeit weak. And when we discarded her in the grove by the factory, I saw her move slightly. She wasn't dead. She definitely wasn't dead. We didn't kill her. We were just drunk and couldn't resist. Yes, the third chimed in. I saw it too. The next day, I even went back to the grove to check, and she was gone. Qiao Jun quickly pieced together the scenario. After Cheng Tianzi had knocked Yin Mo unconscious, he drugged her and left her in the vicinity frequented by these three drunken fools, allowing them to torment Yin Mo. After they discarded her, Cheng Tianzi would then return with her, barely alive, creating the illusion of her suicide. Yet in such a weakened state, Yin Mo would have lacked the strength to drive, meaning the person in the video could not have been Yin Mo, but rather her twin sister. Domin bore an uncanny resemblance to Yin Mo. She impersonated her while driving, crafting the fade of Yin Mo's suicide, leaving behind clues of her intent. Ultimately, she was the one who truly ended Yin Mo's life. It was evident that a transaction had occurred between Domin and Cheng Tianzi, one that unmistakably involved Yin Mo's heart, which Domin required to sustain her own life. That woman. Qiao Jun's hand tightened around the chair, as if he might crush it in his grasp. Not only had she deceived him, masquerading as Yin Mo and leading him to marry her, but now she had also orchestrated Yin Mo's demise. They were sisters, yet she had always feigned fragility and innocence. Capable of such treachery, it was utterly contemptible Yet he found himself powerless to seek retribution against her. Damn it! Qiao Jun suddenly rose from his chair. The three men on the floor trembled in unison. Qiao Jun strode toward the door, leaving behind three terse words, "Take care of it." Subin bowed his head to his back, acknowledging the command, yes. Upon hearing such words, the three individuals realized that their demise was imminent. They struggled and pleaded for mercy, their tears mingling with blood, yet they were destined to pay the price for their transgressions. In the office of the manager within the RD department of the Yin Group, Yin Mo found herself in a daze throughout the day, the phrase uttered by Cheng Tianze echoing in her mind. She could not decipher its meaning, accompanied by an unsettling fear that the matters between Cheng Tianze and her sister might somehow involve her. Surely it could not be so. After all, she was a twin. Even though they had been separated since childhood and had little contact, the bond of blood could not be altered. Manager Do, Yin Mo, was suddenly jolted back to reality upon hearing a voice. She looked at Xiao Lu, who stood before her desk. "What is it?" "Here are the materials and data you requested." "Ah, thank you." "Manager Do, you look unwell. Are you sick?" "It's nothing. A splash of water on my face will suffice. Do take care of yourself. If you feel unwell, be sure to rest." "I will, thank you. I'll step out now." "All right." After Xiao Lu departed, Yin Mo gazed at the documents and the locked data in her hands. However, after reading only a few lines, her mind drifted back to that troubling matter. Frustrated, she set the materials aside and made her way to the restroom. There, she splashed her face with cold water, hoping to awaken her senses and focus on her work. Yet, as she looked into the mirror, her eyes unwittingly fixated on her own reflection, which was no longer her own visage but that of her sister. Despite their twin status and the difficulty others faced in distinguishing them, they were acutely aware of their differences. Standing before the mirror, it felt as if she were gazing directly at her sister, engaged in an intimate stare. Suddenly, the restroom, seemingly devoid of life, reverberated with a voice. "I'm sorry." "Who? Who is speaking?" "I'm sorry." Yin Mo swiftly turned around, scanning every corner of the restroom. Indeed, no one was present, yet someone had spoken. The voice pierced her mind, hauntingly familiar, akin to her sister's, as if her sister were conversing with her. She glanced back into the mirror, her eyes widening as she beheld her sister's face. "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, Xiao Montak." It was indeed her sister's voice. However, this was not some supernatural occurrence. It was a manifestation of her memories. Perhaps the copious medication administered by Cheng Tianze had disrupted her neural pathways, causing her memories to fragment, emerging only when triggered by certain stimuli. This time, it was Cheng Tianze's words that stirred forgotten recollections, specifically those concerning her sister. After the trauma she endured, it seemed she had glimpsed her sister. The elder sister gazed at her, repeatedly offering her apologies, filled with sorrow and anguish, tears glistening in her eyes, yet cruelly uttering, "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Xiao Mo. Please forgive me. I love him so dearly. I cannot bear to leave him. I do not wish to die. I'm so sorry. Forgive my selfishness. Please save me. Help me." Yin Mo stared at Do Min reflected in the mirror, her eyes reddening, veins of pain coursing through her gaze as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She comprehended the nature of the relationship between Cheng Tianze and her sister. She knew of the transaction that had transpired between them, the gains they had secured. They were conspirators. They conspired together to ensnare her, leading to her demise, after which her sister extracted a healthy heart from her body. How had matters devolved to this? How could her sister have transformed in such a way? Despite their infrequent encounters, she cherished the bond they had in their youth, a bond she had never forgotten. She adored her sister from the depths of her heart when she learned of her illness. She had gone to great lengths to return from the United States to see her, always seeking ways to stay in contact, even if it was merely to exchange a few words, which would bring her joy for an entire day. Yet why? Why had the sister she so dearly loved become one of her murderers? Yin Mo clutched her heart, feeling its tumultuous beats. Everyone is selfish, driven by their own desires. What blood ties! What a shared lineage! Suddenly, she was overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. She hurriedly exited the restroom, her body swaying as she leaned against the wall for support. Those in the research department noticed her pallor and erratic demeanor, her unsteady steps prompting them to approach with concern. "Manager Doe, what's wrong? Where are you going?" "Where?" She had no idea. She simply craved fresh air. The pressure was unbearable, and she felt as though she were on the verge of asphyxiation. Yanimo did not respond, hastening her pace, daring not to enter the elevator. Instead, making her way down the staircase, floor by floor, until she reached the ground level, emerging onto the streets of the vast metropolis. Yet in the expansive city, in this immense world, she found herself incapable of locating a single place to breathe freely. She felt her strength waning. Her legs buckled, and she was on the brink of collapse. Just as she was about to fall, a hand seized her arm, pulling her into a broad and warm embrace. She looked up, meeting the gaze of this person. Chun-Shi. Although Lu Chenxi had departed in the morning, he found himself unable to concentrate on his duties at the hospital, incapable of performing any surgeries. Thus, he took leave and returned to wait for her, fully aware that Qiao Jun would come to collect her after work, yet he yearned for just a glimpse of her. He anticipated that she would emerge from Yan so soon, her steps unsteady and her expression fraught with panic. Concerned, he immediately followed, catching her just in time. Yan Mo gazed into his face, into his gentle, warm eyes. Her anguished cries echoed as she clutched his collar, desperately questioning, why? Why do they all want me dead? Even my relatives wish for my demise? How did it come to this? What have I done wrong? Please tell me. Where did I falter? Why must my life be reduced to chaos? Why not let me die completely? Why force me to remember so many things? Why? Why? Lu Chenxi gazed into her tear-filled eyes, his heart aching as he embraced her. You have done nothing wrong. This is not your fault. Please do not think this way. Inemo, in his arms, cried out in torment before pushing him away, clutching her heart in madness. It's all because of this heart, all because of it. If only it would cease to beat. It's its fault, its fault, its fault. With each utterance, she pounded her fist against her heart. If it weren't for this, my sister wouldn't be in this state. She wouldn't have resurrected. Even if her death was unjust, she would have to suffer like this. She yearned to rip her heart out and crush it in her hands. Lu Chenxi promptly seized her hand to stop her. He opened his mouth, impulsively wanting to call her Xiao Mo, but recalling her desire to keep her true identity hidden. He swallowed those words and replaced them with another title. Miss Doe, please calm down. What has happened? Tell me, and I can help you. Help me? Inemo scrutinized his face. He was the man she loved most, the one she had cherished for 3 long years, the man she longed to marry. Yet he seemed so distant. Even standing before her, she hesitated to reach out, gripped by fear. She feared that if she entangled herself with him again, Qiao Jun would once more seize his throat and take his life. Moreover, she felt unworthy, having been kissed by Qiao Jun so many times, having been seen by him, and even having committed a shameful act for him just yesterday. She felt she no longer had the right to love this man, nor to depend on him. In a frantic retreat, she took a step back. Lu Chenxi's heart chilled slightly. She shook her head at him. No, I do not need your help. Stay away from me. Please, just leave me. Miss Doe, Lu Chenxi called out, taking a step closer. Inemo, startled, turned to run. He quickly pursued her, grasping her hand. Inemo, completely startled, struggled fiercely, shouting, Do not touch me. Stay away. I never want to see you again. I do not want any ties with you. Keep your distance, as far away as possible. That is impossible. Lu Chenxi roared defiantly, his gaze unwavering. I will never leave you. Not now, not ever. Inemo looked into his earnest eyes, her vision blurred by tears. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly felt weak, her entire being spinning into darkness. Lu Chenxi caught her soft form in his arms. Her emotions were overwhelmingly intense, and she pounded her chest with such fervor that she was bound to faint, as he had anticipated. Yet, he remained perplexed as to the cause of her sudden emotional eruption. What had transpired at Yan's? Was it Cheng Tianze, the man who had once taken her life? And what had he done to her this time? He lifted her whole being and carried her back to his vehicle, gently laying her down in the back seat. He then took his place in the driver's seat, initially intending to rush her to the hospital, but abruptly veered toward his apartment instead. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Jun's car arrived punctually at the entrance of Yan's. Employees streamed out one after another through the glass doors. Yet there was no sign of Yan Mo until a knock resounded against his car window. Talp, talp, talp. Xiao Jun turned to glance at the individual outside. It was a woman. Although he did not recognize her, he had thoroughly reviewed the profiles of all the employees at Yan's group, including hers, before Yan Mo joined the firm. He recalled that she was from the RD department, and her surname was Liu. He lowered the window. Little Liu had seen him that morning, but seeing his face so closely now made her momentarily giddy, and she foolishly exclaimed, "Mr. Qiao, you must be here to pick up Manager Do, right?" Xiao Jun offered no reply. Little Liu continued, "Manager Do has already left." Chapter 40. Xiao Mo, I love you. Do not reject me. 1. Has she left? Xiao Jun inquired coldly. When did she depart? She left around 2 o'clock. All day, her expression has been quite grim. Perhaps she is unwell. A colleague witnessed her exiting the restroom, looking disoriented before leaving the office. Disoriented? When they parted this morning, she seemed perfectly fine. What could have caused such a sudden change? Was it due to a restless night? No, something feels amiss. Xiao Jun promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the family steward. Young master, has Madam returned home? Madam has not returned. If she does, notify me immediately. Yes. Xiao Jun hung up and then called Su Bin. President Xiao, I am granting you 10 minutes to retrieve all surveillance footage near the Yin Corporation to ascertain which direction Madam took. 10 minutes? Make it 8. With a chilling tone, Xiao Jun reduced the allotted time. Su Bin had no room for negotiation and stiffly accepted the command. Understood. Had Xiao Jun access to a computer, he would have infiltrated the surveillance systems within 3 minutes to track Yin Mo's whereabouts. Xiao Lu remained by the car, captivated by Xiao Jun's recent display of charisma and authority, utterly enchanted. However, Xiao Jun detested any gaze directed at him other than Yin Mo's, and promptly raised the car window, blocking Xiao Lu's view. Reluctantly, Xiao Lu departed. 8 minutes passed without a sound from his phone. Growing impatient, Xiao Jun dialed again. As soon as the call connected, Su Bin hurriedly replied, I apologize, President Xiao. Give me 10 more seconds. Xiao Jun furrowed his brow deeply. I found her, Su Bin reported breathlessly. At 2:23, Madam exited the Yin Corporation's gates, her steps unsteady, nearly falling, but was caught just in time by Dr. Liu. Liu Chenxi? Yes, Dr. Liu. It seems they exchanged a few words. Madam appeared extremely agitated. She was crying, very distressed. She attempted to flee, but Dr. Liu restrained her. And Su Bin suddenly gasped. What is it? Qiao Yun pressed impatiently. Madam fainted and was taken away by Dr. Liu. Xiao Jun's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. His teeth clenched in a fierce inquiry. Where did they go? They headed east. That is not the direction of Liu's medical facility. Immediately investigate Dr. Liu's current residence. Understood. Xiao Jun started the car and drove eastward. Although Su Bin's movements were not as swift as Xiao Jun's, he quickly located Dr. Liu's apartment within 30 seconds and relayed the information. Xiao Jun aimed to reach Dr. Liu's apartment swiftly, yet the evening rush hour ensnared him in a maddening traffic jam. In frustration, he slammed the steering wheel before abandoning the car and sprinting down the road. Inside the apartment, Dr. Liu sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the figure lying on his bed, Do Min, or rather, Yin Mo. They bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. He could not help but gently caress her cheek, and in that moment, memories of the past flooded his mind. However, for a full 3 years, he had devoted far too much time to his work, failing to take her out on a proper date or to watch a movie together. Yet, she had never once complained. It was only now that he realized that every time he emerged from his hectic work life, she was always by his side, smiling at him. A month and a half ago, when Yin Mo's lifeless body lay before him, he was utterly stunned, paralyzed by a profound sense of regret. Why had he not cherished her? Why had he not carved out even a sliver of time to be with her? This must be divine retribution, punishing him by depriving him of the sight of her smiling face. Xiao Mo, he called out to her sorrowfully, yet a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Some things defy scientific explanation. Even if they could, he no longer cared. All he knew was that she had returned to life, resurrected before him, lying on his bed. He would no longer forget her or cast her aside. He would guard her, accompany her, protect her. Wherever she wished to go, he would follow. Even if it meant resigning from his job, he would be with her, always and forever. Qiao Junrong. He called again, leaning down, slowly bringing his lips closer to hers. But then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the apartment door. Lu Chenxi's lips slowly retreated from Yin Mo as he stood up and walked to the door, his gaze fixed on the intercom screen. He didn't need to look closely to know that, at this hour, such a furious knock could only belong to Qiao Jun. He observed Qiao Jun's anxious demeanor, his cold visage, before turning back to the bed, wishing to ignore the disturbance. Yet, the door was no longer just being knocked upon. It was being kicked, battered, and slammed against, the cacophony deafening, causing even the sturdy security door to tremble as if it would soon give way. Lu Chenxi did not wish to disturb the neighbors, nor did he want to disrupt Yin Mo, who was in a deep slumber. With determination, he turned back and strode toward the door, flinging it open. Qiao Jun's piercing gaze was ablaze with fury. He had run over, breathless, which only intensified his anger. However, unlike the last time, he did not demand Lu Chenxi's life. Instead, he barged into the apartment, heading straight for the bedroom, lifting Yin Mo from the bed and preparing to leave. Yet, Lu Chenxi blocked his path. Put her down. She is currently very weak, and her emotions are unstable. She needs to rest. Get out of my way, Qiao Jun hissed. This is my apartment. You have no say here, but she is my wife, and I have the right to take her. A look of uncharacteristic anger crossed Lu Chenxi's gentle features. Stepping forward, he declared resolutely, "She is my patient now, and I am responsible for her health. I will not allow you to harm her or take her away." Qiao Jun was seething with rage. He was on the verge of an eruption, and in his arms, Yin Mo let out a soft murmur, disturbed by their quarrel. The two of them turned to gaze at Yin Mo's nearly translucent face upon hearing the sound. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze landing squarely on Qiao Jun's face. Unaware of the situation, her first thought was that her sister had conspired with Chang Tianze to bring about her demise. Instinctively, her body reacted as it had when she had recalled the traumatic incident. She clung to him, burying her face deeply in his chest, her hands gripping his suit tightly. Despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, she could not help but dampen his shirt with her tears. Chapter 41. Xiao Mo, I love you. Please do not reject me, too. Although Qiao Jun was unaware of the reasons behind her profound sorrow, her actions instantly extinguished the fury that had burned within him, replacing it with an overwhelming sense of joy and exhilaration. She was indeed so reliant on him. She truly needed him. In stark contrast, Lu Chenxi stood across from them, his expression a mixture of shock and heartbreak. He watched as she clung to Qiao Jun with fervor, seeking solace in his embrace, despite having previously pushed him away, creating distance between them. Qiao Jun, with a smug glance at Lu Chenxi, seized the opportunity presented by Yin Mo's embrace. He shifted his right arm to press against her head, concealing the reality that they were in Lu Chenxi's apartment, and that Lu Chenxi stood directly opposite him. With determination, he stepped forward, colliding with Lu Chenxi as he boldly led Yin Mo away from the apartment. Lu Chenxi stumbled back, left alone at the doorway, utterly bewildered by Yin Mo's unexpected affection for Qiao Jun. He struggled to comprehend why she would embrace him so tightly, and even more so, why she seemed oblivious to his presence. In the past, her gaze had been solely fixed on him. Her eyes had reflected only him. But now why? Why have you ceased to look at me? Why do you only see him? As Qiao Jun carried Yin Mo out of the building, she gradually became aware of her surroundings. Though her head remained pressed against his hand, her face nestled against his chest, obscuring her view. She could sense that they had transitioned from indoors to the outside. A faint, familiar fragrance lingered around her, a delicate incense she had meticulously crafted for Lu Chenxi, intended to help him unwind and relax upon returning home. She had labored for days to perfect this unique scent, unparalleled in the world. Could it be had she just been in Lu Chenxi's apartment? Had Qiao Jun truly carried her out before Lu Chenxi's very eyes? Did he witness her earlier reaction? Panic surged within her, prompting her to struggle against him. Qiao Jun tightened his hold, commanding, "Do not move." Let go of me. I'm fine now. I can walk on my own. Yet, Qiao Jun did not release her, continuing to stride forward. He had realized she understood her current predicament, and thus he spoke coldly. This time, I shall forgive you, but should you dare to resist again, I will not spare Lu Chenxi. At once, Yin and Mo fell silent. Perhaps it was for the best. Let Lu Chenxi harbor misunderstandings. She could no longer be his fiancée or his bride. So it was better to release him to pursue his own happiness. I am sorry, Chenxi, I am a wicked woman. Hate me, despise me, forget me. As they exited the community, Su Bin parked his car by the roadside, promptly disembarking to open the rear door for them. Qiao Jun entered the vehicle, still not relinquishing his hold on Yin. Mo remained quietly nestled in his embrace, her eyes reddened and gaze vacant, allowing him to hold her until they reached the Qiao residence, until they entered the bedroom, where he gently laid her down on the bed and pulled up the covers, softly inquiring, "What on earth happened? Why were you crying? Why did you faint? Do not conceal anything from me. Share everything." Yin paused for a moment, shifting her gaze to Qiao Jun's face, studying his profound eyes, in which she could see her own reflection. Slowly, she parted her lips and in a gentle whisper asked, "Qiao Jun, how did you come to know my sister?" Upon hearing her question, Qiao Jun surmised the reasons behind it. He parted his lips, his voice low and melodious, recounting events from many years past. "When I was 14, I suddenly lost my sight. During that time of darkness, I learned many things I wished I had never known. I felt despair and helplessness, even contemplating death. It was then that you entered my hospital room. Though your words were casual, they illuminated a flicker of light in my bleak world. You gave me the courage to undergo surgery, the will to continue living. However, when I regained my sight, the first face I saw was that of your sister, her voice reminiscent of yours, leading me to mistakenly believe it was you. That is how we came to know each other." Listening to his words, Yin and Mo inquired once more, "Did you ever love my sister?" "Not at all," Qiao Jun replied with unwavering firmness, yet then turned to her with deep affection. "What I have always desired is you. Even after mistaking her for someone else, you never loved her at all? Not even a little? I have said it. What I desire is you. You do not want me. You want the little girl who comforted you. She is you." Qiao Jun was resolute, convinced that no one could alter his feelings. Yin Mo's gaze slowly drifted from his eyes. With a sigh, she continued, "During the 3 years of your marriage to my sister, sharing daily life, what kind of person do you believe she is? I have no interest in understanding her." Yin Mo suddenly let out a light laugh. "How can you treat her this way? Why does she still love you so deeply? She is truly foolish." Qiao Jun's anger flared suddenly. "Do not pity her. Do not show her compassion. She deserves it. I am grateful I did not fall in love with her. Grateful for my indifference toward her during these 3 years. Had you not revived within her, I would have certainly killed her myself." His words made Yin Mo realize. "You knew? When did you find out?" "A few hours ago." "How did you come to know?" "It is not important. Perhaps you should share how you discovered it." "It was Cheng Tianza." "Cheng Tianza? I ran into him this morning as I entered the elevator. He said to me, 'You have obtained what you desired. Why are you still at Yance? What do you truly want?' Initially, I found myself in a state of confusion, merely speculating that there might have been some form of transaction between him and my sister. However, as I gazed into the mirror, memories began to resurface. Subsequently, I encountered my sister, who persistently apologized to me. She professed her love, expressed her fear of dying, and implored me to save her. A sardonic smile graced her lips as she remarked on the absurdity of it all. Despite my deep affection for her, she had become the very harbinger of my demise. Though I was ostensibly deceased, I found myself revived through her existence, which struck me as utterly ludicrous, yet painfully so. Qiao Jun's profound gaze rested upon her with earnestness, stating, "To witness your resurrection beside me is the greatest joy of my life." Yin Mo's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Qiao Jun tenderly wiped away the moisture from her eyes. His touch was soothingly cool, alleviating the swelling around her eyes. His enchanting demeanor captivated her, the cerulean depths of his irises exuding beauty. Yet a fleeting shadow of concern flickered between his brows. "Is something troubling you?" She blurted out. "Nothing," Qiao Jun replied calmly. Is it something you cannot share with me? I have already said there is nothing wrong. Close your eyes and rest. Do not dwell on anything, for I shall assist you. You always demand a price for your assistance. Not this time. Are you willing to engage in a loss-making venture? Qiao Jun's patience was waning. He suddenly leaned in, his face mere inches from hers, threateningly whispering, "If you do not close your eyes, I shall kiss you until you faint." Yin Mo promptly shut her eyes. A slight smile played on Qiao Jun's lips as he gently pecked her mouth, then adjusted her blanket before rising and stepping out into the corridor, lost in contemplation. If Domin was indeed one of the conspirators responsible for Yin Mo's demise, having colluded with Cheng Tianze to orchestrate that suicidal FAAD, matters would become exceedingly complicated. No matter how flawless a murder case may appear, there are always vulnerabilities. Should the police uncover even the slightest clue, it would lead them directly to Domin. Yet, Domin was now Yin Mo. She was innocent and a victim, but the police would not entertain such absurdity. They would undoubtedly seek every means to apprehend her and confine her to prison. Bin, he murmured softly. Su Bin, who had been vigilantly stationed at the door, promptly responded, "What is your command, Mr. Qiao? Has the case concerning Yin Mo been resolved?" "Not yet. Expedite the closure of the case and ensure that no one continues to investigate." "Understood." 2 days later, in the police precinct within the director's office, Yin Mo's case was under scrutiny. Yin Shuo stood upright before Director Zheng, who was seated at his desk. "How is your investigation into the case progressing, Xiao Yin?" Director Zheng inquired. "We have obtained video evidence confirming that Miss Yin indeed took her own life, then hastened to conclude the case. However, I believe there remain numerous ambiguities." "What ambiguities are you referring to?" "According to the forensic examination, Miss Yin had a considerable amount of hallucinogenic substances in her system. After being assaulted, the effects of the drugs did not dissipate swiftly, and her physical condition at the time was exceedingly frail. It would have been improbable for her to possess the stamina to drive for such an extended duration. Furthermore, the footage captured her appearing far from weak, prompting me to believe that a deeper investigation is warranted. While your argument does hold some merit, it is essential to recognize that in moments of despair or under certain stimuli, individuals can exhibit remarkable strength, particularly when one is driven by a desire for self-destruction. Moreover, all existing evidence suggests her demise was a suicide, rendering further inquiry seemingly unnecessary. However, I maintain that this case is far from straightforward. As I am aware, Miss Yan's twin sister bears a striking resemblance to her, and if she were to impersonate Miss Yan, she could potentially be the perpetrator. Do not make unfounded claims without evidence. Director Zheng interjected, clarifying, Miss Do has an alibi. Well, those 3 assailants, they have yet to be located. Perhaps they could provide additional leads. There is no need to search any further. Director Zheng presented the documents before him. Yin Shuo opened the file, and the first thing that met his gaze was the image of the 3 deceased individuals. The accompanying documentation clearly stated that their cause of death was a factory explosion, with substantial evidence of their criminal activities, all of which appeared flawlessly conclusive without a hint of flaw or oversight. Director Zheng exhaled deeply. Xiao Yin, this case is hereby closed. You are to immediately take over yesterday's murder investigation, and I expect you to expedite the identification of the perpetrator. Yin Shuo closed the file, straightened his posture, and affirmed understood. Yet, despite his verbal acquiescence, he sensed something amiss. He was determined to clarify the situation thoroughly. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Chenxi did not visit the hospital. Dean Lu made several calls with no response. He intended to visit the apartment personally, but was interrupted by an incoming surgery. Given that Rui had recently transferred to this location, he took the opportunity to request her assistance in checking on his son, hoping it would foster their relationship. Rui happily agreed. She purchased Lu Chenxi's favorite fruits and stood before his apartment door, pressing the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. No response came from within. Although Dean Lu had informed her of the security code prior to her arrival, she hesitated to enter a man's home uninvited, fearing it might displease Lu Chenxi. So she pressed the bell once more. Ding dong, ding dong. Still, there was no answer. Worry began to creep in. He had not visited the hospital for 3 days, had not answered calls, and there had been no communication whatsoever. Could he be ill or in trouble? Dismissing her earlier reservations, she quickly entered the security code, and the door opened immediately. As she stepped inside, she was greeted by a strong smell of alcohol. Lu Chenxi lay unconscious at the threshold of his bedroom, a bottle in hand, surrounded by several empty bottles. She dropped the fruit she was holding and rushed to his side. "Dr. Lu, what troubles you? Why have you consumed so much alcohol?" Lu Chenxi, with a throbbing headache, slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Rui with a dazed expression, yet his eyes reflected only silence. "Xiao Mo. I am not Xiao Mo. I am Rui. Xiao Mo. I have said I am not Xiao Mo. I am not her. Xiao Mo." Lu Chenxi repeatedly called out, releasing the bottle and grasping her hand, sorrowfully asking, "Why did you leave me? Why did you abandon me?" "Dr. Lu, you are drunk. I am not." "You are." Lu Chenxi bellowed, sitting up and clutching her with both hands, loudly proclaiming, "I know you are Xiao Mo. No matter who you become, I can recognize you. You are Xiao Mo, truly Xiao Mo, Xiao Mo. Do not leave me. Do not go with him. I have lost you once, and I cannot bear to lose you again. I promise, this time I will not be consumed by work. I will stay by your side, so please do not go. Do not go. Do not go." Rui, unaware of the meaning behind his words, assumed he was merely suffering from excessive sorrow and drunken ramblings. Yet, seeing him in such distress, her heart ached for him, prompting her to gently reassure him, "I will not leave you. I will always be by your side, forever accompanying you." Chapter 42. You have developed feelings for him. 1. Xiao Mo. Lu Chenxi called out, embracing Yan Mo. Although Rui felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, the joy of being held so intimately for the first time was overwhelming. However, she did not anticipate just how intoxicated Lu Chenxi truly was. As he held her, feeling her warmth, he passionately kissed her neck, driven by the alcohol coursing through his veins, yearning to possess her. He wished to claim her as his own before Qiao Jun could, to make her belong to him, to ensure that she could never leave him. Rui was somewhat taken aback. She pushed him away, struggling, "Dr. Lu, I am not Xiao Mo. I am not Yan Mo. Please do not do this. Let me go. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo." He persisted. "I have told you. I am not your Xiao Mo. I am. I love you." Those three brief words rendered Rui speechless. How enchanting they were, yet he uttered them not to her. Lu Chenxi's lips met hers, and he was utterly lost, just as he had been in Yin Mo's room that day, his gaze filled solely with her visage. "Xiao Mo, I love you. Do not reject me." Rui gazed at him, her heart aching as a tear slipped from her eye. Lu Chenxi kissed her once more, a lingering kiss. During those 3 years, he had grappled with his impulses, hindered by Yin Chongqing's sternness and his own cherishing of her. But now, he desired her. Without her, he could find no peace. "Xiao Montak, Xiao Montak, Xiao Montak, you are mine." The following morning, Lu Chenxi awoke with a splitting headache, memories gradually returning to him. He recalled Qiao Jun taking Yan Mo away, and in his sorrow, he had turned to drink, consuming alcohol until he was inebriated while reminiscing about the sight of Qiao Jun holding Yan Mo. He had passed out, faint glimmers of a presence lingering in his memory. Had it been Yan Mo? Had she truly returned? "Dr. Lu." Lu Chenxi instinctively looked up. Rui entered the room, carrying breakfast, a smile on her face. "You are awake? I made congee. Would you like to have a bowl?" Lu Chenxi stared at her in astonishment. How was she here? Was it possible that the one who came yesterday was not Xiao Mo, but her? Had he, in his drunken state, mistaken her for Xiao Mo? He vaguely recalled something about her. No, it couldn't be. How could he have made such a mistake? Rui I yesterday. You mistook me for Yan Mo yesterday, Rui stated bluntly. Lu Chenxi's aching head buzzed painfully. Rui continued. "Yesterday you held me, repeatedly calling me Xiao Mo, kissing me. Wanting to," she hesitated, then continued directly, "but you did not go further. You were too drunk, and while kissing, you fell asleep on me." As Lu Chenxi listened to her words, excitement surged within him as he confirmed. "Really? I fell asleep?" He could hardly recall the events, only that he seemed to have kissed someone, after which his mind went blank and a severe headache ensued. As Rue'er observed his cheerful demeanor, a sense of disappointment washed over her, coupled with profound shyness. Yes, you were asleep, but do not forget, you still kissed me. Lu Chenxi repressed his expressions and apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I was drunk. It was unintentional. Is it permissible to kiss others merely because it was unintentional? You knew full well that I have feelings for you. I truly apologize. I do not require your apology. I demand your accountability. Accountability? Yes, tomorrow night. I want you to be my partner at a banquet. If you agree, I shall forgive you. Lu Chenxi furrowed his brow in contemplation. He indeed had erred. All right, I accept. A sweet smile illuminated Rue'er's face. Let us dine. I have cooked for quite a while, and it is soft and fitting for your current appetite. Thank you. You are welcome. Lu Chenxi took the bowl of porridge, but after a mere 2 bites, he set it down untouched. Rue'er gazed at the porridge. It was her inaugural attempt at cooking, unbeknownst to him. Prior to this bowl, she had faced several failures and endured scalds, yet he had only taken 2 bites. Nevertheless, 2 bites were better than none. At least he had eaten. At the Yin residence, Yin Mo returned from work, and upon entering the bedroom, he spotted Qiao Jun seated at the bedside. You're back. You finished work so early today? I came to fetch you. Fetch me? There's a banquet tonight, and I need you to accompany me. What kind of banquet? Just a regular social gathering. Why must I accompany you to a mere social gathering? Qiao Jun was already exasperated. Rising from the bed, his gaze swept over the clothes laid out, issuing an imperious command. Put this on. I will not. Yin Mo promptly declined, boldly voicing her discontent. I am not your doll. Why must I always wear the clothes you designate? I dislike the color and style of this outfit. Even the embellishments do not appeal to me. Moreover, I am quite fatigued today, and I do not wish to attend any banquet with you. Find someone else. At the age of 32, she was the first woman to speak to him in such a manner. It seemed he had indulged her excessively in the past. Suddenly, he reached out and seized the lapel of her garment, tearing it forcefully, resulting in a large rip that exposed her undergarments. Shocked, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. What are you doing? I am helping you change. Do not touch me. I understand. I will manage myself. It is too late, Qiao Jun retorted, extending his hand once more. Yin Mo swiftly turned to flee, yet he effortlessly seized her, twisting her body without an ounce of tenderness. He relentlessly tore at her clothing, her dress, before grasping the black gown on the bed and forcefully draping it over her from bottom to top. His hands traced the contours of her figure, reaching her spine to assist in fastening the zipper. Finally, leaning close to her ear, he whispered, helping you change clothes is rather entertaining. From now on, allow me to dress you. No need. Yin Mo promptly declined, sulking, I have already stated that I am not your doll. You are certainly not. You are my wife. Qiao Jun replied, his lips already brushing against her neck. Chapter 43. You have developed affections for him, too. Yin Mo swiftly raised her hand to shield herself. You. This is a punishment, he declared, pressing another kiss to her cheek, his tone indulgent. This is to correct your mischief and your disobedience. Yin Mo furrowed her brow deeply. With you acting like this, I can't accompany you to the banquet. Don't be shy. I want everyone to witness the affection between us as a couple. But if you dare to speak out of turn again, I will increase the number of kisses according to the words you utter, he warned, his lips trailing to her neck. Yin Mo panicked. I understand. 4. What? 6. You. 7. Yin Mo's lips seethed with the urge to chastise him, yet he persistently planted kisses on her neck. Fortunately, the location was near the collarbone, subtly concealed. Nevertheless, she knew that if she spoke again, he would mark her in the most conspicuous spot. He was precisely that kind of person, capable of such mischief. After a delightful round of kisses, Qiao Jun released her waist, positioning himself at her left side, slightly raising his right arm. Yin Mo felt a fiery heat envelop her neck as she cast her eyes down upon his elevated arm, a sudden smile gracing her lips. Filled with a sense of triumph, Qiao Jun, puzzled by her amusement, watched her intently. Instead of linking her arm with his, Yin Mo lifted her hand to release her tied-back hair, allowing the silky strands to cascade and cover her neck. Then, she intertwined her arm with his, as though she had achieved a victory, lifting her chin in an air of arrogance. Qiao Jun, however, shook his head in resignation, reaching out with his other hand to sweep her hair to one side, revealing the mark he had left. He finally playfully flicked her nose, whispering, "Naughty." Yin Mo gritted her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel. One day, she vowed, she would bring about his downfall. The two settled into the car. Qiao Jun rested his eyes while Yin Mo gazed out the window, boredom creeping in. The fleeting street scenes gradually became familiar, prompting her to scrutinize the area. Astonished, she turned to Qiao Jun, questioning, "Where are you taking me?" Qiao Jun remained silent, eyes still closed. "We will arrive shortly. Is the banquet you mentioned held there?" Qiao Jun did not respond, slowly opening his eyes as the vehicle came to a halt. Yin Mo looked ahead, her gaze fixating on the Yin family villa outside the window. Her expression froze, excitement bubbling within her. Qiao Jun finally spoke, explaining, "Today's banquet is hosted by Chang Tianze, ostensibly a charity event meant to pray for your father's swift recovery. But in truth, he aims to forge connections with your father's acquaintances, facilitating his own ascent to the chairman's position and securing the entire Yin enterprise. Of course, there may be ulterior motives as well." Yin Mo gradually regained her composure, striving to control her emotions. "Why bring me here? This is your home. I should have brought you back long ago. But my family is no longer here, and I do not wish to confront them. Do not worry. With me by your side, you have nothing to fear. I will help you reclaim everything, one by one." Yin Mo gazed at him. Qiao Jun curled his lips into a gentle smile and said, "Let us step out." Yin Mo nodded. This time, unlike her previous visit to the Yin family for her appointment, she felt no anxiety or fear with him accompanying her. Her hand naturally entwined with his. Her lips curved in a confident smile. Her feet kept pace with his as they entered this place she knew so well, yet felt so unfamiliar, the Yin family hall. As the main door slowly swung open, the moment Qiao Jun and Yin Mo appeared, all the guests in the hall turned their gazes towards them in unison. Many were astonished that Qiao Jun would attend this gathering, even more so to see him arrive with his wife. This marked the first time in 3 years of marriage that they appeared together as a couple, especially in the home of her estranged father. This was undoubtedly the headline of the evening, prompting reporters to hastily capture the moment. Before entering, Yin Mo had felt no tension, but now, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, she could not help but feel nervous. The kiss mark on the side of her neck inexplicably warmed, causing her face to flush as well. Yet it was a charming blush that enhanced her already stunning beauty, captivating the hearts of several men present. Qiao Jun, however, remained utterly composed. He paid no heed to anyone's gaze, proudly leading Yin Mo into the hall. A casual glance revealed Chang Tianze and Yao Xinlan approaching from one side, while Duanmu Jia and his biological father made their way from another. What surprised him, however, was the sight of Lu Chenxi and Ruier by the window, alongside a fleeting shadow of someone who evidently wished to remain unnoticed, yet caught his attention nonetheless. "President Xiao," Chang Tianze said, standing before Qiao Jun with a beaming smile as he extended his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for attending tonight's banquet." Qiao Jun, showing no courtesy, neither reciprocated the handshake nor acknowledged him. Instead, his gaze moved past Chang Tianze toward Duanmu. "Mr. Duanmu, it has been a while." Duanmu Jia's father nodded in response. "Indeed, it has been a long time." Chang Tianze's hand remained awkwardly suspended in the air, his smile stiffening, while Yao Xinlan tugged at him, prompting him to finally clench his hand before letting it drop. Yin Mo observed Chang Tianze's darkening expression and could not help but smile, internally praising him for his remarkable handsomeness. Truly striking, utterly captivating. However, as her gaze shifted to Duanmu Jia, curiosity filled her features, for Duanmu's face was pale and his eyes darted nervously, unwilling to meet hers. She slightly tilted her head and whispered in Qiao Jun's ear, "I would like to speak with Duanmu." Qiao Jun nodded, "Do not stray too far from me." "Understood." The two merely exchanged a few casual whispers, while the reporters incessantly clicked their shutters, and the young guests looked on with envious eyes, especially the women. How many harbored secret affections for Qiao Jun? Their hearts ached. A man of such wealth, power, and fidelity was a rarity in this world. No, it was inconceivable that another existed. Yin Mo gently led Duan Mu Jia to a quieter area. Duan Mu, what troubles you? Are you unwell? She inquired with concern. No. Duan Mu Jia shook her head. Then why do you seem so strange? Has something occurred? Duan Mu Jia wrestled with her thoughts about that day. She regretted her loose tongue, regretted confiding in Lu Chenxi, and certainly regretted not being honest with her. They were best friends, and she ought to have been forthright. It would ease her own heart. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head, poised to share her thoughts, only to inadvertently lock eyes with Lu Chenxi at the window. In an instant, the words that had been on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back down. Yin Mo increasingly struggled to decipher the expression on her face. Duan Mu, what is wrong with you today? It's nothing. Duan Mu Jia anxiously searched for an excuse. Her gaze flitted about and inadvertently landed on the hickey on Yin Mo's neck, prompting her to furrow her brow and change the subject. What happened to your neck? Yin Mo immediately tugged at her collar, yet it proved difficult to conceal. Duan Mu Jia pressed further. This wouldn't be from your brother-in-law, would it? Yin Mo was rendered speechless. Duan Mu Jia's demeanor shifted, tinged with anger. You can't possibly have no. Yin Mo quickly refuted, but then added in a hushed tone. Not yet. Not yet. The word was pivotal, and Duan Mu Jia realized something. Mo, you can't possibly have developed feelings for your brother-in-law, can you? Yin Mo intended to deny it immediately, but for some reason, at that moment, vivid images of Qiao Jun assisting her flashed through her mind, along with his gentle visage. This hesitation betrayed the truth she was reluctant to acknowledge, leaving Duan Mu Jia astounded. Mo, how could you fall for your brother-in-law? He is your brother-in-law. Chenxi is your fiancé. I know, I haven't developed feelings for him. I haven't, not yet. Once again, that word. Though it was but a single term, it implied the possibility of the future, and that it had already begun. Montak, when you said you and Chenxi were destined to be apart, was it because of your brother-in-law? Yes, it is because of him, but not in the way you think. There's another reason, a reason I cannot yet disclose. But trust me, I truly haven't fallen for him, I swear. Very well. Let me ask you, has he kissed you? Yes. You disguised yourself as your sister. He believed you to be his wife. So it is quite normal for him to kiss you. But I need you to answer me honestly. When he kissed you, did you feel a particular aversion? A revulsion that was nearly unbearable? Confronted with this question, Yin Mo fell into silence. Almost a month has passed, and Qiao Jun kisses her every day. Perhaps at first, she truly found it repulsive and unbearable, but now, she does not feel that way at all. Not even when he deliberately leaves such marks on her neck does she feel disgusted. Instead, she feels a surge of anger, shyness, and embarrassment. In fact, she has begun to grow accustomed to his kisses, to adapt to his affections, completely immersed in his embrace. Duan Mu Jia has ceased to inquire further, for the answer has already revealed itself. Silently, I understand that matters of the heart are beyond anyone's control. Even one's own inclinations cannot be governed. However, you must recognize that you and Lu Chenxi have not truly parted ways. He still thinks of you. He still loves you. And this treatment towards him is profoundly unfair. If you genuinely cannot be with him as you once were, I hope you can find a suitable way to help him let go of you, to forget you, and not to cling to the love he harbors for you. Furthermore, from the moment I first laid eyes on your brother-in-law, I noticed that his gaze was solely fixed upon you. That feeling is indeed enviable, yet it is also daunting. I cannot discern whether his affections lie with you or your sister, but I fear he may not be right for you. His dominating nature and overwhelming possessiveness worry me. I am concerned that you may one day find yourself hurt. Nevertheless, as your closest friend, my only wish is for your happiness. Yin Mo listened to her words, her eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Duan Mu, thank you. No need to thank me. I have done nothing, and everyone makes mistakes, myself included. I only hope for forgiveness in return. You will receive it, Yin Mo replied, her confidence inexplicable. Duan Mu Jia gently curved her lips, her gaze once again drifting toward Lu Chenxi. Perhaps this is fate. Sometimes, disbelief in destiny is simply untenable. Such events occur, just as they are on the verge of marriage. Fate has brought Yin Mo to encounter Qiao Jun, a man of such charm that few women could resist. It is merely unfortunate for Lu Chenxi, who, despite knowing his fiancée Yi is alive, still finds himself unable to be with her. Diverting her gaze, Qiao Jun happened to approach. While they were conversing, he had been watching Yin Mo intently. Though he did not hear their words, he could infer much from their expressions, especially since Duan Mujia's eyes frequently darted toward Lu Chenxi. This intricate dynamic was not difficult to imagine, at least not for Qiao Jun. "Are you finished talking?" Qiao Jun inquired gently. Yin Mo looked at him, her gaze markedly transformed from before. Has she truly developed feelings for him? Why? She could not comprehend. He was so domineering, so intolerable, always bullying her, threatening her, taking advantage of her, and coercing her into doing things she did not wish to do. Yet, undeniably, he was especially tender with her, and only with her. With a hint of fluster, Yin Mo softly replied, "Yes. There are a few individuals I wish to introduce to you. They will be beneficial for your work in the future." "All right." Yin Mo's hand intertwined with Qiao Jun's once more as they departed together. Through the window, Lu Chenxi observed Yin Mo and Qiao Jun in a harmonious exchange, his heart feeling as though it were being pierced and stirred by a surgical knife. Beside him, Rui noticed his expression and, with a sudden grip on his hand, softly urged, "Come with me." Confused, Lu Chenxi inquired, "Where to?" "Upstairs." "Upstairs?" "I have already spoken with Mr. Chung and Madame Yin. We are permitted to ascend and view Miss Yan's room." Lu Chenxi abruptly halted. "You invited me to this gathering today merely to take me to see Xiao Mo's room?" "Indeed, though revisiting such places may stir sorrow. I believe you long to glimpse the spaces she once inhabited. You need not do this for my sake. I do not do it solely for you. I too am curious to see Miss Yan's room and to learn more about her. Furthermore, I yearn to hear about your past together. Will you share with me?" Lu Chenxi's expression softened, yet his eyes remained heavy with contemplation. "In truth, there is little to recount. I have devoted too much of my time to my work. There will be memories, I assure you. Once we reach her room, you will surely recall many beautiful moments." "Will I? What precious memories could there possibly be?" His mind was clouded with thoughts of work and surgical procedures. "Come," Ray urged, pulling him along as Lu Chenxi followed her footsteps up to the second floor, towards Yin Mo's room. Chapter 44. I Will Make You My Woman. 1. As soon as the door swung open, a delicate fragrance enveloped him. Just as Rui had mentioned, memories began to resurface in his mind. 2 years ago, when she had just returned to the country. "Chenxi, this is a gift for you. You actually brought me a gift upon your return? This is a unique incense that I personally crafted, unlike anything else in the world. I even created a matching scent for myself. When our fragrances intertwine, they will transform into a third aroma. Impressive, isn't it? Is this a new product from the Yin family? Not at all. I spent countless nights perfecting this just for you. Honestly, you are so unromantic. I'm a man. I don't need such things. You never mind. It's too wasteful for you. Give it back to me." Yin Mo, exasperated, reached to snatch it back. But Lu Chenxi grasped her hand firmly, their fingers entwined, smiling gently. "Don't be upset. I will use it every night from now on. Is that acceptable?" "Fine. Let us hurry home. I have surgery this afternoon." "Another surgery?" Rui observed the faint smile on his face, aware that he must be recalling something joyful. She continued to lead him into Yin Mo's room. The space was immaculate, with the most striking feature being the wall on the right, completely lined with bookshelves brimming with volumes, 90 of which were dedicated to chemistry. Although she had heard of Yin Mo's brilliance in the chemistry department, it was evident that genius requires diligence. In this regard, she and Lu Chenxi were indeed well matched, both true scholars. As Rui admired the extensive bookshelf, Lu Chenxi wandered to the other side, halting before a wardrobe, his gaze fixated on a white wedding dress hanging nearby. He reached out to gently touch it. "Wow, what a beautiful wedding dress!" Rui exclaimed, rushing to his side. "Is this the gown Miss Yin will wear on your wedding day?" "It should be." "Should be? Actually, I've never seen it. Although we had made plans, I received an urgent call for surgery, and she had to go alone." "Was she very upset?" "No. She said it was fine. It will be a surprise for me at the wedding." Miss Yin is truly gentle. She must love you dearly. Lu Chenxi's hand suddenly trembled. Love? Indeed. Xiao Mo loved him deeply. Her rejections must have been due to Qiao Jun's influence. He had nearly harmed him before. Xiao Mo must have been frightened, leading her to distance herself in such terror. Her reaction upon waking that day had to be feigned. How could she not know she was in his apartment? The rich fragrance was unmistakable. She must have recognized it. Seeing him lost in thought, Rui called out worriedly, Chenxi. Suddenly, Lu Chenxi smiled. He looked at Rui, gripping her arms excitedly. Thank you. Rui found herself somewhat perplexed, yet she lowered her gaze to where he grasped her hand, her cheeks involuntarily flushing a delicate crimson. Lu Chenxi, flustered, promptly released his hold. I apologize, he said. Rui chuckled softly. It's quite all right. I'm sorry, Lu Chenxi reiterated. Rui's smile gradually faded as he repeated his apology for the third time. I've already said it's fine. I'm not apologizing for the earlier gesture. Rather, I am apologizing for my inability to develop feelings for you. Although we have only met a few times, I recognize your admirable qualities. You are truly wonderful. However, I cannot, for aside from Xiao Mo, I cannot love any other woman. Rui's eyes were now glistening with unshed tears. She fought to keep her voice steady as she attempted to smile, her tone slightly trembling. I have said it's all right. And even if you don't harbor feelings for me, that is perfectly fine. Love cannot be coerced, and I understand that. I want to impose upon you, but I may need some time to let go of my feelings for you. So, I hope you won't despise me or find me bothersome. Allow me the opportunity to gradually learn to not like you, if you'd be so kind. Lu Chenxi offered no response. He gazed at her tear-brimmed face and gently nodded. In the banquet hall, a servant approached Cheng Tianze, whispering softly in his ear, Sir, there is a young lady who wishes to speak with you privately. Who? She claims her surname is Huang. Huang. She mentioned it concerns a young lady. A young lady? Yan Montauk? Cheng Tianze pondered this in silence. Recent events have been rather peculiar. There must be a conspiracy involving the old man, Dou Min, and Xiao Jun that he was unaware of. The unexpected appearance of Miss Huang, mentioning Yan Mo, may provide him with some answers. Where is she? In the back courtyard. Proceed. Cheng Tianze set down the wine glass in his hand and turned to exit through the villa's rear door. In the garden of the back courtyard, Cheng Tianze approached Huang Man, observing her pure countenance with a hint of curiosity. Miss Huang? Yes, I am Huang, Huang Man. I believe I did not extend an invitation to you for today's banquet. I came with my father's invitation. Your father is Huang Qinglin. Cheng Tianze's face broke into a smile. So you are the daughter of Director Huang. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. It's quite all right. I seldom attend banquets and rarely accompany my father to social gatherings. For the past few years, I have been residing with the Qiao family, taking care of my aunt, so it is understandable that you do not recognize me. Mrs. Qiao is your aunt. So, Qiao is your cousin? We share no blood relation. Oh, Cheng Tianze understood. Her clarification suggested an interest in Xiao Jun, which implied hostility towards Dou Min. Yet, she had come to him to discuss Yan Mo. Could she possibly know that Yan Mo's death was connected to him and Dou Min? Miss Huang, you specifically summoned a servant to fetch me here. What's the matter? It concerns Yan Mo, Xiao Mo. She is already dead. What else could there be? Who claims she is dead? She is evidently alive and well. Cheng Tianze, typically composed, displayed no surprise but regarded her with a puzzled expression. What does Miss Huang mean by this? Could it be that Mr. Cheng remains unaware? Dou Min is indeed Yan Mo. How could this be possible? Why is it not? They are identical twins, not only mirroring each other in appearance, but also sharing the same voice, making it exceedingly easy for them to swap identities. However, Mr. Cheng has known Miss Yan for many years. I believe you have noticed that my cousin's every action, demeanor, and expression closely resembles that of Miss Yan. Upon her words, Cheng Tianze immediately recalled Dou Min's gaze, filled with animosity. If what Huang Man claimed were true, then her eyes would make sense. As she is aware of his desire to seize his father's inheritance and possibly knows of his intent to harm her father. Yet, why would she conspire with her? This is perplexing. Cheng Tianze's thoughts spiraled into confusion. Huang Man, however, remained untroubled. A slight smile graced her lips. Mr. Chung, you should understand that whether it is Dong-min or Yin Mo alive, she remains an obstacle to you. If you seek to obtain what you desire, you must first remove her. Chung Tianzi suddenly chuckled softly. Miss Huang, do you intend to use another's hand to commit murder? I merely wish to collaborate with you. If it is collaboration, then I am curious to know what benefits I shall reap once this is accomplished. At that time, the Yin family will belong to you. The Yin enterprise will be yours as well. That is insufficient. Huang Man gazed into his eyes, brimming with greed. What more do you desire? If, and I emphasize if, your cousin were to suddenly vanish from this world, you would surely seek to become Qiao Jun's wife, the matriarch of the Qiao family. At that time, I hope you can assist me in acquiring shares in Qiaoya. Is your appetite not too great? Is yours not considerable as well? I am unlike you. I genuinely love Junge, not for his wealth. Ha ha ha. Chung Tianzi laughed mockingly. Genuine love? Does such a thing still exist in this world? Nevertheless, I care not for your motives. I only concern myself with whether you agree to my terms. Huang Man furrowed her brow in contemplation. She had intended to exploit this man, but did not expect him to harbor such grand ambitions, daring to covet Xiaoya. Yet, Junge is formidable. He will surely be able to handle him. Moreover, once matters conclude, she could always retract her agreement. Ultimately, the priority is to deal with Yin Mo first and secure her marriage to Junge, thereby paving the way for subsequent plans. Very well, she acquiesced. Chung Tianzi extended his hand to her. May our collaboration be fruitful. Huang Man grasped his hand. I hope you can act swiftly without making me wait too long. Rest assured, the banquet hall. Qiao Jun introduced several affluent and influential chairpersons to Yin Mo, who maintained a smile, albeit one that began to feel strained across her face. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom, she said, seeking to relieve the tension in her facial muscles. I'll accompany you, Qiao Jun replied, offering an apologetic nod to the individuals before him. Yin Mo, feeling a surge of embarrassment, quickly retorted, I can go to the restroom by myself. I'm not a child. I need to go as well. Then just say so. Why create misunderstandings? I intend to create misunderstandings. Yin Mo cast a glance at the group of individuals who were stifling laughter. Her desire to retreat diminished. Nevertheless, Qiao Jun wrapped his arm around her waist, leading her toward the restroom, but veered into a corridor, ascending the stairs at its end. Familiar with the residence, Yin Mo inquired, What are you taking me upstairs for? To see your room. My room? It's my first time bringing my wife back to her family home. Naturally, I wish to see the place. No way. She grasped his arm, but Qiao Jun's strength proved overwhelming as he effortlessly pulled her upstairs. As her feet touched the second floor, anxiety surged within her. It wasn't the thought of Qiao Jun seeing her room that troubled her. Rather, it was the necessity to pass through the study, the very site of her trauma. Upon reaching the second floor, Qiao Jun noticed her change in demeanor. What is wrong? Is there something in your room that you wish to conceal? Yin Mo remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the study door. Following her line of sight, Qiao Jun took a step forward, prompting her to grasp his arm tightly. Don't go there. Why not? What is troubling you? I was knocked unconscious by Chung Tianzi in the study. The study? Qiao Jun had never inquired about the details of her ordeal, wishing to spare her from reliving those horrific moments. However, now that the subject had been broached, he felt compelled to understand how she had been victimized that day. Holding her hand gently, he reassured her, You need not fear while I am here. Yin Mo's heart raced violently. The scene before her mirrored that fateful night, as if she were transported back to the moment she stood at the study door, witnessing a chilling sight through the crack. Qiao Jun stood beside her, poised before the study door. Tell me, how were you harmed? With trembling lips, Yin Mo slowly revealed, her voice laced with trepidation, that night. I saw Chung Tianzi and my stepmother in a compromising situation at the study door. I overheard their conversation wherein they plotted to drug my father's meal to induce a stroke, allowing Chung Tianzi to take control of the Yin family. He even stated that arrangements were made at the hospital. Within 6 months, my father would perish, and they could then be together without impediment. Overcome with shock upon hearing this, she had intended to warn her father immediately, but before she could turn, someone pushed her from behind, thrusting her into the study, where she was discovered by Chang Tianze and her stepmother. Someone push you? Indeed, I was pushed into this situation. Otherwise, I would not have been discovered by Chang Tianze, nor would I have met my demise at his hands. Do you know who it was that pushed you? Did you see him? Yin Mo shook her head. I don't know. I didn't see anything. Do you recall who was present in the Yin residence that day? My father was on a business trip, so only Chang Tianze, my stepmother, and a few servants were home. There were no other guests. None at all. None. Who had the freedom to come and go in your home? Du Enim, Lu Chenxi, and some relatives. Qiao Yun pondered deeply, realizing that the individual who had pushed Yin Mo was clearly intent on her demise. One who desires another's death must harbor a grudge. However, Du Jia and Lu Chenxi should not have such a motive. Who could it be? The servants of a Yin family? Or perhaps an intruder? Yin Mo had grown weary of confronting the door. She turned, gripping Qiao Jun's arm. I don't want to stay here any longer. Let us return to the Qiao residence. Qiao Jun placed his hand over hers, his gaze fixed upon her alarmed eyes. You need not fear. I am here, and no one can harm you. Moreover, I want you to recall, was the force of the push strong? Could you tell if it was a man's hand or a woman's? Yin Mo shook her head repeatedly. I don't know. She had felt immense terror at that moment, and afterward, Chang Tianze had seized her head, forcefully slamming it against the floor. The mere thought of the blood-red scene filled her with excruciating pain, as if her head would explode. The images before her eyes gradually turned crimson, a deep shade of red. She quickly shut her eyes, burying herself in Qiao Jun's embrace, trembling and pleading, Please, take me back. I truly do not wish to remain here. Let us return to the Qiao residence. Qiao Jun observed her shivering form. He enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly, shielding her completely, and softly reassured her, do not fear those events any longer. They hold no terror now. I am here with you, and I will not allow anyone to harm you. I will find the one who pushed you and ensure that those who have wronged you will pay dearly. I promise to protect you, so do not be afraid. Fear nothing. Gradually, Yin Mo's emotions began to stabilize. She lifted her head from his embrace, gazing into his handsome face. Will you truly help me? Of course, Qiao Jun replied without hesitation, then added with a smile, but I shall not undertake a loss-making venture. She had anticipated as much. However, Qiao Jun suddenly leaned closer to her ear, whispering, I desire you. In an instant, Yan Mo's cheeks flushed crimson. Qiao Yun continued, I am determined to have you. Yin Mo attempted to extricate herself from his embrace, wishing to distance herself from his chest. However, Qiao Jun stepped forward, pinning her against the wall beside the study door. Leaning down, he locked eyes with her, asking provocatively, Do you know what I intend to do next? Why you? Stop joking, get up. I wish to kiss you. Qiao Jun replied with unabashed directness, inching closer and teasing her lips. I want to kiss you in the very place that frightens you the most. A deep and consuming kiss that will leave you breathless. One that will help you forget all your fears. So that when you return to this place, you will feel no trepidation, only thoughts of me. Please stop joking. At this moment, Yin Mo was no longer afraid, but rather shy. She pushed against his chest with both hands, yet he remained unyielding. Qiao Jun slowly curved his lips into a charming smile, radiating an allure that was simply irresistible, before pressing his lips against hers in a deep, rich, yet tender kiss. Initially resistant, Yin Mo found herself succumbing, perhaps out of habit, perhaps because she had developed feelings, or perhaps it was the overwhelming sense of security he exuded that made resistance futile. She allowed him to kiss her, enchanted, as her hands gradually rose to embrace his neck, synchronizing with his movements, while Qiao Jun's hands encircled her waist. This was their first kiss, a mutual exchange filled with sweetness and deep emotion. However, just then, the door to Yin Mo's bedroom swung open, revealing Lu Chenxi and Rear emerging from within. Both were taken aback at the sight of Qiao Jun and Yin Mo locked in their kiss. Lu Chenxi's eyes widened in shock, while Ruer was at a loss for how to react. Yin Mo, with her eyes closed during the kiss, was oblivious to Lu Chenxi's presence or the sound of the door opening. Yet, Qiao Jun, with his exceptional perception, noticed the doors opening instantaneously. As Lu Chenxi stepped out, Qiao Jun intensified the kiss, turning his head to shield Yin Mo's view while his hands began to roam over her body. Ruier, overwhelmed with shyness, lowered her gaze and tugged at Lu Chenxi's sleeve, whispering, "Let's leave." Lu Chenxi remained still, prompting Ruier to sense something was amiss. She turned to him, slowly lifting her gaze to his gentle face, now devoid of warmth. His expression was filled with fury, causing her to instinctively release his sleeve. At that very moment, Lu Chenxi took a decisive step forward, striding towards Qiao Jun, and Yin Mo Ruier gasped. "Chenxi!" Her voice echoed through the empty corridor as she called out his name, startling Yin Mo, who abruptly opened her eyes. Although she couldn't see Lu Chenxi approaching, she could hear his footsteps. Panic surged within her, and she struggled fiercely, but Qiao Jun's grip held her tightly, his lips firmly pressed against hers. Yin Mo found herself utterly speechless. Lu Chenxi had approached the two of them, extending his hand to grasp Yin Mo's arm. However, Qiao Jun held Yin Mo tightly, evading Lu Chenxi's reach, releasing her lips, and cradling the back of her head, enveloping her protectively in his embrace. He cast a cold glare at Lu Chenxi and said icily, "You have intruded upon our marital bliss. I have matters to discuss with her." Lu Chenxi's voice was laced with fury. "She has nothing to say to you. Please leave immediately and do not disturb us. I am addressing her, not you. I am her husband. My words are her words." Lu Chenxi's hands had balled into tight fists as he gazed at Yin Mo, nestled closely in Qiao Jun's embrace. Suppressing the fury that threatened to burst forth from his chest, he spoke with palpable agitation. "Miss Do, there is something of utmost importance I must discuss with you privately. Please grant me a minute." Hiding within Qiao Jun's arms, Yin Mo's heart was a tempest of confusion, conflict, and anguish. She had kissed another man in front of her fiancé, and she found herself lost in the embrace of that kiss. This was no different from infidelity, and she felt utterly ashamed to face him. She was at a loss regarding her own feelings. Had she truly begun to harbor feelings for Qiao Jun, as Duanmu suggested? And what of Chenxi? For 3 long years, she had loved him deeply, never wavering in her affection despite his perpetual busyness and lack of time for her. Perhaps it was precisely because she had never been cherished by Lu Chenxi that she found herself stirred by Qiao Jun's ardent devotion, who treated her as if she were a treasure, as if he could not exist without her. "Miss Do, I only wish to say one thing to you, just one." Yin Mo remained silent, unsure of how to respond. "Miss Do," Lu Chenxi called her for the 3rd time, stepping forward in agitation, only to be halted by the hurried approach of Ruier. While she was unaware of the situation at hand, she noticed the murderous intent in Qiao Jun's eyes. Having known Qiao Jun, she understood the kind of person he was. Confronting Lu Chenxi would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus, she grasped his arm, concernedly advising, "Chenxi, let's leave for now." Chapter 45 finally got you. 1. Upon hearing Ruier's voice once more, Yin Mo suddenly regained her composure. She lifted her gaze from Qiao Jun's embrace, meeting his icy stare. With a bittersweet smile, she gently pushed against his chest, extricating herself from his hold. Gradually, she turned to face Lu Chenxi, observing his once warm visage now marred by fury, alongside Ruier, whose expression was filled with concern. Qiao Jun certainly knew how to choose his companions. Ruier was exceptionally beautiful, petite, with porcelain skin and enchanting almond-shaped eyes brimming with affection for Lu Chenxi. Their compatibility was striking. Beyond their appearances, their family backgrounds, careers, interests, and hobbies were harmoniously aligned, making them appear as a match made in heaven. Yin Mo could envision their promising future and blissful life together. Dr. Lu Yin Mo finally spoke. A faint smile graced her lips as she softly addressed him. "Although I am unaware of the significance of your visit, as my husband just mentioned, I truly have nothing to say to you. Therefore, I must apologize. I cannot engage in a private conversation. I also hope you will refrain from disturbing me in the future. Furthermore, effective immediately, I shall be appointing a new attending physician. So should any issues arise with my heart, I will no longer trouble you. From this moment on, we shall have no further connections. Please continue living your life, and I wish you happiness." Lu Chenxi felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart upon hearing her words. Was she breaking up with him? Could she truly be ending their relationship? This was inconceivable. His Xiao Mo would never utter such sentiments. She must have been coerced, compelled by Qiao Junrong, Dr. Lu. Lu Chenxi could no longer suppress his urge to call out to her, but Qiao Jun deliberately seized this moment to interrupt him. Qiao Jun had realized that when Lu Chenxi brought Yin Mo back to his apartment, during the conversation between Duanmu Jia and Yin Mo, and in the moments of Lu Chenxi's seething anger, he understood that Lu Chenxi must have learned from Duanmu Jia about the identity swap between Do Min and Yin Mo. As her physician, he had performed Do Min's surgery, and thus was aware of the truth. However, he could not allow Yin Mo to know that he recognized her. Such knowledge would sway her, bringing her back to his side. Therefore, he promptly added, "You heard my wife's words clearly. May I kindly ask you to leave now?" Lu Chenxi glared fiercely at Qiao Jun, who met his gaze with unwavering coldness. Yin Mo had made her decision. She turned to Qiao Jun, taking his hand in hers, and playfully said, "Husband, I'm tired. Let us go home." It was the first time she had playfully addressed him in such a manner, and the first time she called him husband. Suddenly, his spirits lifted, and with a smile, he caressed her cheek with his other hand, indulgently replying, "All right, let's return home." Hand in hand, they departed, exuding an intimate closeness. Lu Chenxi watched their retreating figures once more, feeling the sting of heartbreak as he clutched his chest, desperately grasping at his heart. Why was this happening? Why must you depart from me with such indifference? Xiao Montak, do you no longer love me? Have you fallen for him? I refuse to believe it. Yin Mo sat in the car, her gaze lost and downcast. Qiao Jun turned to observe her face, gently caressing her cheek once more, and suddenly said, once again. Yin Mo returned to reality, turning to look at him. "What?" she inquired. "Call me husband once more." Yin Mo fell silent. Qiao Jun's hand moved to her jaw, gently gripping as he commanded, "Say it again." Yin Mo remained quiet, but just as Qiao Jun was on the verge of anger, she spoke. "Qiao Jun, is it true that if I surrender myself to you, you will avenge me, protect my father, and help me reclaim the Yin family?" "Yes," Qiao Jun answered without hesitation. Yin Mo's eyes grew profound. "Very well, then tonight, let us proceed." Qiao Jun's gaze was intense. He did not seek further confirmation, but seized the opportunity, agreeing. "Very well. Tonight, I shall make you my woman." The car slowly came to a halt before the Qiao residence, and Yin Mo clasped her hands nervously together. Although she had pondered her earlier words deeply, they still bore a hint of impulsiveness. She did not wish for her heart to remain in turmoil. She had to make a decision and compel herself to sever the ties to Lu Chenxi, for she could no longer escape Qiao Jun's grasp. Moreover, she felt undeserving of him. He was so gentle, so pure, akin to the white coat he always wore, so sacred, so noble, so desirable. Yet, she was no longer the person she once was. Conversely, Rui seemed perfectly matched with him, making her feel unworthy. Furthermore, her heart was uncontrollably leaning towards Qiao Jun suddenly. The car door opened, and Qiao Jun stood at the threshold, extending his hand to her. "Step out. We have arrived home." Yin Mo gazed at his hand. His hand was large, with long fingers, distinct knuckles, and clear palm lines, the heart line straight and unblemished. Slowly, she released her tightly clasped hands and placed her right hand into his palm. In an instant, she felt his warm hand, contrasting sharply with the previous chill, igniting a fire that coursed from her fingertips straight to her heart. Qiao Jun took her hand, guiding her out of the car and into the Qiao residence. As Yin Mo ascended the staircase to the second floor, each step quickened her heartbeat. She began to feel increasingly anxious. Finally, her feet arrived at the threshold of the bedroom. Qiao Jun opened the door, and she held her breath as she entered, her lips parting to speak. But he suddenly turned, enveloping her in his arms, kissing her as his hands began to remove her evening gown. Yin Mo was taken aback by his impatience. She struggled. "Qiao Jun, wait, let me take a shower first." But how could Qiao Jun possibly wait? Every fleeting moment felt unbearable. He would grant her no opportunity for reconsideration. Tonight Within this room and upon this bed, he was determined to claim her, to ensure she truly became his woman, his wife. Ignoring her struggles and pleas, he lifted her effortlessly, kissing her as he strode purposefully to the bed, where he pressed her down beneath him. Yin Mo had not anticipated such suddenness, yet it was a decision she had made. Gradually, she ceased her resistance, surrendering to his desires. As the sun rose high in the sky, Yin Mo remained deeply asleep in Qiao Jun's embrace. He, however, had awakened early, his gaze fixed upon her serene face, a smile of pure happiness gracing his lips. Chapter 46. At last, I have you, too. His fingers tenderly caressed her slightly pale face, followed by a gentle kiss on her lips. Yin Mo furrowed her brows slightly, gradually awakening from her slumber. Before even opening her eyes, she sensed a profound numbness enveloping her entire body, as if it had fallen apart. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her gaze immediately locking onto Qiao Jun's. Awake? How do you feel? Qiao Jun inquired softly. Yin Mo was momentarily taken aback. In the first instant, she rapidly recalled the events of the previous night. In the second, she realized that it was already nearing noon. She sprang upright, exclaiming, I'm late. No sooner had she spoken than her waist felt as if it had shattered, and she collapsed weakly. Qiao Jun extended his long arms, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. You're not late. I've already taken the liberty of requesting a day off for you. You needn't go to work today. You requested a day off for me? Yin Mo's expression was one of displeasure, yet deep down, she was at a loss on how to confront him. Thus she retorted, I have an important task that must be completed today. Although you are legally my husband, you cannot unilaterally request time off on my behalf without my consent. I'm doing this for your own good. You are in no condition to work today. How am I not fit for work? Your body is unwell. My body is perfectly fine. All right, Qiao Jun relented. If you can successfully take 3 steps, I shall permit you to go to work. But it's merely 3 steps. Yin Mo grasped the quilt, maneuvering her feet. As her soles touched the floor, she felt fine, albeit with a hint of soreness that seemed manageable. However, once she stood upright, the weakness in her lower body and waist became painfully evident, completely unable to support her frame. Yet, she gritted her teeth, stubbornly determined to take those 3 steps. Yet, after barely making 1 step, her body seemed to disintegrate, and she tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, the quilt cushioned her fall, sparing her from excessive pain. Qiao Jun watched her with a smile, rising from the bed to lift her soft form into his arms. I told you so. Your body simply cannot handle work. He cradled her, refusing to return her to the bed, instead striding towards the bathroom. Yin Mo was genuinely at a loss on how to face him. Hence, she struggled gently. I don't want to bathe. I wish to lie down for a while longer. Weren't you clamoring to bathe last night? I no longer wish to bathe. I want to rest. Qiao Jun observed her increasingly flushed face, chuckling. What is there to be shy about? It's not your first time. I am not shy. I genuinely wish to rest. Then rest in my embrace. I shall ensure you are thoroughly washed. Let me go. Qiao Jun had already entered the bathroom, approaching the edge of the bathtub. Ignoring Yin Mo's struggles, he stepped into the tub, bending his knees to sit, allowing her to comfortably settle on his lap. He then turned on the warm water tap, immersing them both in the soothing warmth. Though Yin Mo verbally protested her reluctance to bathe, the moment the warm water enveloped her body, that comforting sensation instantly melted away her resistance, and she leaned quietly against Qiao Jun's broad chest. Qiao Jun gently embraced her and murmured, taking a bath will greatly soothe your body. After your bath, I will help you with the medicine, which will alleviate the pain. Medicine? Yin Mo immediately declined. There's no need for that. I was too much to ask of you last night, but I will take responsibility for it. I do not require you to take responsibility. Yet I wish to. That's enough. Yin Mo could no longer tolerate it. Do you find it amusing to torment me? Do you think that because we were intimate a few times last night, I am now yours to command? Qiao Jun, let me make this clear. Last night was merely a transaction between us, and there will be no subsequent encounters. Furthermore, should you desire to touch me, kiss me, or apply medicine to me in the future, you must pay the corresponding price. This world is not solely populated by those who would not engage in a losing business. I too will not. Qiao Jun observed her furious demeanor with delight and said, "Then what price do you seek?" "I seek only vengeance and the protection of my father. I desire nothing else, so do not set your sights on me again. That simply will not do." Qiao Jun was utterly unconcerned with her previous words, drawing her close and holding her intimately, planting a light kiss on her lips. Once certain matters commence, they cannot be halted, much like your life, which I have irrevocably claimed. You, Qiao Jun, what do you intend to do? I'm already at my limit. Do not worry. This time I shall be very gentle. Let me go. I will not ever. Please. Qiao Jun lifted the exhausted Yin Mo from the bathtub, dried her off with care, and gently placed her on the bed. He then opened a drawer, retrieved ointment, and tended to her wounds, finally dressing her in a nightgown and covering her with a blanket, quietly watching over her. Knock, knock, knock. A soft rap at the door interrupted the tranquility. Qiao Jun frowned slightly. Come in. The door opened, and a maid, who was attending to El Hongzhuang, approached Qiao Jun with her head bowed. Young master, Madam wishes to see you. I am not available, but Madam insists it is urgent. Qiao Jun slowly turned his head, casting a cold gaze at her. The maid, startled, quickly bowed her head deeper. I understand. I will inform Madam that you are unavailable. I shall take my leave. She hurriedly turned to exit, but Qiao Jun suddenly called out to her. Stop. Young master, do you have further instructions? Did my cousin leave the Qiao residence last night? No. Are you certain? Qiao Jun reiterated coldly. His eyes were profound. The previous evening, at the banquet hall of the Yin family, he had spotted a shadow hurriedly evading him. He was certain that this figure was deliberately avoiding him, fearful of being discovered, and he could also ascertain that it was a woman. Could be Huang Man? What did she be scheming? Yet it might not be her. You may leave now. Ask Xiao Qi to come in. Yes. The maid promptly exited the bedroom and summoned the maid specifically assigned to serve Yin Mo, the young master. Did you call for me? Madam is feeling unwell today. You're to keep an eye on her and ensure she does not get out of bed. Yes. Please ask the kitchen to prepare something nutritious for her to eat. Certainly. If she feels stuffy upon waking, present her with this. Qiao Jun handed a thick document to Xiao Qi. She accepted it, bowing her head in obedience. Yes. After giving his instructions, Qiao Jun paused in contemplation for a moment, then gently caressed her fair face with his palm, reflecting briefly on his actions before rising to leave the bedroom for work. 2 hours later, Yin Mo groggily opened her eyes once more, acutely aware that her body felt utterly drained. If Qiao Jun continued in this manner and caused her to faint again, she feared she might never awaken. Fortunately, upon opening her eyes this time, she did not behold Qiao Jun's dangerously captivating visage, but rather the charming face of Xiao Qi. Madam, you are awake, Xiao Qi announced. Yin Mo exhaled in relief, but felt a tinge of disappointment as she inquired, Where is Qiao Jun? The young master has gone to work. When did he leave? 2 hours ago. Oh. Feeling uncomfortable, Yin Mo attempted to prop herself up. Noticing her clumsy movements, Xiao Qi swiftly extended her hand to assist, placing 2 pillows behind her to ensure her comfort. Then she continued, Madam, the young master mentioned that you are unwell today and instructed me to take special care of you, ensuring you do not get out of bed. He also ordered the kitchen to prepare nutritious meals for you, perfectly suited to restore your strength, and insisted that you eat well. He also said, Yin Mo sensed a striking familiarity in the way Xiao Qi spoke, almost identical to someone she knew. She immediately countered, Did the young master truly say all of this? Indeed, Xiao Qi affirmed. These are the young master's exact words. Is that so? Yin Mo remained somewhat skeptical, as the girl was exceedingly astute. Yet her curiosity got the better of her. What else did he say? The young master said that if you feel stuffy, you should use this. Xiao Qi handed her the document left by Qiao Jun. Upon opening it, Yin Mo's eyes widened in delight. The individuals introduced to her by Qiao Jun the previous night were all luminaries in the cosmetics industry, along with relevant businesses. This document contained detailed information about the ingredients and production processes of those cosmetics, which would greatly aid her new research. Of course, she was not one to plagiarize another's work, but merely perusing the information. Noticing her uplifted spirits, Xiao Qi promptly said, Madam, I shall fetch your lunch. Go ahead. Xiao Qi departed. Yan Mo earnestly examined the materials in her hands, yet suddenly sensed something amiss with her body. She set the documents aside and moved her legs. Although there was still some pain, it had improved significantly. Could it be that Qiao Jun administered medicine to her after she fainted? Had he seen her in such a vulnerable state? That pervert, scoundrel. However, why does she feel a tinge of joy? The Joya Group. Subin has followed Qiao Jun for a decade. Yet this is the first time he has witnessed such a favorable mood from him. Although his face bears no smile and his expression remains as icy as ever, his eyes radiate a distinctly different glimmer, as if within their depths lies a flicker of joy. It seems that the lady must have suffered last night. Chairman Xiao's desires are not merely potent. They could well be described as terrifying. Sighing inwardly, he called out, Chairman Qiao, speak. The information you requested has been gathered. Qiao Jun extended his hand, and Subin placed a document within it. Qiao Jun opened the file, revealing the guest list from last night, Yen family banquet. He swiftly scanned through, his gaze halting at the name Huang Qinglin. A sudden glint of frost appeared in his eyes. Did Cheng Tianze also invite Director Huang? Indeed. However, I did not see Director Huang last night. Director Huang had an urgent matter in Shanghai and did not attend the Yin family banquet. Did anyone attend in his stead? No. Are you certain? I have investigated thoroughly. There was indeed no one. Qiao Yunis Pao Kai Fu. Could it be that he was overthinking? Yet who was that shadow? Why were they evading him? An unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was amiss. Give me 24 hours to find someone to monitor Cheng Tianze. Any unusual behavior must be reported to me immediately. Understood. I will arrange it at once. There is one more matter. Chairman, please instruct. On the night of June 15th, investigate all individuals who entered or exited the Yin residence, and those who passed within 500 meters of it. Leave no stone unturned. Chairman Yin, that scope is rather extensive. It may require some time. I will grant you 2 months. Take your time, but I demand accuracy and detail. Understood. You may leave. Yes. Subin exited the office. Qiao Jun's gaze returned to Huang Qinglin's name, his finger resting upon it, tapping gently. Once, twice, thrice. Yet, something still felt amiss. There must be a conspiracy at play. As night fell, Qiao Jun returned to the company later than usual, having arrived only at noon, and upon his return, he found Yin Mo lying in bed with her back to him, asleep. Something felt off. Approaching the bedside, he discovered she was feigning sleep. A subtle smile graced her lips as he removed his suit, opting not to change into pajamas, but instead slipping under the covers in a shirt, embracing Yin Mo from behind and deliberately pressing against her. Yin Mo opened her eyes in surprise. Qiao Jun, if you dare to do this again, I shall leave the Qiao family tomorrow. Ah. Qiao Jun chuckled softly in her ear. Go ahead, no matter how many times you attempt to leave. I will always bring you back. I will never allow you to touch me again. Tiepzi su offer, Koyun. You must not die. 1. Qiao Jun gathered her into his embrace. Rest assured, I shall not act today. Yet, how could Yin Mo trust him? Qiao Yun li itit. I truly will not. Still, a hint of unease lingered within Yin Mo. He turned her around to face him, enveloping her in a warm embrace, urging her to rest her head upon his arm. He then looked into her eyes, casually inquiring, Have you perused the materials I left for you? I have, she replied. Did they prove helpful? Indeed. And how is the research on the new product progressing? The team has just been assembled, but everything is going smoothly. When do you anticipate it will be developed? Approximately a month. Is it really that swift? Much of the groundwork has already been laid. However, I do not wish to unveil it too hastily. That is wise. A rapid progression might raise suspicions in Cheng Tianze. But do exercise caution. That individual has blood on his hands. Keep your distance from him. I shall. Unable to resist, Qiao Jun planted a gentle kiss on her forehead before changing the subject. How is her health? All is well. I was a bit excessive last night, and I couldn't restrain myself today. My apologies. Yin Mo looked up in surprise, meeting his profound gaze. Could it be that he was actually apologizing? That those 3 words had escaped his lips? No, could it be? Are you truly Qiao Jun? Perhaps there exists a twin who resembles you perfectly? Qiao Jun seized the opportunity to kiss her lips. a charming smile gracing his face as he cheekily declared, "There is no other man as handsome as your husband in this world. Thus, you need not worry. I am Qiao Jun, the man who claimed you last night, the one who entered your body, the one who sowed his seed within you, and the man who will never let you go in this lifetime." Yin Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to bury her head beneath the covers. She knew that conversing with him would never be a simple affair. In a fit of frustration, she attempted to turn away, but he held her firmly, playfully warning, "Do not move. You are well aware of the consequences of your actions." Immediately, Yin Mo stilled her body, though her eyes glared at him in fury. Qiao Jun's lips descended upon her eyes, compelling her to shut them. "Sleep now. Tomorrow I shall allow you to go to work." "I will not be going." He appeared taken aback. "Why not?" "Because I am heading to the research institute." Qiao Jun chuckled softly. This woman, she is truly fascinating. At the Yin Family Research Institute, Yin Mo stood before the coat rack early in the morning, gazing at her pristine white lab coat. Once she cherished the white coat, as it symbolized a shared connection with Lu Chenxi, despite their differing professions. Yet now, as she beheld the identical coat that adorned Lu Chenxi, only sorrow remained. "Miss Doe, what troubles you?" "Nothing." "Then hurry and get dressed. Let us enter together." "All right." With hesitation, Yin Mo took the white lab coat and donned it, then joined the research personnel as they proceeded into the laboratory. Standing in a familiar place, gazing at the well-known bottles and jars, Yin Mo was eager to embark on various experiments. Engaging in her work allowed her to forget numerous unpleasant memories and dulled many sorrowful emotions. She soon immersed herself completely, transforming into another person, oblivious to the passage of time, meals, and everything else, solely focused on her experiments, eagerly anticipating their outcomes. This fervent engagement carried her into the evening. The shrill ring of her phone shattered her concentration. As she regained her bearings, she noticed that everyone at the research institute had already left for the day. She picked up her phone and pressed it to her ear. "Hello. It's past working hours. Why aren't you back yet?" "I'm still at the lab, waiting for the results of an experiment. If all goes well, it should be a success." "How much longer?" "About 1 or 2 hours, I suppose. Call me immediately when you're done. I'll come pick you up. I can return on my own. I'll come and get you." Qiao Jun's tone was domineering, leaving no room for refusal. "All right, I understand," Yin Mo replied. After Qiao Jun hung up, she glanced at her phone, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. She set the phone down, licked her lips in thirst, and walked to the lab's entrance, intending to fetch a glass of water. However, the door refused to budge, and a strange burnt odor wafted under her nose. Panic surged within her. The laboratory was a perilous place, filled with numerous chemicals that could easily cause explosions or fires. Thus, all researchers exercised extreme caution, conducting repeated checks, and she was the most meticulous among them. She distinctly remembered verifying everything in the lab. There was no way a fire or explosion could occur. Yet, what was this smell? Where is it coming from? She hurried to locate the source of the burning scent, only to hear a sharp click. The laboratory had not just one entrance, but also an emergency exit. The sound she heard was that of the emergency exit being closed. This indicated that while she was on the phone, someone had stealthily entered the lab, tampering with her experiment, transforming what was nearly a successful outcome into a potential fire hazard. In a flurry, Yin Mo searched for the fire extinguisher, but the designated spot was empty. She quickly sought out water for the experiment, but as she frantically splashed water onto the flames, they roared to life, intensifying exponentially. It turned out that the water had also been tampered with. Everything was a meticulously orchestrated plot, designed for her to ignite her own demise. Coughing, she covered her mouth and dialed Qiao Jun. "I'm at the Research Institute." Qiao Jun's car was already parked downstairs. He sat in the vehicle, ending the call, then tilted his head to gaze at the laboratory floor above. A slight smile graced his lips, though it gradually faded into a frown as concern etched across his brow. All day, his mind was consumed by the silhouette of that individual from the Yin family banquet and the guest list associated with it. Although there had been no developments from Cheng Tianze, he felt an unsettling intuition, a nagging sense of foreboding. Suddenly, he observed someone hurriedly exiting the research institute. Though the figure was distant and the evening had darkened, their frantic pace suggested an urgency, as if they were fleeing from some unseen threat. Qiao Yunis onistipent. Just as he was about to exit his vehicle, his phone rang. He glanced at the name on the screen and promptly answered. Hello. A series of coughs echoed through the phone before Yin Mo's voice emerged. Strained. Qiao Jun, what's wrong? The laboratory is on fire. Someone is trying to harm me. Qiao Jun immediately tilted his head back, scanning the floors of the laboratory in alarm. He hastily opened the car door and began to run, speaking urgently, do not panic. Cover your mouth with a damp cloth and find a safe place. Lie down and stay still. I will be there shortly. Cough, cough, it's too late. There are chemical substances everywhere. It will explode soon. There is still time. I'm already inside, and I'll save you. You're inside? Don't speak. Just do as I say. Understood. Qiao Jun sprinted up the stairs while simultaneously calling the authorities. Inside the laboratory, smoke had thickened to the point of obscuring vision, and the flames were intensifying. Yin Mo crouched by the door. Although she had managed to find a damp cloth, she was still choking, struggling to breathe. Her eyes stinging and watering from the acrid fumes. Had Qiao Jun truly arrived? How could he be so swift? Had he been waiting outside the institute while they were on the phone? Bang! The laboratory door was forcefully struck, and Qiao Jun's voice resonated from outside. Yin Mo, I'm here. Stand back. I'll get the door open. You can't open it. The door is made of steel. It's impenetrable. Step aside. I will succeed. Qiao Jun Yin Mo cast a glance at the burgeoning flames behind her, hearing the ominous sound of shattering glass from the chemical bottles. She was acutely aware of the volatile nature of the substances, and with a sense of urgency, she implored, You need to leave. It's about to explode. I can't escape, and you will be caught in the chaos. Please just go. I will not abandon you. I will rescue you. Bang! As Qiao Jun spoke, the door shuddered violently from his relentless assault. Despairing, Yin Mo shook her head against the door. It won't open. No matter what you do, it's futile. Please, just go. I have faced death once. There is nothing left to fear. But remember your promise, to avenge me and to protect my father. You cannot break your word. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not let you rest. Bang, bang, bang. Qiao Jun paid no heed to her pleas, relentlessly pounding on the sturdy door. Yin Mo pressed her trembling hands against the violently shaking wall, struggling to breathe as smoke choked her throat. Yet, with great effort, she cried out, Qiao Jun, I beg you, please leave. Don't worry about me, just go. Hurry. Please. Shut up. Qiao Yun Sutnihold. His determination unwavering as he continued to batter the door with increasing ferocity. He harbored no thought of self-preservation. His sole intention was to rescue her, to save her at all costs. Even if the room were to explode at that very moment, he would never abandon her. He would remain by her side, through life and death. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Mo listened to the thunderous blows against the door, unable to see him, yet feeling the intensity of his resolve. However, the smoke had overwhelmed her for too long, and her weary knees buckled, collapsing to the ground as consciousness slipped away. Yet, the relentless pounding at the door urged her to keep her eyes open. Finally, bang! The formidable door was forcefully breached by Qiao Jun. He rushed in, scooping her up into his arms, pivoting swiftly to escape the laboratory. But as air rushed in, the flames engulfed the room instantaneously, heating the chemical substances to a critical point. With a thunderous roar, the lab erupted in an explosion, the shockwave striking Qiao Jun's back like a massive boulder, propelling him 2 meters forward, crashing to the ground. Yet in that moment, he held Yin Mo tightly, shielding her within his embrace. Qiao Junrong. Yin Mo called out, struggling in his arms, desperate to see if he was injured. Qiao Jun's arms tightened around her, and with all his strength, he rose to his feet, pressing onward. They both understood that this explosion was merely the first. Subsequent detonations would soon follow. They had to escape swiftly, at least to ensure her safety. However, they had not anticipated the second explosion would come so rapidly. Just as he took a step forward, another deafening boom erupted, more thunderous and violent than the last. Once again, Qiao Jun was hurled several meters by the blast, yet his hands remained firmly clasped around Yin Mo, his body a shield for her. The ringing in Yin Mo's ears was deafening, her vision distorted with multiple shadows. With the last vestiges of her strength, she struggled. But Qiao Jun's grip was too tight to break free. Seeing the flames rapidly approaching, she frantically patted his back, urgency lacing her voice. Qiao Jun, the fire is coming. We must leave immediately. Qiao Jun, do you hear me? Let me go, get up. We have to leave, we must. Her words faltered mid-sentence as she felt something sticky on his back, and he had not responded since the explosion, his eyes remaining closed. Qiao Yun, Mo cried out in terror, trembling as she raised her blood-stained hand, gazing at the crimson that adorned her palm. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. She struggled once more, clutching Qiao Jun's heavy body with desperation. Qiao Jun, please don't frighten me. Wake up, wake up. Qiao Jun, please, wake up. Wake up. His body felt impossibly limp for the first time, swaying loosely under her frantic efforts, yet sensing that she was unharmed. His grip on her arm slackened. But with that release, her fear intensified. Qiao Jun, please stop this, just wake up. Why did you come to save me? I told you to leave. Why didn't you go? I beg you, open your eyes and look at me just once. Look at me. Qiao Jun, no. You cannot die. Please. I cannot bear the thought of you dying. Tears streaming down her face, she held him tightly. The explosions from the laboratory continued to echo, though they were no longer as fierce as before. However, the encroaching flames surrounded them. She clung to Qiao Jun's body, protecting him from the fire as he once protected her, but she lacked the strength to move him, calling out incessantly, Qiao Jun. Qiao Junrong. Please, Qiao Junrong. I beg you, open your eyes. Qiao Junrong. Yet, Qiao Jun remained unresponsive, blood continuing to flow from his back, staining her hands and the pristine white of her lab coat, as well as the ground beneath them. The fire drew closer, threatening to engulf them in its wrath, when suddenly firefighters arrived, extinguishing the roaring flames and carrying them away from the research facility, placing them aboard an ambulance. The nurse in the ambulance, noticing Mo covered in blood, promptly inquired, Miss, were you injured? Mo's gaze was fixed intently on Qiao Jun, staring at his mangled back, and she shook her head in a daze. She was unscathed, not a scratch on her. It was Qiao Jun who had shielded her. His blood should have been on her, and she should have been the one lying on the stretcher. Why did he choose to save her? Why was he willing to risk his life for her? Was she truly that important to him? The nurse, observing her demeanor, anxiously reiterated, Miss, are you certain you are not injured? Mo shook her head once more, then suddenly grasped the nurse's arm. What is wrong with him? He is going to be all right. Isn't. The wound on this gentleman's back is extensive, and he has lost a significant amount of blood. Although he has received emergency treatment, he requires immediate care. He won't die, will he? We will do our utmost to save him. Please, I implore you, you must save him. You cannot let him die. We will do everything we can. Mo turned her gaze back to Qiao Jun's face. His features remained strikingly handsome, yet his pallor was alarming, as white as thin paper, fragile to the touch. His hand had slipped from the stretcher due to the jolting of the ambulance, limply swaying without a trace of strength. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand tightly, holding on with all her might. It is so cold. His hands are icy, devoid of any warmth. She pressed his frigid hand against her cheek, attempting to warm him, and gently whispered, Qiao Jun, I promise you, as long as you come back to life, I will devote my entire existence to being by your side. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. Qiao Jun, can you hear me? If only you can survive. I will agree to anything, anything at all. Yet, Qiao Jun remained unresponsive, his eyes still closed. At the hospital, as soon as the ambulance came to a halt, doctors and nurses swung open the doors, swiftly lifting Qiao Jun from the vehicle and placing him onto a stretcher, hastily wheeling him towards the emergency room. Mo clutched Qiao Jun's hand tightly, following the stretcher to the entrance of the emergency room, only to be halted by a nurse who forced her to release him. Watching helplessly as he vanished from her sight, standing alone at the threshold of the emergency room, she incessantly prayed to the heavens, pleading for his survival. Moments later, Hongzhuang and Huang Man arrived at the hospital together. Upon spotting Yin Mo, El Hongzhuang strode over with determination, and without uttering a word, delivered a sharp slap across her face. The crisp sound echoed through the empty corridor. El Hongzhuang pointed an accusatory finger at her, berating, "You wretched girl. Qiao Jun just returned home in good health. How could he end up in the hospital after seeking you? It is you who has caused this calamity, is it not? You bring misfortune, you vile creature. Why are you not the one lying inside? Why are you still alive?" With a surge of anger, El Hongzhuang raised her hand once more, delivering another resounding slap. Yin Mo made no attempt to evade the blows, absorbing the abuse. Indeed, it was her fault. Had she not made that phone call, had she returned home sooner, Qiao Jun would not have come to her rescue, would not have been injured, would not be lying in the emergency room, teetering between life and death. It was her error. She deserved this punishment. "You wretched girl, I will make you pay. I will destroy you, the bane of Qiao Jun's existence. I will ensure you suffer." El Hongzhuang seized this opportunity, striking her repeatedly, furiously tugging at her hair and kicking her body. Yin Mo collapsed onto the ground. Her face bore the marks of violence, blood trickling from her lips, her hair disheveled, her body utterly weakened. Yet she offered no resistance. For in comparison to this fleeting pain, the anguish endured by Qiao Jun while protecting her was far greater. "You wretched girl, get out. Leave this place, abandon Qiao Jun, and never reappear before him again." El Hongzhuang seethed, raising her foot to strike her once more. "Stop!" A commanding voice suddenly resonated. Lu Chenxi approached with purpose, crouching down to assist Yin Mo, anxiously inspecting her injuries. El Hongzhuang, filled with fury, retorted, "Dr. Lu, this is a matter concerning the Qiao family. You have no right to interfere." Lu Chenxi turned to face her. "Madam Qiao, I implore you to observe your surroundings. This is a hospital, a sanctuary for healing, not a venue for domestic disputes. Should you continue to resort to violence, I will be compelled to call the authorities. You, what a pair of shameless lovers you are. I have long seen through the complexity of your relationship. Junor has truly lost his senses to marry you, a fickle and contemptible woman. And you, this wretched creature, dare to be affectionate with him while he lay in the emergency room." "I didn't," Yin Mo finally retorted. "You claim you didn't? The evidence is laid bare before us. I tell you, I will not allow you to approach Junor any closer. Leave immediately." "I will not go," Yin Mo declared resolutely. "You have no right to do so. I will not leave, no matter what. I must wait for him and see that he is safe." "You," Liu Hongzhuang, agitated, was about to strike, but Lu Chenxi quickly shielded Yin Mo. Meanwhile, Huang Man, who had remained silent, suddenly grasped Liu Hongzhuang's arm, anxiously imploring, "Aunt, forget her for now. Junge is our priority. He requires a tranquil environment for treatment. Let us refrain from quarreling and wait together for Junge to recover." Liu Hongzhuang shot a furious glare at Yin Mo and Lu Chenxi, suppressing her anger. Before turning to face the door of the emergency room, Lu Chenxi pulled Yin Mo to her feet. Huang Man clenched her teeth in silent resentment, casting her spiteful gaze upon Yin Mo. Today, as planned, was to ensure her demise in the laboratory. Yet here she stood unharmed, while Junge lay within the emergency room. This woman was utterly detestable. Liu Hongzhuang should have struck her harder, with more ferocity. Huang Man genuinely wished for her to perish right in front of her. Unbeknownst to Yin Mo, she remained oblivious to Huang Man's venomous stare, fixated instead on the door of the emergency room, anxiously awaiting its opening, hoping for news of Qiao Jun's safety. Lu Chenxi, still bewildered by the unfolding events, had come to check on Qiao Jun after hearing of his hospitalization during his shift. Yet he was confronted with the scene that had just transpired, and throughout this time, Yin Mo had not once diverted her gaze towards him, solely focused on that door. Chapter 48, He Awoke. 1. Had Qiao Jun truly become so significant in her heart, more important than anyone else? Time passed inexorably, each second stretching into eternity. The door of the emergency room remained quietly closed, and anxiety began to envelop everyone present. At long last, the red light above the emergency room extinguished, and the double door swung open. A nurse emerged, pushing Qiao Jun on a stretcher. The four of them rushed forward, with Yin Mo speaking first. "Doctor, how is he? Is he all right?" The doctor opened his mouth to speak, but was preemptively interrupted by Huang Man. "Doctor, Brother Jun needs to rest now. Let us return to the ward to discuss this." She wished to shield Yin Mo from the details of Qiao Jun's condition, relishing in her distress. LV Hongzhuang discerned Huang Man's intent and chimed in. "Doctor, would you kindly accompany us to the ward to elaborate on our Jun's situation?" "Very well," the doctor acquiesced, and they proceeded to the hospital's VIP ward. However, upon entering, they deliberately barred Yin Mo from entering. She stood anxiously outside the door, torn between the urge to knock, to force her way in, and the fear of disturbing Qiao Jun's recovery. All she could do was wait outside, her heart racing. Inside the ward, Huang Man could no longer contain her curiosity. "Doctor, is Brother Jun all right?" The doctor's expression grew somber. Though Mr. Qiao's injuries are severe, they are not life-threatening, nor have his internal organs been compromised. However, he has lost a considerable amount of blood. If he awakens before morning, he should be fine, but if he does not, what will happen if he does not awaken? Huang Man pressed, her grip tightening on the doctor's arm, tears brimming in her eyes as she pleaded. "You must save Brother Jun. You must. Miss Huang, there is no need for such distress. I will exert every effort, and given Mr. Qiao's condition, he should awaken." Thank you, doctor. I will step outside. Please call for me if needed." "Certainly." The doctor turned to exit, but LV Hongzhuang briefly halted him, imparting a few words of advice. Huang Man sat by the bed, gazing at Qiao Jun's pallid face. She took his hand, her voice trembling as she implored. "Brother Jun, you must awaken. You must be all right." LV Hongzhuang approached, gently patting her shoulder. Man, Brother Jun will certainly awaken. Once he sees how much you care for him, he will be deeply touched. "Aunt, may I stay with Brother Jun tonight?" "Of course. I will wait for Brother Jun to awaken. Even if he does not, I will remain by his side." "Foolish child. Brother Jun. Brother Jun." Huang Man called out, her heart whispering apologies. I'm sorry. Outside the door, as the doctor emerged, Yin Mo once again inquired, "Doctor, how is he?" "He is fine, isn't he?" "I'm sorry, Miss Doe, but I have another patient to attend to. I must take my leave." "Doctor." Yin Mo grasped his arm. "Please tell me, how is he?" "I'm afraid you must inquire with Mrs. Qiao." "Doctor, I implore you, I beg you." The doctor forcefully pulled her hand away and strode off. Yin Mo's heart grew increasingly anxious as she gazed at the door of the ward. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, she could no longer restrain herself. She yearned to see Qiao Jun, to ascertain his current condition. She extended her hands, poised to push the door open, when it was suddenly opened from within. LV Hongzhuang emerged, casting a scornful glance at her. "Why are you still here? Did I not tell you to leave? Please, I beg you, let me see him." "You wish to see Juna?" "Yes." "Very well." A wicked smile curled at the corners of LV Hongzhuang's lips as she coldly commanded, "Kneel." Without hesitation, Yin Mo immediately sank to her knees before her. LV Hongzhuang looked down upon her with a sense of triumph, amused by her disheveled state. "Juna needs to rest and cannot be disturbed. You shall remain quietly kneeling here, and once I am satisfied with your submission, I will allow you to see him." "Grandmother." "Silence. I do not wish to hear your voice." Obediently, Yin Mo closed her mouth, quietly kneeling at the door of the ward. When Su Bin arrived at the hospital upon receiving the news, he found Yin Mo already kneeling at the entrance. She was covered in blood, her cheeks bruised, her hair in disarray, with dried tear tracks beneath her eyes, reflecting an endless terror. In her presence, flanking either side of the ward, stood two bodyguards clad in black suits, their unwavering gazes fixed upon her, forbidding her entry. Su Bin hurried over. "Madam, why are you kneeling here? Are you injured? Let me assist you to see a doctor." Yin Mo shook her head. "I am fine." "How could you possibly be fine in this state?" Unconcerned with her appearance, Yin Mo looked up at Su Bin, her voice tinged with desperation. "Assistant Su, please help me go in and check on him. Is he all right? Has he awakened?" "All right." Su Bin agreed and turned immediately, but was blocked by the two bodyguards. He regarded them with a cold gaze. "Though I do not know who you are or why you stand here, It would be wise for you to leave before President Qiao becomes aware of your presence. Otherwise, he will ensure that you face dire consequences. Additionally, I have been an assistant for 10 years. It would be unfortunate for you if I were to remember how to fight. The bodyguards remained unmoved by his words, standing their ground. Su Bin let out a heavy sigh. In truth, such questions have been raised before. Qiao Jun, as the esteemed president of Qiao Yu Group, was known for his coldness, dominance, arrogance, and ruthlessness. He had amassed many enemies over the years and had driven numerous individuals to despair, prompting them to contemplate harming or killing him. Yet, despite the years, he remained unscathed, often without any bodyguards, accompanied only by an assistant who appeared refined and harmless. The reason for this was quite simple. Su Bin's gaze suddenly shifted, sharp as that of a keen-eyed eagle. He swiftly unleashed a punch that struck the abdomen of the bodyguard on his right. Observing this, the bodyguard on the left immediately sprang into action. Su Bin deftly seized his wrist, and with a forceful twist, a sharp crack echoed as the wrist snapped instantly. Following this, he forcefully flung the man aside, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. Meanwhile, the individual who had just been struck in the abdomen succumbed to a spasm of pain, his legs giving way as he knelt on the floor. Yin Mo was taken aback by the revelation that Su Bin was a martial arts master, effortlessly subduing two burly men with merely 3 moves. Yet, Su Bin remained remarkably composed. He straightened his slightly disheveled suit and, regaining his demeanor as an assistant, courteously extended his hand to knock on the door before him. Chapter 49. He awoke to knock, knock, knock. After a brief silence, the door creaked open. Huang Man stood at the threshold, gazing at Su Bin. She glanced at the bodyguard sprawled on the floor and furrowed her brow, saying, "Assistant Su, what on earth are you doing? I wish to see President Qiao, but they have obstructed my path. Brother Jun has yet to awaken. He requires a tranquil environment. I merely wish to take a glance to confirm that President Qiao is well." Assistant Su, you are Brother Jun's appointed aide, not a family member. Your current duty is to contain the news of Brother Jun's mishap, preventing the press from intruding upon his treatment. You must promptly head to Qiao Yu, stabilize the company, and manage all of Brother Jun's professional affairs. Of course, I shall handle these matters, but there are no buts. Wang Man interrupted, her demeanor shifting as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. With a fierce tone, she declared, "Your responsibility is to execute these tasks. I will care for Brother Jun. Should you insist on forcing your way in, I will ensure you meet the same fate as those two, but be prepared. My aunt and father will not spare you." Su Bin's expression gradually revealed his distress. He held no fear of Lu Hongzhuang or Huang Qinglin, yet he had never struck a woman. Observing his inaction, Huang Man recognized her victory. She cast a downward glance at Yin Mo, still kneeling on the floor, then firmly closed the door, locking it to prevent any entrance. Su Bin frowned slightly. He turned to Yin Mo, lowering his head respectfully. "I apologize, madam, for not being able to ascertain President Qiao's current condition. However, you need not worry. I can escort you to his attending physician to clarify his status. Please rise." She shook her head gently, her voice a mere whisper. "You go ahead. I wish to remain here. Madam, you must consider how this would pain President Qiao." A flicker of emotion danced in Yenmo's eyes. If he truly cared, he would awaken swiftly, reprimanding her, teasing her, threatening her, and then enveloping her in his long arms, kissing her tenderly. In truth, her presence there was not solely due to Lu Hongzhuang. It was her self-imposed torment. How could she find peace while he suffered? It was entirely her fault. Her foolishness, her naivety, her utter stupidity. Despite his warnings to be cautious, she had fallen into another's trap, leading to his current plight. Even if he woke safely, the wounds on his back would forever remain as grotesque reminders, destined to become scars that would never heal. Her heart brimmed with hatred. She should never have been resurrected. She ought to have perished completely. Had she done so, they would never have crossed paths, and he would not have suffered thus. She felt like a harbinger of misfortune, always bringing calamity upon others. For the first time in her life, she wished for her own demise. Su Bin observed her expression, bowing deeply in respect before hastening to the doctor's office. The Yin family. Cheng Tianze and Yao Xinlan were diligently engaged in their playful endeavor when the phone on the nightstand rang, disrupting the ambience. Cheng Tianze momentarily diverted his attention to glance at the device. Yao Xinlan, dissatisfied, wrapped her arms around his waist. "Ignore it," she urged. However, upon noticing the caller's number, Cheng Tianze halted, extending his long arm to retrieve the phone. Yao Xinlan pouted playfully, exclaiming, "Tianze, darling, wait a moment, it's urgent." "I don't want to," she insisted. "Be obedient." Cheng Tianze bestowed a gentle kiss upon her lips, prompting her to relent. He answered the call, placing the phone to his ear, and inquired directly, "How'd it go?" "I followed your instructions. The lab caught fire and exploded, but Domin is still alive." "What do you mean?" "Someone rescued her." "Who?" "Qiao Jun." A deep frown creased Cheng Tianze's brow. That man had the audacity to thwart his plans. Yet, the voice on the other end continued. "There is good news as well." "What good news?" Cheng Tianze asked. "Qiao Jun sustained severe injuries and is currently in the hospital, his fate uncertain." "Is that truly good news?" "There is one more thing." "Speak." "While I was setting the fire, I discovered that Domin's research was on the verge of success. I also took her research data while leaving. This skincare product she developed surpasses anything the Yin family has produced before. Yes, you. Once this new product hits the market, it will set the highest sales record for the Yin family." This was indeed promising news, yet Cheng Tianze's frown deepened. "You just mentioned Domin's research? Wasn't he at the team she hired that developed it?" "The team she engaged has only been here for a few days." "How could they have made such rapid progress?" "Moreover, she spent the entire day in the lab. I observe her techniques. She is an expert, far more skilled than any of us. The data I acquired was entirely her own work." Cheng Tianze found himself beginning to believe Huang Man's words. Domin, like her mother, had studied singing. Although she graduated from a prestigious university, the intricate complexities of chemistry were utterly foreign to her. In stark contrast, Yin Mo had been by her father's side since childhood, frequently exposed to such matters and excelling in chemistry during her studies in America. In truth, had she not overheard their conversation that day, he would not have intended for her demise to be so swift, as he was aware that upon her return to the country, she would be working on new products for her father. He had planned to wait until the new product was developed, allowing her to help him profit handsomely before sending her to reunite with her father in the afterlife. Alas, the situation had unfolded unexpectedly, yet she had indeed survived. How had she and Domin exchanged places? Was it possible that the one he had knocked unconscious was Domin, not Yin Mo? But that didn't add up either. Why would Yin Mo conspire with him to murder Domin? Her heart should have been fine, shouldn't it? Confusion engulfed Cheng Tianze. He could not fathom the intricacies of the situation. The individual on the phone had not heard his voice for an extended period, prompting a sense of unease as they inquired, "Vice President, could this be considered good news?" "Indeed, it is good news," came the reply. "But what about my payment? You have not fulfilled the task I entrusted to you. However, since you have discovered this good news, I can pay you half up front. The remaining half will be contingent upon your acquisition of her research materials, so that you may be the first to develop this new product. But that material is missing the most crucial part. Then go and find that essential piece." "Are you suggesting I should steal it?" "As long as you successfully develop this new product, you will gain fame overnight, becoming the finest skincare expert, even if I withhold the remaining payment. You will never face financial hardship, and wealth will flow to you." After a moment of silence, the person on the phone responded, "All right, I agree." Then swiftly obtain the materials. Remember, it must be completed before she succeeds. "Understood. I await you good news." "Very well." As the call ended, Cheng Tianze fell into deep contemplation. What was the relationship between Domin and Yin Mo? Had they truly swapped identities? What was their motive behind this exchange? "Tianze." Yin Xinlan, having patiently awaited the conclusion of the call, noticed his distracted demeanor and, feeling frustrated, wrapped her arms around his neck and suddenly asked, "Tell me, which is more important, work or me?" Cheng Tianze chuckled lightly. "One exasperating woman you are, but I shall answer. My dear, you are undoubtedly more important. Then you must refrain from answering calls at such times." "All right, let us continue." Yin Xinlan's face lit up with joy. She had calculated the timing. Today was her ovulation period, and she was certain she could conceive a child. In the early morning, as the sky brightened and the sun gradually rose, Qiao Jun remained unconscious on the hospital bed. Huang Man, her eyes filled with anxiety, clutched his hand tightly, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Brother Jun, dawn has arrived. Please do not sleep any longer. Wake up, open your eyes, and stop worrying me. Brother Jun, please awaken. Brother Jun." Yet, Qiao Jun showed no signs of response. The door to the ward opened, and Hongzhuang entered with breakfast, standing by the bed and inquiring, "Has Jun awakened?" "No," Huang Man replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Aunt, will Brother Jun not wake up?" "He will, I assure you. He will certainly awaken. But it is already morning. It has only just turned morning. Let us wait a little longer. Aunt, I am so scared. I truly fear that Brother Jun will continue to sleep like this. Brother Jun, I am so sorry. It is all my fault, all my fault. Silly child, how could this possibly be your fault? It is that wretched girl's doing." "Oh, no," Huang Man lamented, her voice trembling with regret as she desperately pushed Qiao Jun's body, pleading, "Brother Jun, please wake up. You cannot continue to sleep like this. You must awaken." Beside her, Hongzhuang grew increasingly anxious. Unable to bear the weight any longer, she turned and said, "I will call a doctor to come and check." Suddenly, the unconscious Qiao Jun murmured yin mo softly. Hongzhuang did not catch this, but Huang Man heard it clearly, her heart sinking. Qiao Jun's calm visage finally displayed some movement. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyelashes quivered intensely, and his lips moved, murmuring indistinctly, "Xiao mo, Xiao mo." Hongzhuang was elated. "He is awake. He is awake. Man, Jun is awake. He is all right." Huang Man's lips slowly curved upwards, yet the shadow of recent events clouded her joy. With a struggle, Qiao Jun gradually opened his heavy-lidded eyes. His vision was blurred, rendering everything indistinct. He could only discern two figures. Blinking, he strained to focus on their faces. Slowly, his sight sharpened, and he recognized one as his mother and the other as Huang Man. He shifted his gaze around the hospital bed, but aside from them, he saw no one else. Where is Yin Mo? Why is she not here? Had he failed to protect her? Did the explosion occur after he lost consciousness? Was she injured? Was she lying on another bed? Or had she? What about Domin? His voice, hoarse yet urgent, broke through the silence. Hongzhuang smiled faltered instantly. "Don't mention that girl." She impulsively began to call her a fool, but caught sight of Qiao Jun's icy glare, recalling his earlier admonition. She quickly altered her words. "Why do you bring her up? She caused you this harm. You nearly died, nearly did not awaken. Look closely with your eyes. It was Man who stayed by your side throughout the night, her eyes swollen from crying for you." Qiao Jun's gaze remained fixed away from Huang Man, still inquiring. "Where is she?" "I don't know," Hongzhuang replied, then reconsidered before adding, "Last night, you were taken to the emergency room. After receiving the call, I rushed over with Man. When I saw her, I couldn't help but scold her a bit. I didn't expect Dr. Lu to suddenly intervene and take her away right in front of us." "Lu Chenxi?" Anger flared in Qiao Jun's eyes. Huang Man quickly shifted the topic. Her voice choked with concern. "Brother Jun, do you feel any discomfort elsewhere? Is the wound on your back painful? Your voice is hoarse. Do you need some water?" Listening to her voice, Qiao Jun's hand, though restrained, slowly clenched into a fist. Though he lacked evidence, the fire at the laboratory was undoubtedly linked to her. The mere thought of her involvement ignited an urge to kill within him. Had he possessed more strength, his hands would surely be around her throat at that very moment. His lips parted once more as he coldly declared, "I do not wish to see you. Vanish at once." "Sooner, how can you speak to Man in such a manner? She has been so worried, neglecting food, drink, and sleep to care for you throughout the night. I too have no desire to see you." Qiao Jun's words were laced with an unforgiving finality. Tears welled in Lu Hongzhuang's pained eyes. You, unfilial son, I am your mother. Do you not possess even a shred of understanding of hierarchy?" Huang Man could no longer contain herself. "Brother Jun, why do you treat me this way? What wrong have I committed? Even if you do not harbor feelings for me, this treatment is utterly unjust. Qiao Jun closed his eyes. You are fully aware of your own actions. I am not aware. I have done nothing wrong. I simply love you wholeheartedly. All of you leave me sooner. Brother Jun, you cannot unjustly accuse me. Initially weary and reluctant to unleash his frustration, Qiao Jun found himself pushed to the brink by the two women. Suddenly, with great effort, he propped himself up. A wave of intense pain surged through his spine, as if his entire back were splitting open. The wounds, once bandaged, began to seep blood anew, instantly soaking through the gauze and staining his clothing crimson. Chapter 50. The Woman I Deeply Love. 1. Huang Man was taken aback. Brother Jun, what are you doing? You mustn't get up. You cannot move recklessly. As she spoke, she grasped his hands. Do not touch me. Gasping for breath and enduring excruciating pain, he slowly sat up and glared at them. Suddenly, a faint voice from outside the hospital room reached his ears. Qiao Junrong. Upon hearing the voice, Qiao Jun immediately turned his gaze towards the door. Huang Man and LV Hongzhuang were both in a flurry. They could not allow him to see Yinemo, nor could he witness her current state. Brother Jun, you are bleeding. You must not move anymore. I promise. I will leave immediately. I beg you. Please lie back down and rest. Yes, Juner. Mother will also step away. Please lie down quickly. The two of them tugged at him, attempting to push him back onto the bed. Yet, Qiao Jun summoned the last vestiges of his strength and forcefully shoved both of them to the ground. He then fixed his gaze on the door and, with great effort, stood up from the bed, advancing step by step. Outside, Yinemo had knelt there for an entire night. Though she was uninjured, the smoke had engulfed her for too long, and she was gripped by immense fear. Moreover, her frail body, having undergone a heart transplant, had not fully recovered, leaving her on the verge of collapse. Yet, she persisted, driven by an unwavering faith that she must see Qiao Jun, gritting her teeth to remain conscious. At long last, she seemed to hear Qiao Jun's furious voice echoing from within the room. Has he awakened? Is he unharmed? Qiao Junrong. She called out weakly, but her voice was barely a whisper, unable to penetrate the door. The two bodyguards in black, upon hearing her, approached her. One reached for her hand, while the other attempted to cover her mouth. In a panic, Yinemo took a deep breath and called out once more, Qiao Jun. This time, her voice remained faint. She was uncertain if those inside could hear her, and she had no opportunity for a third attempt. Her mouth was forcefully silenced, and she was dragged away. With the last ounce of her strength, she struggled, but it was feeble, unable to prolong her moment, even for a second. Qiao Jun. Qiao Jun. Can you hear my voice? I wish to see you, to witness you are safe. Just let me glimpse you just once. Suddenly, it seemed as though heaven had heard her plea. The door swung open, and Qiao Jun emerged. Though his face was pale, drenched in cold sweat, and his posture no longer as upright as before, he was alive. He had not succumbed. He had awakened. What a relief. Truly, what a relief. Upon opening the door, Qiao Jun immediately spotted the two bodyguards covering Yin Mo's mouth, dragging her deep into the corridor. In an instant, rage surged within him, fueled by an unknown source of strength. He strode forward, forcefully pulling them apart, and, in a frenzy, unleashed a barrage of punches upon them, striking them relentlessly until they lay on the ground. Yet he did not cease, driven by a primal urge to annihilate them. Huang Man and L. Hongzhuang stood behind, stunned by his madness, too frightened to approach. Upon hearing the commotion, the doctors and nurses rushed over to restrain Qiao Jun, but he had truly lost his mind, completely unhinged. Not only was he immensely strong, but he also seemed utterly indifferent to the wound on his back or the blood that flowed freely. His gaze was fixated on the two bodyguards who were manhandling Yinemo. He would not allow it. He absolutely would not permit anyone to treat her in such a manner. He yearned to kill them. He had to kill them. No one could contain the current state of Qiao Jun. Even an army of doctors and nurses would be powerless to stop him. However, Yinemo struggled to her feet, crawling weakly to Qiao Jun's side. She gazed at him, her eyes tracing the crimson stains on his back, trembling as she opened her mouth to call out to him. Again and again, hoping to awaken him. Qiao Junrong. Qiao Junrong. Qiao Junrong. She was unsure how many times she had called his name, when he suddenly ceased his furious rampage. He turned to look at Yan Mo, observing the bruises on her face and the dried blood at the corners of her lips. He knelt beside her, extending his hand, aching to caress her face. But just as his fingertips were about to make contact, Yan Mo's eyes slowly fluttered shut, and she finally fainted. Qiao Junrong's hand trembled violently. He stared at the unconscious Yan Mo, at her serene face, at her closed eyes, and with immense tenderness, he gently stroked her cheek. Ignoring his own injuries, he lifted her from the ground, taking careful steps towards his hospital room. When he faced Hongzhuang and Huang Man standing at the door, he slowly parted his lips, his voice chillingly cold. If anything happens to her, you will be next. Hongzhuang and Huang Man were instantly alarmed, glancing simultaneously at the two bodyguards, who lay beaten and unconscious. Qiao Jun entered the hospital room, delicately placing Yan Mo on the bed. The doctors and nurses followed him inside, and the director, Liu, hurried over. Upon seeing the extensive blood on Qiao Jun's back, he exclaimed, "Mr. Qiao, your wound needs to be rebandaged. I will have a nurse take you to the adjacent room." Qiao Jun's body swayed and trembled, on the verge of collapsing, yet his focus remained solely on Yan Mo. "Don't worry about me. First, see to her condition. Mr. Qiao, if you continue to bleed like this, you will faint again. You must receive treatment immediately." I said not to worry about me. Director Liu furrowed his brow, aware of the potential ramifications if anything were to occur to Qiao Jun in his hospital. However, a particularly astute nurse suggested, "Director, this is a VIP room with ample space. Why not move an additional bed so we can treat them both?" Director Liu turned to Qiao Jun, who did not respond, tacitly granting his approval. "Then hurry up." In less than 3 minutes, another bed appeared beside Yan Mo's. Qiao Jun leaned over the bed, his gaze still fixed on her as the doctors and nurses began to treat them. The issue concerning Yan Mo is not particularly grave. It is merely a case of excessive fright coupled with physical weakness, exacerbated by the strain on his heart. A few intravenous infusions and ample rest should suffice for his gradual recovery. However, the condition of Qiao Jun has worsened significantly. His recent vigorous exertion has exacerbated the injury on his back, causing several deep lacerations that are proving difficult to heal. Given his already frail state, the considerable blood loss is concerning. Fortunately, his indomitable spirit has kept him from losing consciousness. Had he succumbed to fainting once more, it would have posed a real threat to his well-being. Chapter 51, The Woman I Cherish, 2. Director Liu personally tended to Qiao Jun's wounds. He repeatedly cautioned, "Mr. Qiao, you must not allow your injuries to reopen. Please lie still in bed. If discomfort arises, you may shift positions, but under no circumstances should you press on the wound." Qiao Jun, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yan Mo, unwavering. Director Liu followed his line of sight and softly reassured, "Do not worry about your wife. As long as she rests well, she will be fine." Suddenly, Qiao Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Although they were in the same hospital room, the distance between their beds felt insurmountable. He yearned to touch her, to embrace her, to kiss her. Thus, he parted his lips and hoarsely requested, "Please push our beds together." "Certainly." Director Liu immediately signaled the nurse to comply. The nurse promptly merged their beds, and Qiao Jun gazed at Yan Mo, now so close to him, reaching out to caress her pale yet resilient face. It was evident that she had been harmed, and he wondered who could be so audacious as to assault his beloved woman. Was it Huang Man or Hongzhuang? "Knock, knock, knock." A knock echoed at the door of the ward. Director Liu approached and opened it to find Su Bin standing outside. They exchanged nods before Director Liu and the nurse exited, allowing Su Bin to enter and stand by Qiao Jun's bedside. "Mr. Qiao, I apologize for not taking better care of your wife," Su Bin said. "Where are you?" Qiao Yun inquired coldly. "News of your incident was leaked, and many reporters surrounded Qiao Ye and the hospital. I first managed the situation here, ensuring they did not disturb your rest. Then I went to Qiao Ye. The company is in disarray." Qiao Jun felt little concern for the state of his company. His sole desire was to uncover who had harmed her. "When your incident occurred, I did not receive news immediately and thus did not witness what transpired. However, I have thoroughly questioned the doctors and nurses at the hospital, confirming that it was your wife who acted violently. Not only did she assault your wife, but she also forced her to kneel at your ward's entrance, preventing her from seeing you or knowing about your condition. Qiao Jun's eyes turned icy, capable of freezing a soul. He opened his lips once more. What about Lu Chenxi? Has he come by? When your wife attacked, Dr. Lu did indeed intervene, but your wife insisted on kneeling at your door, waiting for you to awaken. So he had no choice but to leave. It dawned on him that Hongzhuang had spun an elaborate web of lies. Yanemo had not left with Lu Chenxi. She had remained there, enduring violence and humiliation, waiting for him. This transgression had crossed a line, and he would no longer tolerate those two individuals. He needed to address this matter decisively. Abin, yes, investigate the Yin family and those who attended the banquet that night. See if anyone has encountered Huang Man understood. The Qiao family must also be involved in the inquiry. If she attended the banquet that night, it is impossible that no one from the Qiao family assisted her. Yes. Suddenly, Qiao Jun fell silent, as if grappling with some inner turmoil, before finally inquiring, "Where's Qiao Yi now?" The second young master left for Bali with the third young lady of the Bai family 2 days ago. Summon him back immediately. Understood. Su Bin accepted the command and exited the hospital room. Outside, Hongzhuang and Huang Man had not departed. Upon seeing Su Bin emerge from the room, they quickly intercepted him, demanding, "What did Junr tell you?" "I apologize, madam, but I cannot disclose that information. I am the matriarch of the Qiao family. Do you dare to disregard my command? I am employed by Master Qiao, and my loyalty lies solely with him." "You." Hongzhuang glared furiously at him. Having heard from Huang Man about his prowess in subduing bodyguards, she dared not resort to violence and instead sought to entice him. "What is it that you desire? Money? How much? What price must I pay for you to share Junr's words with me?" A flicker of disdain, unbefitting his station, appeared in Su Bin's eyes. "I apologize, madam, but I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he strode away. "Stop right there." Hongzhuang was powerless to halt him. Huang Man anxiously grasped her arm. "Aunt, what shall we do? Jun Gij is truly angry this time. Will he chase me away again? Do not fret. I am responsible for those matters, and they do not concern you. Besides, I am his mother. He would not harm me." But Jun Gij was terrifying just now. Hongzhuang, too, felt a shiver of fear. The Qiao Jun she had raised for 32 years had always been as cold as ice, maintaining a composed demeanor in any situation. This was the first time she had witnessed him in such a frenzy, as if he would not hesitate to harm her, regardless of their familial bond. She nervously covered the hand that Huang Man clutched, attempting to reassure both her niece and herself. "It will be all right. He is my son, and I am his mother. He would not act that way towards me, nor would I allow him to do so to you. Rest assured, everything will be fine." Yet, Huang Man's unease deepened. Jun Gij was no longer the same as before. She could not fathom what he might do next. Their marriage had nearly crumbled over the past 3 years, teetering on the brink of divorce. Yet this woman, Yanemo, had emerged. She could not comprehend why. Despite their identical appearances, Jun Gij loathed Domin, yet held such affection for Yanemo, going to great lengths for her. Why? This time, she had slept for a full 2 days and nights. As night descended, Yanemo awoke, slightly frowning from a deep slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted, as always, by Qiao Jun's handsome visage. However, this time the sensation was entirely different. She felt inexplicably joyful, her heart blooming with happiness. Unable to suppress a smile, tears of excitement welled in her eyes. At this moment, Qiao Jun lay on his side, gazing at her, as he always had, softly asking, "Are you awake?" Yanemo offered no response. She fought back the tears threatening to spill, shifting her body closer to him, nestling into his embrace, savoring the warmth emanating from him, and then quietly sobbing against his chest. He was alive. He possessed warmth. He was just as he had always been. Qiao Jun felt his shirt gradually dampen, and with a smile, he pulled her closer, teasingly inquiring, "Why have you been crying so often lately? This isn't like you. Is there an issue with your tear ducts? Since we're in a hospital, should I call an eye doctor to examine you?" Yan Montak, annoyed, playfully pushed against his chest. Qiao Jun's body was slightly pushed back, inadvertently pressing against the injury on his back. Although it pained him, He could endure it. Yet he feigned a groan, Yin Mo immediately recalled his back injury. She anxiously raised her head to look at him and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Jun gently pecked her lips, assuring her, "I'm fine." As Yin Mo felt his kiss and gazed at his smiling face, tears began to well up in her eyes once more. "You always say I'm as foolish as a pig, but how much smarter are you? In such a perilous moment, why did you choose to protect me? I don't deserve such devotion." "How can you say that? You are my wife." "I am not." Yin Mo understood that her words would irk him, yet it was the truth. "I am not your wife. I am merely someone who has returned to seek vengeance in my sister's stead. I am just someone who wishes to use you to achieve my revenge. In reality, we share no genuine connection, and I do not deserve your willingness to sacrifice your life for me. Thus, you must promise not to act that way again. Never allow yourself to be injured for my sake. Never put yourself in danger because of me. Never." "Impossible." Qiao Jun interrupted her, resolutely stating, "I cannot stand by and watch you in danger without coming to your aid, even if it costs me my life." "Why must you be this way?" "Because you're my wife." "I have said I am not." "You are." Qiao Jun was unwavering in his conviction. "You are my wife. The one I have always wished to marry, the person I have chosen for this lifetime, and—" He paused, gazing at her with deep affection. "My beloved." Yin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Did he just confess his love? Or rather, his deep love? He was remarkably adept at manipulation, having withheld such words until now. Choosing this moment to declare his feelings, how could she not be moved? How could she not feel touched? Moreover, he was audaciously pressing for more. Having just uttered such astonishing words, immediately following with a triumphant inquiry, "What about you? Have you fallen for me? Even just a little?" Yin Mo found herself unable to deny her feelings any longer. As he shielded himself, drenched in blood, and lay unconscious in her arms, she became acutely aware of her feelings for him. She had fallen for this man, ensnared by his gentle allure, with no means of escape. Yet, witnessing his triumphant demeanor, a flicker of indignation stirred within her. She chose silence, refusing to meet his gaze. Qiao Jun was assured of his success. "If you are too shy to respond, let's employ a different approach. I shall kiss you shortly. If you have indeed fallen for me, accept my kiss. If you have yet to succumb to my charm, then push me away. However, do take heed. The doctor has warned that the injuries on my back are severe and must not be reopened, for that may lead to infection and threaten my life. So be cautious." Yin Mo, listening to his words, felt a surge of frustration. "Are you threatening me? I merely wish to kiss you. You are despicable. Regardless, open your mouth." Qiao Jun's hand caressed her face, and his lips met hers in a tender, passionate kiss. Though she still harbored some resentment, she did not resist him. Instead, she kept her lips sealed to thwart his kiss. Yet, Qiao Jun's tongue was remarkably adept, effortlessly prying her lips apart and entering her mouth. Yin Mo, unable to persist in her reluctance, surrendered to his kiss, relishing the moment. Though unspoken, her response had conveyed all that was necessary. Had Qiao Jun not been injured, he would have claimed her immediately. He longed for her. He truly desired to possess her entirely, ensuring she could never rise from her bed for the rest of her life. 2 days later, Qiao had returned to the country. Upon entering the Qiao residence, he spotted Su Bin standing before Lu Hongzhuang and Huang Man. Su Bin turned and offered a slight bow. "Second young master, your timing is impeccable. Qiao Zong has asked me to escort you to the hospital. How is my brother faring?" "Qiao invited anxiously. Qiao Zong has made significant progress. The doctor indicates he may return home to recuperate in a few days." "What transpired? How could the laboratory suddenly explode, especially while my sister-in-law was inside alone? Is this not too coincidental? Has the police conducted an investigation? What have they uncovered?" Despite his nonchalant exterior, Qiao possessed a keen intellect. After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance at Huang Man, who promptly averted her eyes. Su Bin's response was curt. "The police have concluded their investigation, attributing the fire and explosion to a natural reaction involving chemical substances." Is it truly that simple? Indeed, at present, Yin Mo was posing as Domin. She could not publicly assert that she had already examined the situation and deemed it impossible for a natural phenomenon to occur, as she lacked the requisite knowledge. Moreover, when the fire broke out, the laboratory surveillance system malfunctioned, leaving no evidence to suggest that someone had surreptitiously entered the lab to ignite the flames. Thus, the incident could only be classified as an unfortunate accident, albeit temporarily. Qiao, he found himself at a loss regarding the two women in his home. With a sigh, he softly stated, "Let's depart." Su Bin nodded at him, then turned to face LV Hongzhuang and Huang Man, extending his hand towards the main entrance of the villa. "Ladies, please," he said. Both women were acutely aware that this occasion would undoubtedly yield no favorable outcomes. LV Hongzhuang immediately leaned against Huang Man, groaning, "My head. It aches terribly. Aunt, are you all right? I can't bear it any longer. I need to return to my room and lie down. I will assist you back," Huang Man said as she prepared to turn. However, Su Bin stepped in front of them. "Madam, if you're feeling unwell, it would be prudent to visit the hospital for a checkup. There's no need. I merely have a mild ailment. A brief rest in bed will suffice. If it is indeed a mild ailment, it is even more crucial to have it thoroughly examined. Otherwise, it may escalate into a serious condition. Therefore, I must insist you accompany me." Madam." Su Bin's voice suddenly sharpened, filled with an undeniable authority. "Mr. Qiao has specifically instructed that, regardless of circumstances, you must come with me to the hospital to meet him today." Chapter 52. The Will of Qiao Jun. 1. El Hongzhuang found herself at an impasse. Even if she managed to evade the inevitable today, once Qiao Jun was discharged and returned home, she would still be unable to escape her fate. Perhaps it was best to confront the situation. After all, she was his mother, and he would never dare to take action against her. Indeed, he would not. He lacked the courage. The three of them boarded the vehicle, with Su Bin driving them to the hospital. In the VIP ward, Yan Mo was already able to rise and move about, while Qiao Jun could sit up briefly on the bed, though he could not lean against anything, as that would put pressure on his wound. Today was, fortuitously, the day for his dressing change. Noticing that he was beginning to undress, Yan Mo made an excuse, saying she would fetch some water. "Wait," Qiao Jun called out to her, glancing at the bedside. "Come here." "What for?" "When I call you, just come." Reluctantly, Yan Mo approached the bedside, where Qiao Jun had already shed his clothing, leaving himself bare before her. He commanded, "Widen your eyes and observe how she changes my dressings." Why? She was unwilling to look, even more so to behold the sight. "Because the day after tomorrow, I will be discharged, and the task of changing my dressings will fall to you." "Me? That is not right. You're being discharged the day after tomorrow? But the doctor said you must stay in the hospital for at least 10 days. Wherever one is, healing is the same. It's simply more convenient at home." "But—" "No more buts. Pay attention," Qiao Jun urged. With that, Yan Mo's gaze fell upon the wound on his back, where the nurse had already removed the large bandage, revealing the gruesome sight once again. In an instant, she was transported back to that fateful night, her heart chilled, and her body trembled slightly. Observing her reaction, Qiao Jun reached out and grasped her hand. Yan Mo snapped back to reality, exhaling deeply to calm her racing heart. She focused intently on the nurse as she changed the dressings, noting the details of the process. However, the enormity of the scar filled her with profound guilt and emotion. Qiao Jun had anticipated her feelings, intentionally allowing her to witness this moment, compelling her to remember the weight of her emotions at this very instant. Once the nurse completed her task and exited the ward, Qiao Jun dressed himself and turned to Yan Mo with a smile. "It's quite normal for a man to have injuries. You need not concern yourself." "How can I not be concerned?" Yan Mo, unwittingly entrapped in his scheme, etched this moment deeply into her heart. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room sounded as expected. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Su Bin accompanied by 3 members of the Qiao family. Qiao Jun's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized 2 of them, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Juner, how are you?" "Brother Jun, are you feeling better?" "Brother, what do you need us for?" Only Qiao Yi among them dared to address the crux of the matter. Yan Mo stood silently by the bedside, unwilling to engage. Qiao Jun slowly opened his mouth, directly uttering the name of El Hongzhuang. El Hongzhuang. Everyone in the room was taken aback. How could he so brazenly address his mother by her name? However, what followed from Qiao Jun left them utterly astounded. There are certain truths I had intended to keep buried within me, never to be uttered in this lifetime. Yet your recent actions have been so egregious that I find it imperative to clarify one crucial matter. During the period of my blindness at the age of 14, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Huang Qinglin. I'm not your son. Rather, Huang Man is your biological daughter with Huang Qinglin. El Hongzhuang staggered back in shock, while Huang Man's face was a mask of disbelief. Qiao, he stepped forward instead, asking, "Brother, what are you saying?" Qiao Jun fixed his gaze upon him, reassured him. "Do not worry. You are indeed my brother, my half-brother. Thus, in the Qiao family, I regard you as kin. As for you, El Hongzhuang." He shifted his gaze back to her and continued, "After my mother passed away, you married into the Qiao family, assuming the role of my mother. You persuaded my father to conceal the truth from me, subsequently giving birth to Qiao Yi before clandestinely bearing Huang Man with Huang Qinglin. You arranged for her to become my fiancée Yi following her birth, having long coveted the Qiao family's fortune. You intended to exploit me, planning to use Huang Man to usurp our assets. Yet, you did not anticipate Huang Qinglin's business failure, which necessitated substantial financial maneuvering. Your heart turned to malice, and you contemplated my demise so that Qiao Yi could inherit the Qiao family wealth to assist your lover through his crisis. However, your scheme faltered. I survived, albeit blinded." El Hongzhuang's face blanched in horror. She had never imagined he had uncovered the truth at the tender age of 14. While she had brazenly wielded the lie of being his biological mother, believing he would tolerate her excesses solely because she had birthed him. But now, she realized she had lost even that final card to play. A memory struck her of the day he had attempted to kill those two bodyguards, sending a chill through her. Huang Man instinctively caught her, exclaiming, "Aunt." No, she was not her aunt. She was her mother. Until now, she had been unaware of this fact, only sensing that this non-biological aunt had treated her with excessive kindness, mistakenly attributing it to her father's ambiguous relationship with her, thinking she sought to win her approval regarding their union. Yet, the truth was far more profound. She was indeed her biological mother. The most devastated, however, was Qiao Yi. "Brother, what you just said cannot be true. Can it? How could we possibly share only one parent? How could mother not be your true mother? She would never do such a thing to you. Please, do not jest. This cannot possibly be real." Qiao Jun understood the turmoil and anguish churning within him. Once, he too had believed he was part of the happiest family imaginable, convinced he could live each day with reckless abandon. Yet, at the age of 14, he had suddenly been plunged into darkness, losing his biological mother and the father he revered, as if he had lost the very essence of his world. He felt despair, sorrow, and even moments of wishing for death. But thankfully, he turned to Yin Mo locked eyes with him, filled with profound compassion. Yet, Qiao Jun offered a faint smile. He had ceased to perceive this painful matter as such, for he had encountered her. It had been quite some time since Qiao Jun had addressed Qiao Yi in that manner. "I have long refrained from voicing this issue solely because of you, and my enduring restraint from seeking vengeance upon her has also been for your sake. You are my dear younger brother, the only family I possess in this world. For you, I am willing to set aside past grievances, to accept your mother, allowing her to remain within the Qiao family, and even to allocate a portion of the family fortune to her, provided she conducts herself with propriety and fulfills her role as a mother. However, as you have observed, if I continue to indulge her, she will inevitably harm the woman I cherish most." Therefore he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and commanded sternly, "Bin, summon them in." Chapter 53. The Will of Qiao Jun. 2. Subin promptly approached the hospital room and swung the door open. Outside stood 3 lawyers who entered together, positioning themselves respectfully by the bedside and lowering their heads in unison, addressing Qiao Jun with reverence. "Mr. Qiao, Mr. Qiao, Mr. Qiao." Qiao Yun, observing the distressed and disheveled countenance of El Hongzhuang, continued with a commanding tone, "Listen carefully. I am about to draft a will, regardless of whether I live or die. The wealth of the Qiao family, the shares of Qiao Group, as well as all properties, securities, and assets under my name, shall not be allocated to Ms. El Hongzhuang in any measure. Furthermore, Any inheritance I leave to my brother is strictly prohibited from being utilized for Ms. L. Hongzhuang. The three lawyers diligently recorded his words and presented the pre-prepared will to Qiao Jun. In full view of everyone, he boldly signed his name with a flourish. L. Hongzhuang's eyes widened as she gazed at the document. In a sudden frenzy, she shoved past Huang Man and lunged forward, attempting to seize the will, desperate to obliterate it. However, Su Bin's quick reflexes thwarted her. She struggled vehemently. "Let go of me. That is my money, my rightful inheritance. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you deny me what is rightfully mine? Just like your father, you are a scoundrel. I bore you, nurtured you, and yet you treat me this way. You will all face retribution. You shall meet a fate akin to your father's." L. Hongzhuang had married into the Qiao family 3 decades prior with the sole intention of acquiring their wealth. She had flattered Qiao Jun's father daily, enduring humiliation to bear his son. Finally, when he passed away, she was appalled to discover that his entire estate was bequeathed to Qiao Jun. Although infuriated, she took solace in the fact that Qiao Jun still regarded her as his mother, believing she had a chance to reclaim the Qiao family fortune. She even resorted to desperate measures to marry her daughter to him. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, both father and son had executed the same betrayal. Why? She lamented. She had devoted her youth, freedom, and much of her life to them, only for them to usurp what should have been hers. "Qiao Jun," she screamed, thrashing about. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Qiao Jun, weary of her presence, coldly commanded, "Remove her from here." "Yes, sir." Su Bin dragged L. Hongzhuang away, with the 3 lawyers following suit. Qiao Jun then turned his gaze towards Huang Man, who instinctively took a step back, her heart racing with trepidation. Qiao Jun's lips parted slowly. "Have you not always sought evidence? Today, I shall present it to you." Once Su Bin had managed L. Hongzhuang, he returned to the room holding a document. He approached Huang Man directly, opening the file and extracting several photographs, which he handed to her. Huang Man gazed at the pictures. On that fateful evening at the Yin family's banquet, Cheng Tianzi, eager to showcase his gratitude towards Chairman Yin, invited a multitude of journalists, each armed with a camera. In a moment of serendipity, one photographer inadvertently captured her, concealed in a corner, secretly observing Qiao Jun. Although she appeared minuscule in the photograph, upon enlargement, her visage was unmistakably clear. She could no longer deny her attendance at the banquet, yet she had never professed otherwise in front of Qiao Jun. With a reluctant admission, she conceded, "I did attend the Yin family banquet, but I was there on behalf of my father. This does not imply anything significant." Qiao Jun had grown reticent in their exchanges. Su Bin interjected, "Miss Biao, a servant from a Yin family, is en route. He can attest that during the banquet, you paid him to convey a message to Vice President Cheng, requesting a private meeting in the courtyard. And what of it? What does my private meeting with Cheng Tianzi prove?" She retorted, "Miss Biao, will you not confess? Do you wish for this matter to escalate to the point where the authorities become involved and have you apprehended? Do not slander me, for I have done nothing wrong." She insisted. "Enough," Qiao Jun interrupted, his patience waning. This woman, despite her facade of innocence, exhibited meticulousness in her schemes, often manipulating circumstances to her advantage while maintaining an air of detachment. Her obstinacy was formidable. Even with irrefutable evidence at hand, she would likely persist in her denial, claiming to be wronged. Thus, further discussion with her was a futile endeavor. Huang Man, her eyes brimming with tears, looked towards him pleadingly. Qiao Yun continued, resolutely stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, do not ever appear before me again." "Yunke," Huang Man cried out, weeping, "I have done nothing, truly nothing. You cannot treat me this way. It is profoundly unjust. Why should I be fair to you?" Qiao Yun counseled sharply, leaving him momentarily speechless. He pressed on, "I have never loved you. The notion of fairness should not even cross your mind. In fact, I detest you now to the extent that I would wish to see you harmed. Therefore, it is in your best interest to vanish from my sight, to leave this room, to exit the Qiao family altogether." Huang Man's tears streamed down her face, her heart pierced as if by 1,000 arrows, rendering her breathless. How could he express such disdain? How could he so ruthlessly dismiss her? as if her love held no value. What was she to do? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Yin Mo, who stood silently at the bedside. It was all because of her. Had she not appeared, Junge would surely have divorced Domin, leaving only her worthy of him, destined to be his bride. This turmoil was all a result of her presence alone. You wretched woman, she spat in a moment of despair. You wretched woman, Junge belongs to me. By what right do you contest my claim? Why are you still alive? Why did that explosion not claim your life? I will not let you go. I shall never forgive you, wretched woman. Return my brother Jun to me. Return my brother Jun to me. She stepped forward in agitation, but Su Bin had already seized her. Qiao Jun's gaze was piercing. Su Bin, seizing the moment before his fury erupted, hastily pulled Huang Man away. Only the three of them remained in the hospital room, with Qiao Jun and Yin Mo both turning their attention to Qiao. Qiao Yi's countenance was grim, his eyes devoid of life. He uttered no further words, slowly turning and taking deliberate steps toward the door, exiting the ward. Yin Mo observed his desolate figure and sighed, acknowledging the profound impact of his distress. Chapter 54. She is voluntary. Qiao Jun gazed at the door that had closed automatically, his voice low as he remarked, "You'll find out about this sooner or later. He is not a child anymore and ought to mature." Yin Mo shifted her gaze to his face. "Are you all right?" she suddenly inquired. Meeting her clear eyes, Qiao Jun replied, "Not well." Although Yin Mo harbored concerns that he might be sorrowful over past events, she had come to understand his ways and recognized his intention behind those words. Thus, she boldly retorted, "It seems you are quite well. I was merely being nosy." After speaking, she turned to leave, but Qiao Jun swiftly grasped her, gently pulling her into his embrace. He looked at her, leaning closer to her lips with an air of dominance. Yet almost playfully, he said, "I truly am not well. Please offer me some comfort." A smile involuntarily graced the corners of Yin Mo's mouth. She did not shy away, accepting his kiss. In the cardiothoracic surgery office, Lu Chenxi pondered for a considerable time before finally deciding to acknowledge Yin Mo. He rose from his desk and strode toward the door. Upon opening it, Rui stood at the threshold, clearly not a mere coincidence, but having been there for quite some time. Lu Chenxi regarded her, awkwardly recalling the events that had transpired in the apartment and at the Yin household. "Dr. Rui, do you need something from me?" he asked. Rui hesitated, her voice flustered. "I didn't mean to disturb you. I noticed you seemed troubled these past few days, looking unwell and hardly eating. So, I took the liberty of making you some soup. I know you might not drink it, but it's all right. I'll take my leave now. I'm sorry." With that, she hurriedly turned to go. Lu Chenxi observed the soup in her hands and noticed several burns on her skin. Suddenly, he called out, "Wait." Rui immediately halted. Lu Chenxi approached her, taking in her slender frame. "You really need not do so much for me. I understand. I simply couldn't resist. I will change in the future. I apologize." "You need not apologize to me." Rui fell silent for a moment, struggling to find other words, and once again muttered, "I'm sorry." Lu Chenxi let out a heavy sigh. What was he to do with this woman? He found himself unable to love her. Yet he could not be harsh. Though he had merely glimpsed her at the door, her expression, demeanor, and actions indicated that she must have stood there for an extended period, vacillating and conflicted, fearful yet timid, unable to restrain her emotions. Such individuals are indeed the most troublesome. He sighed again, then spoke helplessly. "Isn't that soup meant for me?" Coming to her senses, she turned around, her face alight with surprise. "Would you like to drink it?" Lu Chenxi replied, gently, yet sternly, "I will drink it, but please refrain from making it again in the future. Your hand should be employed for surgical procedures, not for this. Remember to have a nurse dress your burns." "Oh, all right, thank you." Rui handed him the insulated soup container. Although his words carried a certain cruelty, and despite her hands being burned in several places, she felt no pain. Rather, she was filled with joy, for he had, to some extent, begun to resonate with her actions, and he was indeed showing concern for her. Perhaps in time, he would gradually come to cherish her. Even if he ultimately remained unable to harbor affection for her, it mattered not. She held no regrets regarding her feelings. With a flicker of courage igniting within her heart, She took the initiative to engage him in conversation. Where are you headed? I have a pressing matter. Oh, then I shall not disturb you. Just as her turn to leave, Nurse Zhang rushed over, addressing them. Dr. Liu, Dr. Rue, it is splendid to see you together. The patient in bed 43 has suddenly deteriorated. You must prepare for surgery immediately. Now? Yes, there is no time to waste. Hurry. Lu Chenxi furrowed his brow deeply, his gaze directed towards the corridor. Rueyer noticed the focus of his attention. That direction pointed toward the VIP ward, where Dou Min and Qiao Jun resided. Lu Chenxi's previous actions at the Yin residence had been perplexing, and now, Dou Min's hospitalization had only amplified his unusual demeanor. Why was he so concerned about Dou Min? Was it her visage, so strikingly similar to Yin Mo's? Lu Chenxi's pupils quivered intensely, just as he had resolved to act. An unforeseen circumstance interposed itself. Was this the will of fate? Did even the heavens conspire against their union? Infuriating. He would not relent. He must seek out Yin Mo to clarify matters. For 2 consecutive days, the patients in the cardiothoracic department seemed to conspire to keep Lu Chenxi from respite. He performed 5 surgeries in total, 2 of which were major operations. Each time he stepped down from the operating table, he was utterly exhausted, and it was late into the night. He had no opportunity to seek out Yin Mo. He had already received word that Qiao Jun would be discharged today, and Yin Mo would accompany her back to the Qiao family. The moment he completed his surgery, he removed his gloves and cap, disregarding his surgical attire, and strode purposefully toward Qiao Jun's ward. At the entrance of the operating room, Su Bin, who had been secretly monitoring him for the past 2 days, observed him heading towards the VIP ward area and promptly took out his phone to call Qiao Jun. In the VIP ward, Yin Mo was tidying up some belongings in the bathroom as Qiao Jun answered the call. President Qiao, Dr. Liu is on his way. Understood. Proceed as I instructed. Yes. Qiao Jun hung up just as Yin Mo emerged. She glanced at Qiao Jun and then towards the door, puzzled. Assistant Su mentioned half an hour ago that he was going to handle the discharge procedures. Why hasn't he returned yet? Perhaps he has been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. He is typically thorough in his duties, especially when it concerns your safety. What could possibly hold him up? Qiao Jun suddenly fell silent, offering no response. Yin Mo assumed he was merely worried about potential troubles and quickly suggested, I shall go check. As she moved towards the door, Qiao Jun unexpectedly called out to her. Wait, what is it? Yin Mo turned her head to look at him, surprised to see Qiao Jun rising from the bed, approaching her step by step. Yin Mo's concern immediately surfaced. The doctor said you should not move around freely yet. I am perfectly fine now. How is that possible? I saw you just yesterday. Your wound has only just begun to scab. The scabbing indicates that it is healing, he replied, having now closed the distance between them. With one more step forward, he pressed his hands against the doorframe, encircling her within the confines of his arms. He gazed down at her with an intensity that was both fervent and consuming, confessing, I have endured for 4 days. I have reached my limit. Chapter 55 Late Night Conversations 1. What are you saying? Yin Mo hesitantly pushed against his chest, her hands trembling slightly. Stop joking around and return to bed. You wish to engage in activities on the bed? I merely want you to sit on the bed and refrain from moving. If I remain still, will you take the initiative? You. Yin Mo felt a surge of frustration. Her hands pressed harder, yet she still could not budge his solid chest. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun leaned closer, lowering his body towards her lips, whispering, I risk my life to save you. Is this small request too much for you to grant? It's not that I refuse. It's just that it's not the right time. Your body has yet to heal. I will be careful. Please stop this. Once you recover fully, and your wounds have healed completely, you may do as you wish. But I want it now. I cannot wait any longer. Qiao Jun. His lips were already on hers, kissing her softly as he murmured, If you struggle again, I might just have to take you back to the emergency room. Yin Mo was seething with anger. This man always threatened her with such domineering behavior. Scoundrel. Absolute scoundrel. Lu Chenxi hurriedly approached, disregarding everything else, even with Qiao Jun present. He needed to confront Yin Mo. He had to reclaim her, bring her back to his side, and he would assist her in avenging whatever grievances she harbored. However, as he reached the door of the VIP room, extending his hand to open it. He was abruptly halted by the sound of Yenimo's moans from within. Ah! His hand froze on the doorknob, the cold metal piercing his heart. What was that sound? Impossible. Surely, he must have misheard. Yet, the subsequent sounds left him no room to deny the reality. Behind that door they were. No, Yenimo was his girlfriend, his fiancée. She loved him and would never engage in such acts with another man. She could never give herself to anyone but him. It had to be Qiao Jun coercing her. His hand clenched the doorknob in anger, ready to burst through. Dr. Liu. Su Bin seized the moment to intervene. Are you looking for Chairman Qiao? I'm not looking for him. Ah, so you seek the lady. However, Su Bin stepped forward slightly, pulling Lu Chenxi's hand from the doorknob and standing before the door, speaking softly. You heard it too. The lady is currently occupied and cannot meet you. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she is finished, and I can relay your desire to see her. Then she may decide whether to meet you. Lu Chenxi glared at him. It was clear to him. This was all part of Qiao Jun's scheme, wasn't it? Dr. Liu was quite astute. Did he want to back down? No. Chairman Qiao intends for you to understand that the lady is here of her own volition. Impossible. Lu Chenxi immediately refuted. Su Bin's expression remained stoic, though a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. If you do not believe it, you may listen closely. Lu Chenxi's gaze fell upon the wall. Although his voice was barely a whisper, the proximity rendered it distinct. Yenimo and Qiao Jun, during that moment, she still expressed concern for him. Qiao Jun, you're back. I'm fine. You are bleeding. I'm fine, call me. Just like last time. Hurry, wife. Unable to endure his procrastination any longer, Yenimo finally relented. Husband. As Lu Chenxi absorbed the final term of endearment, he listened to their exchange, realizing that she was not coerced. She had willingly accepted this reality. She had indeed departed from him, and the words spoken that night of their separation were not mere fabrications. Why? Xiao Montak. Why? Dr. Liu, you should now understand that if you wish to enter and find your wife, I will no longer obstruct you. Su Bin stated, stepping aside and gesturing toward the door. Please. Lu Chenxi regarded the wall, his eyes devoid of any luster. He staggered back a step, and then another, slowly distancing himself from that door, from their voices, before turning away, heartbroken, and wandering aimlessly back. Rui hurriedly followed from the operating room. Upon seeing his face, she queried with concern, Chenxi, what is wrong? Lu Chenxi offered no reply, continuing onward. Further away, as anticipated, Qiao Jun's wound had once again reopened. Yenimo stood beside the hospital bed, gazing at the gory injury, her heart gripped by a tumult of pain and dread. She longed to chastise this reckless man. Yet when she opened her mouth, only worry emerged. Doctor, how is his injury? The doctor furrowed his brow. Mr. Qiao's wound has torn twice. Such repeated ruptures make healing difficult, increasing the risk of infection and sepsis. Therefore, Mr. Qiao cannot be discharged today and must remain for further observation. All right. Yenimo nodded in agreement, but Qiao Jun's cold voice interjected. Bin, have the discharge procedures been completed? They have been taken care of. Prepare the car. Yes. Su Bin promptly exited the ward. Yenimo, infuriated, retorted, even in your condition, you still want to leave? No, you cannot go anywhere. You must stay in the hospital for treatment. Listening to her words and observing her anger, Qiao Jun's lips curled into a faint smile, his voice soft and soothing. Wife, I know you're worried about my injury, but it is truly uncomfortable to sleep in a hospital, and there are many inconveniences. I promise, once we return home, I will take good care of my wound and ensure it does not reopen. I will also arrange for doctors and nurses to accompany us home, so please do not worry. Let us go home. Hearing him tenderly address her, along with his deep, magnetic voice uttering endearing phrases, Yenimo felt her anger dissipate. Her cheeks slightly flushed. She found herself on the brink of succumbing to his sweet words. Yet upon observing the injury on his back, she regained her composure. No, it is still more prudent to remain in the hospital. Qiao Jun would not allow her to remain in the hospital any longer. Who knew what erratic whim might lead Lu Chenxi to seek her out again? Although her feelings had now been clarified, he still wished to take his time to ensure her certainty before he could comfortably let her meet Lu Chenxi. Wife, Qiao Jun called out to her again, instantly shifting to his mischievous demeanor. Since you insist on my staying in the hospital, I shall extend my stay, but in exchange, I require you to let me do what we just did once more. His words were exceedingly candid. The doctors and nurses present were taken aback, then awkwardly averted their gazes, pretending to be deaf. So that was the reason. No wonder the wound had suddenly reopened. Such vigorous activity was bound to have consequences. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond their comprehension, far too exhilarating. Yin Mo was taken aback by his audacity, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, "What are you saying? Have you lost your mind?" Regardless, since the wound had already torn, an additional occurrence would hardly make a difference. "Stop talking," she insisted. "Yes, there's no point in further discussion. While I still possess the strength, let us commence," he declared. "Doctor, please excuse us for half an hour. I assure you, I will conclude within that time." Qiao Jun was entirely serious, already propping himself up. Yin Mo, rendered utterly flustered by his antics, promptly agreed. "Let us go home. We shall return immediately, but you must promise me to refrain from any further movement upon our return, lying still in bed until your injury is healed." "As you wish," Qiao Jun replied, a smug smile gracing his lips. Yin Mo felt an overwhelming frustration. This man, this lunatic, this insufferable. Well, with her capabilities, she could hardly change him. Upon their return to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jun became remarkably docile, remaining either lying on his stomach or propped on his side, resembling a well-behaved child. He complied with every request Yin Mo made, devoid of any semblance of a temper. Meanwhile, at the Qiao household, Huang Man had been expelled, and Lu Hongzhuang had followed her back to the Huang family. However, Qiao Jun had left a message for Qiao Yi, asserting that the Qiao residence would always remain Lu Hongzhuang's home, allowing her to return at any time. But she was forbidden from approaching Yin Mo again. In the deep of night, Yin Mo lay in bed, her eyes fluttering open as she gazed at the slumbering Qiao Jun, gently brushing her fingers across his forehead. Thankfully, he had no fever, otherwise, the wound would surely become infected. Yet, even if it did, it would serve him right. How could he still be fixated on such matters at a time like this? Furthermore, he recklessly acted upon those thoughts. His mindset was undoubtedly problematic. His thought processes in certain aspects were clearly abnormal. Yin Mo studied his face, a wicked smirk suddenly curling her lips as she silently cursed, "Nutter, lunatic, pervert, scoundrel, shameless schemer, lecherous and despicable dark-hearted saint." "What did you say?" Qiao Jun suddenly interjected, his eyes slowly opening to meet hers. Yin Mo innocently blinked. "I didn't say anything at all. Do you think I cannot hear you just because my eyes are closed? Just moments ago, your breath was remarkably unstable, heavier and more rapid than usual. The previous exchanges were punctuated by terse phrases, and it seemed you were berating me. Your choice of words was, as always, painfully limited, merely names like pervert, bastard, fool, madman, psychopath, despicable, and shameless." Although Qiao Jun did not specify the order, he had already deduced the situation. Yin Mo continued to feign innocence, insisting, "I did not." Still in denial? "I truly did not. Why should I confess? It appeared I would need to further instruct you." "Wait." Before Qiao Jun could take action, Yin Mo boldly declared, "Have you forgotten your promise to me? Until the wound has fully healed, you are not to move recklessly or reopen it. You are the illustrious heir of the Qiao family, the esteemed young master, the chief executive of the Qiaoyu Group, the largest shareholder on the board, and indeed one of the oligarchs of the world. You are a true man, a paragon of masculinity. Do you intend to break your word? Do you wish for me to hold you in contempt?" Qiao Jun's hands were coerced into stillness by her formidable rhetoric. This woman was growing increasingly astute. Yet, he indeed had his strategies. After exerting pressure for such an extended period, it was time to afford her a taste of sweetness, to allow her a moment of triumph. "Sigh." He feigned a heavy sigh. Yin Mo perked up like a delighted kitten, her tail seemingly lifted to the heavens. It was exhilarating. To see him humbled brought her more joy than winning the lottery. She couldn't suppress her laughter. Qiao Jun gazed at her face, observing her childlike demeanor. He longed to kiss her, to hold her beneath him, to indulge his desires. However, He also recognized that his injury could not bear further strain. Such recklessness could lead to a dire worsening of his condition. For the sake of their future happiness, he must endure, waiting for complete healing and the fall of every scab, perhaps half a month. He sighed heavily in his heart. How would he endure these next 2 weeks? After her moment of glee, Yinemo suddenly remembered something, promptly sitting upright in a flurry. I need to step out for a moment. At this late hour, where do you intend to go? I prepared ginseng soup for you before bed. It is very beneficial for your health. I must check on the fire. Such matters can be entrusted to the servants. No, this is a family secret recipe. It cannot be shared. I will return shortly. With a smile, Mo descended from the bed and approached the door. Qiao Jun, enveloped in this affectionate atmosphere, suddenly recalled something, and the happiness on his face froze. In a cold voice, he called out, Mo. Her feet halted as she turned back to look at him. What is it? Tell me, did you ever prepare soup for Lu Chenxi? The smile vanished from Yin Mo's face. She slowly turned around, gazing at him, tentatively asking if I said I had. What would you do? I would not drink it. Not in this lifetime, Qiao Jun stated with unwavering resolve. Yin Mo inquired once more. Do you despise me for having prepared it for him? She continued. I simply wish for you not to think of him while you are simmering the soup. How can one describe Yin Mo's current emotions? They were intricate. His fervent possessiveness incited a flicker of annoyance within her. Yet his unwavering desire for her alone bestowed upon her a sense of superiority, distinct from others. He was indeed a man who evoked both love and resentment. With a gentle exhale, she remarked, I mentioned earlier that this soup is a family heirloom, taught to me by my father. Upon learning of my boyfriend, his first decree was that I should not prepare it for anyone else until marriage, and even then, I must not reveal the method of making this ginseng soup to him, as it is to be passed down only to his grandchildren. Thus, to this day, Lu Chenxi remains unaware of my culinary skills. Over the past 3 years, he has been perpetually engrossed in his work. Although I have delivered meals to him on a few occasions, his mind has always been elsewhere, focused on the patient's cases, perhaps oblivious to the fact that I can cook. Now, he might have already savored the soup prepared by Ruer. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jun's spirits soared once again. The fact that she had prepared a soup he had never tasted, one that Lu Chenxi had yet to experience, suggested that in her heart, he might hold greater significance than Lu Chenxi. Go ahead. I am curious to discover the flavor of your family's ginseng soup. But you claim you don't drink it? You also never prepared it for Lu Chenxi, did you? I shall certainly add an extra pinch of salt to the soup, just to vex you. No matter how much salt you add, I shall consume every drop. Of course, should I fall ill, I would appreciate your extra care. Humph. Qiao Jun's expression softened again, while Mo shot him an annoyed glare before turning, opening the door, and stepping outside. In the Qiao family's grand hall, as Mo descended the stairs, she noticed a figure standing in the center of the dimly lit space. Initially startled, she took a closer look and recognized it was Qiao Yi, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief as she approached him. What are you doing awake at this hour? She asked softly, careful not to startle him. Qiao Yi remained rigid in his stance. He glanced around, his voice low and devoid of color. It's so quiet. Mo understood his sentiment. She positioned herself beside him, surveying the surroundings. It is night, of course. It is quiet. Qiao Yi shook his head. My mother would frequently rise during the night when I was 5, unable to sleep at least once every 3 days, sneaking out to drink and smoke. After my cousin moved in, she too would often stealthily emerge at night, primarily to eavesdrop at my brother's door. On one occasion, my mother and cousin unexpectedly crossed paths at night, and perhaps both felt guilty about their secrets, leading to a frightful scream. How amusing it was. Yet now, there is nothing left. Listening to his words, Mo couldn't help but retort, you truly have too much time on your hands, spying on others in the dead of night. Indeed, in this household, my mother manages domestic affairs, and my brother oversees the company, leaving me the most idle. Yet, I no longer even have the opportunity for such trifling amusements. You can bring your mother back. Suddenly, Qiao Yi's eyes turned fierce. Mo had never seen him exhibit such a gaze, reminiscent of the anger displayed by Qiao Jun. Deep within his pupils, a faint cerulean hue flickered, akin to a smoldering flame. Qiao Yi's hand gradually clenched, filled with hatred as he declared, I will not bring her back. How could she treat my brother that way? How could she intend to harm him, causing him to suffer temporary blindness? I will never forgive her. Absolutely never. It seems your brother holds a significant place in your heart. Upon hearing Qiao Jun's name, his expression softened momentarily before his gaze fell slightly. Indeed, he has always been exceptionally good to me. No matter what I desire, he acquires it for me. Regardless of my mistakes, he forgives me. When I was bullied as a child, he stood up for me. Whenever our father struck me, he would shield me, preventing our father's fist from landing upon me. He has even saved my life, just as he did this time for you, risking his own life to rescue me. He is my most beloved and respected elder brother, and I will not allow anyone to harm him. His gaze suddenly shifted back to her, sharp and unwavering. Not even you. Yin Mo was genuinely taken aback. This seemingly carefree playboy harbored a deep affection for his brother. By the way, she abruptly changed the subject. Have you ever heard the story of Cinderella? Qiao Yi fell silent, perplexed by her sudden inquiry about an unrelated topic. Yin Mo continued, when I was very young, before my parents divorced, my mother lay between my sister and me, recounting this fairy tale. Then she asked us, is Cinderella's stepmother particularly cruel and wicked? We both nodded in indignation, declaring her to be truly evil. However, my mother then posed another question. What about Cinderella's own mother towards her two daughters? Is she also wicked? We were momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend. Finally, my mother explained that, while Cinderella's stepmother was indeed a villain, as a mother, she was exceptionally kind to her own daughters. To them, she was the best mother, the one who cherished them the most. So, do you understand what I'm trying to convey? Qiao Yi's demeanor gradually returned to normal, yet confusion lingered in his expression. Why do you wish to help my mother? Do you not harbor hatred towards her? One matter should not be conflated with another. I may despise her, but you cannot. Observing her righteous stance, Qiao Yi suddenly laughed, reminiscent of his former carefree self, even more exuberant than before. Ha ha ha! Seeing him return to his usual self, Yin Mo felt a wave of relief. I must check on the soup in the kitchen. I shall not keep you any longer. Get some rest. Sister-in-law, Qiao Yi suddenly called out to her, reflecting, you are truly different from before. Huh? Yin Mo's expression became slightly disoriented. Am I? I think I'm still the same. You are indeed very different, Qiao Yi confirmed playfully. Yin Mo's expression had already contorted, and she was on the verge of revealing her true feelings. She needed to depart swiftly, while Qiao Yi, not wishing to press further, emotionally remarked, thank you for coming to our Qiao family, for being by my brother's side, and for the words you shared with me tonight. However, I must warn you, should you dare to harm my brother, I will not let you go. The one who should be hurt is me, Yin Mo corrected. Qiao Yi merely smiled and shook his head slightly. A man who experiences love for the first time, especially one who feels deeply, will find that the consequences of a single betrayal can be cataclysmic, akin to the collapse of the earth itself. Though his brother appears invincible, impervious to harm, it is precisely such individuals whose fury, once unleashed, can be profoundly terrifying. At last, Yin Mo managed to extricate herself. She hurried to the kitchen, reducing the flame beneath the ginseng soup before returning to the bedroom. Qiao Jun had grown impatient with the wait. Why are you so slow? I saw your brother downstairs. Qiao Yi, how is he? He's fine. Fine? Qiao Jun felt that the situation did not seem to warrant such a casual response. The impact on Qiao Yi was substantial. It was his first encounter with such a formidable blow, and it was implausible that he would recover so swiftly. Yet, his greatest concern lay in the aftermath of Yin Mo's interaction with him. What had she said or done? In a man's moment of despair, when a woman offers support, it can evoke feelings akin to those he experienced when he encountered her during his own blindness. This connection could easily stir emotions, and since Qiao Yi was his brother, despite their seemingly contrasting personalities, they shared a profound similarity. Could it be that he too harbored feelings for Yin Mo? Chapter 56. I Desire a Child. 1. You are not permitted to meet Qiao Yi alone. He suddenly commanded in a cold tone. Yin Mo walked to the bedside, looking at him with helplessness. Please, don't act irrationally in the middle of the night. Just go to sleep. You are forbidden to see him alone, Qiao Jun insisted. I can't be bothered with you, Yin Mo retorted, returning to her blanket, turning her back to him as she closed her eyes. Qiao Jun embraced her from behind and whispered in her ear, "If you dare to meet him alone, even though he is my brother, I will not let you off lightly. I will punish you severely." Yin Mo was utterly speechless at his obstinacy, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Days passed, and Yin Mo prepared to return to work at the Yin Corporation. She needed to reorganize the data that had been destroyed in the lab fire. Most importantly, she felt a strong premonition about the experiment from that night. Though she had not seen the results, she was convinced it would succeed and be flawless. Thus, she needed to conduct the experiment once more, and this time, she would be exceedingly cautious. After finally reaching an understanding with Qiao Jun, she donned the outfit he had chosen for her and descended the stairs with her bag in hand, heading toward the front door. However, the housekeeper led two uniformed police officers who were entering the Qiao residence. "Madam," the housekeeper bowed slightly and respectfully addressed her. "These two officers wish to speak with you." Yin Mo turned to face them. The officers politely nodded in her direction. "Miss Do, greetings. My surname is Yin, and this is Officer Wang." "Officer Yin, Officer Wang. Good day to you. I apologize for the early disturbance, but due to our duties, we would like to inquire about the events surrounding the fire in the second laboratory of the Research Institute the other day." Yin Mo's eyes flickered with confusion. "Hasn't this matter already been resolved? During our wrap-up yesterday, we discovered several inconsistencies, which is why we have come to ask you and Mr. Qiao once more." "Oh." Yin Mo recalled that Qiao Jun had mentioned during her hospital stay that the police would inevitably revisit this matter. She must not claim that she had confirmed the laboratory was fireproof. She had to behave as any outsider would, to avoid raising their suspicions. Thus, she feigned ignorance and recounted the events of that day. "I went to the Research Institute and became interested while observing them conduct experiments. However, I didn't want to disturb their work or affect them, so after they finished for the day, I thought I would try myself, following the experimental records they left behind. While waiting for the results, I received a call from my husband. After the call, feeling thirsty, I went to get some water, but suddenly the laboratory door wouldn't open, and that's when I realized the laboratory was on fire." Officer Yin listened intently to her every word, continuing with his inquiries. "Do you know what caused the fire?" "I do not know. While I was on the phone, I had my back turned to the experimental table. And didn't you also confirm that it was a natural incident caused by operational errors?" "That is indeed the conclusion, but new leads have emerged." "What leads?" "During our initial interrogation, the security guard at the Research Institute stated that he locked all the laboratory doors simply because it was closing time and that he was unaware of your presence within the lab at that moment. However, when we returned yesterday to confirm his testimony, he had mysteriously vanished." "Vanished?" "Yes. We have been unable to locate him, which raises our suspicions that this incident may not be an accident, but rather a deliberate act, possibly involving bribery to elicit falsehoods from the guard, with the intent to commit murder against you." Yin Mo feigned shock, widening her eyes in disbelief. "Someone wishes to murder me? This remains a conjecture for now and cannot be verified. However, Miss Do, I am curious. Have you had any recent disputes or conflicts with anyone?" "I rarely go out, so such incidents are unlikely. Yet, I have heard that your relationship with the deputy general manager of the Yin family is rather strained." Yin Montauk chuckled lightly. "Since Officer Yin has already conducted an investigation into my affairs, you should be aware of the reasons behind it. I shall refrain from elaborating further, and hope you can conduct a thorough inquiry. Rest assured, we will investigate this matter diligently." "Thank you." Yin Mo contemplated that the questioning had reached its conclusion, and it was time for her to depart. However, Officer Yan's purpose for this visit was not solely for this inquiry. He suddenly inquired, "Miss Do, may I pose a rather intrusive question?" "Go ahead. On the night your sister encountered her misfortune, where were you?" Yin Mo was taken aback by his unexpected shift to another case. She was wholly unprepared, her face freezing in astonishment. As she regained her composure and opened her mouth to respond, her voice was laced with panic. "Why does Officer Yin suddenly ask this? I am merely inquiring as a matter of procedure, but I recall that this case has been closed." "Indeed, it has concluded, yet I believe there are still ambiguities, and I hope, Miss Do, You can enlighten me on your whereabouts that night. What were you doing? Were there any witnesses to your activities? Are you suspecting me? I wish to assist you in establishing your innocence. Forced to respond under pressure, Yin Mo grappled with the truth, knowing that in his eyes, she was Do Min. Not Yin Mo, Miss Do. Please respond. Yin Mo hesitated. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind. She was with me that night. Qiao Jun descended the stairs, and Yin Mo rushed over to support him. How did you get out of bed? I'm fine. The doctor said my recovery is progressing well, and I can move about a little. Yin Mo glanced at Qiao Jun, and Officer Yin scrutinized him sharply. Mr. Qiao, as Miss Do's husband, you cannot serve as a witness for her. Besides me, the butler can also attest to her whereabouts. If that is still inadequate, I must ask, what further proof does a woman require when she spends the night in her own home, in bed with her husband? Moreover, you have inappropriately inquired about a case that has already been resolved without any authorization and have audaciously insinuated that my wife is a murderer. Based solely on your recent utterances, I could compel my attorney to accuse you of defamation and have Director Zheng suspend your position. Yin Shuo found himself utterly silenced by his words, yet his eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded him. His intuition could not be mistaken. This couple was undoubtedly concealing something, though he lacked definitive evidence. At that moment, Officer Wang, sensing the tension, gently nudged him with his arm. Yin Shuan knew he could not afford to be suspended. Apologetically, he stated, I was too reckless earlier. I apologize to Miss Do. Please forgive me. It's quite all right. Yin Mo graciously responded. Yin Shuo turned his gaze once more to Qiao Jun. Mr. Qiao, our visit today is to inquire about the fire incident at the Research Institute. I have already provided you with my account of that matter. My response remains unchanged. However, I have recently recalled something. That night, while I was going to pick up my wife, I seemed to see someone hastily leaving the institute. Did you see that person clearly? It was precisely because I did not see them clearly that I refrained from mentioning it last time. But these past few days, I have felt increasingly uneasy about this matter. And since you are here, I wish for you to conduct a thorough investigation. We shall, they assured. Qiao Yun, having shared an abundance of words, suddenly spoke coldly. Someone escorted our guests out. Yes, sir. A servant promptly approached the two officers, bowing slightly and extending a hand. Officers, please take your leave. Yin Shuo cast one last glance at Yin Mo, whose eyes were clouded with anxiety. He turned and strode away, visibly relieved. Qiao Jun gently placed an arm around her shoulder, whispering, Do not worry. He will uncover nothing. But my sister did indeed kill that night. There is always a flaw in perfection. I fear he will eventually discover the truth. Even if he does, I have ways to protect you. Yin Mo gazed up at his resolute face. Qiao Jun's grip on her shoulder tightened slightly as he kissed her forehead, softly assuring, There is no need for fear. I will take care of everything. Yin Mo nodded, her trust in him unwavering and absolute. Huang family. Lu Hongzhuang had knocked on Huang Man's door countless times. Yet Huang Man remained locked inside, unresponsive and refusing to eat or drink for several days. Huang Qinglin also approached the door. Lu Hongzhuang affectionately grasped his arm, tears welling in her eyes. Qinglin, Man has locked herself away for so many days. She refuses to see me and has not drunk a drop of water. What should I do? What can I do? Do not worry, Huang Qinglin replied, making a gesture. The servant following him promptly pried open the door. But as soon as it swung open, a pillow flew out, accompanied by Huang Man's furious shout. Get out. I do not want to see you. I do not want to see any of you. Leave me be. Go away. Lu Hongzhuang stood there panic-stricken. Huang Qinglin strode into the room and approached the bedside. His voice stern. How much longer do you intend to cause a scene? Huang Man, her face marked by dried tears, glared at him with resentment. It's all because of you. Because you conspired against Brother Jun. He has been different towards me since he was 14. How could he possibly accept me again? The moment he sees my face, he will think of you. Think of you. She pointed an accusing finger at Lu Hongzhuang. You vile woman. You wish to harm my Brother Jun. I will never forgive you. I do not want to see you leave. Man, do not call me. Get out. Get out, get out, get out. Silence. Huang Qinglin bellowed, and the room fell into an immediate hush. He raised his hand, and the servants behind him promptly shut the door. Then, In a low voice, he declared, "She is your mother. You shall not speak to her in such a manner." Mother? Did you not tell me she was my aunt? That was under duress. What duress? You both have families, yet engaged in such sordid affairs. Not only betraying your vows and bearing me, but also seeking to commit murder and covet another's wealth. How could I possibly have parents like you? You disgust me. We did this to ensure you a good life. Is this what you call a good life? Brother Jun despises me. He loathes me and doesn't even wish to see me. I will find a way to resolve this. What way could you possibly have? Your affair with this woman has already been exposed. What recourse do you have left? We still have Qiao. Both Lu Hongzhuang and Huang Man were taken aback. Lu Hongzhuang asked nervously, "What do you mean? What do you intend to do to Yi?" Huang Qinglin remained composed, cunning in his demeanor. Currently, Qiao Yi remains in the Qiao family, and he is the true son of the Qiao clan. At 27, he should have already entered Qiao Yi. I have been observing him for years. He is not merely a frivolous youth. He is astute, and his intellect and guile are on par with his brother. If he agrees to assist us, the Qiao Yi group will once again be within our grasp. Moreover, once we acquire Qiao Yi, we will have no trouble arranging for Qiao Jun to marry Man Man. Huang Man began to ponder his line of thought. However, Lu Hongzhuang remained apprehensive. No, Yi would never help us. He is very fond of his brother, who once saved him. He would never betray him. Even strongest bonds have their vulnerabilities. I have observed Qiao Yi for years. He is not disinterested in Qiao Yi, but has lived a reckless life out of regard for Qiao Jun. If we sow even minor discord between the brothers, animosity will surely arise. No, Lu Hongzhuang still disagreed. Yi is merely a child. You promised me you would not involve him. The circumstances have changed. The truth is out. If I do not involve him now, all your years of humiliation will have been in vain. Moreover, you will not only lose your son, but also our daughter. Behold our daughter, who for many years believed herself to be without a mother. During her time in kindergarten, she faced ridicule from her peers, taunted as the child without a mother, and endured ostracism from those same children. Every night during that period, she would hide beneath her blankets, weeping, fearing it would cause you pain. I refrained from sharing this with you. Stop, El Hongzhuang implored, unable to bear hearing more. In that fateful year, Huang Qinglin conspired with the doctor who assisted her in childbirth, deceitfully claiming the child had perished upon her arrival into the world. Thus began the cruel ruse of substituting the child, leading to Huang Man as abduction. From that day forth, she accrued an insurmountable debt to this child. Hongzhuang. Huang Qinglin softly called her name. I understand your suffering. You have treated Man Man with kindness and sacrificed much for her. Yet, she harbors but one wish in this lifetime, as you are well aware, to marry Qiao Jun and to be his wife. If you do not assist her, who else will? Do you truly wish to witness Man Man torment herself to the brink of death? El Hongzhuang shook her head no. No. Huang Qinglin had already begun to sway her heart. He turned his gaze toward Huang Man, his eyes sharp as if conveying a silent message. Then he spoke sternly, Man Man. Cease your nonsense. Have you not always wished for your aunt to be your mother? She is indeed your mother, your biological mother. Come now, call her. Before El Hongzhuang, Huang Man had always been innocent and obedient, yet Huang Qinglin understood his daughter well and knew she would grasp his intention. True to his belief, Huang Man obediently descended from her bed, approaching them with uncertain eyes as she slowly opened her mouth, timidly uttering, "Mother." After 24 long years, El Hongzhuang finally heard that cherished word. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at her daughter, and then she embraced her, weeping, "My child, my daughter. I'm so sorry. I promise you, no matter what, I will help you fulfill your wish and ensure you enter the Qiao family with grandeur, becoming Jun's wife." Mother. Huang Man, moved, called out once more, softening El Hongzhuang's heart entirely. Huang Qinglin allowed the mother and daughter a moment to connect before gently patting their backs. Now, at last, we are reunited as a family. I believe that as long as we are together, we can realize each of our wishes. However, Hongzhuang, I must ask you to endure a bit longer and return to the Qiao residence for a while. I understand, but I wish to spend a few more days with Man Man. Of course, but in her current state, she must first freshen up and eat something. Yes, Man Man. Go take a bath. Mother will prepare your favorite crabs. All right, I will go now. Thank you, mother. For the first time in many years, Lu Hongzhuang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She gently caressed Huang Man's hair and cheek, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement as she turned and made her way to the kitchen. However, the moment she departed, the smile on Huang Man's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of disdain. How ridiculous, she thought, that I should have such a foolish mother. Maman, Huang Qinglin called out, his tone laden with dissatisfaction. Huang Man scoffed as she faced her father. You never truly loved her, did you? If you had, how could you bear to let her marry another man and bear a child for him? You merely sought to exploit her to fulfill your own ambitions. And you're using me as well. Am I wrong? Listening to her words, Huang Qinglin sighed, but the exhale was not heavy. Rather, it was surprisingly light. Fortunately, you are not as foolish as your mother. However, I am not using you. You're my only daughter, and everything I acquire in the future will rightfully belong to you. I act for your sake, for the future of the Huang family. Huang Man suddenly laughed. At times, she truly envied those who were blissfully ignorant. At least they could live in their happiness without a care. Yet, she would not wallow in self-pity. As long as she could have Brother Jun, she was willing to become a person like his father. This time, she sought nothing more than to marry Qiao Jun. At the Research Institute, chaos reigned ever since the explosion that day. However, under the leadership of Cheng Tianze, the first laboratory swiftly returned to its usual operations, while the second laboratory was rendered completely unusable due to the fire. Yanemo had no choice but to resort to the warehouse that the Institute had set aside. Though the space was far too small and inadequately equipped, she often found herself borrowing supplies from the first laboratory, inevitably enduring the disdainful glances of others. Really, it's just a single alcohol lamp. Why act as if I'm asking to borrow millions? And then he says to be careful this time, lest I set the warehouse ablaze as well. It drives me mad, truly mad. Yan-mo observed Meng Xiaoyun's face growing red with frustration, and she apologized. This time it's all my fault for dragging you into this and making you endure their scorn. It has nothing to do with you. I just lament the fact that, as a man, his tolerance is smaller than a sesame seed. Exactly, he hardly qualifies as a man, someone chimed in. All right, just endure a few more days. I've already sent someone to find a new place. A new place? Not at the Research Institute anymore. Having both laboratories together was indeed too perilous. Separation was prudent. That's wonderful. We won't have to endure their disdain any longer. Yan Montauk chuckled softly. After organizing the documents in her hands, she realized she had forgotten something and stepped away for a few minutes. Upon her return to the desk, she noticed a slight alteration in the arrangement of the documents she had previously placed, as if someone had tampered with them. Who could it be? Who touched her belongings? She cast a discreet glance at Meng Xiaoyun beside her, then surveyed Xiao Lu and the remaining individuals on the other side. She pondered deeply, recalling the events of that fateful day when the fire erupted. In her state of panic, it seemed that by the time she doused the flames, the documents on the experimental table had already vanished. Could it be that her materials were not consumed by the fire, but rather stolen? Did an intruder, intent on her demise, take her documents upon leaving? What purpose could there be in taking her materials? Currently, she was Domin, utterly oblivious to such matters. Even if someone wished to end her life, it was unlikely they would have meticulously planned to seize her belongings. The only plausible scenario now appeared to be that the individual had inadvertently glimpsed her documents during the arson, comprehended their significance, and deemed them valuable enough to take. It seemed this person possessed quite a commendable knowledge of chemistry. A wicked smile suddenly curled at her lips. Since the culprit was so close at hand, she decided to engage with him. Miss Doe, Meng Xiaoyun remarked cheerfully as she noticed Do Min organizing her belongings. Are you heading home? To accompany your husband, perhaps? Yes, I truly envy you. Your husband is not only handsome and wealthy, but he even risked his life to save you. Such a remarkable man. I wonder if there exists another like him in this world. Yan Mo shyly picked up her things. By the way, Miss Doe, I've heard your husband has a brother. Is he just like him? Please introduce me someday. Well, I think you ought not to confine yourself to the laboratory every day. You should indulge in some magazines. Magazines? Yes, indeed. Take a look at them. I must be on my way. Meng Xiaoyun remained momentarily bewildered, pondering why it was necessary to read magazines. Did they contain potential suitors? Upon returning to the Qiao residence, Yin Mo found Su Bin standing by the bed as she opened the door. She lingered at the threshold, refraining from entering. Are you in the midst of a discussion? I shall not intrude. I'll just check the kitchen. We have finished our conversation. Do come in. Oh, Chapter 57. Who exactly is she? 1. Yin Mo approached the bedside as Su Bin exited the bedroom. Qiao Jun gazed at her with a gentle smile, then softly patted the mattress beside him. Yin Mo sat down effortlessly. Qiao Jun took her hand and spoke softly. I have good news. What good news? Just now, I've been informed me that your father's lawsuit is set to commence tomorrow. Tomorrow? Indeed, you need only to occupy the defendant's seat for a brief moment. Are you so certain that my father's custody rights will be granted to me? This is not mere certainty. It is absolute. Yin Mo regarded his unwavering confidence and the depth in his eyes, suddenly becoming cautious. Such matters should be first communicated to me by the court. Yet here I am, entirely in the dark, while you seem to possess all the knowledge and even come to inform me. Surely, you do not harbor some ulterior motive? Qiao Jun chuckled softly. You are becoming increasingly astute. One cannot help but become clever in the presence of certain individuals. I shall take that as a compliment. I genuinely mean it. Qiao Jun was somewhat taken aback. This woman seemed different today. Did she, too, possess some hidden agenda? Yin Mo smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Speak. What do you wish for me to do? I would like you to assist me in changing my bandages and then examine my wounds. Is it truly as simple as that? Yes. Yin Mo could not fathom his intentions, yet she proceeded to help him remove his clothing. Carefully, she peeled back the bandage on his back, revealing wounds that had begun to scab and were slowly peeling away. Her heart sank, for the healed injuries were marred by unsightly scars. Unconsciously, she reached out her finger, tenderly caressing the scar with a sense of sorrow. Qiao Yun Sintiatoch, are you attempting to entice me? Yin Mo immediately withdrew her hand. Qiao Jun continued, have you discerned something? Do you wish for me to remember that you saved my life? No. Do you want me to realize that I owe you my life? No. What is it then? Yin Mo asked, a hint of impatience in her tone. Qiao Jun replied in a low voice, it seems you remain as foolish as a pig. Have you not noticed that my wounds have healed? Yin Mo suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. That is not entirely true. I have confirmed with the doctor that as long as I refrain from particularly strenuous activities, they will not reopen. Therefore, my request today is quite simple. 3 words, be proactive. Yin Mo was inclined to refuse immediately, but before doing so, she unexpectedly turned the tables. A trade. Qiao Jun turned to her, puzzled. What sort of trade do you wish to propose? Firstly, I must clarify a matter with you. While your previous request is not one I can accede to, despite your act of saving my father, this was something you had promised me beforehand. Moreover, you have recently consumed a considerable amount of our family's treasured ginseng soup. As the saying goes, one who has benefited from another's generosity finds it hard to refuse. Out of goodwill and in light of your saving me, I shall consider us even. However, I am cognizant that as a man, particularly one inclined to think with his lower faculties, you will undoubtedly seek ways to compel me to acquiesce. In turn, I shall devise methods to resist your demands. This back and forth not only brings about complications, but also casts a shadow over our amicable bond. Thus, for the sake of convenience for both of us, I reluctantly agree to your request, but only if you concede to one condition of my own. Upon hearing her elaborate words, Qiao Jun simply uttered a single word, speak. After tomorrow's court case, I intend to visit the Yin family. No, I shall bring Assistant Su along. He is quite capable, and I shall be safe. No, I merely wish to retrieve an item. No, Yin Mo glared at him in anger. Since you refuse to agree, you may as well forget about me, taking the initiative for the rest of your life. In truth, she was resigned to her fate. Even if she did not voice it, Qiao Jun was certain to concoct a scheme that would lead her to comply. He had already devised a new strategy the moment she proposed a transaction. His previous remarks were intentional, aimed at diminishing her resolve, paving the way for the main event to unfold. I can agree to your proposal, but I have 3 additional conditions. 3? That seems excessive. They're all quite simple. Do go on. A wicked smile danced at the corners of Qiao Jun's lips. First, that night, I shall not use protection. Second, you are prohibited from taking any medication before or after. Third, I shall choose the dates. Yan Mo sensed the gravity of the situation. What were you planning? Qiao Jun leaned closer to her. In simple terms, I desire a child. A child? A flush of color immediately graced Yan Mo's cheeks. No, this time, it was her turn to refuse. Yet Qiao Jun had long anticipated this response. Once a child was born, there would be no escape for her as the mother. She would be bound to him for life, unable to entertain thoughts of other men. Thus, it was imperative that she bear his child. Xiao Montak. Qiao Jun called her in a teasing tone, his smile laced with mischief. By now, you should have grasped my character. Decisions I make are never up for discussion, merely a notification to you. Regardless of your acceptance, I will ensure that you bear my child. Therefore, I advise you, while I'm still in a good mood, to refrain from throwing childish tantrums and to comply. Otherwise, I shall retract the very transaction you've just proposed. You are too domineering. And what of it? Such matters cannot be dictated solely by you. In any case, I will not agree to your terms. I refuse to bear your child. Then who do you intend to bear a child with? Yan Mo found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Qiao Jun pressed on. Come on, aside from me. Who else do you wish to have children with? I don't, she replied. See, since you only want to have children with me, it's settled. Yan Mo found herself inexplicably ensnared in his trap yet again. Qiao Jun, this truly isn't feasible. Before she could finish her thought, Qiao Jun had already sealed her lips with a lingering kiss, then gleefully inquired, do you prefer a son or a daughter? While it would be more fitting for our Qiao family to have a son to inherit the family business, I hope our firstborn is a daughter, ideally resembling you, but with my eyes, since you said my eyes are quite lovely. By the way, I've heard that having twins can be hereditary. If you could bless me with a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, I would have no further desires in this lifetime. Of course, if you could bear me several children, that would delight me even more. However, during your pregnancy, we cannot engage in our usual activities, which is truly more torturous than death for me. Therefore, I made up my mind. You need only bear 2 pregnancies, one yielding twin daughters and the other twin sons. Although there is no scientific basis for this, I'm confident you can accomplish it. Yan Mo listened to his incessant chatter, initially filled with frustration and helplessness. She gradually found herself captivated by the anticipation in his words, and her mind subconsciously began to envision a future with both a son and a daughter. Indeed, a pair of twin daughters and twin sons. That was his charm. He exuded such confidence that it compelled her to believe without question. All right, she murmured, her lips pursed, silently acquiescing to his wishes. By the way, Qiao Jun, I discovered something in the lab today. Qiao Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Are you changing the subject? You're so domineering. You've already informed me. So what if I change the subject? Observing her sulky expression, Qiao Jun chuckled and asked, what did you discover? I found that the data I organized today have been tampered with. I suspect that the person who attempted to harm me in a lab that day is lurking nearby, and he seems quite interested in my research. You recruited all the newcomers for this experiment. How many do you trust? Honestly, after the attempt on my life, I can no longer trust anyone lightly. Then trust no one. Since he desires what you possess, bait him out, but do not reveal his identity too soon. Remember, patience is key in this game. I understand. I already have a plan. Everything must be approached with caution, especially since that person harbors murderous intent towards you. Rest assured, I've already suffered enough. This time, I will retaliate. Qiao Jun gazed at the confidence radiating from her face and couldn't help but kiss her again. Then suddenly remarked, you still haven't answered me. Answer what? Do you prefer a son or a daughter? I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to take a shower. I've already calculated the timing. Next Sunday. I didn't hear that. I eagerly await your initiative. I can't hear you. A smile brimmed on Qiao Jun's lips. Yan Mo hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, her cheeks flushed as she feigned deafness. In the courtroom, as she had confided to Qiao Jun, she needed not utter a word. Her lawyer effortlessly secured Yin Chongqing's alimony rights. Opposite them, Yao Xinlan seethed with rage. wishing to demolish the entire courtroom, earning herself 2 stern warnings from the judge. How gratifying it was. Upon exiting the courtroom, Yao Xinlan stormed over, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Domin, do not rejoice too soon. Even if you have obtained the old man's alimony rights, you shall not see a single penny. Yin Mo met her glare with pride. Madam Yin, we are still in a public setting. I advise you to be mindful of your words and actions. Should a gossip reporter inadvertently overhear your last statement, they might mistakenly believe you married my father solely for his wealth. At that point, I fear you would be too embarrassed to spend any money you might acquire. Stop pretending to be virtuous. Are you not after the old man's fortune? Certainly not. If I desired wealth, I could simply inform my husband. Why go through such trouble? Then what is it that you seek? Jan Montag steppet closer, her eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity as she coldly replied, to see you receive your comeuppance. Yao Xinlan recoiled in fear, her eyes wide with terror. What do you mean? You shall understand soon enough. But before that, would you care for a ride in my car? I am headed to the Yin residence and can conveniently take you along. What business do you have at the Yin residence? Of course, to sort through my father's belongings. Starting tomorrow, I will be bringing him to live with the Qiao family. Domin, even though you have acquired his alimony rights, you have no right to prevent me from seeing him. I never said you couldn't see him. However, you must first report to me. Remember this. I will make you regret it. Bring it on. One may never know who will truly regret their actions. Yao Xinlan stormed away in fury. Yin Mo, triumphant, approached the car, only to discover a woman seated in the back seat as Su Bin opened the door. Who are you? Hello, madam. I am a makeup artist engaged by Mr. Qiao. A makeup artist? Madam, please enter the car and remove your clothing. Remove my clothing? Yin Mo looked at Su Bin in bewilderment. Su Bin, straightforward, replied, I have followed Mr. Qiao's instructions to obscure the rearview mirror within the car. I swear, I will not steal a glance while driving. What on earth is this about? Still hesitating at the car door, both of them urged in unison, Madam, please enter the car. At the Yin residence, Yao Xinlan arrived first. Furious, she commanded upon entering, close all the doors. No one is to enter. What is going on? Did you lose the case? As soon as Yao Xinlan caught sight of Cheng Tianze, she transformed into a delicate bird, exclaiming, Tianze, Domin is truly despicable. She relies on her wealthy and influential husband to usurp the old man's right to support. And not only that, she flaunts her power in front of me, claiming I shall face retribution. She even said she would come to fetch items and take the old man to reside at the Qiao family home. On what grounds does she presume to do so? This is the old man's own home, and I am his legitimate wife. I suspect that the judge has been bribed by Qiao Jun. Should we consider filing an appeal? Listening to her complaints, Cheng Tianze merely responded with a question. She intends to come to the Yin residence? Indeed, which is why I instructed someone to close the door. I am a mistress here, and I won't allow her entry. Let us see what she can do. No, let her in. What? Yao Xinlan thought she misheard. What did you just say? I said let her in. Why? Yao Xinlan was visibly dissatisfied. Because I wish to ascertain exactly who she is. What are you talking about? Yao Xinlan was utterly perplexed. A wicked smile played at the corners of Cheng Tianze's mouth, his eyes glinting with mischief. I recall the old man once telling me that when Domin and Yin Mo were just born, they looked identical. He could hardly tell them apart. However, he later noticed that a small dark mole gradually appeared on Domin's left chest, and it was by that mole he distinguished between the two during their infancy. Although he could no longer do so later on, that mole must still be present on Domin. Therefore, I need you to find an opportunity to check if she has that mole. Yao Xinlan remained bewildered. Why do we need to confirm if she has a mole? Do you suspect she is not Domin? But she suddenly shivered at the thought. No wonder Domin always appeared fierce and menacing whenever they met, as if she wanted to kill her. And what she just said, could it be that she has returned for revenge? No, no, no. Yao Xinlan, like Cheng Tianze, was engulfed in confusion. Yin Mo should have been dead. How could she have transformed into Domin? When was the switch made? What on earth is happening? Cheng Tianze observed the panic etched on her face and slowly opened his mouth, as if speaking to her, yet also to himself. Do not worry. As long as we determine who she truly is, the subsequent matters will be manageable. Yes, Yao Xinlan nodded. I will find a way to confirm. But she is accompanied by Qiao Jun's assistant, so you must also find a way to send him away. That should not pose a challenge. Madam, Mr. Chung. Miss Do has arrived, a servant announced suddenly. Chung Tianzi smiled. Please let her in. Yes. Yin Mo and Su Bin entered the Yin residence in succession. Yin Mo first scanned the grand hall of the Yin family, mentally preparing herself for the ascent to the second floor, before smiling at Chung Tianzi and Yao Xinlan. I sincerely apologize for intruding at this time, but there are a few items I wish to help my father organize. I hope you do not mind. Of course not. Chung Tianzi, exhibiting remarkable grace, courteously remarked, Madam Yin, Miss Do is visiting the Yin residence for the second time and is unfamiliar with the surroundings. Would you kindly escort her to the old master's room on the second floor? Certainly. Yao Xinlan, though obedient to Chung Tianzi's request, cast a furious glare at Yin Mo and retorted tersely, Let us go. Yin Mo stepped forward, following closely behind her, while Su Bin attempted to do the same, but was halted by Chung Tianzi. Assistant Su, the second floor is designated as the sleeping quarters of the Yin family. The old master had previously decreed that unrelated individuals are not permitted upstairs. I apologize, but I must ask you to wait here. Su Bin was unconvinced by his flowery words, yet Yin Mo interjected, Assistant Su, please wait for me here. I will retrieve a few items and return promptly. Understood. Su Bin respectfully nodded slightly. Chung Tianzi wore a triumphant smile. Yin Mo ascended the staircase behind Yao Xinlan. As they approached the study, she anticipated feelings of dread and fear. However, as she beheld the door once more, her mind was flooded with memories of his kisses shared within these walls. She no longer feared those recollections. With him, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. Yao Xinlan turned around. Why have you stopped? Yin Mo gazed at the door to her bedroom and suddenly said, I once heard my sister mention that her room is the fourth door on the right after ascending the stairs. May I take a look? What business do you have in her room? Just a glance. I never visited her while she was alive, and now that she is gone, I wish to see the place where she lived. Yao Xinlan hesitated for a moment, then, still irritable, urged, hurry up. Very well. Yin Mo extended her hand and opened her bedroom door. Yao Xinlan instinctively took 2 steps back, her expression darkening as she averted her gaze, resembling someone with a guilty conscience. Nevertheless, this provided her with the opportunity to search for items in her own room. Upon entering, the first thing her eyes fell upon was the wedding gown hanging before the wardrobe. She remembered that day vividly. Filled with joy as she sat in Lu Chenxi's car, her mind brimming with thoughts of trying on wedding dresses and envisioning his astonished expression. She had eagerly anticipated witnessing him don his wedding attire. However, in the midst of it all, he received a call from the hospital regarding an emergency surgery. Observing his concern for the patient, she could only force a smile, saying, It's all right. You go ahead. This way, I could surprise you at the wedding. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chenxi's face visibly relaxed, while her heart turned to ice. She then exited the car, standing alone by the roadside as she watched him drive away swiftly. Ultimately, she took a taxi to the wedding dress shop. She understood. She could not blame him. It was an unforeseen circumstance. Yet, she found it impossible to suppress her sorrow. In the end, while trying on the wedding gown alone, she was unable to hold back her tears, crying helplessly in her sense of grievance. What should have been the happiest moment of her life ultimately left her profoundly sorrowful. A sorrow deeper than she had ever experienced before. In retrospect, that incident was merely a minor catalyst. The true issue lay in her relentless giving. While he had never truly acknowledged her, his gaze consumed by his work, surgeries, and patience. In the perpetual tug-of-war between career and love, he had always unhesitatingly chosen the former. She recognized that her behavior was somewhat unreasonable, yet she pondered that had that incident not occurred, even if they had married and become a couple, problems would undoubtedly arise in the future, for she was not as patient as her exterior suggested. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled her sorrow long and slow. What purpose did it serve to dwell on these thoughts now? They were irretrievable. She swiftly redirected her gaze to the bookshelf that spanned an entire wall. After rummaging through the shelves, she finally found what she sought, and while Yao Xinlan was still oblivious, she slipped it into her bag and turned to leave. As she closed the door, she glanced around her room, casting one last look at the wedding dress, a faint smile gracing her lips. She hoped that this time, Lu Chenxi would pay more attention to those around him and carve out more time to be with her. Madam Yin. Yin Mo called out to the still somewhat pale Yao Xinlan, feigning curiosity. Where's my father's room? It's right here. She indicated the door beside her. Yin Mo stared at the familiar door. In the past, merely opening this rectangular portal would instantly reveal her father's smiling face, followed by his warm call, inquiring about her needs. Of course, after living in America for so many years, she would embrace him closely and kiss his cheek upon entering. But now, Yao Xinlan opened the door, revealing only an empty room and a desolate bed. If you need to grab something, do it quickly, but be careful not to disturb my things. Yin Mo entered the room, approached the wardrobe, selected a few garments, and gathered a few of her father's frequently used items before preparing to leave. Just then, recalling what Chang Tianze had just told her, Yao Xinlan called out to her as she was about to exit. Stop! Yin Mo ignored her and continued striding away. Yao Xinlan rushed forward, seizing the bag that contained her belongings, and exclaimed, I need to check it. Check! Yin Mo turned, looking at her with a haughty expression. Are you accusing me of stealing your things? Indeed. You saw me take my items just now. I didn't even touch your belongings. Chapter 58. Anticipation for Sunday 1. I momentarily drifted off. Who knows if you took it? How absurd it is, as the matriarch of the Qiao family, to resort to stealing from you. In this day and age, there are those who indulge in theft, not out of financial desperation to sell, but rather as a manifestation of a deeper affliction. It seems the one truly afflicted is you. Perhaps you should hasten to a hospital for an examination. Having delivered her words, Yin Mo shook off her hand and continued on her way. In response, Yao Xinlan feigned to fall, then deliberately adopted an expression of indignation and rage as she rose, rushing towards her, seizing her clothing and tearing at it while shouting, How dare you strike me, you wretched creature, lacking in respect. I shall teach you a lesson today. Yin Mo's delicate physique lacked strength, and she was immediately pulled off balance. With a determined intent, Yao Xinlan tugged vigorously, creating a significant tear in her garment, and persisted in her efforts, yanking at her undergarment, scrutinizing the left side of her chest, only to find it bare. She's not Domin but Yin Mo, yet prominently etched across her chest was an unsightly scar, a stark contrast to her otherwise unblemished skin. Who exactly is she? Downstairs, two silent men were suddenly roused by the commotion emanating from upstairs. Subin could no longer contain himself and hurried upstairs, arriving at the master bedroom door. At that moment, Yao Xinlan's eyes widened in shock as Yin Mo grasped her torn clothing, attempting to cover her exposed skin. Subin promptly removed his suit jacket and draped it over Yin Mo before casting a piercing glare at Yao Xinlan. Mrs. Yin, could you elucidate what transpired here? Yao Xinlan regained her composure, stammering. Why, yes, she initiated the confrontation. A derisive scoff escaped Yin Mo's lips. Subin's expression turned ominously severe. Mrs. Yin, while I did not witness the incident, I know my wife well enough to assert that she would never strike first thus. All right, Chang Tianze interjected diplomatically. It appears this may indeed be a misunderstanding. After all, we are all family. Let's not dwell on trifles. Another scornful laugh escaped Yin Mo as she addressed the shameless pair. Assistant Su, earlier, Mrs. Yin accused me of pilfering her belongings while I was tidying up. How about we involve the authorities to clear my name? Indeed, Su Bin promptly retrieved his phone. Chang Tianze rushed to intervene. Miss Do, it seems this matter is truly a misunderstanding. Mrs. Yin has suffered immensely from the loss of her daughter and the subsequent illness of her husband. She's been rather sensitive of late. Allow me to facilitate her apology. I am sorry. Please forgive her. Yin Mo observed their skilled performance with a sense of revulsion that made her want to retch. Assistant Su, let us depart. Certainly. Subin picked up the fallen handbag and followed her downstairs. As Chang Tianze watched them leave, he inquired eagerly, Did you see that? Was there any evidence? Yao Xinlan shook her head. No, but indeed there is a scar on her chest left from surgery. Yet Yin Mo's heart appears to be untroubled. Perhaps it is a deliberate act. Could it be? I shall investigate further. After Yin Mo entered the car, her phone rang immediately. She retrieved her phone and answered, placing it to her ear. Hello, how is it? As you suspected, yet I fail to comprehend why they need to know I am Yin Mo. Who claims you are Yin Mo? You are undeniably Domin. What do you mean? What I state is simply the truth. Your body is that of Domin. What precisely do you mean? In the forthcoming period, I shall create increasing confusion for Cheng Tianzi, rendering him incapable of discerning your true identity. This will lead him to falter, providing me the opportunity to ensnare him. I still do not fully grasp your meaning. You need not understand. Simply await my good news. By the way, I intend to swing by the hospital to pick up my father. Very well, I am already en route. Are you going too? How could I miss the chance to fetch our father? Who are you referring to as our? He is my father. We are soon to have a child. Why do you still feel bashful? What child? There is none yet. There will be one by Sunday. That is not certain. When I say there will be, there certainly will be. I hung up. Wait a moment. What is it? I love you. Yin Mo, entirely unprepared for such a confession, was momentarily taken aback, her surprise rendering her speechless. Gradually, she felt her cheeks flush and stammered, You. Why do you suddenly say this? Just felt like saying it. But when it comes from your lips, it seems laden with ulterior motives. I indeed harbor motives. What do you intend? I wish for you to utter the same words to me. How naive of you. Though Yin Mo feigned resistance, a sweet smile crept on her lips. Qiao Jun did not press her further, gently stating, I have arrived. I am waiting for you at the entrance. All right. See you shortly. See you soon. Yin Mo ended the call, her hands clutching the phone, his melodious voice resonating in her ears, echoing his enchanting words. The smile on her lips grew ever sweeter, her heart feeling as though it were a jar of honey, delightfully overwhelming. At the hospital entrance, as the car rolled through the gates, Yin Mo spotted Qiao Jun's tall figure standing elegantly before the hospital, his gaze fixed intently in her direction. A wave of joy washed over her, and as the vehicle gradually approached and came to a halt, he extended his long arm to personally open the rear door. With a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he gazed at her within the car. Yin Mo looked into his eyes, deep and profound, placing her palm in his, stepping out of the vehicle. Your injury has not healed. You should not be out and about. I consulted the doctor, and it is quite all right. Moreover, how could he rest assured allowing her to come here alone? If she were to encounter Lu Chenxi, who could predict the outcome? Yin Mo was not as contemplative as he assumed. Her thoughts were solely consumed by him. She wore a smile, yet concern lingered in her heart. Hurry and bring my father back, she urged, longing to return home. Home! He relished hearing her say that. Even more so, he cherished the way she cared for him. All right, a simple word, yet it brimmed with boundless affection. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yin Mo instinctively wrapped her arms around his, feeling no reluctance. Resembling a loving couple as they strolled into the hospital, heading towards Yin Changqing's ward. Unbeknownst to them, when Qiao Jun arrived at the hospital, Lu Chenxi had already been aware and concealed himself in a nearby corridor, watching them with a heart full of sorrow. In front of the ward, Yin Mo stood anxiously. In truth, she had only seen her father once, during his critical illness when he lay unconscious and did not recognize her. Since then, she had longed to see him, but was always thwarted by Yao Xinlan. However, the protracted wait bore fruit. Now her father could once again reside with her. She glanced sideways at Qiao Jun, who smiled gently at her, his charm radiant. Yin Mo extended her hand to push open the door, and upon seeing her father lying on the hospital bed, she felt a surge of emotion and approached, softly calling Dad. Yin Changqing rested with closed eyes, offering no response. Yin Mo parted her lips, raising her voice slightly, Dad. At last, Yin Changqing stirred, slowly opening his eyes, and upon seeing her, tears welled up within them, only to be replaced by a glint of hatred in the next moment. Yin Mo observed her father's sudden emotional upheaval. Her voice tinged with anxiety. Dad, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? It's me. Xiao. Just as she was about to utter the last word, Qiao Jun grasped her wrist, halting her from revealing the truth. Yin Mo understood the gravity of the situation. The notion of resurrection was utterly absurd, speaking of it would only brand her a lunatic, a mind unhinged. No one would believe her, not even her father. Moreover, her father harbored profound disdain for her mother, who had betrayed him, and by extension, for her sister who had been taken away. For years, any mention of them incited his wrath, so his current agitation was to be expected. If she were to claim her identity as Qiao Mo, he would not only disbelieve her, but would likely become even more agitated, jeopardizing his current condition. "Dad," she called out again, her voice choked with emotion. "I'm here to take you to the Qiao family. Once there, I will hire the best doctors to treat your illness." You. Due to the stroke-induced hemiplegia, Yin Chongqing struggled to control his body, his tongue stiffening, rendering his speech unclear, yet he gritted his teeth, fervently insisting, "You. Get out, Dad." Yin Mo's heart ached as she reached for his hand. Yin Chongqing trembled, summoning every ounce of strength to cast her away. His mouth gaped open, drool escaping the corners as his eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. His body writhed in a desperate struggle, his voice, which could barely articulate words, repeatedly uttering, "Leave, leave, leave. Father, please don't act this way. I know you harbor disdain for me, but there are those who wish to harm you. You cannot remain here. You must seek refuge in a safe place to recuperate. Father, I implore you, come with me. I promise to care for you. Leave." Despite his inability to speak, Yin Chongqing unexpectedly let out a thunderous roar, and then his entire body began to convulse. Yin Montauk panicked. "Father, what is happening? What's wrong with you? Bin, call the doctor immediately." "Yes." Xiao Jun observed Yin Chongqing's distressing state. He had meticulously orchestrated every detail, manipulating all around him. He had not anticipated Yin Chongqing's vehement rejection of Domin, his own daughter, who had seldom been present in his life. It seemed that Domin's mother had inflicted deep wounds upon him. Otherwise, how could he harbor such resentment? "Father, please don't frighten me. I want to take you away. I want to show myself before you again. I'll leave at once. Just please don't act this way." Yin Mo attempted to stabilize his convulsing body, yet amid the spasms, Yin Chongqing continued to glare at her with bloodshot eyes, his trembling hands striving to push her away. The doctor arrived promptly, accompanied by Director Liu. "Mr. Qiao, judging by Chairman Yin's condition, it seems he won to be discharged today. What could have caused this sudden change?" Chairman Yin's health had indeed been stable recently, yet post-stroke, many sequelae can arise. "I suspect his emotional turmoil has triggered some seizure symptoms, though the precise cause will require thorough examination." "I understand. Please commence treatment immediately." "Of course." Director Liu swiftly assessed the now calming Yin Chongqing. Xiao Jun, wrapping an arm around Yin Mo's shoulder, offered comfort. "Take your time. It will get better." Yin Mo gazed at her father, whose eyes had closed once more. She had won the lawsuit, triumphed over Yao Xinlan, yet she still could not claim him. Though she possessed the same visage and voice as before, it was as if she were an entirely different person to her father. He had never before directed anger at her, always wearing a smile, exuding kindness and affection. Yet just moments ago, he had displayed such aversion. Xiao Jun led her away from the hospital room. Yin Mo followed in his wake, her heart aching as she instinctively sought refuge in his embrace. Xiao Jun held her closely, speaking softly. "I am sorry. I should have anticipated this outcome. I should not have been so eager for you to take your father away. It is not your fault. It is my mistake. I was too hasty, too desperate to remove you from this hospital, which has led to your current sorrow." Yin Mo's arms slowly enveloped him, tightening their embrace, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Xiao Jun, you are always so remarkable, capable of achieving anything. Will my father accept me?" "No. Will he accept me now that I am his sister?" "He will." "Really?" "I assure you." Yin Mo clung to her tighter, leaning deeper into his embrace, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I believe in you." Xiao Jun's large hand gently rested on the back of her head, caressing her hair time and again. When suddenly he sensed something, his gaze shifted slightly, revealing Lu Chenxi standing a few meters away. Lu Chenxi fixed his eyes on him, his gentle gaze now replaced by jealousy and anger. He turned and silently departed. Xiao Jun observed him, discerning from his earlier expression that he had not yet given up. On the contrary, He seemed even more determined to persist. He tightened his grip on Yin Mo's hand slightly. Regardless of his intentions, this woman belonged solely to him. Qiao Jun, and no one else could covet her in the slightest. In the evening, Yao Xinlan had prepared a lavish feast. Cheng Tianze returned from the Yin family, and, seeing the spread laid out, remarked with curiosity, "Weren't you fuming earlier today? How come you're in such high spirits now? Haven't you heard? Today, the old man caused quite a ruckus at the hospital, and Do Min and Xiao Jun ended up with nothing." "Ha!" Cheng Tianze chuckled softly as he took a seat. Yao Xinlan regarded his nonchalant reaction, probing further. "You didn't foresee this, did you? Is that why you seemed unconcerned about the lawsuit?" The old man has only two people he utterly despises in his life, his ex-wife and the daughter taken away by her. These days, everyone knows the saying love begets love, yet they forget its counterpart. Hate begets hate. He loathes the mother and daughter duo, so when he encounters Do Min, he will undoubtedly be too agitated to ever associate with the Qiao family. Then we still have a chance to eliminate him. He is seeking his own demise. I can't be blamed for that. By the way, Yao Xinlan leaned closer, inquiring, "Have you clarified the matter? Is that woman Do Min or Yin Mo?" At the mention of this, Cheng Tianze's brow furrowed deeply, just as a servant approached with a package. "Mr. Cheng, this was just delivered." Cheng Tianze took it, opened it promptly, and extracted the documents within, perusing them rapidly. It turned out to be the medical records of Do Min, secretly obtained from the hospital by someone he had bribed, detailing her long-standing health issues. Recent records confirmed her heart transplant surgery, indicating that she indeed had a failing heart replaced with a healthy one, with no trace of deception in her operation. But that doesn't add up. No moles. Yet she underwent surgery. Who exactly is she? Frustration mounted. What he had sought to clarify only deepened the confusion, leaving him more perplexed than ever. Ja Montag du Minuten regardless. It matters not who she is. At this moment, anyone associated with her is an adversary, and he possesses the capability to eliminate one as easily as he could the other. Yao Xinlan stood beside him, gazing at the chaotic scene before them, equally puzzled. "Tianze, who exactly is she? It matters not. Let us dine." Very well. Upon their return home, Xiao Jun and Yin Mo encountered Xiao Yi and El Hongzhuang. Xiao Yi, with his trademark nonchalance, cheerfully announced, "Brother, I have brought mother back." Was Xiao Jun's subdued reply. El Hongzhuang cast a glance at Xiao Jun before lowering her head, shedding her previous arrogance to adopt a submissive demeanor, hesitant to speak. Yin Mo shot her a fleeting glance before turning her attention back to Qiao. With a teasing smile, Qiao Yi remarked sister-in-law that evening. He deliberately elongated his words, inviting suggestive thoughts, and with a knowing look added, "Thank you." Yin Mo felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift kick to him. Why must he bring up such matters, implying a connection between them? Indeed, Xiao Jun's brows furrowed slightly, his voice frigid. Upstairs, it was over. Yin Mo's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Qiao Yi was all smiles. She shot him a fierce glare, her lips silently forming the words, "Ungrateful wretch." Qiao Yi, with a grin, waved dismissively at her. El Hongzhuang, observing their playful exchange, misinterpreted the situation. What is going on between you and that girl?" "It's nothing. You should rest in your room now that you've just returned, mother." El Hongzhuang scrutinized him, then glanced at Yin Mo's retreating figure, a mischievous glint emerging in her eyes. If Ear harbored any improper thoughts towards that girl, it could be an opportunity to sow discord between the brothers. However, Huang Qinglin had advised her to maintain a low profile for a while after her return, and only after that period should she act according to his plans. Qiao Yi continued to chuckle as he watched Yin Mo's departing silhouette. This was rather amusing. His brother could indeed feel jealousy. How delightful. No sooner had they entered the bedroom than Xiao Jun abruptly turned, enveloping Yin Mo in his arms, capturing her lips in a fierce kiss. Yin Mo was accustomed to his kisses and had never minded them, but this time, his kiss bore the weight of punishment. It was utterly domineering and intensely passionate. The pressure on her lips grew painful, as if they might burst. And just as she tasted the metallic hint of her own blood, his kiss softened, transforming into a soothing caress. Qiao Junrong, he murmured lazily. Tell me, what did you say that night? What transpired? I merely advised him not to harbor hatred for his mother. Nothing else. Is that so? Why would I deceive you? Do you truly believe I have something with your brother? Do you not trust me? Why should I trust you? You have never uttered that you love me. This fellow had been waiting for her, it seemed. Do not twist my words. I speak only the truth. Let me go. Not a chance. Qiao Jun not only did not release her, but suddenly lifted her into his arms. Yan Mo immediately expressed her concern. Your injury isn't healed yet. Put me down. Very well, he replied. However, as soon as Yan Mo uttered her words, Qiao Jun had already reached the bedside, gently placing her upon the bed and leaning over her. Yan Mo quickly raised her hands to stop him. What do you intend to do? Do you not know? No, this is not right. We agreed on Sunday. Huh? Qiao Jun chuckled softly, pressing his forehead against hers with a devilishly charming smile. Indeed, we agreed that you would take the initiative on Sunday, but tonight is different. Tonight, I shall take the lead. You scoundrel. Ah, I just remembered something. What did you take from the Yin family? I won't tell you. No rush. The night is long, and I shall certainly make you speak. You. After enduring for so many days, Qiao Jun finally had the chance to touch her again. With Qiao Jun's covert assistance, Yan Mo swiftly located a new laboratory, equipped with everything she needed, far superior to the first one. Most importantly, within this laboratory, there was a private office for Yan Mo, where she could freely conduct her experiments. Of course, the fire safety system here was state-of-the-art, alleviating any concerns of fire or explosion. Yan Mo spent an entire day in her office, replicating the experiment from that fateful night. Indeed, the experiment was exceedingly successful. However, late that night, after everyone at the laboratory had gone home, someone stealthily returned, using a prepared key to unlock the office door and step inside. Qiao family. Second floor bedroom. Yan Mo leaned against Qiao Jun's embrace, gazing at the tablet in his hand. Long before Qiao Jun discovered this laboratory, he had installed numerous surveillance cameras and motion alarms within. The moment someone entered, an alert would immediately be sent to this tablet. The couple had long since set a trap, intending to lure this little fish to bite their bait. Initiative Ing Koyun. Would you like to play a game with me? Yan Mo suddenly proposed. All right. Yan Mo covered the screen. Guess who the thief is? First, let's discuss the stakes. The stakes are quite simple. If I win, you must grant me one request. Conversely, if you win, I shall fulfill a request within my power. Why is your wager different from mine? Because you are superior to me, and being a man, you ought to indulge me. What exactly is the range of your capabilities? Well, Yan Mo wore a cunning expression and suddenly exclaimed, Oh, enough talking. The person might escape. Quickly, who do you think it is? Qiao Jun regarded her face, having already discerned her intentions. He pursed his lips and uttered two words, Yuanyang. I guess it's Li Hong. Yan Mo replied, moving her hand away. The figure wore a cap, obscuring their face entirely. She furrowed her brow. So who wins now? Qiao Jun extended his finger, pointing to the glass on the cabinet beside the desk. He deftly tapped the screen a few times with his long, bony fingers, magnifying the image, revealing the person's face clearly. It was indeed Yuanyang. Irritated, Yan Mo snatched the tablet from his hands and tossed it onto the bed. She had hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to outsmart him, win the game, and use her prize to nullify their agreement for that Sunday. Alas, her scheming had fallen short. It was truly vexing. How did you know it was him? She tilted her head back in his embrace, gazing up at his face. Qiao Jun's gaze lowered to meet her eyes. I had someone monitor everyone in the lab beforehand and discovered only he had contact with Chang Tianza. That's cheating. The previous round doesn't count. You initiated the game, and you never stipulated that cheating was off limits. No, that doesn't count. Stop pouting. I'm not pouting. To me, that is indeed pouting. You, never mind, let's do this instead. We'll play again. This time, guess what I tampered with in that document? Chemistry isn't my strong suit. I won't play this time. Are you afraid? Don't try to provoke me. I won't fall for that. Let's return to the previous stakes. I already said it doesn't count. Actually, it's quite simple. I just want to know what you took from the Yin family that day. Suddenly, Yan Mo fell silent. her mind racing with thoughts of how to evade the question. Qiao Jun gently lifted her chin, commanding word by word, "Tell me." All right. Yan Montag relented. I took a book. What kind of book? A book related to chemistry. Why did you take that particular book? Of course, for research. What kind of research? Yan Mo could no longer fabricate an answer. You are really annoying. Always probing. Not at all like a man. Have you not confirmed my masculinity sufficiently over the past few days? Is it necessary to confirm once more? Very well, I shall speak. A wise man does not suffer foolish losses. Sooner or later, he must be enlightened. It is, in essence, a tome dedicated to the study of scar repair, accompanied by some notes I had previously compiled. After all, the scar upon your back is a consequence of my actions, and I feel compelled to find a way to alleviate your burden. Furthermore, if I were to develop a skincare product to diminish scars, it would indeed be a significant benefit for the Yin family. Thus, before Yin Mo could finish her thoughts, Qiao Jun's kiss descended upon her. Heaven knows how joyous her words made him feel. She had, in her own way, compromised for his sake, and the nature of this compromise was for him. Is this woman truly foolish? Indeed, she resembles a naive little piglet, endearing him to the point of wanting to possess her entirely. Shout, Mo, tomorrow is Sunday. He reminded her with a kiss. I know. I'm looking forward to it. Yan Mo gazed into his passionate eyes, flustered as she pushed him away, seizing the blanket and turning her back to him. Let's sleep quickly. Qiao Jun lifted her blanket, embracing her from behind, and whispered once more in her ear, I truly cannot wait. Yan Mo felt the urge to bury her face in the blanket, overwhelmed by shyness. Qiao Jun tightened his embrace, closing his eyes. Tomorrow night. Indeed, his anticipation was palpable. Throughout the day, Yan Mo remained ensconced in her laboratory office, not entirely focused on her experiments, but rather fixated on the sun outside and the clock on the wall. Why had the day passed so swiftly? Why was nightfall approaching? She had no desire to return to the Qiao residence. None whatsoever. Suddenly, her phone, resting upon the desk, rang precisely at the end of the workday. Upon seeing the name illuminated on the screen, she sighed, answered, and spoke heavily. Hello? Off work? Not yet. Why? Because I still have some things to organize and may be a bit late returning. She needed a moment to prepare herself mentally. How late? Perhaps after 9? Qiao Jun fell silent on the line, the pause stretching for a full minute before he commanded coldly, Open the door. What? Yan Montag was perplexed. I am at your office door. Hurry and open it. At the mention of the office door, Yan Mo immediately glanced at the door in front of her, flustered as she hurried over to open it. Qiao Jun stood indeed at the threshold. He peered past her, surveying the orderly office and the empty desk, his gaze sharp as he focused on her. You said you were organizing things? I see nothing in need of organization. I was just about to start. Do you expect me to believe that? Is it truly so? Regardless of the truth, Qiao Jun suddenly stepped forward, his long arms swiftly encircling her and lifting her effortlessly. He then pivoted, striding confidently towards the laboratory door. Upon catching sight of Qiao Jun, the individuals within the lab were already captivated by his strikingly handsome visage. Now, witnessing his commanding demeanor as he cradled Yan Mo, they were filled with envy, truly overwhelmed by his charm. Qiao Jun, this is my workplace. You must set me down at once. Yet, Qiao Jun paid no heed. As he reached the threshold, he casually remarked, She wants to be able to come to work tomorrow. Call if you need anything. Unable to come to work? The words elicited a collective blush among the lab personnel. Meng Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled like blossoming peach flowers. Su Hansima, Su Thwill, Su Domineering. I wish I had a boyfriend like him. I too wish to have a reason to miss work tomorrow. Me too, echoed Xiao Lu in agreement. The women in the laboratory shared this sentiment, while the men stood baffled, unable to comprehend the allure of such an unreasonable man. Were modern women truly masochists? Amidst this, one individual remained preoccupied with his own thoughts, hiding in the corner. Once Qiao Jun departed with Yan Mo, he hurriedly gathered his belongings, leaving a resignation letter on the desk before hastily exiting the lab. Once settled in his car, he retrieved his phone and dialed Cheng Tianza. Professor Yuan, I have obtained the crucial component. Congratulations, Professor Yuan. You're on the brink of instant fame and fortune. It is still premature to celebrate. I require more time. How much time? Although I have acquired all the research data, I still need ample time to validate the efficacy of this new product. Otherwise, mere words will not suffice. No one will believe me. How long will that take? 1 month. ISNT that rather lengthy? I assure you, I will deliver the results to you before Miss Doe. Very well, you have 1 month. Inside the Bentley, Qiao Jun occupied the driver's seat, his gaze fixed ahead, hands casually resting on the steering wheel as he drove steadily. Yin Mo stole a glance at him. He remained as captivating behind the wheel as ever. However, she found herself devoid of the inclination to admire him. Tonight, oh heavens! Though she had resigned herself to her fate and accepted that she could not escape this ordeal, she still struggled to fathom how she would take the initiative. What had possessed her to agree in the first place? Regret washed over her. Yet, given Qiao Jun's nature, whether she acquiesced or not, he would ultimately compel her to comply. In this moment, she wished fervently to fall ill, to faint, to flee. Suddenly, the car came to a halt. She raised her gaze towards the window. This was not the Qiao residence. Instead, they had arrived at a restaurant, an authentic Chinese establishment, renowned as one of the finest in the capital. What brings you here? Of course, I must first ensure you are well fed, so you have the strength to satisfy my needs. Although Yin Mo had grown somewhat accustomed to his manner, she still found it hard to accept. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "You truly are uncommonly shameless. Your vocabulary is indeed far from ordinary. For you, lewdness suffices." Qiao Jun extended his hand, gently caressing her lips. "Your mouth seems to be growing increasingly impoverished. Perhaps next time I shall devise a means to silence you." He chuckled lightly, his hand tenderly grasping her chin, before leaning in to bestow a soft kiss upon her. "Alight, I have instructed them to prepare your favorite dishes. Do ensure you indulge." Yin Mo found herself perpetually at his mercy, glaring at him with indignation, yet he merely smiled in return. Together, they entered the restaurant. Yin Mo had long since realized that wherever she went, standing beside Qiao Jun inevitably made her the center of attention. However, this occasion felt distinctly different. As they ascended the staircase, nearly half of the patrons in the lobby cast their gazes upward, and Qiao Jun and Yin Mo fortuitously encountered an individual descending from the second floor. The person was tall and elegantly clad in a deep navy suit, his features rivaling Qiao Jun's, with particularly piercing eyes. Who was he? Even in the presence of Qiao Jun, his imposing aura remained undiminished. Qiao Jun raised his gaze to meet him. The man approached with deliberate steps, softly addressing him. "Mr. Qiao." Qiao Jun, typically reticent in conversation, surprisingly parted his lips to respond. "Mr. Mo, what a coincidence to encounter you here today." "Indeed," Qiao Jun affirmed once more. Yin Mo was taken aback. Who was this man, capable of eliciting repeated responses from the otherwise aloof Qiao Jun? Her curiosity began to pique. The man, referred to as Mr. Mobu Kaoyun, shifted his gaze slightly towards her, inquiring softly, "Is this Mr. Qiao's wife?" "Yes," Qiao Jun not only confirmed but also introduced her. "This is Do Min, currently the manager of the R&D department at Yin Corporation." "Hello," Mr. Mo greeted politely. "Hello," Yin Mo replied with a gentle nod and a smile. "Since you two are out on a date, I shall not intrude further. I, too, must take my leave. Until next time, Although Qiao Jun acknowledged him, his words remained sparse. As Mr. Mo departed from Qiao Jun's side, Yin Mo couldn't help but glance back at him. "Who is he?" she inquired with curiosity. Qiao Jun ascended the stairs, responding vaguely. "You will know in due time. Today was merely an opportunity for you to meet him." His words only intensified her intrigue. "Wait, you didn't bring me here solely for dinner. It was to introduce me to him, wasn't it? Why the special meeting? What is your purpose? Please clarify. I have said you will know in the future, but I wish to know now." "Not now. If you comport yourself well this evening, I may consider it." Yin Mo suddenly recalled the matter, entirely devoid of the inclination to inquire further. Although the meal consisted of her favorite dishes, she found herself utterly unable to savor the flavors, consumed by a tempest of melancholy and heartache. Deliberately, she slowed her pace, chewing each morsel over 100 times. Yet she remained ensnared in her predicament. Upon returning to the Qiao residence, as she entered the bedroom, memories surged back, seizing the moment before he could act. She swiftly dashed into the bathroom, declaring, "I shall take a shower first." She closed the door behind her and promptly locked it. Qiao Jun ambled into the bedroom, leisurely pouring himself a glass of red wine, then glanced at the bathroom door, a smirk playing on his lips as he savored the drink. He was curious to see just how long she intended to linger in the shower. How long could she evade him this time? Unlike the first encounter, he possessed ample patience to wait. Inside the bathroom, Yin Mo felt utterly despondent. During this time, she had repeatedly prepared herself mentally, insisting that having already engaged in various intimacies with him, there was nothing to fear. It was no big deal. Yet, as the moment approached, regret and anxiety enveloped her, rendering her restless. What should she do? Would feigning death buy her some time? It seemed unlikely. Qiao Jun was not easily deceived, and prolonging the inevitable changed nothing. She would still have to confront it. The anticipation was overwhelming. After so many days of mental preparation, certain images had become increasingly vivid, and her face was no longer merely flushed, but rather felt swollen and uncomfortable. She hastily turned on the cold water, hoping to soothe the heat rising within her. The coolness helped her regain some composure. After all, she had resolved to give herself to him entirely. What was there to hide? If she felt shy, so be it. If it was him, she was willing. Resolutely, she turned off the faucet, facing the bathroom door. She did not dry herself, nor did she reach for the towel hanging nearby. Instead, she stepped barefoot toward the door, opening it with a sense of purpose. As Qiao Jun sipped his wine, his hand froze, the glass poised at his lips. He beheld her, entranced by her beauty. Even before anything began, he found himself deeply moved. And Mo approached him slowly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. That smile, so captivating, it ensnared his heart completely. In a moment of urgency, he neglected to set down his glass, letting it slip from his grasp. Fortunately, it fell onto the carpet, the red wine staining its intricate patterns, creating a vivid crimson splash. He stepped forward, raising his hand to touch her, but Yinmo playfully halted him with her own hand, her smile radiant. "Did we not agree that I would take the initiative tonight?" Qiao Jun's lips curled into a smile as he withdrew his hand. Yet, Yinmo gradually lifted her own hand, gently caressing his firm chest. Sensing a hint of urgency in his breath, suddenly emboldened, she widened her smile, seizing his tie and pulling him toward the bed step by step. Qiao Jun remained entranced, fixated on her. YNM gazed into his profound eyes, captivated by the cerulean depths within. A playful spirit suddenly ignited within her. "Since I have taken the initiative today, will you heed my every command?" "Yes," Qiao Jin acquiesced. "Very well," she declared, her delicate hands deftly untying his necktie. "Let us indulge in something exhilarating today, shall we?" Qiao Jin had long awaited this moment. "I shall follow your lead." Just as he had done previously in hospital when he had blindfolded her, YNM covered his eyes, gently guiding him to lie upon the bed. One by one, she removed the garments that adorned him, leaning in to kiss his lips with fervor. When morning light broke, YNM, upon catching sight of Qiao Jin, hurriedly enveloped herself in the covers, utterly mortified. How could she face him after what had transpired? She must have been possessed by some madness yesterday. Qiao Jin, amused by her reaction, could not suppress his laughter. Chuckling softly, "My dear wife, you certainly did not behave like a novice last night. I was utterly astonished. Where on earth did you acquire such skills? Care to enlighten me?" YNM clutched the blanket tighter, exasperated by his teasing. "May you perish 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times." Qiao Jin patted the covers again. "My dear, it has already happened, so there is no need to be shy. Come out, let me see your face. My dear, you shall suffocate yourself like this. Please stop calling me that. I feel unwell and wish to sleep a little longer. You should hurry to work." YNM attempted to dismiss him. Qiao Jin, determined, countered, "No, I must see your face. It's not as if you have never shown it before." Indeed, such moments of intimacy had occurred previously, yet today, her cheeks were ablaze, as if she had indulged in too much wine, her neck subtly revealing a rosy hue, her eyes darting in panic, uncertain of where to rest their gaze. Observing her flustered state only heightened Qiao Junrong's amusement. "Ha ha, what are you laughing at? Have you never seen someone blush? Not quite like this." "Release me," she protested, indignation flaring as she attempted to rise. "I'm going to take a shower." With a swift motion, Qiao Junrong grasped her, pulling her back into his embrace. "After such a lengthy wash last night, you wish to wash again? I delight in it." Very well, very well." Qiao Junrong cooed, as if soothing a child. "I was in the wrong for finding such joy in your embarrassment. Forgive me, be the magnanimous adult, and do not sulk. Just lie here a while longer, rest, and allow me to hold you a little more." Inmo listened to his gentle words, gradually finding solace. Qiao Jun embraced her, holding her close and kissing her forehead, as if he were cherishing a priceless treasure. Leaning against his chest, Inmo could hear the rhythmic beating of his heart. The two exchanged no further words, merely drawing nearer to one another, allowing time to meander slowly by. A month later, Inmo sat in the grand conference room on the top floor of the Yin Corporation. Cheng Tianze still occupied her father's position, and now, in addition to being the vice president, he was also the acting director, his face radiating with triumph. The board members had gathered, and the meeting was about to commence. As Inmo leaned toward the microphone, preparing to speak, Cheng Tianze preemptively announced with a loud voice, "Today, we have splendid news. The Yin Corporation has finally developed a new product that surpasses all previous skincare products in perfection." The board members immediately broke into smiles. One of them turned to Inmo and remarked, "Manager Do has been with us for just over a month, yet she has repeatedly brought us delightful surprises." "Indeed, Manager Do is a treasure to our company." Inmo offered a faint smile. Cheng Tianze quickly added, "However, this new product was not developed by Manager Do's team." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. "Not Manager Do's team? Then whose is it?" "It is from the first laboratory," Cheng Tianze replied, raising his voice. "Professor Yuan, please come in." The conference room door swung open, and Yuan entered, politely nodding to everyone before stepping up to the podium. Chapter 60. Is there a pregnancy? Yinmo's eyes widened in feigned shock as she gazed at him. The others in the conference room were equally astonished, whispering amongst themselves, "Isn't this the person Manager Do brought over from America?" "Indeed. How did he become associated with the first laboratory?" "I heard he resigned a month ago." "Was he poached?" "They're all from a Yin family. How can it be called poaching?" "I sense there is more to this." Cheng Tianze, undeterred by the murmurs, confidently introduced, "This is Professor Yuan, a distinguished academic from Harvard University, boasting 15 years of experience in this field. He has previously contributed to the development of several renowned skincare products. Although he was invited by Manager Do from the United States, after reviewing the research conducted at our first laboratory, he found a profound synergy between our work and his own, leading him to join us. In just 1 month, he has successfully developed this new product." After his announcement, he cast a glance at Yuan, who promptly displayed his month-long research on the projector, narrating the fruits of his labor in detail. He then presented the finished samples for everyone to examine, confidently asserting, "I have had individuals with varying skin types use this essence for a month. Before and after photos for your review." Yuan displayed the photographs, revealing several women, some with acne, others with dull skin, noticeable wrinkles, and freckles. After they perused the images, Yuan excitedly proclaimed, "Now, let us witness their transformation after 1 month." As his words resonated, the conference room doors swung open once more, and the very women from the photographs entered one by one, standing before the podium. Their faces now glowed with a porcelain-like radiance, sparkling and translucent, entirely devoid of makeup, pure, unadulterated beauty. "It's astonishing," someone marveled. "In just a month, their skin has become so smooth and delicate. If this is marketed, it will surely be a bestseller. I have never seen such remarkable results in any product. Surely, it hasn't been laced with anything harmful, like fluorescent agents? Are there any side effects?" "Absolutely not," Yuan reassured them, thumping his chest. My research guarantees no harmful substances will be included, and there will be no side effects. I assure you, this is entirely natural. Is that so? Yan finally spoke up, drawing all eyes toward her. She first glanced at Cheng Tianze, then at Yuan Yang, before rising and walking toward the women. She produced a small spray bottle and spritzed their faces several times. Instantly, the women began to itch, and red rashes swiftly emerged on their skin. Witnessing this, Yuan Yang immediately demanded, "What did you just spray on them?" Professor Yuan has amassed 15 years of experience in this field. Could it be that he has failed to recognize the fragrance of our company's jasmine perfume? Yan Mo remarked, spraying the scent towards the shareholders. They inhaled deeply and indeed confirmed it was that very perfume. Yet their reactions were devoid of the agitation displayed by a few women. Everything appeared to be normal. Cheng Tianze, sensing the precariousness of the situation, felt a wave of unease wash over him. However, Yuan Yang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "It cannot possibly be the perfume. You must have done something to them. If Professor Yuan harbors any doubts, he can certainly have it tested," Yan Mo retorted, tossing the perfume bottle to him. At this juncture, questions began to arise among the onlookers. "Manager Doe, could you elucidate what is happening here?" "Yes, Manager Doe, please clarify," they urged. Yan Mo smiled and continued, "In truth, Professor Yuan's new product bears a striking resemblance to the research conducted in our second laboratory. At that time, we too believed we had finally developed the perfect skincare product, yet we overlooked a critical detail. During our experiments, we maintained the utmost cleanliness to avoid contaminating our findings. Consequently, we consistently reminded the testers to refrain from using any other products. However, by a stroke of coincidence, we discovered that our research had a significant flaw. Not only did it provoke such reactions with our perfume, but it also had similar effects on numerous other substances. Approximately 2 months after application, the skin would begin to deteriorate. Thus, we promptly discontinued the research, but unexpectedly, it was stolen a month ago. What? Stolen? The room fell silent, all eyes turning towards Yuan Yang. His face drained of color. He shook his head vehemently. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. This is my own research, no? My research is flawless. It must be you." He pointed accusingly at Yan Mo. "You are framing me. You tampered with my research." Yan Mo's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. "Professor, slander requires substantiation. I possess irrefutable evidence. I have recorded the entire incident of you stealthily entering my office to pilfer documents that night. Moreover, I have already reported this to the authorities, and the police will arrive shortly to apprehend you. However, as you were personally invited from the United States, I wish to believe in your character. I suspect that your actions were influenced or coerced by someone else. If you're willing to reveal that person's identity, I will certainly advocate for leniency before the judge." As Yuan Yang absorbed her words, his gaze instinctively shifted towards Cheng Tianze. Following his line of sight, Yan Mo also looked at Cheng Tianze, who sat stoically in the chairman's seat, his expression unperturbed, betraying no signs of distress, yet he remained silent in his defense. Yan Mo pondered what calculations were unfolding in his mind. Suddenly, she spoke sharply, "Vice President Cheng, you just mentioned that Professor Yuan is affiliated with your first laboratory. Could you provide an explanation regarding the theft?" Cheng Tianze remained resolutely silent. Today's unforeseen circumstances were entirely unexpected for him. He had no inkling of the traps that lay ahead. Who could tell if his words would unwittingly play into her hands? Thus, until he comprehended the entirety of the situation, he was reluctant to answer any of her inquiries. Yan Mo, observing his silence, pressed on with urgency. "Your silence implies consent, does it not?" The individuals within the conference room exchanged glances, filled with questions yet too apprehensive to voice their speculations. Suddenly, the door swung open once more, and the police stormed into the meeting room, advancing directly to Yuan Yang. They handcuffed his hands and declared with righteous authority, "Professor Yuan Yang, you are suspected of stealing another's research materials and of committing arson in the laboratory with intent to kill. We are formally placing you under arrest. Please accompany us." Yuan Yang's gaze shifted towards Cheng Tianze. 2 other officers, including Yin Shaw, strode towards Cheng Tianze, with no hint of politeness. Mr. Chung, we believe you may also be implicated in Professor Yuan's case, so we kindly request that you accompany us to the police station. Chung Tianze regarded them coolly, his lips pressed tightly together. He stood with an air of indifference and exited the conference room. Only after his departure did the others dare to speak. What is happening? Is Vice President Chung truly involved in this matter? Murmured one. The first laboratory has not produced a successful product in years. It seems likely that Manager Do has triumphed this time. What will become of the Yin family now? Who will we follow? Listening to their discussions, Yin Mo abruptly turned and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the police will clarify today's events, but the Yin family cannot operate without a leader. I propose that the position of chairman be assumed by General Manager Zhang, who holds the majority of shares. What does everyone think?" The board members nodded in agreement. Yin Mo continued, "Indeed, there's a piece of good news today. We have already found a solution to the issue regarding the essence that Professor Yuan pilfered. In due time, it will be presented to all of you and will soon be available on the market. Moreover, the ladies present need not worry. Your trial period has yet to reach 2 months. Simply ceasing use will lead to gradual improvement, and our company will provide you with appropriate compensation and assist in restoring your skin to its original condition." "Thank you." Several nodded in gratitude. Since General Manager Zhang had now assumed the role of acting chairman, he spoke up. "If the research from the second laboratory proves successful, it will undoubtedly elevate our standing in this industry. Manager Do, should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. I will fully support you." With that, he concluded, "Today's meeting is adjourned. You may all disperse." The conference room soon lay empty, and as Yin Mo departed, he felt an overwhelming sense of elation, nearly buoyant with joy. Chung Tianze, that despicable scoundrel. Let us see how he attempts to justify his actions to the authorities. Ideally, he should be incarcerated for life. His transgressions surpass mere theft and attempted murder. He has committed the heinous act of taking a life, all while subjecting her to unspeakable indignities prior to her death. He deserves to pay with his own life, enduring a fate worse than death. That evening, Yin Mo returned to the Qiao residence, where Qiao Jun was elegantly seated on the sofa, engrossed in a document. Yin Mo was in high spirits that day. With a beaming smile, she approached him, settled beside him, and affectionately leaned her head on his shoulder, playfully expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Qiao Jun remained focused on his reading. Yin Mo, brimming with excitement, continued recounting the day's events. "It was such a pity you weren't there to witness Chung Tianze being taken away by the police, nor his silence. It was utterly gratifying. Yet, it felt too lenient. I yearned to slap him several more times, compel him to kneel before me, bowing his head in apology 100 times, and ultimately beg me, clutching my legs with tears in his eyes, saying, 'I was wrong, Miss Yin. I understand my mistakes. Please spare me. I beseech your forgiveness.'" Qiao Jun listened to her ramblings, his silence not diminishing his attentiveness as he committed every word to memory. After a while, growing slightly irritated by his lack of response, Yin Mo seized the document from his hands, voicing her displeasure. "Did you not hear me speaking?" "I did," Qiao Jun replied, reclaiming the document and resuming his reading. Frustrated, Yin Mo was about to speak again when he suddenly produced an item from beside him and handed it to her, saying, "This is for you." "For me?" Yin Mo inquired, accepting the gift. It was a somewhat elongated rectangular box, adorned in silver paper and tied with a delicate bow. What could it be? Perhaps a bracelet or a hairpin. Curious and delighted, she began to unwrap it, only for her expression to darken upon reading the words "pregnancy test." "Why? Why did you give me this?" "It has been a month. It's time to check." "I don't want it." Yin Mo returned the item to him. With patience, Qiao Jun set down the document and turned to her, leaning closer with a mischievous grin. "Are you suggesting that I assist you in taking the test? I would not mind at all, and I would be quite pleased, but I'm afraid you might not be able to handle the outcome." Yin Mo's earlier joy dissipated entirely. She glared at him, holding the pregnancy test, and retorted, "There's no need for you, the illustrious CEO Qiao, to take such an initiative. You can remain here, diligently attending to your documents. Make sure to scrutinize every detail. Each word and sentence must be thoroughly examined." Do not overlook anything crucial that might jeopardize your millions in business. I shall handle this myself. Qiao Yun smiled knowingly. Are you jealous of the document? Who would be jealous of the document? You. I. Yin Mo's face flushed crimson with indignation. I am not. You clearly are, and the jealousy is palpable. I have stated that I am not. Very well. I shall heed your advice and meticulously examine my documents here, ensuring that I do not let these millions, even tens of millions in business slip away. Therefore, you may proceed with your assessment, and do remember to inform me of the results, Qiao Jun remarked, deliberately picking up the document and scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness, completely disregarding her presence. Yin Mo, with a gesture of her hand mimicking a throttling action, tossed her head and retreated into the bathroom. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Qiao Jun's lips as he set the document aside, his gaze fixed intently on the bathroom door. Although he had ostensibly dedicated his attention to the file, not a single word had registered in his mind. He felt a twinge of anxiety and used the document as a FAAD. Of course, he also wished to gauge Yin Mo's current sentiments, and to his delight, the outcome was splendid. She had grown jealous, even over a mere document, which he found utterly adorable. It seemed he could rest easy, allowing her to meet Lu Chenxi and facilitating their recognition of one another. Inside the bathroom, Yin Mo sat on the toilet, her hands tightly gripping the pregnancy test. Her eyes shut as if she were reciting an incantation. 11111. Truth be told, she was not yet ready for a child. As her vendetta remained unfulfilled, the Yin Corporation had yet to be reclaimed, and the individual who lurked in the shadows, intent on her demise, was still at large. Conceiving a child now could potentially endanger the little one, and she herself was not mentally prepared for motherhood. However, as she contemplated Qiao Jun's fervent desire for a child, her muttering gradually subsided. What would their child resemble? Would it look like him or like her? Never mind. The prospect of having a child ultimately lay in the hands of fate. Yin Mo opened her eyes, her gaze slowly shifting to reveal a single red line. In the bedroom, Qiao Jun had been waiting for 20 minutes, and Yin Mo had yet to emerge. After all, it was merely a test. Results would typically manifest within minutes. Why was it taking so long? Impatiently, he rose from the sofa and approached the bathroom door. He intended to wait just one more minute before knocking to inquire, or perhaps even enter directly. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open. Yin Mo stood at the threshold, a smile gracing her lips as she flashed a victory sign. Qiao Jun, filled with excitement, was about to embrace her when Yin Mo abruptly declared, "I'm not pregnant." Qiao Jun's expression darkened considerably. "Impossible," he firmly refuted. "How could that be?" "Look, there's a single line indicating that I am not pregnant," Yin Mo replied, extending the test towards him, but he did not look at it. His deep, dark eyes bore into hers. "You haven't been here for a month. It's inconceivable that you are not pregnant. How do you know my menstrual cycle better than I do? You must be deceiving me. You are certainly pregnant." "I'm not deceiving you. It is the truth. You are aware that women can be quite fragile. A month ago, I not only endured the terrifying experience of an explosion, but I was also subjected to your bullying, causing me restless nights. Therefore, it is quite natural for me to experience hormonal imbalances this month. However, it is also possible that there is an issue on your part. I suggest you consult a doctor to ascertain whether there is a problem with your." Yin Mo's voice trailed off as she noticed the profound disappointment in Qiao Jun's eyes. In truth, she had refrained from emerging for so long, fully anticipating his reaction, which is why she sought to lighten the mood with a playful jest. After all, such matters are not solely dictated by his will. "Qiao Jun," Yin Mo called, nervously clutching his sleeve, softly murmuring, "This time, it seems that fate has not favored us with a child, but we still have many opportunities ahead. Qiao Jun, we will undoubtedly have children in the future. I promise you, I vow to bear you a child, so—" "No, wait." Qiao Jun suddenly uttered those seemingly nonsensical words. Yin Mo, concerned, asked, "What do you mean, no? Is it my fault? Is it my fault? Indeed, I should not have placed my faith in science, nor should I have calculated time. I should only trust myself." "What are you talking about?" Qiao Jun's previously despondent eyes now sparkled with an intense, mischievous light. He gazed at her, fixating on her. a subtle smile gracing his lips as he uttered the most alarming words. From this day forth, I intend to have you every night. I refuse to believe that this will not lead to you conceiving a child. Yin Mo felt her vision darken. Initially, she had intended to comfort him, but his line of reasoning had taken an unexpected turn. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have uttered those words, feeling foolish and at a loss. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. She quickly plastered a silly grin on her face and said to Qiao Jun, I just remembered that there seems to be an experiment in the lab that I forgot to verify. It would be terrible if another explosion were to occur. I must check on it right away. As she attempted to flee, Qiao Jun seized her wrist. A shiver ran down Yin Mo's spine. Qiao Jun lifted her effortlessly and carried her toward the bed, pressing her beneath him. You just said you would bear me a child. Did I? You must have misheard. Qiao Jun produced his phone from his pocket, revealing that it was recording. Yin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Were you pretending all along? Did you deceive me just for my earlier words? Partially. What do you mean partially? As he spoke, Qiao Jun's kisses rained down upon her lips, her cheeks, and her neck. While unfastening her clothing, he continued, When I heard that you were not pregnant, I was indeed heartbroken. Yet, I understood that the possibility was not entirely absent. Thus, I prepared in advance, employing a small stratagem to elicit your own promise to bear me a child. This time, it is not me coercing you. It is your own voluntary commitment. I am not acting voluntarily. I am merely offering you consolation. I am indifferent to your feelings. I possess evidence. He shook the phone in his hand. Yin Mo gazed at the device and suddenly lunged to seize it. Qiao Jun extended his long arm, rendering her completely unable to reach it. You are despicably shameless. It is said that your vocabulary is impoverished. Perhaps I should buy you a dictionary tomorrow. I do not require it. I shall continue to berate you as despicable and shameless for eternity. Very well, I revel in your words. You are insane. Enough of this frivolity. Let us attend to serious matters. Release me. You are regardless of Yin Mo's struggles. She was overpowered by Qiao Jun, leaving no trace behind. At the police station, Yao Xinlan hurried to see Cheng Tianze, her eyes brimming with tears upon their first encounter. Tianze, what is happening? Why have they apprehended you? They suspect that I instigated Professor Yuan to steal items from the second laboratory, and that I orchestrated the arson that led to Do Min's murder. Yao Xinlan's face was a portrait of shock and panic. She glanced at the police officer beside her and whispered, Do they have evidence? Yes. What shall we do? I need your assistance. How can I help you? There is someone who can facilitate my release. Who? Qiao Jun him? Yao Xinlan was bewildered. How could he possibly save you? Cheng Tianze had been contemplating for a full 24 hours, nearly organizing all the details, and thus he confidently smirked. Follow my instructions. Seek him out and express my desire to meet him. If he is unwilling to come, find a way to compel him. He must meet with me. Very well. I will ensure he comes to see you. As Yao Xinlan spoke, she reached out and clasped his hands tightly, her voice trembling. Tianze, you cannot be in jeopardy. Do not worry. As long as he comes to see me, I shall not face any peril. I will make certain he comes. Cheng Tianze smiled at her. I appreciate your efforts. At Xiaoya Group, there was a series of knocks. Enter. The door to the president's office was opened, and Subin approached the desk, respectfully bowing slightly. President Qiao, Mrs. Yin requests an audience with you. Qiao Jun's deep-set eyes glimmered with a mischievous light. Chapter 61. Acknowledgement with Lu Chenxi. 1. At long last, the moment had arrived, and it had certainly been a prolonged wait for him. Subin observed the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes and inquired once more, Mr. Qiao, shall we allow her to enter? Qiao Jun offered no response, merely casting his gaze downward. Subin, understanding the unspoken command, turned and exited the office, ushering Yao Xinlan inside. Yao Xinlan beheld Qiao Jun's striking visage and the piercing coldness of his eyes, her heart racing in trepidation, leaving her utterly flustered and forgetting to extend a greeting. Qiao Jun remained engrossed in the documents on his desk. Subin spoke on his behalf. Mrs. Yin, now that you have met our Mr. Qiao, please convey your message without delay. I have come to request that Mr. Qiao meet with Tianze, she stated. Vice President Cheng? Yes. Why? Well, Tianze mentioned he has matters to discuss with Mr. Qiao. What matters? It is of great importance. He did not disclose the details to me, but Mr. Qiao will understand upon meeting him. Mrs. Yin, I regret to inform you that Mr. Qiao's schedule is fully booked until next week. Furthermore, considering the relationship between Vice President Chung and our esteemed lady, alongside the current case, it is neither necessary nor prudent for Mr. Qiao to meet him. Please, I implore you. Yao Xinlan immediately adopted a humble tone. I beg you to persuade Mr. Qiao to see him. Beg? Su Bin feigned difficulty. You hardly seem to be in a position to plead. Yao Xinlan regarded him, then turned her gaze to Qiao Jun, who had not acknowledged her presence nor uttered a word since her arrival, and asked, "What is it that you desire?" Qiao Jun remained silent, his eyes still averted. Su Bin interjected, "Mrs. Yin, are you aware of the price of uttering such a request?" Yao Xinlan's gaze was resolute. "Please, tell me what it is." "Very well, then follow me to the second laboratory." Yin Mo had just stepped out of the laboratory when she encountered Yao Xinlan standing at the entrance. What could she possibly want? The clarity in Yin Mo's eyes soon twisted into disdain as she strode toward her, contemplating a confrontation. Unexpectedly, Yao Xinlan knelt before her with a thud. Yin Mo was taken aback. Yao Xinlan proceeded to bow her head repeatedly, apologizing fervently. "I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry." A total of 100 apologies, causing her forehead to bleed, the crimson droplets staining her face, until she finally halted, weeping as she clutched Yin Mo's leg, imploring, "I was wrong, miss. I know my errors. I beg for your mercy. I beseech your forgiveness." As Yin Mo listened to her words and witnessed her actions, memories of Yao Xinlan's earlier remarks to Qiao Jun flooded her mind. Despite Qiao Jun's apparent disinterest as he engrossed himself in paperwork, he had absorbed every word she had spoken. Though the person before her was not Chung Tianzi, her heart brimmed with empathy. Suddenly, a honking sound pierced the air. Yin Mo lifted her gaze to see a Bentley parked by the roadside. It was Qiao Jun's car. The window descended slowly, revealing Qiao Jun's profile as he turned to look at her. Yin Mo approached, unable to suppress a smile that danced upon her lips. "Did you make her do that?" she inquired. "Do you not approve?" "I do." "That's good." Yin Mo noticed he hadn't opened the car door, and Su Bin remained in the vehicle, realizing he hadn't come to fetch her. Curiously, she asked, "Do you have other matters to attend to?" "I'm heading to the police station." "What business do you have at the police station?" "To rescue Chung Tianzi." "Rescue him?" Yin Mo's irritation was palpable. Qiao Jun softly replied, "Didn't you say it would be too lenient for him? Therefore, I intend to extricate him and then thoroughly torment him to vent your frustrations. Moreover, we only possess sufficient evidence for theft, and even if he is convicted, he would only serve a year or two. However, this period is crucial for Chung Tianzi. He has only just ascended to the position of acting director, and if he is incarcerated now, he will emerge with nothing. Hence, he is desperately seeking help," prompting Yao Xinlan to come to him at any cost. As for the true reason he agreed to meet him, he had no intention of revealing it to Yin Mo. He continued, "I cannot take you home right now. Will you be all right on your own? How old do you think I am?" 24. "So, do you believe I can't return home alone?" "Well, with your intellect, it's hard to say." Yin Mo was vexed yet couldn't maintain her anger due to her cheerful disposition, merely grumbling, "Is it unbearable for you to go a day without picking on me?" "Indeed." "You. All right, come here. I have something important to tell you." Qiao Jun suddenly became very serious. Yin Mo, being somewhat naive after being played so many times, leaned into the car window, close to his lips. Qiao Jun kissed her cheek directly and then whispered ambiguously in her ear, "Take a shower and wait for me at home." Yin Mo promptly withdrew her head. Qiao Jun had already raised the window, and the car had started moving. Yin Mo stared at his car, yet smiled as she watched him depart, then turned to glance at Yao Xinlan, who was kneeling there, and happily hailed a taxi home. At the police station, in a small square room, only Qiao Jun and Chung Tianzi sat facing each other. Qiao Jun was inherently a patient individual, and besides Yin Mo, he had no desire to converse with anyone else. So he remained silent. Eventually, Chung Tianzi had no choice but to speak first. "This time I lost." Qiao Jun waited for him to continue. "But there is something I must tell you. Your wife is a murderer." Qiao Jun listened to his words, his expression betraying no emotion. Cheng Tianze observed him. You already know? Qiao Yun remained silent. Cheng Tianze began to struggle to comprehend this man. What was he thinking? Why was he so reticent? Did he truly know everything? Or was he feigning indifference, waiting for Cheng Tianze to confess? Never mind. Given his current predicament, he had no choice but to reveal his hand. On the night of June 15th this year, your wife's sister inadvertently overheard some words that were not meant for her ears. I was left with no choice but to render her unconscious, subsequently orchestrating a scenario of her suicide. In this plot, your wife aided me immensely, in her desperate bid to secure her sister's heart to prolong her own life. She struck a deal with me, and together we meticulously conspired to stage Yin Mo's demise. Thus, your wife is as much a perpetrator as I am, her hand stained with her own sister's blood. The silence of Qiao Jun left Cheng Tianze increasingly uneasy. He clenched his fists in anxiety and continued. I sought you out today to propose a transaction. If you facilitate my escape, I shall remain silent about this matter. Xing Tianze disturbed Qiao Yun's silence. Found it impossible to maintain his composure. His brows knitted in agitation. He felt utterly disoriented. Qiao Jun, do you truly wish to see your wife imprisoned? Of course not. Qiao Jun finally responded, and Cheng Tianze glimpsed a glimmer of hope. You would do well to expedite my escape. Otherwise, I may find my own tongue beyond my control. If you cannot restrain yourself, I can assist in that regard. What do you mean? Cheng Tianze inquired, initially believing Qiao Jun to be a shrewd individual, only to realize that he was far more arrogant than anticipated. My meaning is abundantly clear. With my capabilities, I possess countless methods to silence you, and an infinite array of ways to erase your existence from this world. Thus, from the outset, you should have recognized your position. You are in no position to threaten me. Only I hold the power to instill fear. Cheng Tianze had long heard tales of Qiao Jun's arrogance. He had experienced it firsthand during the Yin family's banquet. Yet, he was still unprepared for the extent of Qiao Jun's hubris. However, he could not dispute the truth in Qiao Jun's words. He was indeed outmatched, and from the very beginning, escape was never an option. But he could not grasp why. Then why not simply kill me? Why come here to meet me? He asked. Qiao Jun did not respond immediately. His penetrating gaze bore into Cheng Tianze, instilling a sense of dread within him. And his words were even more chilling, because I am not yet finished playing. Finished playing? The audacity of this man to utter such words before him was infuriating. Those with wealth and power are always so detestable. From a moment he was taken in by Yin Chongqing into the Yin family, he has harbored a deep-seated disdain for those born into privilege, who can command the elements with a mere whisper. He could never comprehend why, being human, they could live such comfortable lives while he was forced to grovel and depend on others. Many had told him that this is fate, but he rejected such notions. He was determined to carve out his own destiny, to live as they did, so that others would no longer dare to belittle him. He suddenly laughed derisively, unsure whether he was mocking himself or the arrogant figure before him. With your words, I feel reassured. Since you are not yet finished playing, it signifies that you will indeed aid my escape. Now, tell me, what must I do to secure my freedom? Qiao Jun did not remain silent this time. Instead, he spoke directly, for words. What for words? Cheng Tianze could not fathom his intent. Qiao Jun placed a voice recorder on the table and reiterated, I merely require you to utter 4 words into it. Which 4 words? Cheng Tianze inquired. And what of it? Qiao Jun replied. Cheng Tianze furrowed his brow once more. What significance lay in these 4 words? Why was Qiao Jun so insistent on having him articulate them? What purpose did he serve? Qiao Jun's patience was nearly exhausted. He finally remarked, I still need to return home to accompany my wife. You had best be swift. Cheng Tianze found himself with no avenue of retreat. Yet he refused to concede defeat. Once he exited, he would ensure he became equally formidable, and then he would settle the score with him. As the saying goes, one must endure minor grievances to achieve greater schemes. Today, he would allow Qiao Jun to savor his triumph once more. But there would come a day when he too would make Qiao Jun experience his current predicament. Very well. He seized the recorder from the table and echoed the 4 words Qiao Jun had just spoken. And what of it? Qiao family. Yin Mo stood in the kitchen, deftly chopping vegetables, stir-frying, and preparing meals, her apron-clad figure wielding a spatula resembling that of a seasoned chef. The rich aroma of the dishes soon attracted a little glutton. Wow, sister-in-law, it smells divine. What are you cooking? Yin Mo glanced sideways at Qiao Jun, oil-braised prawns. I adore prawns. It's not prepared for you. I know. It's for my brother, but with so many, he surely cannot consume them all. Let me play the role of a small test subject and help you sample them. As Qiao stepped through the front door of the Qiao residence, the enticing aroma enveloped him, instantly causing his stomach to grumble. Upon seeing the delectable prawns glistening with red oil, he could no longer resist extending his hand toward the pot. Hey, it's not ready yet. Yin Mo swung her spatula, but her reflexes could not match Qiao Yi's, and the largest prawn was already in his grasp. Hot, 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 he exclaimed, yet he did not relinquish it. Instead, he brought it to his mouth, ultimately pouting as he blew on it, then cheerfully declared, Sister-in-law, these prawns are exquisite. They're so delicious I could swallow the shell whole. How exaggerated. I speak the truth. Though she recognized his exaggeration, Yin Mo could not help but smile joyfully. She plated the prawns, and Qiao seized another, munching away as he queried, Sister-in-law, when did you learn to cook? I've never seen you in the kitchen before. Yin Mo's hand paused momentarily. I never considered cooking before, but today I am in good spirits. What good fortune have you encountered to be in such high spirits? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing? What does that even mean? Annoyed, Yin Mo picked up a prawn with her chopsticks and directly shoved it into his mouth. You can't keep your mouth shut even when there's food. Qiao chuckled, continuing to relish the prawn, his mouth coated in grease, eating like a child. Yin Mo arranged the plates, removed her apron, and just before leaving, she mischievously picked up a nearby towel to wipe his mouth, chiding him, look at you, you've gotten food all over yourself. Qiao appeared momentarily stunned. He was taken aback by her intimate gesture, but the next moment, Yin Mo exclaimed, oh dear, my apologies, I accidentally grabbed the cleaning cloth. Qiao, he was utterly perplexed. Sister-in-law, you must be doing this on purpose, right? No, I did it intentionally, she retorted. You're truly something else. Indeed. With a sense of pride, Yin Mo carried the prepared oil-braised shrimp out of the kitchen, intending to serve it in the bedroom. Qiao, feeling frustrated, quickly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and hurried after her, as if seeking revenge, continuously snatching shrimp from the plate and devouring them voraciously. As Yin Mo noticed the shrimps dwindling in the plate, she angrily swatted away his incessant grasp with one hand, while simultaneously lifting her foot to kick at the gluttonous cat that circled around her. Yet, she could only watch helplessly as the plate grew increasingly bare. You little rascal, stop eating. There's hardly any left. It's so delicious. Let me have just one more. No way. Haha, I got it. Give that back to me. It's covered in my saliva. You'll choke. Cough. Cough, cough. In his haste, Qiao indeed choked on the last morsel, validating her teasing. Sister-in-law, you are truly wicked. Serves you right. Sister-in-law, I want some water. Go away. There's no water here. Then let me have another one. The two bickered as they ascended the stairs, completely oblivious to Qiao Jun standing at the door, nor did Qiao Jun notice the presence of Hongzhuang lurking in the corner. Each harbored their own thoughts, standing still in silence. In the bedroom, Yin Mo sat on the sofa, frustratedly arranging the few remaining shrimps on the plate, but no matter how she positioned them, they seemed unappealing. This is infuriating. That little rascal can eat as he pleases, yet he only picks the larger ones, leaving me with these few small ones. How can I present that? Should I prepare another plate? Surely there's still time. I hope Qiao Jun doesn't return too soon. Yin Mo rose, carrying the shrimp to the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find Qiao Jun already standing there. You're back, she asked, surprised. MHM, he replied indifferently as he stepped inside. Observing his impassive expression, she followed him, inquiring, what's wrong? You seem downcast. I'm just a bit tired. I want to rest. Did Cheng Tianzi say something to you? Qiao Jun remained silent, removing his suit jacket before lying down on the bed. Yin Mo set the plate down and sat at the edge of the bed. Concerned, she asked, What did Chang Tianzi say? Did he threaten you? Did he give you trouble? No. Then what is bothering you? I'm just tired. But, quiet. Qiao Jun interrupted her words, his tone devoid of anger, yet imbued with a sense of unfamiliarity. It was the first time he closed his eyes, refusing to look at her, and simply uttered, "Let me sleep for a while." Yan Mo gazed at him, bewildered. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, in front of the laboratory, he had been as he always was. What had transpired during his visit to the police station that had rendered him so indifferent? If it weren't an issue stemming from Chang Tianzi, then what might have occurred en route? Yet, what event could possibly cause such a transformation? Could it be that he encountered that enigmatic Mr. Mo from the restaurant once more? She sensed that this individual should not be underestimated. Who could he truly be? Nevertheless, observing the slight furrow in Qiao Jun's brow after he closed his eyes, Yan Mo understood that he was genuinely troubled. Thus, she chose to refrain from disturbing him. Gently, she pulled the blanket over him, smiled softly, and remained by his bedside in silent companionship. That night, Qiao Jun did not sleep well. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Xiao Yi was his brother, and he could never harbor feelings for his sister-in-law. Moreover, Yan Mo had only just fallen for him. How could she possibly entertain feelings for anyone else? Yet, the joyful atmosphere they shared made him uneasy. Her smile alongside his own was so pure it was almost painful to behold. "Are you awake?" Qiao Jun kept his eyes closed, refusing to open them. Yan Mo lay beside him, brushing his long eyelashes with her fingers. "I know you're awake. Stop pretending." Slowly, Qiao Jun opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was her radiant smile. Yan Mo gazed into his deep eyes and softly inquired, after a nap, "Do you feel better?" "No." What was it that troubled him so deeply? "What is it? Can you not tell me?" "I cannot." Yan Mo pouted in frustration, muttering, "So stingy." "I am indeed stingy." Suddenly, Qiao Jun wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close, and dominantly whispered in her ear, "I cannot tolerate you falling for anyone but me. Anyone at all, regardless of age or gender. Moreover, I am so possessive that even if you glance at another person, speak a word to them, or," he paused, "reveal your smile to anyone else, I would go mad." "You seem mad already, spouting such nonsense," Yan Mo said, struggling slightly. "Qiao Junrong. I am indeed mad. If I don't have you now, I feel like I could commit murder, specifically against my own brother." Yan Mo immediately began to struggle earnestly. "Qiao Jun, it's early in the morning, and I still have to go to work." Qiao Jun glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still an hour before she needed to leave. He kissed her ear and murmured, "I'll be quick." "No, just consider it a comfort for me." Yan Mo reflected on how he had been the previous night. Although things felt a bit off now, he seemed to have returned to his former self. Her heart softened, and she relented. "All right, but I have one request." "Speak." "I would like to visit my father today." "Very well." So readily acquiescing, "Are you not fearful?" "Not at all." Qiao Yun exuded confidence. He was no longer apprehensive about her meeting Lu Chenxi, for she had wholly and irrevocably surrendered herself to him, body and soul. More than this, he yearned to possess her sooner. Yan Mo sensed his impatience and cast a glance at the clock on the wall. "Very well, then." As the sun gradually descended in the evening, the sky blazed with crimson hues. Yan Mo entered the gates of Lu's medical center. Making her way to her father's hospital room, she hesitated for an extended period at the door before finally pushing it open. Upon stepping inside, she found Yin Changqing lying in bed in a deteriorating state, offering her no opportunity whatsoever. He glared at her, struggling, his mouth agape as he uttered, "Leave, leave, leave." How ironic. During this time, the only slight improvement he had made was in his speech, yet the sole word he could articulate was this one: "Leave. Leave, leave, father." Yan Mo called out to him, approaching with tentative steps. Yin Changqing, in a fit of agitation, exerted all his strength to struggle, inadvertently tumbling from the bed. Yan Mo rushed to support him, yet every time he laid eyes upon her, he would first react as he had just now, before succumbing to convulsions. She found herself powerless, with no opportunity to reveal her true identity, not as his sister, but as his beloved daughter, Yan Mo. I understand. I shall leave. I will depart at once. The doctor hurried in, commencing treatment for Yin Chongqing, while Yinmo stood at the door, using the doctor's presence to shield herself from her father's gaze. Her eyes betrayed her, glistening with unshed tears, before she ultimately turned away, heartbroken. The animosity her father harbored for her mother and sister had accumulated over 2 decades. She needed to gradually, painstakingly dissolve it.